In the 53rd year of Konoha, the village was peaceful. 2 years after the Ninetales rampage, the villagers gradually recovered from the disaster, and their smiles became more apparent. Unfortunately, none of this had anything to do with the Uchiha. Shin, how much longer do you estimate before you can awaken the Mangekyo? The speaking youth wore a simple dark blue robe with the Uchiha clan crest embroidered on the collar plain, yet dignified, exuding an amiable and gentle temperament. His long black hair was casually tied back with a few strands falling over his gentle face, adding a touch of mystery. Lord Jin, at most 2 more months, and my brother and I will both be able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Then we can better complete your missions. A flicker of fervor crossed Uchiha Shin's eyes, clearly regarding the youth before him as his fate. Uchiha Jin nodded slightly, revealing a warm and comforting smile, and continued to ask, what about the other 15 clan members who have already awakened the 3 Tomo? Uchiha Shin and Kage were subordinates Jin had taken in 2 years ago. The others had joined gradually afterward. They have all reached the peak of the 3 Tomo, but awakening the Mangekyo is still somewhat difficult. It requires a certain accumulation of time. After all, you require them to awaken the Mangekyo without any intense stimulus, which is truly difficult for them. But fortunately, each of them now has at least the strength of an elite jonin. Uchiha Shin restrained the fervor on his face and reported the specifics. Don't worry, having 2 Kage-level strong ones like you two is enough for now. Thinking about Shisue, who had been brainwashed by the 3rd Hokage, and Uchiha Itachi, who was about to follow the same path, a trace of coldness flashed in Jin's eyes. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, with his current power, snatching the position of clan leader would be effortless. But unfortunately, he had no such intention, as it would be too troublesome. Even the 2 divided factions within the clan would be a headache. He hadn't even awakened the Mangekyo yet. How could he subdue the entire clan? Even if he didn't need the Mangekyo now, and could easily defeat several Uchiha members, it would be too conspicuous. If that attracted the attention of Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu, life would be anything but peaceful. Although they most likely couldn't defeat him, they could easily cause trouble. If they threatened him, using Izumi or Nono Yakushi, he would be helpless. After patrolling this round, we can go back. Recently adjust your mindset, and carefully think about what abilities you need. Deepen that thought and imprint it in your heart. It should subtly influence the awakening of the Mangekyo's dojutsu. Uchiha Jin recalled the descriptions of the Sharingan from his previous life, and gave his advice. Although uncertain if it would work, there was no harm in trying. As for himself, the reason he hadn't awakened the Mangekyo was naturally that he actively suppressed it, although Shisue had awakened it around age 10 without any problems. But the example of Uchiha Itachi awakening the Mangekyo at 13 and contracting a bloodline disease made Jin hesitant to lift the restrictions on his Sharingan. Better safe than sorry. After all, he had no urgent need for the Mangekyo at the moment. Unlike other Uchiha, he only enjoyed studying herbs and had little interest in battle. Wouldn't it be better to leave such opportunities to subordinates? Much safer too, and they would be happy to serve. Yes. Shin naturally believed Uchiha Jin's words completely. Returning to the Uchiha compound after walking a short, while Uchiha Jin parted ways with Uchiha Shin. Walking alone on the wide path, Jin fell into deep thought. 13 years ago, a soul from Earth reincarnated into the world of Naruto, making him a member of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps due to the transmigration, he gained a spirit-like ability, herb affinity. With this blessing, he naturally immersed himself in studying herbal knowledge and researching secret medicines to enhance his strength. A body-tempering secret medicine that accelerates recovery and repairs hidden injuries. A mental secret medicine with mild effects that promotes spiritual power increase. A pupil-strengthening medicine that helps convert spiritual power into ocular power. And other medicines for healing wounds. These were the key reasons he survived the Third War and gained dozens of Uchiha subordinates. Indeed, besides a dozen quasi-Kage strong ones at the peak of 3 Tomo, there were also newly recruited members with 1 or 2 Tomo slowly advancing. In the future, they would all be loyal subordinates of Uchiha Jin. Big brother Jin, you're back. Mom told me to invite you to dinner at our place. Come with me. An innocent and cheerful voice sounded from behind, bringing Uchiha Jin back to reality. Her voice was like a spring breeze brushing past his ear, gentle and soothing with a unique tenderness. "Oh, it's Izumi. Let's go." Uchiha Jin smiled and casually patted her soft head, then followed her to the nearby courtyard. After coming to this world, he had gotten to know Izumi by chance, and naturally, there was no reason to let Itachi have her. After all, a beast like Uchiha Itachi truly didn't deserve Izumi's tenderness. Moreover, on the night of the 9 Tails, he deliberately kept Izumi and her mother Hazuki at home, thus preventing any contact from Uchiha Itachi. "Jin, you're back a bit early today. Auntie hasn't finished cooking yet. Just routine patrol today, nothing. But Auntie Hazuki, you've been working hard lately. Uchiha Jin said politely. It's nothing as long as you take good care of my Izumi. Faced with Auntie Hazuki's teasing, Jin showed a rare hint of shyness. By the way, Nono Yakushi made some considerable progress today. Go check it out when you have time. After dinner, Hazuki specifically mentioned this. It was something Nono Yakushi had sent word about not long ago. Indeed, a year ago, after his power base developed, Jin had collaborated with the orphanage. First, he injected a considerable amount of funds into the orphanage and took in Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto. Second, he dispatched several Uchiha members to guard the orphanage, preventing the root organization from causing trouble. As for whether Danzo Shimura would use this matter to target him a year ago, he might have been somewhat wary and would have used the excuse that Yakushi Nono was his girlfriend. But now, with 2 Kage-level and 15 Quasi-Kage subordinates, he truly wasn't afraid of facing Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Alright, I'll go check it out later. Thinking that Yakushi Nono would be off work soon, Jin didn't delay and headed straight to his laboratory. Considering that Konoha was not safe at night, he had no intention of letting Nono wait until late to return to the orphanage. Lord Jin. Uchiha Jin had just approached the entrance to the room above the laboratory when 3 Uchiha guards suddenly appeared and respectfully greeted him. Continue guarding the laboratory without any oversight. If you feel tired, rest immediately and switch shifts, understood? Yes. The 3 showed excited expressions, deeply convinced by Jin's words. This was a charisma lacking in their current clan leader. Aunt Hazuki told me you've achieved results here, so I came to see. Just as Jin entered the laboratory, he saw a young woman with long golden hair and a woman with the Uchiha fan pattern on her back, studying a summoning scroll. The golden-haired woman wore a pair of black round-rimmed glasses. Her face was simple and graceful, round and cute, with fair and delicate skin tinged with a faint blush like a spring flower blooming. She often wore a white medical outfit, loose and light, fluttering in the wind, adding to her elegant aura. The Uchiha woman's face had soft lines, but carried a resolute expression, somewhat cold, forming a stark contrast with the golden-haired woman beside her. Her jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall, matched with her clan attire. Every gesture radiated both the pride of her clan and the unique demeanor of a researcher. The former was naturally the director of the orphanage, Yakushi Nono. The latter was the only researcher among his dozens of Uchiha subordinates, sharp-minded and no less capable than Kabuto. Lord Jin. The moment she saw Jin, Uchiha Tsukimi became excited and put down her work. Jin, you're here. Sister Hazuki was right. The reverse summoning technique has been almost fully researched. You can come see the results. As the words were spoken, Nono looked a bit embarrassed. The reverse summoning technique was just a small achievement, though difficult. Among the ninja cat clan, several could already perform it. All they had to do was enhance it in the direction of the flying thunder god technique. That's great, I really owe it to you too this time. No, Kabuto also helped me a lot, and with the pills you provided, it would have been impossible not to succeed. Nono said happily. After cooperating with Uchiha Jin for so long, she had gradually come to enjoy this life, no longer worrying anxiously about the future. By the way, where's Kabuto? He went back to the orphanage. As she said this, Nono's body stiffened slightly. Although she quickly controlled it, Jin caught it. Something happened at the orphanage to make Nono almost lose composure. Thinking this, he didn't ask directly and decided to follow Nono recently to investigate. She was one of the few researchers he could currently recruit. He didn't want anything to happen to her. Moreover, the other researcher was also connected to her, so he had to be cautious. Nono and Tsukimi moved to an open space, and the latter summoned a jet-black ninja cat. Meow, Lord Tsukimi. Lady Nono, what do you summon me for? The black ninja cat licked its lips and blinked its bright eyes. It's Lord Jin who needs to review your reverse summoning technique. Ding dong, your size hasn't grown. Uchiha Jin frowned, asking from behind. Lord Jin, the pills you prepared for me only enhance chakra and regulate meridians, they don't make me grow. Besides, I don't like growing up. It's too troublesome and my home might not fit me. That's true enough. Alright, demonstrate it for me. Uchiha Jin waved his hand and looked at the cat with curiosity. Alright, Lord Jin, I'll summon you to the cat elder's place soon. The next moment it vanished with a poof in a puff of white smoke. Soon after, Jin and Nono felt a strange spatial pull. Without resisting, they turned into a puff of white smoke and vanished from the laboratory. Truly amazing, though it's somewhat similar to the flying thunder god formation, since it can teleport multiple people at once. Recalling the spatial fluctuation, Jin's face showed a flicker of emotion. It seems I also have spatial talent. Well, I am a transmigrator after all. Thinking about the familiar sensation of the spatial fluctuation, Jin believed that as long as he worked hard on summoning techniques, he could certainly create abilities no weaker than the Flying Thunder God technique and Kimui. But creating them oneself is not as convenient as stealing them. Thinking about the exploitation of the Uchiha by Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, Jin had no intention of backing down. As long as either Uchiha Jin or Uchiha Kage awakens the Mangekyo, we should be able to steal the Scroll of Seals. And we also need the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Uchiha Kage was sent to find the Uzumaki clan imprisoned by Kusagakure. Naturally, he needed techniques to train new Uzumaki subordinates. With sealing techniques, the laboratory's defense level can be greatly improved. Even White Zetsu probably can't easily enter. Lord Jin, this reverse summoning technique can teleport up to 3 people at once, very convenient. As long as one person has contracted Ding Dong, it can be performed. This technique is very practical. Thank you for your hard work. Alright Ding Dong, send me back. After exchanging a casual greeting with the cat, Elder Jin and Nono prepared to leave. Alright, but you'll have to compensate me well later. And skip the chakra pills. I've been eating them until I'm sick. No problem, I'll have my subordinates buy some dried fish for you. Ding Dong, having received Jin's promise, was naturally very excited. Nono, how many ninja cats have learned the reverse summoning technique so far? To distinguish from other Uchiha clan members, they naturally trained those newborn ninja cats that had not yet been contracted, which required a lot of effort. Currently only 3, but Ding Dang is the best. Luckily, it should speed up after this since we have gained a lot of experience. That's enough for now. How is the other project progressing? Jin was referring to the Neural Response Enhancement Project. Jin, we haven't had any breakthroughs yet. Unlike the reverse summoning technique, we have no reference points for this. Neural response is naturally innate. Perhaps long-term training can gradually enhance it, but there is ultimately a ceiling. However, what Uchiha Jin demanded was rapid enhancement through external means, which was a high requirement. No rush, take your time. They'll come and cooperate with you tomorrow. Lord Jin, won't you be on patrol? No need, let Jin handle it. He can manage. Jin, I'm leaving. Lord Jin, I need to go home too. After the two bid him farewell, they left. Uchiha Jin's expression grew deep, and he quietly followed behind Nono. Just as they reached a forest not far from the orphanage, Nono was intercepted. Lord Danzo. Yakushi, Nono, have you made up your mind? My patience is limited. A man with a bandage over his right eye spoke in a deep voice. Behind him were 2 subordinates. They'll give you one more day. You must give me an answer or don't blame me for being ruthless. Without hesitation, he walked past Nono with his subordinates and slowly disappeared into the forest. Nono's legs gave way and she knelt on the ground, her face pale. Danzo, you old dog, why are you so persistent? Jin no longer concealed himself, appearing suddenly behind Nono and gently helping her up. So why didn't you tell me when something went wrong? Do you still consider me a friend? If you don't explain, I'll be furious. Uchiha Jin wiped the tears from her face and spoke to Yakushi Nono with some irritation. Jin, how did you get here? Nono suddenly panicked, clearly at a loss. You seemed off when I mentioned Kabuto earlier, so I followed to check. Didn't expect to be right. Jin said irritably, casting a glare at her. As a master spy, Nono could easily bury her emotions deep inside, making them hard for others to read. If he hadn't caught that tiny detail, he would have remained in the dark. Danzo ordered me to spy on the Uchiha as a mole, threatening the orphanage to force my compliance, forbidding me to reveal myself. Listening to Nono's words, Jin sighed and asked, if I hadn't discovered it, what would you have done? Lord Danzo has been threatening me. First for my spy talents, to keep serving him. Second, because I know too many secrets. So I thought, if I die, I've helped your orphanage so much, and this is how you repay me, by trying to end it all. Jin cut her off. Alright, I have a plan for Danzo. Don't worry. Come to the lab as usual tomorrow. Besides, I have dozens of men. Are you afraid Danzo will harm the Uchiha? Jin's tone gradually softened as he began to comfort her. But the Uchiha already have a bad reputation, and he's a Konoha elder. Please don't do anything rash. Seeing Jin's increasingly assertive expression, Nono's voice faded. Though he was much younger, she always found him surprisingly mature, exuding an inexplicable sense of security. Don't worry. Lord Danzo will be very busy soon. He won't have time to bother you. A cold smirk curled on Jin's lips, calming Nono considerably. But since I helped you, how will you repay me? He'll do my best in the experiments. Meeting Jin's intense gaze, Nono couldn't help but look away. After escorting Nono back to the orphanage, Jin immediately found Uchiha Jin. Jin, I have a task for you. Tomorrow, go to Konoha's commercial district and spread these rumors widely. Use shadow clones and don't get caught. Uchiha Jin acknowledged and left. Hope you like the gift I'm giving you, you old dog, Danzo. Jin sipped his tea, his expression deep with a hint of mockery. This? How is this possible? How dare Elder Danzo do such things? Uchiha Jin examined the handbook in his hands and was stunned. If all this is true, it's terrifying. Konoha really has decayed. The next day at noon, a Danzo sat in the root base, carefully reviewing intelligence reports. Lord Danzo, something terrible has happened. A masked root ninja burst in. What's wrong? Danzo frowned, sensing trouble. He knew his subordinates wouldn't dare disturb him without serious cause. Everything about Root's research on Hashirama's cells, the assassination of Uchiha, and framing White Fang has been exposed. Danzo's face flushed with fury. Who did this? He had committed all those acts, and the other elders tacitly approved. But once the villagers knew, it would hinder his bid to become Hokage. We don't know. The culprit is cunning, using shadow clones to stir the crowd. We haven't caught them. Useless. What good are you? Danzo roared, taking a long while to calm down. Deploy all root members to suppress the rumors. I'm going to the Hokage's office. Now only his old ally could salvage his reputation. At the Uchiha clan head's home, Uchiha Fugaku listened to the report and grew excited. His eyes flickered as he pondered how the clan could profit from this, ideally restoring some of its reputation in Konoha. Clan head, we should fan the flames. Give the order, an excited subordinate urged. No, let's not get involved. If the third Hokage thinks the Uchiha started it, we'll be in trouble. The subordinate's words brought him back to reality. He dared not act recklessly. After the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha's reputation had plummeted. It was time to lie low. As for the Uchiha assassinated by Danzo, he could only apologize silently. The clan's situation was dire. He had to be cautious. While chaos reigned in Konoha's commercial district, Jin sat in the basement studying herbs as he listened to Uchiha Kage's report. Lord Jin, when I reached the land of grass, I found a mother and daughter from the Schwanwa clan. They had bite marks all over their bodies. The mother was especially frail, on the verge of death. I wouldn't have brought them back without a healing elixir. Kage spoke respectfully, his voice flat. Where did you place them? Jin asked curiously while grinding herbs. A small compound in the land of... Is that so? What a coincidence. Recalling the reverse summoning technique he had developed just yesterday, Jin said, I've completed the reverse summoning. You can use Ding Dang to execute it. He'll bring you back, bypassing the village barrier. While others used the ordinary reverse summoning skill, they had developed a reverse summoning array, a result of nearly a year of research. Understood, Lord Jin. He'll go at once. Good. I await your good news. Sensing his departure, Jin went to Nono and Tsukimi's side. Quick, feed them these two secret medicines. Nono gave the cat the chakra secret medicine and the enlightenment secret medicine. The former increased the cat's chakra reserves, the latter made it smarter, speeding up the experiments. Meow. Nono gently fed the white kitten, looking tender. Digest it, then keep refining chakra, and try forming hand seals. He'll assist with my chakra. The reverse summoning technique originally had only 5 hand seals. After study, they split it into 8, making it easier for the cats to sense the chakra flow. After a while, the cat collapsed without any reaction. Failed? Yes. Not all cats have space-time talent. Nono and Tsukimi weren't too concerned. They had seen such failures many times in the past year and felt little disappointment. You can go back. Here are your dried fish. Tsukimi stroked its smooth fur and handed it a pack. Meowed. Despite its disappointment recalling the cat elder's instructions, it vanished in a puff of smoke with a wistful look. By the way, where's Kabuto? Jin looked around, but didn't see the gray-haired boy. The orphanage has been busy, so. Nono said sheepishly. That's fine. You can command my subordinates as you wish. He'll let them know. Jin waved dismissive. A genius in research deserved some convenience. Thank you. Nono's voice was so faint Jin almost missed it. She knew that Jin harbored special feelings for her, and she felt an inexplicable fondness for him. But he was years younger, immensely powerful, and surrounded by capable subordinates. Was she really worthy of him? Let's postpone this experiment until tomorrow and begin the Neural Reaction Project research. Jin declared with anticipation, unaware of Yi Nayu's inner thoughts. Although the Uchiha possessed the Sharingan, granting them exceptional insight, their reaction speed was not equally outstanding. Jin contemplated that if enhanced reaction time could become a standard technique, his subordinates might attain the Kage-level without such arduous effort. After all, Xian and Ing were originally elite Jonin with 3-mo Sharingan, and after surviving life and death battles during the Third Ninja War, their ocular prowess ranked among the clan's finest. With 2 years of continuous secret elixir cultivation from Jin, they had finally and steadily ascended to the Kage-level. If a breakthrough in neural reaction occurred now, perhaps a year or half a year would suffice. And with such a breakthrough, confronting Sarutobi Hiruzen might result in a draw. Understood, Jinsama. For their current neural reaction test, Yi Nayu and Yu Jian typically used wild rabbits as experimental subjects. As for human experimentation, though Jin entertained the idea, he dared not rush into it given the lack of results, deciding to observe for a while longer. After all, as a reincarnator, he wasn't that cruel. Lately we've been using mental elixirs to enhance the subject's mental energy, while simultaneously nourishing their nerves with chakra, aiming to achieve the final goal. Yinayu presented the experimental data to Uchiha Jin. So the medications I prepared earlier were all useless. Jin frowned slightly, asking in puzzlement. Recently he had concocted quite a few neural elixirs, but it seemed they had no effect, otherwise the two wouldn't have omitted mentioning them. That's right, Jinsama. Those medicines have a negligible effect on nerves, even less noticeable than results from training. Yu Jian added with some frustration. So your current idea is? Jin mused, pressing further. Combining mental elixirs, chakra nourishment, and targeted training to achieve the desired outcome. Yinayu explained their new approach with clarity, a conclusion drawn from repeated discussions and research between her and Yu Jian, and currently the most feasible plan. The mental elixir. What effect does it have on the experimental project? Jin asked curiously. For a period after taking the mental elixir, the wild rabbits exhibit heightened mental activity and better concentration, making them ideal for training with results far superior to simple exercise. Yinayu patiently explained. And does chakra nourishment work? Based on studies of dozens of rabbits, we judge it to be effective. As the two continued to answer, Jin gradually accepted the revised plan for the neural reaction project, recognizing the difficulty of relying solely on elixirs to enhance neural responses. However, impossibility now didn't preclude future possibility. The bottleneck stemmed from his insufficient collection of herbs and incomplete accumulation of knowledge. The next day, as a puff of smoke dispersing appeared in the laboratory with a mother and daughter. Jinsama, mission accomplished. Ing knelt on one knee, speaking respectfully. Excellent, you've worked hard, Ing. Go back and rest now. Recently adjust your mindset and think deeply about what abilities you need. Reinforcing such thoughts may subtly influence the awakening of your Mangekyo technique. Jin instructed with a smile. Yes, Jinsama. After Uchiha Ing departed, the three turned their attention to the mother and daughter standing nearby. The woman's complexion was deathly pale, her body covered in countless bite marks. Though her hair was predominantly red, a closer look revealed many yellowish strands, a clear sign of malnourishment. As for the little girl, she was delicately pretty, but due to malnutrition was skin and bones, not a shred of plumpness, and her face was etched with anxiety. My lord. Both watched Uchiha Jin nervously, not daring to make any sudden moves. Hello, I am Uchiha Jin. This is the Uchiha clan grounds in the village hidden in the leaves. It's safe here. Ing must have informed you, right? Jin said gently. Yes, Jinsama. As long as my daughter can live well, I will give everything. It's not that drastic. From now on you are my subordinates, and I won't let you suffer the pain of the grass country again. So rest assured. With that, Jin exchanged a glance with Yinayu and Yu Jian. They understood immediately and led the mother and daughter to the adjacent room to help them wash up and change clothes. Jinsama, what are your names? Jin took a sip of tea, asked softly. I am Uzumaki Xiangnai, and this is my daughter Uzumaki Xianglin. From now on you can live here, but don't go out for the time being, otherwise you'll inevitably fall under the surveillance of the leaf. Jin nodded, warning them. Yes, my lord. We mother and daughter only seek a peaceful life. We have no trust in the leaf, but we have heard of the Uchiha's reputation. Uzumaki Xiangnai, now gradually composed, said calmly. During this period you need to nourish yourselves. Once your bodies recover, follow Yinayu to refine chakra. I will procure Uzumaki sealing techniques for you both. However, there will undoubtedly be many occasions when I need your help in the future. Be mentally prepared. Jin smiled and nodded, non-committal. Yes. Hearing Uchiha Jin's request, Xiangnai breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't given her any tasks, she couldn't accept his help with an easy conscience. Seeing the laboratory setup, it wasn't that sinister. Surely he wouldn't use her and her daughter for experiments. Half a day later, Jin followed Yinayu and Yu Jian, recording various data on the ninja rabbits. In the arena, a crimson plant shot its fruits at the ninja rabbit, while the latter continuously dodged the attacks. This plant was of course cultivated accidentally by Jin. His physique was herb-friendly, and his blood could accelerate plant growth. As the plant's fruit-shooting speed increased, the ninja rabbit's coordination faltered, and soon its entire body was covered in red juice. Neural reaction improved by nearly 0.5%. Uchiha Yu Jian analyzed the data and gave the result. That's rather unsatisfactory. He'll have to spend some time adjusting this mental elixir, Jin muttered, causing the two beside him to roll their eyes. But recalling Jin's ability to produce various elixirs, they wisely kept quiet. How is the matter I entrusted to you progressing? Jin asked Uchiha Xian, whose aura had grown increasingly steady. Jinsama, those rumors have caused a major stir in the village and have been spread effectively. Even though Root and Umbu tried to suppress them, the information inevitably reached most of the Leaf's inhabitants. You've been following Yinayu lately. If Danzo continues to contact her, keep spreading the rumors in the village. Don't let him have a moment's respite. Jin ordered coldly. Time to go. As Shin turned and walked away, Jin grabbed his trench coat ready to leave when Uzumaki Kana called out to him. What's wrong, Kana? Jin frowned and asked. My lord, why not join me for a meal? I've just finished cooking. Kana looked at Uchiha Jin shyly, her eyes filled with anticipation. No need. I have to get back. Ayane Hatsuki has prepared something for me. With that, Jin used a body flicker technique and instantly vanished from the lab. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay, mainly because Annie Hatsuki had told him to come over often for meals and bond with Izumi. Naturally, Jin wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Besides, he had spent most of his days lately in the lab, so he wouldn't miss the time he could have with Uzumaki Kana over a single meal. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, wisps of smoke curling from his mouth and filling the entire office. Hiruzen, have you still not found the spy slandering me? A figure burst open the office door. Danzo, his face full of fury, spoke with a dark, angry voice. Danzo, haven't I told you to stay in the root base and reflect? Why are you out again? Do you still have any respect for me as Hokage? But I must contribute to Konoha. Contribute? Look at what you've done. You know better than I whether those rumors are false. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked sternly at his old friend, a sense of disappointment in his eyes. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Knowing that he would probably be confined to the root base this time, Danzo could only issue a threat. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. As the door closed with a dull thud, the office fell silent once more. The Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was deep, his thoughts unclear. Summon Uchiha Shursui to see me. The next moment, a figure leaped from the building and dashed into the distance. Lord Hokage, you called for me. Not long after, Uchiha Shursui stood respectfully inside the office. Shursui, you are the Uchiha I have seen who understands the will of fire most deeply, aside from Kagami. After another round of indoctrination, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally shifted the topic and revealed his purpose. Have you noticed anything unusual recently within the Uchiha compound? No, but Lord Third, do you suspect that those spreading the rumors are our Uchiha clan? Yes. I hope you can keep an eye on it for me, Shursui. Understood, Lord Third. He still held great trust in the Hokage. Clan leader, there is 1 hour left until the clan meeting. Uchiha Inabi suddenly spoke, excitement evident in his voice. The reason was simple. The spread of these rumors had greatly tarnished Elder Danzo's reputation, and it seemed that for a long time to come, he would have no chance to target the Uchiha. Good. Fugaku nodded, his heart also filled with a glimmer of hope. Elder Danzo was finished, and the third Hokage was old. Though the Uchiha might not become Hokage, their lives would gradually improve and eventually be accepted by the villagers of Konoha. By the way, Inabi, invite Uchiha Jin to this clan meeting. Fugaku thought of the main target of these rumors, and a guest surfaced in his mind, so he spoke. Uchiha Jin, the Chunin. But clan leader, only Jonin can attend the clan meeting. Inabi asked, Uchiha Jin is not simple. After all, Shin and Ing are his subordinates. As the clan head, he was naturally well aware of many matters within the clan. If Uchiha Jin had no strength, how could he have dozens of followers? In the past, he wouldn't have invited him because some of Jin's actions puzzled him and filled him with wariness. But this clan meeting was a good opportunity to understand his character and strength. He wanted to see if the other had any designs on his position as clan leader. What? Clan leader, is that true? Do I need to lie to you? Go now. Invite me to the clan meeting. No, I'm not interested. Uchiha Jin shook his head and refused flatly with an expressionless face. What a joke. What did a Chunin have to do with a meeting of Jonin? Besides, he didn't want to interact with those lunatics. It would only affect his intelligence. What? This is the clan leader's order. You must go. Faced with Jin's disdain, Inabi's temper flared instantly. Shin, throw him out. Seeing the other persistently pestering him, Jin's expression turned cold. Whoosh! In the next instant, Shin appeared before Inabi, closing in with a body flicker. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? Don't think he'll fear you just because you're an elite Jonin. Finish this quickly. Knowing that Inabi was considered quite strong in the Uchiha clan, Jin reminded him he had to hurry to the lab for his research. He had no time to waste with the other. Although revealing Shin's strength would inevitably draw Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention, the benefits were not small. It would deter petty troublemakers, while also attracting Uchiha Shursui to approach him voluntarily. Indeed, he had decided to set his sights on Shursui because the other's Mangekyo was still a considerable threat. Rather than let someone else benefit, he might as well take it for himself. Bang! After a few exchanges, Inabi was sent flying crashing into the wall nearby. How is this possible? How are you so strong? Inabi stood stunned for a few seconds. Seeing that the duo were about to leave, he gritted his teeth and began forming hand signs. Courting death. Uchiha Jin immediately sensed the anomaly. He flickered to Inabi's side, kicked him again, and disrupted his final hand sign. This time, Inabi suffered even more severe damage. Several ribs seemed broken, blood gushed from his mouth, and he lost consciousness. Such was the gap between a Kage-level and an elite jonin. Lord Jin, is this all right? Seeing the other's pitiful state, Jin frowned and asked with some unease. If the clan leader used this as a pretext to cause trouble, it would be bad. Don't worry, but it won't escalate. Let's go. Someone will come to take him back shortly. Even if it did escalate, he wasn't afraid. Uchiha Itachi could kill most of the clan alone, and Jin could too if necessary. But Uchiha Fugaku would most likely not come looking for trouble, given his indecisive nature. Then should we stop hiding? He knew his lord disliked trouble. Hiding one's strength constantly only attracts petty nuisances. Revealing a bit of power can bring some peace. Inabi, are you all right? Half an hour later, the people sent by Uchiha Fugaku found Inabi, their anger rising. I'm fine. Take me to the clan leader immediately. Inabi spat out another mouthful of blood soaking his coat. Clan leader, we found Daohua. He's been injured. Daohua, what happened to you? Fuyue sensed something amiss upon seeing the other's disheveled state. Daohua, who attacked you? Tell us, we'll avenge you. The crowd present was instantly filled with righteous indignation. I struck first. Though Daohua was furious at being unable to defeat a clansman several years his junior, his Uchiha pride forbade him from lying. What happened, Daohua? Explain in detail. Seeing the escalating emotions of his clansman, clan leader Fuyue quickly inquired. That guy is way too arrogant, daring to strike a clansman so severely. But Daohua was the one who tried to ambush with a hand seal first. The scene erupted into argument once more, giving Fuyue a throbbing headache. Only then did he realize how formidable Uchiha Jin truly was, capable of subduing a Kage-level subordinate to his will. After all, within the Uchiha clan, currently only he and Jin were at the Kage level. As for Shisui, though he possessed the potential to awaken the Mangekyo, he was still too young. If a real conflict broke out, it would hardly benefit the unity of the Uchiha, and might even spawn another faction. The third Hokage would surely seize such an opportunity to meddle in Uchiha internal affairs. Forget it. Since it was Daohua's fault, there's no need to pursue the matter. However, Daohua, your monthly resources and stipend will be revoked. Yes, clan leader. Though frustrated, Daohua knew it was what he deserved. Clan leader, should we send someone to summon Uchiha Jin for a talk? Another subordinate suddenly suggested from behind. It's useless. If he doesn't want to come, forcing him will only end the same way it did with Daohua. Leaving aside the reactions of others at the clan meeting, Uchiha Shisui stared solemnly at Daohua, deciding to tail Uchiha Jin for the next few days to see what secrets he was hiding. Couldn't they sit down and talk things over properly? Why resort to violence? Brother Jin, is that you, Kabuto? How is the orphanage lately? The children at the orphanage are doing very well, thank you for your care. It's nothing. I only do it out of respect for your foster mother. Jin chuckled lightly, quite pleased with himself. He knew that Kabuto still harbored considerable animosity toward him. The reason was simple: he had been too kind to Nono and hadn't concealed his affection, which greatly displeased Kabuto, who feared that Jin would take away his foster mother. However, Kabuto was reliable when it came to major matters. At least he had never sabotaged Jin's experiments. Let's continue the research. Watching their exchange, Nono couldn't help but chuckle softly as she stepped in to mediate. Lord Jin, those clansmen with 3 tomo have returned. Uchiha Jin suddenly appeared in the laboratory and reminded him. They're back. How much did they earn this time? Jin's interest was piqued. He needed to purchase various herbs to formulate new recipes, and the laboratory required numerous experimental apparatuses. The expenses were substantial. Thus, he had conceived the idea of sending the 3 tomo clansmen out to take on bounties. As for accepting missions within Konoha, they risked being framed by Danzo, who had been covertly targeting Uchiha clan members in recent years. A full 10 million ryo. Jin said excitedly. Still a bit slow, Jin shook his head dissatisfied. After all the herbs consumed in the secret medicines Jin regularly concocted cost at least several million ryo, given that he had dozens of subordinates to support. Adding research materials and laboratory equipment, little would likely remain. Hey race, what well do assign a few people to take control of some minor nobles and turn them into puppets who supply our funds. He held no goodwill toward those nobles anyway. Lacking strength, yet daring to ride roughshod over shinobi, such fortune was not meant to be. He'll arrange it in a few days. Though Xian, as a native of the shinobi world, found it somewhat hard to accept at first, he never questioned Jin's orders. You can send Kage as well since his Jinjutsu ability is the best. After leaving the clan meeting, Shursui rushed straight to Jin's home without a moment's delay. Unfortunately, Jin was still in the laboratory, so he would surely find nothing. Sensing the empty room, Shursui waited for nearly 2 hours, then shook his head and left. Though he was tempted to barge in and take a look, he restrained himself. How have you been lately, Itachi? Arriving at a familiar forest, he saw Uchiha Itachi practicing shuriken throwing. Brother Shursui, I'm doing all right. It's just that my teammates and the villagers still have considerable misunderstandings about us, Itachi said with a troubled expression, instantly dampening the lively atmosphere. It's fine. He'll work hard during this period too. I believe the Uchiha will improve under our leadership. Shursui patted his head, speaking with gentle warmth. I trust you, brother Shursui. Itachi, your talent surpasses mine. In a while, I'll recommend you to the third Hokage. Give this secret medicine a try. 2 days later, Jin brought a new formula into the laboratory. This secret medicine was something he had stumbled upon by luck recently. It enhanced soul activity far better than the previous mental elixir. Lord Jin, what kind of secret medicine is this? Tsukimi asked with great curiosity, also tinged with excitement. Every secret medicine Uchiha Jin had produced so far was extraordinary. It's a neural elixir I recently developed. Let's see if it can be of use in the Neural Response Project. Very well, I'll try it right away. Tsukimi and Nono stood on either side, pouring the elixir into the mouth of a wild rabbit that had been given a substantial dose of the Enlightenment Potion. After a while, Nono held up the data report and said happily, Jin, the effect has improved by 10%. 10%? That's just average. Faced with Jin's dissatisfaction, the three of them could only mutter inwardly. Research was never easy. Sometimes months passed without any results. Achieving noticeable progress in just 1 week was already quite good. They'll try to refine it further when I have time. By the way, where are Aunt Kana and Karen? It's time to start their training. Having 2 Uzumaki clan members, Jin naturally intended to build a solid foundation for them. Once they acquired sealing techniques, they could learn quickly and assist him sooner. They're resting in their room. Be careful. Though they've recovered somewhat after taking the life elixir recently, they can't withstand high-intensity training yet. Nanoyu reminded him gently. Don't worry, I'm a qualified pharmacist. Jin couldn't help teasing, earning a roll of Nanoyu's eyes. This is a body-tempering elixir. You can engage in light exercise during this period. It will greatly aid your recovery. This is a mind elixir. Take it before exercising and after training. It will significantly enhance your mental strength, bringing substantial benefits to your future. Lord Jin, we haven't learned to extract chakra yet. Can we take it? Also, Xiang Lin is still young, I thought. Rest assured. These 2 elixirs will have no effect, even without chakra. After all, the essence of these 2 elixirs is to enhance physical constitution and mental strength. They have little to do with chakra. As for your daughter, I will control the dosage. It won't cause any negative effects and might even promote her development, bringing great benefits for the future. Xiang Lin stared at Uchiha Jin with her clear, sparkling eyes, unblinking, her gaze filled with a hint of reverence. Lord Jin looks so handsome when he's serious. I heard from Sister Yuejian that Sister Yuneyu and Sister Quan are each other's girlfriends. I wonder if I have a chance. Xiang Lin's little schemes were naturally unknown to Uchiha Jin. He led the 2 to the spacious training ground of the underground laboratory and handed the elixir to them. Dilute it with water and drink it, then you can start training. Shortly after, all 3 in the underground training ground began to exercise. Even with numerous powerful subordinates, Uchiha Jin never relaxed his own training. After all, he could not guarantee that his subordinates would always remain loyal or always protect him. Although he only trained for a few hours a day, far less intense than other ninjas, he at least maintained his combat feel. Lord Jin, Uchiha Jishui is outside, stopped by Lord Xian. A figure suddenly burst in and reported to Jin. Oh, he tracked me here. But I remember not sensing any tail today. With various doubts, Uchiha Jin followed the figure to the door. The entrance to the lab was built inside a room, so ordinary people could not find it. Xian, let me in to have a look, or don't blame me for being rude. Jishui, give up that idea. You don't have the authority. Even if the Hokage came today, don't think of getting in. Xian's tone was very firm, giving no face to the other. Uchiha Jishui, is there something you need? Jin walked out of the room with steady steps and a gentle tone. He was contemplating which eye to gouge out first. After all, since the other had come to his doorstep, if he didn't make a statement, wouldn't he be looked down upon? Jin, what exactly is inside that you come to investigate every day? And Yuneyu and Yuejian are also inside, right? What are you all doing? I can let you in for a look, but don't frighten my women. Put away your kunai. Seeing that Uchiha Jin showed no hostility and moved aside to reveal the door, Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief, but he still didn't fully relax, keeping most of his attention on Uchiha Jin. The pressure from this cage-level powerhouse was truly overwhelming. The ocular power in the other's eyes had already matched his own, and even slightly surpassed it, making him very wary. Just as he was about to step past Jin's position to examine the room's facilities, a hand suddenly pierced through his heart. Impossible, Jin, you. Shui, why did you oppose me? You brought this upon yourself. Jin chuckled softly, not bothering with the shocked look in the other's eyes. Even in a direct confrontation with Shui, he would not be at a disadvantage, let alone when the other had most of his attention on Xin and subconsciously ignored this unknown peer. Bang! Shui fell to the ground, blood soaking the floor. A gruesome scene. Gouge out his eyes and preserve them. Throw the body. No, seal it in a storage scroll and keep it. Thinking of the impure world reincarnation, Jutsu Jin decided to be cautious. Yes. Xian showed no expression throughout the process, merely finding Zishui's death to be deserved. He had once heard Lord Jin mention that Zishui had betrayed the Uchiha, becoming a blade under the third Hokage ready to be used against the Uchiha, and should be eliminated as soon as possible. As for the Mangekyo he had awakened, it was an even greater threat, easily exploited by rats to target their own people, turning them into puppets without will. Lord Jin, how did this guy find this place? Xian asked with guilt and curiosity. It must be that bastard Fuyue who told him. A flicker of icy coldness passed through Jin's eyes as he sneered. Do you need me to teach him a lesson, Oi? Forget it. Although you and Ing have cage-level strength, it's still not enough. We have dozens of subordinates to consider, and we still need to live within the Uchiha compound. Once you two awaken the Mangekyo, and those dozen or so Freedomo clan members break through to Kage-level, then we won't need to hold back. Jin's expression was profound, his tone confident. Inside the lab, Yaneyu was transplanting a pair of eyes for a Uchiha clan member around 30 years old. Indeed, it was Zishui's eyes. After a moment, Uchiha Hong opened his eyes, channeling chakra and ocular power into the eyeballs. A sinister chill emanated from his eyes. The next moment, Hong's eyes transformed. The three tomos spun wildly and finally formed the Mangekyo. How do you feel? Jin asked flatly without any hesitation. Hong immediately suppressed his manic grin and answered humbly. I feel I can fight cage-level opponents. The drain is significant, but I can last an hour. Uchiha Hong, a Freedomo clan member, had been trained by Jin for nearly a year and was now just a step away from Kage-level. After another month or two of consolidation, he could match Uchiha Xian and his brother. Thus, he was very grateful for the opportunity Uchiha Jin had given him, naturally holding great respect for Jin. What are the abilities of your eyes? The left eye can permanently change a person's will with a cooldown of a full 10 years. The right eye can temporarily alter a person's will, similar to Genjutsu, with an extremely short cooldown. Theoretically, as long as chakra and ocular power suffice, it can be used continuously. Moreover, both ocular arts do not require eye contact. As Hong introduced them, he himself gasped. This ability was too overpowered and hard to guard against. One misstep, and one would become a puppet without will. No wonder Lord Jin had to kill that brat Jishui. He had quietly awakened such a terrifying ability. No one could feel at ease. Not only Uchiha Hong felt a lingering fear, everyone present, except Jin, felt more or less fortunate. However, they admired Jin's foresight and had no objection to his elimination of a clan member. All right, Yaneyu, take out his eyes. Jin waved his hand to Yaneyu, signaling her to proceed. Lord Jin. Hong was instantly flustered. Having experienced a higher level of the Sharingan, he naturally did not wish to give it up so easily. Do you not believe that you can awaken the Mangekyo on your own, eh? Another's possession is, after all, another's. It is not the Mangekyo that suits you best. Once you choose Shizui's Mangekyo, your future ceiling will not be as high as that of other clan members. Are you certain? Upon hearing Jin's persuasion, Hong ultimately relinquished the idea. He held deep trust in Uchiha Jin and believed the man would not deceive him. Jin, how do you plan to utilize this Mangekyo? Nono asked curiously. In my view, it's nothing much. No, perhaps I could use it on you to make you obediently listen to me. Jin paused abruptly, glancing at Nono with a hint of mischief. You? Nono instantly flushed crimson, casting him a rather charming glare. Tsukimi pouted, her little lips lost in thought, though a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. As for Uchiha Jin, he silently left the laboratory. Alright, I was just teasing you. I haven't decided how to use it yet. This Mangekyo still has significant flaws. Once one realizes that something is amiss with their thoughts, they can still break free from the controlled state. However, overall, this Mangekyo is quite useful for detecting one's own abnormality. Is no easy feat, unless someone reminds you. As he spoke, Uchiha Jin once again fixed his gaze on Nono. Jin, if you dare use it on me, I. Nono glared at Jin, her cheeks puffed in indignation, appearing somewhat angry. Yet this girlish display caught Uchiha Jin off guard, stirring in him a sense of novelty and lingering delight. Sensing the increasingly intimate atmosphere between the two, Kabuto Yakushi quickly stepped between them. Brother Jin, Granny Cat sent word through Ding Dang, saying she wishes to purchase some enlightenment elixir and chakra elixir from us. What do you think? Kabuto forced himself to speak, attempting to divert their attention. Nono looked at her adopted son standing before her, while a sigh of relief escaped her. A faint disappointment also lingered. She had never been certain whether she should cross that line with Jin and take their relationship a step further. In the past, due to age and identity, she had simply let fate take its course. But now, just as the barrier was nearly breached and their bond seemed poised to deepen, her adopted son had abruptly interrupted. Her emotions became tangled and her heart struggled to calm down. That's acceptable, but Granny Cat must agree to a few conditions. After a long silence, Jin cast a casual glance at Nono and spoke. Meanwhile, the more he looked at that boy Kabuto, the less fond he grew. The mood had been perfect, yet he had been forced to cut it short. That adorable Nono. He hadn't had enough of teasing her. It seems he'll need to find that brat some work to keep him busy. Kabuto Yakushi shuddered, glancing around uneasily, as if sensing misfortune looming. What conditions? Taking a deep breath to suppress the rising unease, Kabuto asked. First, you must unconditionally fight for us and spread messages in the future. Second, under no circumstances shall you betray us. Third, if we ever leave Konoha, you shall serve only our lineage from then on. Upon hearing the first condition, everyone present was taken aback. The first two were not overly harsh, but the last one stunned both Nono and Kabuto. Do you intend to leave Konoha? Exactly. Konoha grows ever more corrupt, and I dislike having anyone above me. Jin spoke calmly, yet his gaze unconsciously returned to Nono, his eyes carrying a hint of anticipation. Will you and Kabuto come with us? I cannot. I still have the children at the orphanage to care for. Nono hesitated for a moment, her expression conflicted, but ultimately, she declined Jin's invitation with a forlorn air. You truly won't come with me? Jin asked again, his face unreadable, though a weight settled in his heart. I cannot, Jin. I am deeply grateful for all you have done for me and the orphanage. Had it not been for you, I might have long fallen victim to Shimura Danzo's schemes, and the children of the orphanage would know no peace. But leaving Konoha is truly impossible. I grew up in that orphanage myself. The previous director helped me immensely. I cannot simply abandon it. It would be too unfair to the orphans. As her words trailed off, Nono lowered her head. No need to dwell on it anymore. There's no chance with Jin, I suppose. She mocked herself, inwardly a picture of desolation. It seems she does harbor thoughts of leaving with me, but the orphanage is indeed a complication. After some deliberation, Jin put forward his terms. If you come with me, I will find an excellent director for the orphanage, and before we leave, I will kill Shimura Danzo and destroy Root. Originally, he had no intention of eliminating Danzo and Root. After all, they were a considerable scourge within Konoha, and to him useful tools for weakening the village. Having endured so many grievances in Konoha, being cursed at during patrols, he had long grown discontent. Unwilling to soil his own hands, he needed Elder Danzo's assistance instead. Thus, the more Konoha declined, the more pleased he would be. But for Nono's sake now, he could make such a promise. After all, once pain arrives, everyone will perish anyway. At Jin's words, Nono's heart quivered, and she was indeed tempted. For the orphanage currently faced two latent crises. First, a lack of financial resources. That old man Hiruzen Sarutobi had allocated hardly any funds to the orphanage in recent years. Had she not met Uchiha Jin, who offered her a generous salary, the children might have struggled just to fill their. Second, the threat from Shimura Danzo. Whenever his Root organization needed personnel, he would first recruit from the orphanage. Convenient, and no one dared refuse. But for the children it was utterly cruel. Just as Nono was about to speak further, Uchiha Jin, I will also anonymously donate a sum of money to the orphanage each year. And if you wish to return to Konoha for visits, I will not restrict your freedom. Is that acceptable? Seeing Nono still hesitating, Jin grew somewhat impatient. He had already offered such generous terms. If she still refused, it would mean he had misjudged her. After all, in Nono's original fate, she was to die at the hands of her most beloved adopted son. His own intervention had effectively saved her life. Yet now, if he left, Nono might only face even harsher oppression from Shimura Danzo. Though regretful, he could only wish her well, for he would not lack women in the future. The shinobi world was filled with many fine women. He could not hang himself on one tree forever. Very well, I agree. As a seasoned spy, Nono naturally caught the shift in Jin's expression and promptly consented. She had no reason to refuse. Leaving this place with Jin might be the best choice for her. Kabuto saw that Nono had agreed, and although he seemed to have something to say, he ultimately sighed and refrained from interrupting. He acknowledged that while he indeed possessed some talent, it was still overly idealistic to think he could oppose Danzo in such a short time. It might take him 10 or even 20 years to grow to the Kage-level and protect the orphanage from Danzo's control. However, his thoughts had shifted not long ago. Why did Jin, with 2 cage-level subordinates under him, neither leave nor cause a major disturbance? Could it be that Konoha harbored some unknown danger? That's good, but there's no rush for now. We still need some time to prepare. Kabuto, first get in touch with Cat Grandma and convey my terms to her. Now seeing the bothersome Kabuto, Jin felt a headache and casually dismissed him. However, the thought of ninja cats reminded him of something that could greatly enhance their strength, Sage Chakra. But the first step was still to master natural energy. So how should I get in touch with that kind of thing? After pondering for a moment, Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. I recall that Orochimaru once subdued a subordinate with the ability to become a sage capable of absorbing natural energy and entering sage mode, which is quite similar to the Ryuchi Cave's sage mode. And in Kage-level, besides the 7 tails, there is an ancient tree that produces hero water that might have a significant connection to natural energy and could serve as a material for me to concoct a secret medicine similar to toad oil. With that thought, he summoned Xian. Jinsama, what are your orders? How many days has it been since Hong and the others returned? Sir, they've been back for 5 days. I see. Let them rest a few more days, then have them run an errand for me. Jin nodded and stated his intention. What is it? He'll mention it to them when the time comes. In the depths of the Land of Fire, there is a clan that can transform into sages. Their ability is beneficial to my research. Have them bring back a child named Yugo. Also in Kage-level, there is an ancient tree they call the Sacred Tree. The hero water it produces can temporarily increase a shinobi's chakra tenfold. In my view, this may be closely related to natural energy. Have them bring that back as well. Uchiha Jin took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. Understood, Jinsama. However, the latter is easier to procure while the former is far too difficult to locate and will likely take considerable time. That's fine. Have all the clansmen with 3 tomo dispatched. First bring the sacred tree back, then search for Yugo in pairs. Remember not to cause trouble. Take your time. Am not in a hurry. Yes. Xian couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Jinsama truly knows everything about the shinobi world. Although he suspected that Jinsama might have awakened the Mangekyo and could know many things, he never voiced the question. After all, some matters were not his to ask. He only needed to do his duty as a subordinate. Why haven't I seen Shursui around lately? Fugaku looked at his subordinate with a puzzled expression. Chief, I haven't received any news about him either. Ever since he went to tail Uchiha Jin, he seems to have vanished. Hearing the report, Fugaku's face first grew serious, then, as if something dawned on him, he looked startled. Yet he quickly suppressed the unease within him. He didn't believe Uchiha Jin would be so bold. Moreover, Shizui's strength was considerable, and his ocular power was formidable. For someone to silently eliminate him was virtually impossible. Even Fugaku himself lacked such capability. Keep an eye out. If he shows up, you don't need to report to me. You may leave. Watching his subordinate depart, Fugaku's expression remained tense. Dear, take a break. Come spend some time with Sasuke today, otherwise he'll be too bored, all alone. Uchiha Mikoto emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of fruit. Very well, I'll teach him some training later. Mikoto gave a wry, helpless smile. Fugaku was indeed good to her, but when it came to raising their children, he was far too strict. In his eyes, his son must bear the heavy responsibility of the Uchiha clan's resurgence, which made her worry that the psychological pressure on the child might be too great. And their eldest son never opened up to them. Yet as a woman, her words held little weight after all. Hey, raise a week's supply. Keep it safe, Dingle. Kabuto handed over 2 storage scrolls and said with a smile. Meow, thank you. I'm off. With a poof, Dingle vanished in a puff of white smoke. Dingle's summoning technique is getting more and more proficient. Jin walked up from behind and remarked casually. Jinny, Kabuto, do you think there's room for improvement in the reverse summoning technique? Jin voiced his doubt. It's rather difficult. We're not familiar with space-time ninjutsu, and it will likely require a long period of intensive study. However, if we had a corresponding ninjutsu as a reference, it could speed things up considerably. Jin nodded, feeling even more anticipation for stealing the scroll of seals a few months later. The sacred tree has been sent back via reverse summoning. Let's examine it together. If it works, mastering natural energy might no longer be an issue, and Sage Art won't be far off. Putting aside those distracting thoughts, Jin led Kabuto to the sacred tree. The sacred tree of Kage-level stood dozens of meters tall, its deep brown trunk covered in weathered textured bark. Among the branches, emerald leaves rippled like waves, and hanging vines adorned with pale purple bell-shaped flowers swayed gently in the breeze, releasing a subtle fragrance. A scene of profound mystery and dignity. How do we determine whether this sacred tree is imbued with natural energy? Jin took out a bottle of hero water and examined it carefully, but found no clear direction. He knew that scientific research was tedious and highly unpredictable. A single misjudgment at the start could waste a tremendous amount of time. And what Uchiha Jin hated most was doing useless work. Kabuto, do you sense anything? Jin suddenly recalled that in the future Kabuto had the potential to absorb natural energy. After all, he was the only human in the original story to master the Ryuchi Cave Sage mode. Asking for his opinion was definitely a good idea. The others present also looked at Kabuto with curiosity, making him feel a bit awkward. Jin'i isn't trying to mess with me, is he? I'm only about 10 years old and haven't read many books. What ideas could I have? Yet as he carefully observed and sensed, his mind gave a slight jolt. There did seem to be something different. It felt as if some kind of special energy was more concentrated here, something imperceptible elsewhere. Jin'i, could I take a look at that bottle of hero water? Taking the hero water and opening the cap, Kabuto's expression changed slightly. The sensation is even stronger. It seems Jin'i's guess is correct. This must be what they call natural energy. But why is it in a liquid state? With this doubt, he shared his feelings. Jin nodded in satisfaction and discussed with the others. Time flew by and a month and a half had passed. Shin, your ocular power is growing stronger. Yes, Master Jin. In a few more days I'll be able to evolve my Sharingan. Yuzhibo Shin touched his eyes, his heart surging with excitement. What he had once dreamed of was now within reach. At this moment, only his younger brother In could truly understand his feelings. Should I tell them the secret of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? How will the brothers Shin and Ing choose? Jin thought with a hint of mischief, but quickly dismissed the idea. Forget it. It's too early to mention this. They've just awakened the Mangekyo and need to fully adapt to its abilities. I mustn't let them reach for the stars prematurely. Moreover, the eternal Mangekyo requires Indra's chakra, and merging it is a troublesome matter. Besides, in the future, I can also research a way to awaken the eternal Mangekyo without needing a brother's eye. In this aspect, he had that confidence. Master Jin, the clan members who were out on missions 3 days ago, have now located the tribe capable of absorbing natural energy. Everyone is slowly moving in. Though only a few remain inside, they haven't tipped them off yet. Oh, finally found them. That's great. Thinking about how his research on the sacred tree had been going nowhere, he had been racking his brains. Now with new experimental subjects, he could surely speed up the research. Yuzhibo Jin gave a few more instructions and then headed to the laboratory. After 2 months of nurturing with Jin's blood, the sacred tree had grown considerably, and the speed of producing hero water had also increased. Ding dong, why are you here again? Jin looked at the ninja cat lounging lazily on the sacred tree and felt a bit helpless. Ever since discovering this tree, Ding Dang would secretly use reverse summoning technique to teleport himself here every now and then, quietly absorbing natural energy. Although among Jin's subordinates, only Do could barely absorb it for a short while, and even then someone had to watch over him to prevent accidents. But the fact that a ninja cat could absorb natural energy without harm made Jin feel somewhat unfair. Could animals really be better suited to absorbing natural energy than humans? Mayaboka Mountain was one thing. Besides the great toad sage, the couple Fukasaku and Shima and Gamabunta, even Gamakichi, could absorb natural energy to grow rapidly. In Ryuchi Cave, there were also the White Snake and the 3 Snake Princesses. Even setting these aside, humans training in sage arts would, when unskilled, even develop animal-like features, something that seemed entirely off. Master Jin, this place is too comfortable. I can slowly grow stronger while sleeping. I really love it here. Fine, you can stay. Jin simply let it be and began today's tests and research with his 4 assistants Yaneyu, Do Yuejian, and Xiangai. 3 ninja cats watched Ding Dang's leisurely figure with longing eyes as Yaneyu tested each of them one by one. They were all young ninja cats recently selected. As long as they could learn reverse summoning technique, they would receive abundant resources for training. Even if they wanted to spend time under the sacred tree every day like Ding Dong, it would be fine. Unfortunately, only 4 qualified ninja cats had been selected so far, and among them only Ding Dang could absorb natural energy. Do, what is the current maximum capability of Ding Dang's reverse summoning technique? Brother Jin, Ding Dang can currently teleport up to 4 people at once, but afterward he will be drained for a while, consuming a large amount of chakra. His talent in space-time ninjutsu is ultimately too poor. What about the other 3 ninja cats? Similar to Ding Dong, some even worse. Otherwise, we wouldn't be focusing on Ding Dang right now. After a while, the three ninja cats, each holding a bag of dried fish, cast reluctant glances at Ding Dang's nonchalant back and vanished into white smoke in the laboratory. Next came the Neural Response Project. Thanks to Jin's strong support, the project that had seen little progress for a year finally began to show results. First, they fed the wild rabbit the Enlightenment Elixir, then the Neural Elixir that had been revised countless times, and finally, under the attack of the pulp plant, the rabbit continuously dodged. Excellent. It's 5% more efficient than last week's method, Uchiha Jin exclaimed. This progress naturally delighted a pure researcher like her. Don't celebrate too soon. Our test subjects are still ninja rabbits. Their body structures are vastly different from humans. Jin was not that optimistic and poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Master Jin's scientific research is never easy. A little progress is already good. Besides, with so few of us achieving the ideal outcome, will take several years of continuous practice. Hearing this, Jin fell into thought. His research staff were indeed too few, leading to fewer collisions of ideas and making it difficult to advance the experiments quickly. Moreover, the cat grandma's recent demand for chakra elixirs and enlightenment elixirs. With only a few dozen people, he simply couldn't supply them in time. After all, they also had to live, train, and rest. They couldn't spend all day preparing elixirs for him. It seems it's time to set up a base outside Konoha village and expand our workforce. For the Uchiha clan's base, just a few of them were enough. As for the base outside Konoha, he would let the hired professionals conduct research, and he would periodically go to collect the results. With this in mind, he summoned Uchiha Jin. After the clan members who are out on missions return, gather them in my courtyard. It's time to start the next phase of development. Hearing Uchiha Jin's words, Xian became excited, eager to call back the dozen or so clan members immediately. 2 days later, a group of people returned to the clan grounds via reverse summoning technique. Master Jin, we've brought back that orange-haired kid. Jin looked toward the back of the crowd and saw a nervous little boy hiding there, glancing around from time to time. Good, you've worked hard. Take a day's rest, and we'll have a meeting later. Xian will notify you. After sending the others away, Jin walked step by step toward Chongwu. Little one, what is your name? Jin asked in a gentle tone, like a ray of spring sunshine illuminating the boy's heart. My name is Chongwu. The big brothers told me that here my inner desires would be suppressed, and I wouldn't cause destruction. Is that true? Looking at the nervous Chongwu, Jin found it amusing. Truly, as described in the original story, he was kind by nature, afraid of harming those around him. Of course, most of my subordinates can suppress you with one hand. You must have felt it. Chongwu recalled the scenes of those big brothers fighting his clansmen and nodded. As for the sadness of leaving his clan, he didn't feel much. After all, every now and then he would cause considerable destruction to that tribe, inadvertently hurting them. Now that he had left, his heart felt much more relaxed. Xian, during this time, you should stay by this little one's side. Once he goes berserk, you must use Jinjutsu to stop him in time. Although Xian's proficiency in Jinjutsu was not as high as Ying's, he still had sufficient dojutsu power, so the Jinjutsu he cast was not too weak, just a bit crude. Rest assured, Lord Jin. From the returning clansmen, he had naturally learned quite a lot of information. He had little doubt about Yugo going berserk and losing consciousness. Come with me to the lab first. Jin smiled as he took Jugo's hand and walked into the laboratory. Brother Jin, is this the child who can undergo sage transformation? Kabuto adjusted the glasses his foster mother had given him and asked with curiosity. That's right. But just as they were walking into the lab, Yugo suddenly became abnormal. Is he about to go berserk? Brother Jin, the equipment in the lab is very precious. Kabuto's expression changed, and he immediately warned. Yugo, holding his head, trembled as if affected by Kabuto's words, his screams growing louder. Stop me, or he'll lose control. The words shouted from his mouth seemed to carry a hint of pleading. Jin shook his head, irritably tapping the other's head twice with his right index finger. At that moment, Yugo was controlled by a Jinjutsu from Xian, who had suddenly appeared. Though it was just a minor Jinjutsu bolstered by his spiritual energy, it was more than enough to handle a child. Even though the other could absorb natural energy and resist some Jinjutsu attacks, he hadn't entered sage transformation yet. Holding the unconscious Yugo, Jin turned his gaze to the sacred tree. Is it because the natural energy is too dense that he enters a berserk state? After a moment's thought, Jin handed Yugo over to Xian to be taken out of the lab. After all, going berserk upon contact with areas dense in natural energy was quite a problem. However, Jin had some ideas on how to solve it. Aunt Kana, I've come to see Karen. Jin knocked on a door in the lab hall and spoke. Jin, come in. Seeing Uchiha Jin's gentle smile, Kana seemed affected as well, inviting him into the room. Brother Jin, I'm here. As soon as the words were spoken, Karen rubbed her blurry eyes and hopped onto Jean's lap. Kana just smiled contentedly at this scene, which made Jean a bit uneasy. How has your recovery been lately? Almost recovered. Even though I still lag behind an ordinary Uzumaki clan member, I'm definitely much stronger than an average person. I can also let you take some blood samples for research. As she spoke, she looked at Jean with sincere eyes, without any hesitation. No need, Aunt Kana. There's no rush. I want to study your Uzumaki bloodline until you're fully recovered. For now, just focus on healing. Besides, I came to ask how you and Karen are progressing with the basic sealing techniques. We've finished them all. Mom learned even faster than me. She finished a long time ago. Karen blinked her eyes, looking adorable. That's good. In a while, they'll have someone send more advanced sealing techniques. Then you'll be plenty busy. Jean smiled, stroking Karen's smooth red hair with fondness. Really? That's wonderful. I can finally help Brother Jean, right? Karen blinked, her teary eyes, excitement in her voice. That's right. After chatting for a while, Jean set Karen down and prepared to leave. But after a few steps, he thought of something he had previously overlooked. Karen was just a little girl, a few years old, at an age full of energy, yet she was trapped in this underground lab with few close friends. A short period might be fine, but if it continued, her mental health would eventually suffer. As for Kabuto, though he was gentle with Karen, he couldn't spare much time to accompany her every day. After all, he had to participate in experiments and also manage various affairs at the orphanage, leaving him little free time. Brother Jean, what's wrong? Nothing. How about I bring you a friend to play with tomorrow? Really? But I can't be exposed, can I? Jean was instantly silent. This child Karen was heartbreakingly mature. It's fine, she's one of us too. Jean shook his head and continued, also in a while, I'll have Nono dye your hair. Then you can use transformation jutsu to go see the commercial district of Konoha. Really, Lord Jean? Won't we be exposed? I've heard Konoha is very strict about spies. Don't worry, I'll having accompany you. Anyone below Kage-level won't be able to detect you. The next day, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Hazuki were brought to the lab by Jean to keep the Uzumaki mother and daughter company. Watching the children quickly become friends, and the two women sitting together chatting, Jean left with a day later, Jean sat in his courtyard silently nodding at the Freedomo clan members who had entered through reverse summoning technique. As for the exhausted ninja cat lying limp like a dead dog beside him, he subconsciously ignored it. It was impossible for them to transfer 15 Freedomo clansmen at once. But Chakra secret medicine. Take a look. Lord Jean, everyone is here. Alright, let's begin the meeting. I gathered you here to discuss how our small organization, almost entirely composed of Uchiha clan members, should develop next. Among us there are too few people dedicated to science. Most are brutes who only like training. That's not a good thing. But Lord Jean, in the shinobi world, strength is the most important. Without strength we probably couldn't even leave. True, but if not for the secret medicine I developed to help you rapidly improve your strength, could you have achieved today's breakthroughs? Therefore, scientific talent is very important. So I need you to go out and find such people to help us develop. Currently, the 3 projects in the lab have all hit a bottleneck. We need more people's inspiration to spark ideas. In Jean's view, 3 humble cobblers indeed surpass a Zhuge Liang. Why did Orochimaru value Kabuto so much? Precisely because he could collide ideas with him and speed up the experiments. However, his thinking was somewhat limited. After all, with just 2 people, no matter how talented, they would eventually run out of ideas. So Jean decided to recruit more scientific-minded ordinary people from the shinobi world. As for shinobi, forget it. There probably aren't many in the entire ninja world. After all, once you become a shinobi, who would bother studying such tedious knowledge? With the help of the reverse summoning technique, it should not be difficult to transfer them to his base outside the village. Jean's few words left everyone with no desire to argue, and they nodded in agreement. As beneficiaries, none of them intended to abandon the cause after crossing the river. Good, since you all agree, half of you will go out to recruit talents, and the other half will search the Land of Fire for suitable locations for the laboratory base. Remember, the base must be in a secluded location, not easily discovered. Jean slowly stated his requirements, his gaze sweeping across his subordinates. Lord Jean, we could recruit more Uchiha clan members. After all, we've lived together so long, and many friends still haven't joined us. Uchiha Jin suddenly spoke up, and many of the subordinates nodded in agreement. This, you know, our clansmen, hardly any of them aren't lunatics. Even Patriarch Fugaku can't control them, let alone a nobody like me. Moreover, I spend every day researching formulas and have no time to discipline them. So, forget it. Jean waved his hand dismissively. To him, he could cultivate powerful clansmen whenever he wanted. The other Uchiha were irrelevant. Hadn't the clan's rising star Uchiha Shirsue been eliminated by his own hand when he came snooping? The 50 ninja subordinates he already had were sufficient for his needs. After all, each of them was destined to become at least a Kage-level powerhouse. If he could synthesize the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or decode its secrets, surpassing Kage-level strength wouldn't be a problem. Rest assured, Lord Jin, I can handle this. He'll evaluate the remaining clansmen and having used Jinjutsu to assist in interrogation. If anyone doesn't meet the criteria, I won't bring them in, Jin continued. He still had many brothers he hadn't recruited, yet former colleagues from the police force. Though they had drifted apart, the bonds of camaraderie remained. Thus he wanted to make one more effort to bring in as many as possible. Naturally, this would also enhance the organization's strength. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you and Ing. After a moment's thought, Jin decided not to refuse, as Jin had served diligently without error. Receiving Jin's promise, Jin was deeply grateful and immediately accepted. Alright, you may proceed, but be cautious of the Akatsuki members. And never act alone. Always work in pairs of at least 2. If you encounter a strong enemy, flee without lingering. Always remember your mission and don't mess it up. If you're truly in danger, I permit you to activate the Mangekyo on the spot. The dozen or so Freedomo clansmen present were already on the verge of awakening the Mangekyo. With a sufficiently intense stimulus, they could successfully unlock it. However, under normal circumstances, Jin would not allow this, for he was uncertain whether forcing evolution through mental stimulation would cause side effects, hence the strict prohibition. Oh, and don't approach Uchiha Fugaku's family. Jin suddenly recalled something and stated directly. Their performance in the original story was hard to assess and deeply disappointing. The patriarch and his wife offered no resistance on the night of the massacre and willingly walked to their deaths. The elder son was the culprit of the massacre, Hiruzen, Sarutobi's loyal dog. The younger son, after being brainwashed by Naruto's words, abandoned his plan to destroy the world and faithfully helped Konoha gather intelligence, yet couldn't even buy a house in the village without a mortgage. The entire Uchiha clan compound, so vast, yet they couldn't hold on to a single piece of it. What foolish behavior. This family of 4 had truly disappointed him. 3 days later, Jin sat cross-legged in the laboratory, surrounded by several people. Ing, feel this atmosphere well. Next time, it'll be your turn to awaken. Jin reminded him calmly. Yes, Lord Jin. I can successfully awaken in at most 2 more days. Good, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. Let things happen naturally. After all, you are my most valued subordinates. At that moment, Jin finally emptied his mind, swallowed the spiritual elixir and the ocular elixir meticulously, sensed the changes, and began to circulate his ocular power slowly through the channels around his eyes. Those present soon felt the chilling aura emanating from Jin's eyes growing increasingly intense, causing involuntary shivers. After a while, Jin's aura finally stabilized. The next moment, his eyes snapped open, revealing a peculiar pattern of the Sharingan that spun unceasingly, appearing eerily mesmerizing. How do you feel it? Jin asked, first curiosity brimming. In his past life, while watching the anime, his favorite was the Mangekyo for its various ocular techniques. Some seemingly invincible, others touching upon rules some eerie, simply made him envious. Lord Jin, I have awakened 3 ocular techniques: left eye technique, right eye technique, and Susanoo. Moreover, my physique has been slightly enhanced, my chakra has increased significantly, and my spiritual power has surged, presumably due to the evolution of the bloodline limit. Feeling the changes in his body, Jin was ecstatic and yearned to find someone to spar with immediately. Once Ing also obtains the Mangekyo, you can spar with each other. First, tell us about those 2 ocular techniques. I'm very curious. My left eye is ninjutsu enhancement, and my right eye is ninjutsu analysis. The former enhances the power and speed of the jutsu I perform. The latter accelerates my learning of ninjutsu and helps me gradually understand their secrets, eventually even allowing chakraless release. These abilities are excellent and match your fighting style well. With thorough research, before long, even Sarutobi Hiruzen won't be your match. Jin nodded in satisfaction, his curiosity fulfilled. 2 days later, Ing also awakened the Mangekyo before everyone. My left eye is dream weaving net, and my right eye is memory corridor. The former can draw out the fears lurking in an enemy's heart. The less they can face their weaknesses, the harder it is to escape the illusion. The latter evokes the enemy's fondest memories, luring them to drown in reverie until they lose themselves. When both techniques are used together, they can also read the enemy's memories. Listening to Ing report his Mangekyo's abilities, Jin nodded with great satisfaction. Individually, Ying's 2 techniques were indeed troublesome. One misstep could trap a person forever. But what Jin valued more was the ability to read an enemy's memories. After all, many ninjutsu traditions were not carried on scrolls, but stored within a ninja's mind. To obtain those abilities, Jin naturally needed to steal their memories. Go back and practice your skills. In 1 month we will begin stealing the Scroll of Seals and the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Brother Jin, you haven't spent much time with me lately. What's so important about that formula that it matters more than me, eh? Uchiha Quan pouted her rosy cheeks, puffing, and regarded Uchiha Jin with a hint of dissatisfaction. I've just been too busy lately. Okay, I won't go today. He'll spend the whole day playing with you, how about that? That's great, but don't call Xianglin. It's just the two of us. After hearing Quan's words, Jin was momentarily stunned. Why? Did Xianglin do something to upset you? He found it somewhat unbelievable. He knew Xianglin's personality all too well. After being rescued by him from the dark place of the grass country, she always felt a sense of inferiority deep down whenever she faced him and Do, and she had no temper to speak of. Although he had stressed it many times and tried to change her, it ultimately proved ineffective. In the end, he decided to let things be, believing that time would wash away the shadows in her heart, allowing her to gradually emerge and face him or others without feeling inferior. No, it's not that. I just want to spend a day alone with you without anyone else disturbing us. Quan shook her head, looking very cute. Jealousy between children. That's manageable. All right, but you have to promise me that you'll become good friends with Xianglin afterwards, and you can't bully her, okay? Of course. She and I are already great friends. Quan gave a sweet smile, which made Jin feel very gratified. The two of them played in the commercial street for half a day before arriving at a barbecue restaurant. Kakashi, have you been busy with work lately? I can't even catch a glimpse of you. Kakashi. Jin caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and saw a man in a green tight-fitting suit with his right arm around Kakashi's shoulder, revealing his dazzlingly white front teeth. The ANBU work is naturally heavy. If you hadn't invited me, I'd probably still be busy. Having experienced the fourth Hokage's death, Kakashi was no longer as heartbroken as before, but he was still somewhat despondent. If not for his friend's invitation and the third Hokage's mandatory request, he would likely have continued to numb himself with ANBU work and drift aimlessly. Kakashi, I challenge you. No longer eavesdropping, Jin began to ponder. Kakashi's Mangekyo is extremely powerful. If it falls into the hands of Uchiha Obito, that would be trouble. It seems I need to send someone to take it back. Brother Jin, have some. Thanks, Quan. Xian, tonight you and Ing will ambush Kakashi and bring back his Sharingan. That Sharingan has already evolved into a Mangekyo, and it's space-affiliated, so you must be extremely careful. If possible, having use his Jinjutsu to control him. Also remember to wear colored contact lenses so you won't be discovered. Late at night, Xian and Ing approached Kakashi's residence, cautiously, one in front and one behind. Kakashi had not yet fallen asleep. He was holding a book by Jiraiya and reading it with great interest. Xian and Ing exchanged glances, then smashed through the window and burst in. Who's there? Kakashi shouted, trying to alert the nearby ANBU members. Unfortunately, Xian and Ing had already evaded the ANBU patrols, otherwise they couldn't have appeared so directly. The moment Ing appeared, his eyes locked onto Kakashi, plunging him into terror. No. Rin, I didn't mean to kill you. Obito, I'm sorry. Xian stepped closer, directly gouged out the Sharingan from under the other's mask, placed it into a bottle, then vanished into the darkness with several body flicker techniques. Half an hour later, Kakashi slowly regained consciousness. Feeling a sharp pain in his left eye, he was shocked, and ignoring the pain, rushed straight to the bathroom. No. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the dazed Kakashi and sighed. I've already ordered the ANBU to intensify patrols. If there's any suspect, they will surely be intercepted. Despite saying so, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the likelihood of recovery was very slim. After all, an enemy who could plunge Kakashi into a Jinjutsu in a single encounter could hardly be discovered by a few dozen ANBU who started patrolling half an hour late. Such powerful Jinjutsu. Could it be the Uchiha? The matter with Danzo last time has yet to be concluded, and now two fellows have emerged to steal Kakashi's Sharingan. Truly a troubled autumn. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, exhaling rings of smoke. Hiruzen, those two masked men are surely evil Uchiha. Hand them over to me to deal with, and I will. The office door was slammed open with a bang, causing the third Hokage to frown. Danzo don't harbor such malice toward fellow villagers. Besides, the Uchiha clan is not short of Sharingan, or what need would they have for one of Kakashi's size? Hiruzen, you're too indecisive. You've let the Uchiha live peacefully until now. If it were me, I would have long. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Go back and cool your head. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Someone summon Uchiha Itachi to see me. Watching him leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed again and ordered his subordinate. Lord Third, what is the matter? Uchiha Itachi asked solemnly. Due to Uchiha Shizui's disappearance, he had been sent to the ANBU early by Uchiha Fugaku to act as a double agent. Kakashi's Sharingan has been stolen. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated slowly, causing Uchiha Itachi to freeze. Lord Hokage, it shouldn't be the Uchiha clan's doing after all, I know. I haven't suspected the Uchiha either. But Elder Danzo is too radical, and I'm afraid he might act recklessly. So you must be mentally prepared. Itachi was silent for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted again. Have you found Shursui? Not yet. I've searched the entire Uchiha compound and questioned almost half of the clan members, but I haven't obtained any useful information. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered with deep confusion. Shursui had always been the guiding light of his path, yet he had disappeared like this, causing Itachi to lose most of his motivation to live. Do you have a suspect? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression tightened as he stared at the other intently. Uchiha Jin. My father told Shursui where he might be staying, and shortly after he disappeared. Itachi said seriously with a hint of gravity and resentment on his face. What do you plan to do? Organizing the documents in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew more solemn. He'll keep a close watch on him. If it's not him, he'll apologize. But if he really did it, it's a fight to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly changed. First 3 Tomo, then it transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. So many days had passed, and Shursui still hadn't appeared. In his view, it was likely a case of bad fortune. As for defection, that was impossible. Shursui was his most cherished friend, no matter what he would seek. You? Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart leaped, and he subconsciously mobilized the chakra within his body, ready to dispel any genjutsu at a moment's notice. The ENBU hidden in the shadows suddenly appeared using the body flicker technique, blocking in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The scene instantly became tense. Stand down, do not worry. I trust Itachi. With a wave of his hand, the several ENBU hesitated for a moment before vanishing. How did you awaken these eyes, eh? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was profound, yet concealed a hint of wariness. During these days when Shursui went missing, I was particularly worried. Until yesterday, I suspected that Shursui was in grave danger, and my involuntary emotional outburst awakened these eyes. Itachi touched his own eyes, feeling nothing but intense resentment. The brother who once shared his ideals had vanished just like that. Rest assured, Konoha will help you investigate Shizui's whereabouts together. Go back and rest well. The future of Konoha and the Uchiha is entrusted to you. As soon as Uchiha Itachi left, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply and said to the side, Please summon Elder Danzo. In the underground laboratory, Jin sat in a study organizing the various secret medicines he had created since arriving in this world. First were the body-tempering elixir and the spiritual elixir. Both were crucial for building his foundation during the first 2 years at the Ninja Academy. After that came the Chakra Elixir. This was developed in his 3rd year at the Ninja Academy, allowing his chakra to increase slowly, while also recovering quickly. In the same year as his spiritual energy gradually increased, he spontaneously awakened the single Tomo Sharingan. Hence he researched an elixir that could convert spiritual energy into ocular power, the Ocular Power Elixir. In his 4th year at the Ninja Academy, fearing he wouldn't be able to join the Konoha military police force, and would have to go to the battlefield after graduation, he developed the Healing Elixir as a trump card, which accelerated the recovery of physical injuries similar to the Palm Sage technique, but not as exaggerated in effect. Unfortunately, he eventually succeeded in joining the military police force, and the Healing Elixir's usefulness diminished. He could only reward it to his subordinates, who went out to take on bounties. After that, he no longer researched new formulas, only improving the existing ones since he had no immediate need for other secret medicines. Until the construction of a laboratory, he developed the Enlightenment Elixir and the Neural Elixir, helping Nono and the others accelerate the progress of their experimental research projects. Both of these elixirs originated from the spiritual elixir researched by Uchiha Jin. Finally, after Uzumaki Kana and her daughter were brought to the Uchiha clan compound laboratory, he improved the Healing Elixir into a new one, the Life Elixir, restoring their bodies to normal within just 2 months. Of course, this was inseparable from the effect of a healthy diet. It's also time to research a new elixir. Uchiha Jin performed the summoning technique, summoning a potted plant from his room. The tree of life, cultivated from Senju Hashirama's wood style, is always breathtaking to behold. Indeed, this small tree before him, less than half a meter tall, and emanating abundant vitality, was cultivated by Jin using fragments of Senju Hashirama's wood style. As for where he got the fragments, just look up the Valley of the End. As usual, Jin cut his finger and dripped a few drops of blood onto the tree of life. The next moment, the lush leaves of the tree of life trembled, appearing quite delighted. The healing elixir is a combination of ordinary herbs that possesses the effect of accelerating the healing of physical injuries. As for the life elixir, it was created by improving the healing elixir, adding a large amount of tree of life essence, but its essence remained that of a healing elixir. So if we adjust an elixir using the essence of the tree of life as the main ingredient, can it solve the problem of blindness from the Mangekyo Sharingan? Last night Jin had asked Jin whether using ocular power after awakening the Mangekyo would have side effects. The result was as expected. It indeed depleted ocular power. Even though the spiritual elixir and ocular power elixir could compensate for the loss, this was not what Jin. After all, no one could guarantee they would not use the Mangekyo once awakened. Once used, it meant that the previous period's elixirs were wasted, requiring more elixirs to make up for it. However, every medicine has its toxicity. Long-term use of the same two elixirs would not be very beneficial to the body. Moreover, he could not guarantee that these two elixirs could continue to elevate the Mangekyo's essence and cause it to transform. After all, this might involve the issue of genetic integrity. Even if these two elixirs were used continuously, they might indeed cause the Mangekyo to transform, but it would likely take a considerable amount of time and might ultimately get stuck at a certain point. That's right, the synthesis of the Rinnegan. The fusion of yin and yang gives birth to all phenomena. In fact, Jin had considered another evolution path, but in the end he gave up. After all, why would he not use an existing evolution path and instead delve into other paths? That would be foolish. How much time would be wasted in the process? Even with his herb affinity spirit body, it would still take time to research. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time nurturing his wife? Give me some of your fluid. The tree of life didn't respond, and Jin didn't stand on ceremony. He directly slashed its trunk with a kunai. Although the tree of life had considerable consciousness, it was about the same as a one-year-old child, often unable to communicate with Jin. The vitality-rich tree sap was collected into a bottle by Jin, and he began his research. Knight, help me find some wild rabbits. Understood. Uchiha Jin was already busy enough training his Mangekyo, while also selecting clansmen who could serve as his subordinates. Naturally, Jin wouldn't trouble him further, so he transferred a subordinate who had just awakened the 3 Tomo. 10 minutes later, Jin poured the freshly prepared elixir into the rabbit's mouth and observed the changes. After a while, the man and the rabbit stared at each other for a long time, but there was no change. I can indeed feel its vitality becoming more vigorous, but it's still not precise enough. I should ask Nono and the others for help. Jin walked out of the room, carrying the rabbit to Nono. Please examine its physical changes. Nono looked at Jin with some surprise. Its vitality is strong, but among the 5 organs, only the heart and lungs have been nourished by the elixir. The other parts are far behind. Nono, holding the report, said slowly. I see, give me the report. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Jin was still experimenting on wild rabbits. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi was staring at the nearby house with a grave expression, his heart tangled. The reason was simple. He had learned from Shizui's experience and used his ninja crows to observe the target for half a month, but found nothing at all. Of course, all of this was deliberately left by Jin as a decoy. He couldn't expose the laboratory, so he had to show some other flaws to attract Itachi's attention. Even though 3 clansmen were guarding the laboratory, they couldn't withstand constant probing. Moreover, his main precaution was against white zetsu. Uchiha Jin's life was very routine. He would read every day in the house north of the clan compound, a house that Itachi had also checked left behind by Jin's Chunin uncle. As for the house Jin currently lived in, it was a newly purchased one. But precisely because it was too normal, it left Itachi perplexed. He had never seen the other party train, not even basic ninjutsu or taijutsu practice. It seems I still need to find a time to talk with Uchiha Jin. Itachi finally decided to test the waters later, as continuing to observe him wouldn't lead anywhere. An abnormal clansman hiding within the Uchiha compound was like a hidden bomb capable of shattering the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan at any moment. Shirsue, rest assured. I will avenge you, and I will carry on your will. Uchiha Itachi steeled his resolve and walked toward the house not far away. The shadow clone hiding in the living room saw Uchiha Itachi approaching, put down the book, and greeted him. Is something the matter? The shadow clone smiled calmly, unruffled. Uchiha Jin, a chunin like you comes here every day just to read books. Don't you train? Have you forgotten the glory of the Uchiha clan? Humph. Am I to take this as an interrogation from the clan leader's son? Jin's expression gradually turned cold. He didn't want trouble, but if the other party insisted on being shameless, he wouldn't hold back. No. This is an interrogation from the ANBU. Uchiha Itachi stared at him, his tone extremely serious. Do the ANBU really have such broad authority? As his words fell, 3 subordinates who had been hiding in the room instantly appeared beside Itachi, looking ready to surround him. A ninja of at most Chunin level. How did you manage to recruit so many subordinates? Thinking of Uchiha Jin, who had defeated Inaho, and the few clansmen before him who were at least elite Jonin, Itachi's heart sank. Get lost. Don't force me to lay a hand on you. The shadow clone turned and went back into the room, but his words reached Itachi's ears, making his heart skip a beat. Does your disappearance have anything to do with Shursui? Seeing Jin about to enter the room, Itachi, unable to contain himself, asked again. I couldn't keep him here. Perhaps you could look for answers in the direction of the masked man from the night of the 9th. Knowing that Itachi would soon come into contact with the masked man, Jin casually dug a pit for Uchiha Obito and continued flipping through books on herbs. Even with the blessing of herbal affinity, he wouldn't slack off. This was merely his talent. To truly utilize it to develop medicine, he needed ample knowledge as a foundation. The sky was azure like clear lake water, with a few white clouds drifting lazily. The sunlight poured down unsparingly, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and grass, bringing a pleasant ease. Jin left the laboratory for a rare time and began patrolling the streets. Some time ago, he had delegated patrol duties to his subordinates. He only came back today to clear his mind and seek inspiration. After a few steps, Jin's gaze suddenly turned serious. A figure running headfirst toward him. The attire was unmistakably a green jumpsuit. My guy, I wonder how many gates he has opened. He's a threat indeed. I need to find a chance to take him out. Then Konoha will have nothing left to fear. The last time he encountered this man, Jin's attention was focused on Kakashi with his Kimui Mangekyo, and he was constantly interrupted by Quan, so he subconsciously overlooked Guy. He looked at Guy with deep eyes only to unexpectedly lock gazes with him. This person bears ill will toward me. Mike Guy flipped over and was about to approach to chat, but Jin turned and left. Lord Jin, Miss Quan came back from the Ninja Academy, crying today. Uchiha Yu suddenly appeared and reported to Jin. Oh, is that so? Did you send someone to investigate? Instantly Jin's expression turned cold. Already done. Good. Report to me later. Quan was an innocent and lovely girl, and Jin had always regarded her as his precious treasure. Anyone who dared to disrespect her would not get off easy. Auntie Hazuki, where is Quan? Hazuki smiled wryly, not hiding anything. She's in her room. She's in a bit of a bad mood today. Was she bullied at the Ninja Academy? I'm not sure, but it's likely. I was about to talk to her, but since you're here, I'll leave it to you. Under Auntie Hazuki's teasing and approving gaze, Jin entered Quan's room. Brother Jin. Quan frantically buried her head under the covers, afraid he would see her current state. Tell me what happened at the Ninja Academy. If anyone really bullied you, I'll make them pay. Jin gently pulled Quan out from under the covers and comforted. Are you sure it's okay? Quan wasn't a clueless child. Oh, she was worried that this would worsen the tension between the Uchiha and the village. My subordinates can already sweep through Konoha. They wouldn't dare confront us. Don't worry. Except for Mike Guy, but with his Anaji, he could still fight. Then it's fine. Moments later, Jin's gaze grew icier. Quan had been considerably ostracized at school. Some classmates, oblivious to consequences, loudly insulted the Uchiha and amused themselves by teasing her. That wasn't the worst part. After all, how many Uchiha in Konoha hadn't been cursed at? Even villagers casually badmouthed them on the streets. Later, after Quan exchanged a few words with them, they surrounded her. Nourished by various secret medicines from Jin, Quan easily beat several kids down. When the Chunin teacher arrived, without even listening to reason, he made Quan stand outside the door as punishment and told her to bring her parents to school the next day. Interesting. Very interesting. Jin let out a cold sneer and told Quan not to go to school anymore. With such an oppressive atmosphere at school, forcing Quan to continue would not only fail to teach her anything, but also put psychological pressure on her, crushing her cheerful personality and possibly leading to depression. Jin, is Quan okay? Don't worry, Annie Hazuki. He'll handle it. But it's better not to let Quan go to school anymore. That toxic place will only make her unhappy. Jin shook his head, not telling her what he was about to do. All right. The Ninja Academy doesn't teach much useful anyway. Quan has already mastered the 3 basic jutsu. Half an hour later, Uchiha Yu handed over the information. Seeing that the report matched what Quan had told him, Jin nodded and said coldly, tomorrow morning have Hong go and beat that Chunin teacher half to death, enough to leave him unable to take care of himself. As for the brats from those families, have Jin arrange for some criminals from the police force to trouble them. It would be best to scare the wits out of them. Thanks to Jin's efforts, many people had joined Jin's organization, and half of the police force was already under his control. The rest were Uchiha Fugaku's lackeys. That was why Jin gave such orders. For Jin, it was nothing. Moreover, as Jin recruited more clansmen, the police force would sooner or later belong to Jin. Unfortunately, they would have to leave within 2 years. Gaining control of the police force was a mere chicken rib to him. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. Shin, what brings you to see me today? Seeing Yuzhibo Xin's aura grow steadier and his ocular power subtly outmatch his own, Yuzhibo Yun's mind drifted, recalling earlier whispers and rumors. I've come to offer you an opportunity. Will you join us? Yuzhibo Xin smiled. Join you, become Lord Jin's subordinate, right? At the thought of Xin's strength, he could not help but be curious. They had once shared similar potential, yet the other had ascended to the shadow tier in his 30s. Even uninjured, he himself could never have reached such heights. He could not deny a sting of envy at that momentum. Indeed, this is an opportunity Lord Jin and I secured. Were you not of our blood, or if you were not so extreme in temperament, I would not have come to you. You know me. I am rather slothful. I usually drift through clan assemblies with shadow clones. I truly do not want to deal with the Yuzhibo's headaches anymore. Without much hesitation, Yun refused outright. He had little ambition left. What if I told you we have an elixir that could heal your leg? What? Do you mean that? Yuzhibo Yun had awakened the 3 Magatamas during the Third War, his combat power surpassing many clan elders. Had he not been ambushed and gravely wounded by a root squad near the end of that war, an injury to his leg that never fully healed, he would not have fallen into such despondency nor joined the clan's dovish faction. He only wished to live out his days in idleness until his life ran its course. You may try it first, Xian said. This was Jin's second version of the life elixir. Bound in some way to the tree of life, its effects naturally surpassed ordinary life arts. After swallowing the elixir, Yun carefully felt the changes within his body. This elixir. My vitality feels renewed, my leg has regained some sensation. Is there more? Yun's face flushed with excitement. After so many years he finally glimpsed hope, and would not let it go. Xian only shook his head, and said nothing. Although he hoped Yun might seize his life anew, Xian's allegiance leaned toward Yuzhibo Jin. After all, he was Jin's subordinate. If Yuzhibo Yun refused, that would be his loss. Xian would not show favoritism. Very well, I will join. Seeing Xian's indifferent manner, Yun sighed, knowing he had no other choice. I hope Lord Jin will not disappoint me. Rest assured, you will be glad you chose as you did today. Brother Xian, Lord Jin has a mission. Just after leaving Yun's room in good spirits, Yuzhibo Xian encountered Yuzhibo Yi. Those damned brats. Rest assured, I will carry out my lord's orders properly. Xian cared deeply for the clan's honor. Now that the clan's children had been bullied by a few unruly youngsters and a Chunin instructor, he intended to make them pay. At dusk, Xian arrived at the guard division's prison. You 3 still have 10 days left on your sentence. Yes. I can get you released early, but you must do one thing for me. Red light glinted in Xian's eyes, causing the 3 inmates to tremble as they nodded repeatedly. Those 3 were only lower-rank shinobi, not heinous criminals. They had drunk too much at an inn, disrupted its business, and accidentally smashed many items, and so had been detained for a while. Now sending them out to create trouble was most fitting. Sir, what if we are arrested again because of this? He'll protect you. Even if you are taken in, he'll have you released on the first day. So will you do it? Yes. Well, do it, a round-faced man hastily agreed. Opportunities to be in the guard division's favor were rare. He intended to seize this one. The others, seeing this, had no thought of refusing. Deep into the night, the 3 brats' deeds left heavy losses across 3 households. One home was set ablaze. In another house, furniture was smashed to smithereens, and much money was stolen. In the third home, all 3 family members were beaten. The husband could not rise from bed, the wife was terror-struck, and the brat was left blackened, blood seeping from the back of his head. Take the criminals away. The guard division arrived in time, and returned the 3 offenders to prison. Sir, you must vindicate us. Our losses are great, make him compensate us. Interfering with a guard division investigation. Take them all in for questioning. No. Sir, we dare not. Their repentance proved useless. This had been a scheme aimed square. An hour later, Yuan Fei, risen, was awakened by the umbu staring bleakly at the report his subordinates brought. That Chunin instructor. He's all right, yes. Coming fully awake, Yuan Fei, risen, quickly took control. Yes. We patrolled. There are no traces of others near him. In any case, assign protectors to him. Once dawn breaks, the Yuzhibo will not dare act recklessly. Hearing the Chunin was unharmed, he let out a breath of relief. If the Yuzhibo had genuinely struck a teacher, it would have been a slap in the face to him. Fortunately, the clan had not wholly come to open conflict. Tomorrow, have someone put that Chunin in his place. Don't let him go too far. Yuan Fei, risen, prized his reputation. The longer one occupied the Hokage seat, the more one guarded one's prestige. This week's allotment: the life elixir, the chakra elixir, the spirit elixir, the ocular power elixir, the body tempering elixir. Each elixir gene named made Yun's heart leap. Since when did the Yuzhibo possess such resources? I've never heard of these elixirs by name. As for whether they would take effect, he harbored no doubt. What use was deceiving himself? There was no profit beyond tarnishing his standing within the clan. he still retained some reputation among them. After sending the others away, Jin gazed into the distance and sipped his tea. His expression shifted, a sliver of cold in his eyes. A mere civilian Chunin dares to boss the Yuzhibo around. Who gave him that courage? Yuanfei risen. They'll see whether he will trouble the Yuzhibo for the sake of a single Chunin. Remember this, keep a low profile in my don't act important without backing. Can't you see even the Rishan clan dares not openly target us? I don't know what nerve you thought you had. Hong beat the man nearly to death. Enough to leave him bettered for life. Spoke a few more cruel words on the training ground, and then turned and left. Students and teachers watched the receding figure and instinctively shrank back. The Yuzhibo are too ruthless. What? Are the Yuzhibo planning a revolt? Yuanfei risen slammed the papers from his hands and glared angrily toward the Yuzhibo. Lands on you. Another of Jin's underlings, is it not? Yes, Hokage. Quan is close to Yuzhibo Jin. Not long ago they were seen shopping together in Mui's Market Street. What has Elder Tuankang been doing lately? Bring him to me at once. Yuanfei risen picked up his pipe and smoked, his weariness impossible to hide. He had believed the Yuzhibo had some semblance of discernment and would not make a scene. He had not expected that even the prestige of a third-generation Hokage could not keep them in check. Fuyue, you truly disappoint me. How shall I punish you? Rijan, what do you want from me? Tuan Song pushed open the door of the Hokage's office, his tone feigning inquiry with a hint of complacency. Before arriving, he had already received the news. He should have dealt with the Uchiha directly, but recalling Yuanfei Rijan's attitude toward him, he felt a bit uneasy. Even though they were bosom friends, he still needed to save face. He would wait for Rijan to come and beg him. He knew that this friend of his, though seemingly amiable on the surface, was in his heart just as greedy for power as himself, and his desire to suppress the Uchiha was even more intense than his own. He had reclaimed the clan land in the central area of the Uchiha, paid no salary to the police force for years, brainwashed the two most promising Uchiha into serving as his lackey spies, turned a blind eye to the Uchiha clan leader's requests, and always extorted benefits. Tuansong, stop pretending. What will it take for you to help me suppress the Uchiha? Yuanfei Rijan was also a bit angry at this point, but thinking that he still needed Tuansong as his black glove, he held back. My rude organization still needs more subordinates. You can find them from the orphanage. Yuanfei Rijan's expression stiffened, realizing what the other was plotting. He couldn't possibly hand over his own umbu. Once brainwashed, they would never be returned. Moreover, in recent years, Tuansong had grown increasingly arrogant, acting without reporting to him, and he could barely keep him in check. Orphanage? How, you don't know that the orphanage has already been taken over by the Uchiha, do you? Now the Uchiha even dare to send people to monitor the place. As soon as my subordinates went, they were driven away. In their eyes, there is no place for me, an elder of Konoha. Tuansong sneered a few times, his killing intent also directed at Yinayu. He had given her a chance, yet she never came to seek him out, the elder. It seemed he had been too busy lately, giving her the illusion that he was merciful. This Uchiha is becoming more and more arrogant. Anyone would think that Konoha is under their rule. Seeing Yuanfei Rijan remain silent, only smoking, Tuansong intensified his complaints, venting wildly. I can spare 10 umbu for you, but you must teach the Uchiha a severe lesson. In the end, he slowly spoke, his tone heavy with weight. Just watch, Rijan. The Uchiha are nothing but chickens and dogs. Within 2 months, I will make them come crawling to apologize. Tuansong puffed out his chest, leaning on his cane, and left the Hokage's office. Brother Jin, thank you. Let me treat you to 3 colored dumplings. Haha, Quan, no need to be polite. It was just a small favor. Besides, those guys really needed a lesson, otherwise they would always think the Uchiha are pushovers. Jin took the 3 colored dumplings and tasted them. They're very sweet. Uchiha Jin, come out here. Just as the two were teasing each other, someone always lacking in tact jumped out to cause trouble. You get rid of him. I don't want to talk to this cowardly clan leader. Jin's expression was stern, completely disregarding Uchiha Fuyue, who was shouting wildly outside. Uchiha Fuyue, I respect you as the clan leader, but don't make things difficult for me. Please leave. Lord Jin doesn't want to see you, and he tells you not to meddle in his affairs. Just mind your own subordinates. If you really want to oppose us, Lord Jin, we'll send Brother Xian to have a word with you. Yes, tone, neither humble nor arrogant, instantly infuriated Uchiha Fuyu. He immediately, disregarding his status, charged at Uchiha Yi. I want to see how a mere Chunin dares to speak insolently to the clan leader. Losing his composure, Uchiha Fuyu gripped a kunai and thrust it forward. The two immediately engaged in combat, the clashing of metal ringing through the surroundings. After a few exchanges, Fuyu gradually regained his composure, but the shock in his heart remained persistent. Just a short while ago he had only 2 tomo, and he hasn't even been on the battlefield since. How could he have advanced to 3 tomos so quickly and hold out for so long under my attacks? Seeing the crowd growing around them, Fuyu had no choice but to stop. He gazed solemnly at the 2 figures in the courtyard. Uchiha Jin, you really have surprised me. Time slipped through the fingers quickly, and soon a month had passed. During this month, Jin had been studying and improving the life potion 2.0. Although the complexity was high, he took pleasure in it. Meanwhile, some of the subordinates he had just recruited were gradually getting on track, their strength increasing visibly every day. Especially Uchiha Jin, who was already a rare genius among the Uchiha clan, not much inferior to Shui and Itachi. After his legs were healed with the help of the secret medicine, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Now he had become a devoted follower of Uchiha Jin. As for the brothers Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Ing, their strength had gradually stabilized at the strong Kage level. Even facing Yuan Fei region alone, they could hold their ground for a long time without losing the upper hand. As for the clan members searching for bases outside, they had found several suitable locations awaiting Jin's on-site inspection. Although Uchiha Jin's side was developing smoothly, Uchiha Fuyu's situation was miserable. Root ninjas kept round-the-clock surveillance on the Uchiha clan grounds. Among the Uchiha who went out to take missions, only a few returned alive, many still covered in blood. Even though Uchiha Fuyu had reported to the 3rd Hokage many times, he was still brushed off, simply with no real response. In his anger, Fuyu had even come to disturb Uchiha Jin several times, but was repelled by Shin each time. Now his reputation within the Uchiha clan grounds had plummeted. Do the 2 of you have confidence? Jin asked calmly, holding a book. No problem, Lord Jin. I look forward to fighting Yuan Fei region, Shin said excitedly. Remember, the main objective this time is to steal the sealing scroll and the Uzumaki sealing techniques. Don't put the cart before the horse. Once the mission is complete, I won't care what you do afterwards as long as you don't expose your identities. Lord Jin's instruction is correct. Prepare yourselves. Well, act tonight. Nightfall enveloped Konoha, leaves dancing in the chilly wind, moonlight flowing like water over the winding stone paths. The Hokage monument's silhouette grew more austere in the shadows. 2 figures darted through the dark night, heading east of Konoha. These 2 figures were of course the shadow clones of Shin and Ing. Their mission was to attack the root base, diverting the attention of the 3rd Hokage and the Umbu, thereby allowing their original bodies to enter the Hokage building and steal the sealing scroll and the Uzumaki sealing techniques. Boom. With nearly half the chakra of the original, the shadow clones naturally possessed astonishing combat power, making even ordinary elite jonin no match for them. At that moment, blazing flames suddenly erupted above the root base. A man wearing a tiger mask and colored contact lenses with flames and lightning entwined around his body looked magnificent. A man wearing a fox mask whose aura was not prominent seemed to merge with the night, making it easy to overlook his presence. The former could with a casual strike send out sparks and arcs of lightning, injuring enemies along the way. The latter, with just a glance, could plunge enemies into an illusion from which they could not escape. With the 2 working together, they had no match for a time and quickly broke into the interior of the root base. Tell that old dog Tuanzang to come out, or don't blame us for causing havoc here. Looking at the nearly 20 root ninjas before him, Ying's clone recalled his mission and halted his actions. What is your purpose in attacking the root base? Head as your Lord Tuanzang still remember the affairs of the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. We 2 brothers are the survivors of that conflict. As his words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness, his tone laced with anger. I only regret not having slaughtered you all back then. Little did I expect that negligence would cost my root base so dearly. Though Tuanzang didn't recall how many remnants of the Akatsuki were left, the destruction wrought upon root was undeniable. He had just wheedled 10 Umbu ninjas from Yuanfei Risen, only to have over a dozen of his own subordinates slain by the enemy. Yet despite his fury, Tuanzang kept his wits. He needed to stall for time, awaiting Yuanfei Risen's reinforcements. From the shadows, he had already gauged the duo's strength, at least cage level. He had to feign weakness, letting Risen arrive to eliminate both, ridding Konoha of 2 formidable foes. Attack. Focus on entanglement. Tuanzang silently retreated behind the root ninjas, minimizing his presence. With enemies poised to strike, he had no intention of engaging personally. Without Yuanfei Risen, he couldn't guarantee his survival against 2 cage-level adversaries. Just as Yuanfei Risen led a squad of Umbu eastward, Shin and Ing exchanged glances. One plunged into the Hokage's office, the other headed for the second-floor library. Who goes there? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Umbu who spoke was incinerated by a burst of flames. Send a signal to the Hokage. The enemy is targeting the Hokage Tower. A Chunin-level Umbu was reaching for a signal flare when Uchiha Jin closed in a flick of his blade, sending the man to the ground lifeless. Damn it. Don't let him get close. Use ninjutsu. The battle at the library was eerily silent. Within mere breaths, Ing subdued all enemies, took control, and opened the library doors, securing all of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Bang! Ing performed the reverse summoning jutsu, passing the pile of Uzumaki sealing scrolls to Ding Dang. Ding Dong, teleport these back. Meow, yes sir. At the same time, inside the Hokage Tower, Uchiha Jin completed his task and arrived at the Hokage monument waiting for Ing. Ing, I'm a little excited. Never imagined I'd get to clash with that old man Uenfei Risen. We're truly fortunate. Xian adjusted his mask, gazing at the brightly lit Konoha village, his heart brimming with emotion. Indeed, all of this was bestowed upon us by Lord Jin. Ing, however, remained largely unruffled. Yes, we've grown this strong in just 2 years. I wonder what our life will be like following Lord Jin from now. Who are you people? What scheme brings you to Konoha? Haven't we explained already? It's all the fault of your councilman Tuanzang. If he dies, we'll return the stolen scroll of seals and all of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Bastards! How dare you tamper with the very foundation of Konoha? Had the scroll of seals, I won't argue, but as for the Uzumaki sealing techniques, do I need to spell out where they came from? Uenfei Risen's expression hardened, unease stirring within. They shouldn't know about Uzumaki Naruto's identity, or they'd have reacted differently. After calming himself, he ceased verbal sparring and summoned his summon Enma. Risen, what's wrong? Enma, these foes are formidable. I need your aid. Understood. Enma transformed into a 3-meter-long adamantine staff spanning across Risen. Fire released Dragon Flame Ring. A dragon-shaped pillar of flame erupted outward from the caster, forming a blazing vortex. This was his self-created fire ninjutsu, derived from fire-released Dragon Flame Jutsu, with even greater power. Enhanced by his dojutsu, the flame technique became truly fearsome. Even with multiple Umbu unleashing water release, they barely managed to withstand the assault. The collision of fire and water shrouded the air in dense vapor. Leveraging the Sharingan, Xian moved swiftly through the mist. While the hidden mist technique could hinder the Sharingan's perception, ordinary water vapor posed little obstacle. Soon Xian engaged Uenfei Risen in close-quarters combat. This kid's physique rivals mine in my prime. When did such a formidable youth emerge from the ninja world? Did Tuanzang really provoke them? Feeling the force transmitted through the adamantine staff, Uenfei Risen's heart sank. Truly worthy of the third Hokage. Even if age has weakened your strength, your skill keeps us evenly matched. 5 elements, great combo. Seeing that he couldn't subdue his opponent while the other figure was overwhelmingly eliminating Umbu with ease, Uenfei Risen knew he had to take down this enemy quickly. Fire lightning released Kirin. Uchiha Jin leaped backward, the power of his Mangekyo cascading forth to amplify his jutsu. This technique, refined with Lord Jin's guidance, combined lightning and fire with natural forces. Without the analytical aspect of his Mangekyo mastering, it would have taken much longer. Empowered by the enhancement, the fire lightning jutsu materialized, swiftly charging toward Uenfei Risen's attack. This brat. Impossible. Witnessing the magnificent lifelike Kirin and its awe-inspiring power, Uenfei Risen felt his age weighing on him. The third Hokage, once a master of all 5 elements, was now outclassed by a rising star. Could the Hokage be losing? Impossible. He's the strongest Hokage. As the smoke cleared, a battered Uenfei Risen came into view. At the critical moment, had Enma not deflected most of the blow, he would have been gravely wounded. Let's go. Reverse summoning. Ing reached Xian, steadying his faltering form, then performed the reverse summoning. The Hokage has won. Great. The enemies are driven off. Hearing the Chunin's cheers, Uenfei Risen forced a bitter smile, but didn't dampen their spirits. His summoned beast had been forced back to its realm, and while he still had half his chakra, the other mysterious Jinjutsu master had barely exerted himself. Who would emerge victorious in a true showdown remained uncertain. Shaking off his thoughts, Uenfei Risen stood before his men and began delegating tasks. He was the Hokage, he had to steel himself and maintain order in Konoha. How do you feel? Jin held the sealed book in his hands, looking somewhat amused at the rather disheveled Uchiha Jin. Lord Jin, the Qilin technique is extremely difficult to master fully. The chakra consumption for me is still too great. He then recounted to Jin how he had executed the technique. You activated the technique far too briefly, barely drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, otherwise it wouldn't have consumed so much energy. Moreover, the Qilin technique is meant to be your trump card. Yet you hastily deployed it just to block Uenfei Risen's 5 elements Great Linked Bomb. It's fortunate you weren't hit by technique backlash. I won't do it again. Xian nodded, knowing he had indeed become a bit carried away. Because he had just developed the Qilin technique, he was eager to showcase it to the world, but it nearly harmed himself instead. Well, you did well on this mission. Go rest now. By the way, you must have consumed a lot of Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power in this battle. Yes, Lord Jin. After using ocular techniques, too much my vision becomes blurry. Ing described the feeling he had from overusing Jinjutsu recently. Then during this time you should collect more doses of spiritual elixir and ocular elixir. After all, the sensation after consuming ocular power is quite unpleasant. Currently the 2.0 version of the life elixir had not yet been developed by Jin, so he could only let the two temporarily make do with these two elixirs. After all, consuming so much ocular power rapidly deteriorated their eyesight, affecting daily life. Thank you, Lord Jin. After seeing the two off, Jin continued browsing the sealed book. The next day, Jin arrived at the laboratory and first knocked on the door of the Uzumaki mother and daughter. In his hands, he carried all of the Uzumaki sealing techniques. At the same time, he had also recorded the dead demon consuming seal, tucking it away at the bottom. Don't misunderstand. He didn't intend for the Uzumaki mother and daughter to learn this technique, but rather hoped they could draw some inspiration from it. After all, many aspects of sealing techniques are interconnected. Perhaps the two could improve something from this sealing art. If they could truly summon the death god without harm, that would be terrifying. Even if not, using something else as a substitute would be fine as long as it's not a soul entity or something similar. As for having them use this technique against enemies, kidding. With so many powerful subordinates, the ninja world had hardly any opponents worth noting. If not for the fear of being targeted by other ninja villages and losing peace, he would have long left Konoha with his subordinates. As for threatening powerhouses in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara had died years ago. The sages of the three great sacred lands basically never leave their own sanctuaries. As for the Sage of Six Paths in the original story, he only appeared to show his presence when Kaguya Otsutsuki broke free. In other words, as long as they didn't make a big commotion that drew a siege from the ninja world, developing peacefully would basically be trouble-free. Brother Jin, you've finally come to see me. Xiang Lin cautiously ran up to Jin, looking somewhat nervous. Jin chuckled softly and naturally pulled her into his embrace. It's only been a few days, and you're already tired of me. No, it's just. Xiang Lin buried her head in Jin's arms, not daring to look at him, murmuring hesitantly. Jin, this is... After several months of nourishment, Xiang Nai had grown increasingly womanly. She had a fair complexion with a cascade of red curly hair falling over her shoulders, deep purple eyes gentle as water, an oval face with refined features, and when she smiled, dimples appeared, fully displaying her gentle temperament. As for Xiang Lin, with the help of Jin's various elixirs, she had gradually shed her initial skeletal appearance, becoming more lively and cute, and no longer suffering from the myopia flaw of the original story. These are the sealing techniques of your Uzumaki clan. My men retrieved them from the Hokage's building yesterday. I hope you can restore the glory of the Uzumaki clan. Jin explained with a smile, moving Xiang Nai deeply. Jin, I'm so grateful. If my grandfather could see this, he would be very comforted. If you want to thank me, then train hard in these sealing techniques. There will be no shortage of occasions where I need your help. This leisurely life may soon be gone. Don't worry, Jin. Xiang Lin and I will work hard. My brother Jin, I'll study diligently and strive to help you as soon as possible. Xiang Lin had also regained her composure and said solemnly, Mom, I believe in you. Leaving the room, Jin arrived at the laboratory hall. Jin, you're early. How did your plan go last night? It was a success, of course. Here is the sealed book. You can take a look. Multiple shadow clone technique. This jutsu seems like an upgraded version of the shadow clone. That's right, but this technique can probably only be learned by the Senju and Uzumaki, since the drain on spiritual energy and chakra is extremely high. This is the impure world reincarnation technique. Quite eerie. You could let Yao Shirdo study this one. It may prove very useful. Are you sure that's a good idea? It's fine. He'll keep an eye on him. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. It seems our reverse summoning technique can be improved. That's right. The Flying Thunder God technique is extremely difficult. Currently, aside from me, there's probably no one else suitable in Konoha to learn it. However, if we extract some of its theories and supplement them into the reverse summoning technique, it would be a good way to solve the problem. Jin spoke, slowly looking forward to the future of the reverse summoning technique. But Jin, you could also pass this technique on to your subordinates. If someone happens to have the talent, that would be a great gain, and they could better assist us in researching the reverse summoning technique. Mom, you also need to study hard and not slack off. Yinai, you knew that Jin only liked researching herbal formulas, and usually spent no more than a few hours on training, just maintaining his basic skills. That's true. Although Jin himself thought it unlikely what if. He'll go find Xiangnai later to craft a spatial perception tool that should save a lot of time. By the way, is there any technique you'd like to learn? A creation rebirth would work for me, forget the rest. They don't suit me. Yinayu shook her head without being too disappointed. Even if she didn't become stronger, she didn't mind. With various elixirs boosting her, even if her progress wasn't as fast as the Uchiha, she was still far ahead of most in Konoha. Moreover, she was satisfied with her current life and had no desire to get involved in killing and fighting. If she ever truly encountered danger, Jin would not allow her to be bullied. At this moment, Yinayu's gaze toward Jin carried a hint of barely perceptible affection. However, Jin naturally did not notice. After all, the woman before him had terrifying spy talent and was extremely skilled at disguising herself. The last time she was discovered was when she had truly lost hope, her mind and body consumed by despair, and only then did Jin notice. Alright, the Uzumaki clan has a sealing technique called the In Seal. It might suit you well. The In Seal. Does it really exist? Yinayu's initially uninterested attitude instantly stirred. Earlier, while studying medical ninjutsu at the hospital, she had heard of this sealing technique called the In Seal. Leaving aside its abilities to store chakra and sustain forbidden medical techniques, the mere effect of granting eternal youth and vitality to a woman made many girls flock to it. Unfortunately, it was Lady Tsunade's closely guarded secret. Then go ask Xiangnai for it later. I gave them all the sealing techniques earlier. Even if he had kept the In Seal separately, Yinayu would likely end up learning from her anyway, so he simply let her study it directly. They'll go now. Yinayu immediately left Jin and ran toward a nearby room, causing Jin to chuckle. No matter which world, girls always place an exceptionally high emphasis on appearance. The next morning, Jin summoned a clan member of the three Tomo who had been away on a mission. Let's go. Take me to see the recruited talents first. Jin instructed with a composed expression. His subordinate immediately used the reverse summoning technique, and in an instant the two turned into white smoke and vanished, reappearing in a hidden canyon within the land of fire. Jin's gaze swept over the group of disheveled, yet solemn-faced individuals. He nodded inwardly. Research-oriented talents indeed, each one appears steady and reserved, exuding an academic demeanor. Lord Jin, these are professionals we've gathered from across the land of fire. Every single one is deeply interested in scientific research and has a solid foundation in the field. Are you certain? Make sure you haven't been deceived. We invited Tsukimi to help verify, though it should be fine. Good. Jin thought of the girl Tsukimi, who, though somewhat reserved and admiring in his presence, was quite serious about science. Then leave it to you for now. Settle their families. They'll go scout a few suitable bases. The canyon currently housing the research talents and their families was one of the temporary shelters arranged by his subordinates, one of several suitable bases. Jin paced through the canyon, quite satisfied with its concealment. Nestled in barren mountains, the entrance was hidden by thick vines and tangled dead branches, nearly impossible to spot without close inspection. A constant mist lingered within the canyon. The cliffs were sheer as if carved by a blade. Ancient trees with hanging roots obscured the view, creating a deep, serene, and mysterious atmosphere. Occasionally a villager might wander in while gathering herbs, but a mere illusion would ensure they left without revealing any secrets. What herbs do you need? Moonvine and magic mushrooms. The villager answered with vacant eyes. What are they for? To thank the doctor. There's a doctor in your village. Jin narrowed his eyes, sensing a potential complication. With a doctor present, the demand for herbs would surely be high. More villagers might venture into the canyon to curry favor with the doctor. Yes, a wandering doctor with a fine reputation offering free treatment to our villagers. Oh, what is his name? Jin breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes grew deeper, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. We don't know his name. He arrived in the village 3 days ago. Describe his appearance to me. A moment later, Jin had someone give the villager the herbs and instructed a subordinate to weave an illusion before releasing him. Dispatch a few clan members. Tonight, capture that doctor and bring him to me. We found our final base. Lord Jin, what about the other locations? A subordinate reminded, confused. You see, that is an airborne fortress. Those who cannot fly will never find that place. Jin smiled mysteriously, and his subordinate grew excited. As night fell, silence reigned. 3 dark figures slipped like phantoms into the village outside the canyon, heading straight for Shenong's room. Who's there? As they neared Shenong's room, he detected their presence with his keen perception. Yet in the next second, 3 pairs of crimson glowing Sharingan appeared before his eyes. The immense ocular power instantly suppressed his resistance, plunging him into an illusion and turning him into a puppet. Come with us to meet the Lord. Shortly after Shinnong knelt before Jin, his eyes vacant, like a walk. Where is the airborne fortress of the Sky Village? In a forest within the land of Sky. And the Zero Tails? Still within the Sky Fortress. Transcribe both forbidden medical arts and the Zero Tails technique. After a moment, Jin secured 3 scrolls, asked a few more questions, and then ordered Shinnong to take his own life. We'll use this place for now. In a few months at most, we should relocate to that airborne fortress. Also summon the other clan members back. We have enough talents now. Once they return, I'll have Kage assist you in taking over the fortress. Jin bid farewell to his subordinates, highly satisfied with this expedition. Little Jiraiya. The great Toad Sage has a new prophecy. Come back to Mount Myaboku at once. In a pleasure quarter, Fukasaku Sage suddenly appeared, startling Jiraiya, who was immersed in carnal delights. I'm coming. Knowing well the wisdom of the great Toad Sage, Jiraiya dared not delay, and immediately set off for Mount Myaboku. If he were late, the great Toad Sage might forget the prophecy he dreamed. Is that little Jiraiya? Why have you suddenly come? Has Fukasaku been a poor host? Great Toad Sage, can you tell me the prophecy you dreamed? Fukasaku Sage's face stiffened as he quickly reminded. Oh, it was I who summoned you. Let me think. Little Jiraiya, there exists in the ninja world a being more evil than Madara Uchiha. In the future, he will likely destroy Konoha and the entire world. You must find him before he fully matures and guide him. If he remains obstinate, you must kill him to change the fate of the ninja world. Recalling the terrifying figure from the dream, the great Toad Sage trembled slightly, though Jiraiya and Fukasaku, immersed in the shock of the prophecy, did not notice. Great Toad Sage, can you describe that person's appearance? Jiraiya asked with a grave expression. He had thought that even after finding the child of prophecy, he had not saved the ninja world. In the meantime, a being had emerged who might destroy Konoha, or even the entire world. I didn't see clearly, but what struck me most were his Rinnegan. Rinnegan? That's impossible. His disciple Nagato possessed the Rinnegan. How could he possibly destroy Konoha and the ninja world? By the way, that man had many formidable subordinates, each also possessing the Rinnegan. The great Toad Sage's expression grew grim as he spoke. This is impossible. Isn't there only one pair of Rinnegan? After a moment of silence, Jiraiya asked again, Great Toad Sage, what color is the leader's hair? Let me think. It should be black. Then it's not Nagato, his hair is red. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief and bid farewell to the great Toad Sage and Fukasaku Sage. He needed to start acting immediately. The safety of the ninja world was at stake, so he had to be cautious. Lord Jiraiya, the third Hokage requests your help. What happened? The village was attacked. The scroll of seals and all the Uzumaki sealing techniques have been stolen. What? Jiraiya's expression changed dramatically. He did not refuse and rushed back to Konoha with the others. For now, he had no leads on the Child of Destruction, so he could only search slowly. Perhaps using Konoha's resources would save time. Could it be that the subordinates of that Rinnegan user carried out the theft in Konoha? And how are Nagato and the others doing lately? Wait, could their Rinnegan have been stolen, leading to the mass production of Rinnegan through research? Thinking of his closest comrade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya's expression darkened. He then said to the Umbu beside him, You go back first. I'm heading to the land of rain. With that, Jiraiya changed direction and sped off, leaving the Umbu members exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. Lord Hokage, an urgent report from the Umbu. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the secret letter from his subordinate and examined it. In a moment, his brows knitted into a tight knot, wrinkles piled on his forehead, and deep worry filled his eyes. These 3 disciples truly are a handful. Though furious, he was helpless. Disciples who once revered him so deeply now each went against his will, showing no concern even when Konoha faced a crisis. Am I truly growing old? Hiruzen, are these the disciples you have taught? Now that Konoha is in crisis, he abandons it for an illusory prophecy to seek answers. Does he even have you as teacher or Konoha in his eyes? Watching Danzo burst into the office with fury, Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a ring of smoke and explained with a worried face, He will return. This departure is merely to confirm one matter. Do not make a mountain out of a molehill. I make a mountain out of a molehill. Do you not know the situation in Konoha? Many jutsu on the scroll of seals lack backup copies. Who will take responsibility for losing so many forbidden techniques? And the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, how many have fully mastered them? What will happen if the Jinchuriki goes berserk in the future? Enough, Danzo. I will take responsibility for this matter. By the way, with Konoha short on manpower right now, hand half of the route to me. And stop stirring up trouble everywhere. Just rest in the root base for a while. What? Hiruzen, not long ago you told me to target the Uchiha, and now you directly cast me aside. Is this how a Hokage behaves? Danzo's face darkened. In his view, Hiruzen Sarutobi was using this matter to reprimand him. Just because of the words of those two invaders. Can their words be trusted? And the wicked Uchiha, just leave them be. If it weren't for the mess you left in the land of rain, could Konoha have been invaded, eh? Hiruzen Sarutobi showed no kindness to Danzo and exploded in anger. If not for the trouble Danzo had caused, how could Konoha have suffered such heavy losses? Hiruzen, I suspect this is the Uchiha's mischief. Seeing Hiruzen's anger, Danzo softened his tone and tried to regain some of Root's authority and personnel. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Go back and reflect properly. The Uchiha. Can the Uchiha produce two individuals with power close to a Kage? If that were true, given the Uchiha's temperament, would I still be sitting on the Hokage seat? Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, knowing there was no way out, suppressed his words for a long time before finally spitting out a sentence, then left in disgrace. In a few days lead the returning clansmen to the Kongren village. Keep the research talents of the Kongren village, but show no mercy to the others. After Jin returned, he told Ing his plan and also handed over the Zero Tails technique, just in case. Time to find Quan and Karen to go shopping. Thinking about how Karen had recently taken the initiative to suggest shopping, he felt quite gratified. Being able to make demands of him was exactly a sign that she was about to emerge from the shadows. However, what he thought would be an ordinary shopping trip soon made him regret it. Brother Jin, eat this. Brother Jin, eat mine. Quan and Karen, disguised as Uchiha girls, hugged Jin's arms from left and right, stuffing three-colored dumplings into his mouth. Once he ate the dumpling from one side, he would meet the stare of the girl on the other side. He never expected to encounter such a love triangle before even coming of age. Nono is better. She is considerate. He'll go back and seek some comfort from her. Sighing, Jin had no choice but to finish off the dumplings constantly offered from both sides. In the laboratory, Kabuto sat on the ground, as usual, absorbing the natural energy floating in the air. I still have no clue about the steps to synthesize natural energy and chakra into sage mode. Should I ask Brother Shien and the others to attack Orochimaru again and snatch the summoning scroll of Ryuchi Cave? Kabuto was somewhat dejected and couldn't help muttering to himself. Kabuto, I will mention it to Jin, but don't lose heart. After all, you are already ahead of many people. Yugo is one of only two people under Jin who can absorb natural energy, but even he cannot absorb it as freely as you can. So take your time. There will be a way eventually. Nono, who approached from the side, comforted him with a gentle expression, her eyes full of tenderness. Director, I want to study that impure world reincarnation technique. Kabuto said nervously. He had taken it to heart after hearing Jin mention it briefly, but seeing how cruel the technique was, he had never dared to bring it up, fearing his foster mother would be displeased. In this world, the only ones who could make him wholeheartedly devoted were his foster mother and the children of the orphanage. As for Uchiha Jin, he would only listen to his suggestions. This, you may study it, but do not lose your original heart, understand? Nono had worked en route for a few years after all, so she had no particular prejudice against this technique, only fearing that Kabuto might go astray in the future. Rest assured, Director, I will report my learning progress to you regularly. And I also have Brother Jin looking after me. Nothing will go wrong. Kabuto looked at his foster mother with immense gratitude, feeling extremely happy. Of course, it would be even better if Uchiha Jin didn't compete with him for his foster mother's attention. After bidding farewell to the Umbu, Jiraiya spent several days traveling and entered the land of rain. This rainwater actually contains chakra. Could it be some kind of detection jutsu? Thinking for a moment, he then performed the toad concealment technique, entered the mouth of a toad, and hopped along into the land of rain. Once inside the land of rain, Jiraiya found that the villagers lived well with no public disorder, and they constantly spoke of Lord Pain and Lord Angel. Why is there no news of Hanzo? Could he have been overthrown? Recalling Nagato's Rinnegan, the child of prophecy in the great Toad Sage's vision, and the villagers' titles, Jiraiya felt a sense of dread. Nagato, wait, your teacher is coming to save you. You must stay alive. Half a day later, Jiraiya suddenly froze inside the toad, and in his excitement a trace of his chakra inadvertently leaked out. Is that Konan, Lord Angel? The moment the villagers saw Konan, they showed excitement and reverence, leaving Jiraiya puzzled. Only two people are renowned. So is Pain Yahiko or Nagato? Jiraiya's heart grew heavy, as this meant one of the three had died. I hope it's not Nagato. Inside the tree hollow, Nagato, though emaciated and constantly drained of chakra and life force by the demonic statue of the outer path, and the Rinnegan, still had a keen perception of the invader's chakra thanks to the Rain Tiger Atwell technique. A very concealed chakra just leaked out. It seems a powerful individual has infiltrated the hidden rain village. I'll have to handle this myself. What? My other eye has been taken. Obito fixed his gaze on the white Zetsu before him suddenly, exclaiming in shock. That's right, about a month ago. White Zetsu grinned, cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Obito's face darkened beneath his mask, and he yearned to unleash a fire-style jutsu upon the white Zetsu before him. Yet recalling that the creature was merely an intelligence-gathering tool, he ultimately stayed his hand. It was I who instructed it to do so. Since the eye was already lost, and you were handling matters in the land of water, I deemed it prudent not to disturb you. Black Zetsu emerged from the earth, revealing the reason. Obito's expression shifted repeatedly, but his wariness of Black Zetsu only deepened. He knew Black Zetsu had been orchestrating many affairs behind his back and harbored a considerable degree of distrust towards him. Yet he never imagined it would be so wary of him possessing the power of Kamui. At the same time, he was consumed with remorse and resentment towards Kakashi. You couldn't protect Rin, you killed her before my eyes, and now you can't even properly safeguard the eye I entrusted to you. You're truly a failure, Kakashi. Ignoring both black and white Zetsu, Obito Uchiha's form twisted, and soon he arrived at Kakashi's home. Even after losing what was mine, you sleep so peacefully. How ironic. The face behind Obito's mask contorted with rage. He drew a kunai, aimed it at Kakashi's heart, and thrust it down. Yet just as the blade was mere millimeters from piercing his chest, he halted abruptly. Forget it, let the rest of your life be steeped in agony. Seeing the pained expression on Kakashi's face, Obito knew he was having a nightmare. Once more activating Kamui, Obito arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds, encountering Itachi Uchiha, who was rushing home. It's you. Who are you? The moment Itachi Uchiha saw Obito, he immediately became vigilant. This masked man who had killed his comrade years ago remained etched in his memory. Furthermore, the information recently obtained from Uchiha Jin only heightened his alertness. He contemplated the motive behind the man's murder of Shursui. I am a wraith of the Uchiha. You may call me Uchiha Madara. Obito approached slowly, utterly indifferent to the murderous intent emanating from the other. Was it you who killed Shursui? Itachi could no longer restrain himself, asking the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Uchiha Shursui. He's dead. That has nothing to do with me. Obito Uchiha's expression darkened. He realized that during his operations in the land of water, his intelligence on Konoha had become outdated. Sensing the surprise in the other's tone, Itachi took a deep breath, forcing down the tremor within him, and continued his inquiry. He was somewhat inclined to believe Uchiha Jin's words, for only this masked man from the night of the Nine Tails attack possessed the requisite strength. Yet now it seemed otherwise. What do you want from me? Join the Akatsuki, and you will find your answers there. After a brief exchange of words and a skirmish with Itachi Uchiha, the space around Obito warped, and he vanished. Space-time ninjutsu, how troublesome. But was Shizui's death truly not his doing? A grim-faced Itachi Uchiha massaged his throbbing temples before turning to head home. At the thought of his younger brother Sasuke, his face instantly softened with tenderness. Yet recalling Danzo's proposal from the night before, Itachi found himself wavering with uncertainty. Wait a little longer, or perhaps there is still a way. At this point, Itachi had not yet experienced the scene of Shursui and trusting him with his eyes, nor was he under such immense pressure, thus the time for a decisive choice had not yet arrived. A month later, Jin gazed upon the floating fortress before him, utterly satisfied. Come, let's go inside and take a look. If it suits you, this will be your workplace from now on. Then will I have to be separated from my daughter? Kasuna looked at Jin with a trace of sorrow, forcing a bitter smile. What are you thinking? We have the reverse summoning technique, but it's not that complicated. Hearing Jin's light chuckle, Kasuna was momentarily taken aback, then relaxed. The more she interacted with Jin, the more she perceived the unparalleled leadership aura he exuded. It instilled an involuntary urge to follow him. This place will be in your hands from now on. By the way, how is your progress with the sealing techniques? Jin inquired with curiosity. The timeline for moving the laboratory into the fortress depended on Kasuna's mastery of sealing arts. Once she repaired the damaged and incomplete seals on the airborne fortress, it could soar into the clouds, forever free from the surveillance of the white Zetsu lurking beneath the earth. I have a basic understanding of some fundamental sealing techniques. With a few days of study, I can master them. As for advanced seals like the four-symbol seal, I am still researching them. So quickly. And what about Karen? I had a foundation from childhood, which is why I can learn so fast. As for Karen, I am teaching her gradually, not putting too much pressure on her. She never had a proper childhood, so. Kasuna stole a glance at Uchiha Jin, fearing his displeasure. It's fine. I also wish for Karen to have a complete childhood. I won't be harsh on you and your daughter. Jin nodded. His question had been a casual inquiry akin to an elder's greeting during the new year. He hadn't expected it to make Kasuna so anxious. Few I knew Jin was a gentle soul. I wonder if my Karen will ever have a chance. Faced with Kasuna's teasing, Jin cleared his throat with an embarrassed smile, daring not to reply. Having one Izumi was already enough to handle, adding a Karen into the mix. Recalling the day he was relentlessly tormented, Jin couldn't help but shudder. Yakushi Nono was the better choice. By the way, how is Yugo? Jin swiftly changed the subject, fearful of inadvertently agreeing to something that might reach Izumi, which would spell disaster. I have temporarily suppressed his Bodhi's spontaneous absorption of natural energy using a sealing technique. However, I need to reapply the seal periodically, Kasuna said with a smile. That's enough. At least he won't have to endure that constant pain and can experience a relatively happy childhood. Brother Jin, this is a creature that Uchiha Yoru and I captured. I felt its essence was somewhat similar to the life divine tree you cultivated, so I kept it. Kabuto pointed at the white creature on the laboratory table, his tone curious. Is this a white Zetsu? Gazing at the subdued white Zetsu, Jin nodded with satisfaction and explained, there is indeed a connection between the two. We can conduct a thorough study later. As for its origins, it's too complex to explain in a short time. He'll tell you all gradually. Subsequently, Jin along with 3 other researchers began dissecting the white Zetsu. Jin, the life force within this creature is comparable to that of your life divine tree. Perhaps its blood and body fluids can be used to nurture the divine tree. Nono spoke while placing the special liquid she had extracted into an instrument for analysis. That's true. It seems we have a busy period ahead. Contemplating that his life elixir 2.0 and neural potion 3.0 were still in development, and now there was an additional need for a secret medicine to aid the growth of the life divine tree. Jin felt overwhelmed. By the way, in the coming months, focus on accelerating the growth of Ding Dong and the other 3 ninja cats. Don't be stingy with the secret medicines and let them benefit from the life divine tree as much as possible. We'll need their services frequently in the future. Thinking of the establishment of the floating fortress, Jin resolved to spare no effort in cultivating these 4 ninja cats capable of performing the reverse summoning technique. Understood. The 3 naturally had no objections. They promptly summoned the 4 ninja cats and relayed the good news. Master Jin, these are the results of my efforts over the past few months. All these Uchiha clan members will become your subordinates, Shin said with a respectful expression. Jin gazed at the 50 Uchiha clan members not far away, looking quite satisfied. What are their specific strengths? 10 Jonin, 15 Shunin, and 25 Genin. Shin, well done. Have you distributed the secret elixir? Yes. Help them test if they have the corresponding talents. If so, they can be sent to the aerial fortress. And talents naturally refer to time-space perception, natural energy perception, research, inspiration, and sealing technique affinity. 5 months have now passed since the theft of the sealing scroll and the Uzumaki sealing techniques. Time also came to Konoha year 54. The laboratory had been completely emptied half a month ago. Everything inside was transferred to the aerial fortress. Although the fortress sealing arts were not fully arranged, they were sufficient to support low-altitude flight. The white Zetsu could not infiltrate. Most of the credit for this goes to the group of scientific research talents left by Shino. To that end, Jin specially had his subordinate use Shizui's Mangekyo ability Kodoame Tsukumi to win their loyalty. The envoy from Kumogakure must be on their way by now, Jin said. He was quite concerned about this matter. After all, he had decided to intercept Hyuga Hinata, such a sweet and gentle girl. He had no intention of letting her go to Uzumaki Naruto. Although it might plunge him into an even more terrifying harem battlefield, for now, he could not afford to worry about that too much. Who can say for sure about the days to come? Nono, this is a life elixir I recently researched and improved. Please help me test its effects later. What effect does this elixir have? Nono put down her work and asked with great curiosity. The laboratory was surrounded by sealing arts, so Uchiha Jin naturally held nothing back. Although the Mangekyo is revered as the supreme ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, behind this immense power lies a fatal flaw. Each time one uses the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular technique, it causes irreversible damage to the user's eyes. As the number of uses increases, vision gradually deteriorates until complete blindness, plunging into endless darkness. This secret elixir in my hand is concocted from the sap of the Tree of Life. It contains a special power that can slowly enhance the yang force within a person's body. The yang force is inherently related to life and healing. When it strengthens within the body, it will resonate with the yin force in the Mangekyo Sharingan. The fusion and mutual promotion of yin and yang forces can effectively alleviate the damage caused by overuse of the Mangekyo Sharingan, mitigate the consequences of blindness, and provide the Uchiha clan members with an extra safeguard when wielding this powerful ocular technique. Jin spoke slowly, causing Nono to nod inwardly. She had naturally witnessed the might of Uchiha's ocular techniques. Xian's lightning fire release was extremely powerful, but without the enhancement of the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular technique, it would have been very difficult to develop. Shadow's Jinjutsu was elusive and unfathomable. With a single moment of carelessness, one would be forever trapped in it, unable to extricate oneself. But all this was predicated on the eyes not going blind, otherwise it was hard to say whether their strength could still reach the level of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Does the ocular power previously exchanged with spiritual elixirs and ocular power elixirs have any defects? Thinking of the recent period when Jin had asked her to monitor the changes in the ocular power of the two, Nono continued to ask. Although spiritual elixirs and ocular power elixirs can restore ocular power and enhance the origin of the Mangekyo, the time required will certainly not be short. In my view, it will take at least 10 years to cause a transformation, but the ultimate path remains unclear. By taking the life elixir, one's vitality is augmented, and the yin and yang forces within the body will spontaneously blend after consuming ocular power, generating new ocular power. Thus we can save those elixirs to strengthen the origin of yin force. So you have found a path to evolve the Mangekyo. Indeed. Do you know about the Rinnegan? One of the 3 great ocular techniques. Nono suddenly exclaimed, then became uncertain and suspicious. That's right, but actually the Rinnegan is the ultimate evolved form of the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara succeeded in achieving it. The Rinnegan, currently in the Land of Rain, was fused by him. Nono's heart was deeply shaken. Then, somewhat stammering, she asked, so, with your help, every Uchiha can reach that level. That's right, but I will only cultivate my trusted confidants. Then do ordinary people like us have a chance to become stronger? Nono wasn't that eager for power, she was asking for Kabuto. You can transplant a Sharingan, or even directly transplant a Rinnegan. It's not impossible. Nono nodded, then asked with some hesitation. You tell me all this so easily. Aren't you afraid I'll spill the beans? I used to be Elder Danzo's spy, you know. How do you think you have any chance of escaping me in this life? Jin approached her, pulled her into his embrace, and slowly stroked her golden long hair with his right hand. How annoying. Nono gently buried her head in Jin's chest, her face flushed with embarrassment. By the way, about the sage art from Ryuchi Cave, don't rush it for now. Within 2 or 3 months at most I can help Kabuto obtain it. At present Orochimaru had not yet defected, and the living corpse reincarnation had not even begun, so his resistance to Jinjutsu was not that low. Moreover, the other party conducted experiments daily under the surveillance of Danzo's root. It would be somewhat difficult to control and interrogate him using Jinjutsu. Therefore the plan to directly approach him was cancelled by Jin. He planned to have his subordinates ambush Orochimaru along his escape route during his defection using Jinjutsu to extract the method of practicing sage art. It's fine, ill-advised Kabuto, not to be impatient recently. My Nono is truly considerate. Hearing Jin's teasing, Nanyuo lowered her head even further, not daring to meet his eyes. After saying goodbye to Nono, Jin waved his hand, and Xian appeared before him. Master Jin, replace our people into the security department. I want to completely control this division. Even if that fails, we must firmly grasp the prison supervision authority. After Xian demonstrated his strength, Uchiha Fugaku wisely handed over some authority, making Xian the chief of the security department. Many dissenting voices within the clan subsequently disappeared. In Uchiha Fugaku's view, exchanging a security department chief position that could be easily gutted for the forgiveness and even loyalty of a Kage-level powerhouse was quite a bargain. Indeed, he did not think he could hide from the other party the fact that he had leaked Uchiha Jin's location to Shursui. Now that several laboratory projects had hit bottlenecks, Jin naturally had to begin human experimentation. Indeed, with the addition of a large group of scientific research talents, the experimental progress advanced by leaps and bounds. Each person contributed a spark of inspiration, bringing the experimental goal ever closer. Even so, people would eventually reach a moment of inspiration exhaustion. Therefore, Jin decided to delay no further and directly commence human experimentation. Yes. After receiving the order, Xian did not hurry to leave. Master Jin, among the previous batch of recruits, 2 are skilled in sealing arts, and 1 has a rather keen perception in time-space aspects. Oh, how are they specifically? The former 2, though not as talented as Uzumaki Kana, are not far behind. With proper training, they should be able to handle some relatively complex sealing technique repairs on the fortress in the future. The latter's talent in time-space perception is much stronger than that of the ninja cat Tama. He can learn the Flying Thunder God technique, but surpassing the 4th Hokage would be very difficult. Hearing his subordinate's introduction, Jin suddenly recalled the Flying Thunder God technique he had been learning. He had already mastered the basics and become proficient. In a few more months, mastering the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique would not be a problem. It was evident that he had considerable talent in time-space perception. At the very least, he was in no way inferior to Minato Namikaze. Well, except for neural reactions. However, with the enhancement of Sharingan's insight ability and the lab's research, surpassing Minato Namikaze was only a matter of time. It's fine. Having 3 talented individuals appear is already beyond my expectations. Cultivate them well, and don't be stingy with secret elixirs. However, you must also regularly subject them to Jinjutsu interrogation to ensure their loyalty. Understand? Yes. After seeing off Uchiha Jin, Jin arrived at his office in the laboratory. Now that we have the Tree of Life, how could we be without the Tree of Spirit? Jin murmured to himself, contemplating how to cultivate it. The prototype of the Tree of Life was a fragment of wood release inherently brimming with vitality, so it required no extra nurturing. But a spirit-type tree was far more troublesome. After all, such a thing had never appeared in the shinobi world. Cultivating from scratch, huh? Well, it may take more time, but the odds of success are still considerable. Thinking of his blood's abilities, Jin felt hope was not lost. His blood could accelerate plant growth and induce mutations, though the probability was low. The pulp plant used in the Neural Response Project was a practical mutant product. He summoned Yoru and asked him to procure several hundred saplings, which were then planted within the aerial forest. Notably, with the aid of Flying Thunder God, the enhanced spatial perception from Kosuke's unique sealing technique, and the ninja cat's mastery of reverse summoning, they could now transport double the previous number of individuals at once. But my blood supply is insufficient. I need to research a secret elixir that stimulates bone marrow and hematopoietic cells to speed up blood production. Fortunately, he had recently developed Elixir of Life 2.0 and Growth Elixir Tree of Life Edition, so spending time on a hematopoietic elixir was manageable. The Tree of Life, the Tree of Spirit, the Tree of Nature. My organization's foundations grow ever stronger. Jin sighed and began his research. Within the laboratory, a special space had been set aside to cultivate various herbs for Jin's formula studies. Attendants tended them daily to preserve their potency. Uchiha Jin, we need to talk. Jin, who had planned to spend time with Izumi and Karen, frowned as Fugaku and Itachi blocked his path. We have nothing to discuss. Jin dismissed them and attempted to leave. Wait. Before Fugaku could reach out, Jin had already transformed into a blur, blocking the way. His murderous intent spread like a tangible force, forcing Fugaku to activate his Sharingan instinctively. His strength has grown. He may well have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku took a deep breath and softened his tone. I mean no harm. I only wish to discuss the future of the Uchiha. The village's oppression of our clan grows more blatant. If we don't unite, the Uchiha will find it hard to run. Fugaku clearly coveted Uchiha Jin under Jin's command, a cage-level fighter who would make even Konoha's higher-ups cautious. After all, the village publicly only had 3 cage-level shinobi. As for Jiraiya and Tsunade, they were absent from the village. In the event of conflict, they could not return in time to assist. How I see no bright future for the Uchiha. You'd do better to worry about your own son. Jin cast a sidelong glance and immediately sensed the increasingly sinister chakra and dojutsu emanating from Itachi. Clearly he too had awakened the Mangekyo. The night of the massacre couldn't be far off. Truly like father, fierce-eyed Fugaku weasel Itachi. Still, their presence might delay events by 2 years. But Itachi is only 11, isn't he? He's not afraid of death. Thinking of Itachi's blood disease, Jin felt not a shred of pity, only boundless coldness. Father'll take my leave. Itachi didn't linger. He had missions in the Umbu. He had agreed to come mainly to probe Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Jin. A cage level within the clan warranted attention. Having gained nothing substantial, he departed. Is there truly no hope for the Uchiha? Fugaku felt an overwhelming weariness from the future foreseen by his Mangekyo. But that girl beside Uchiha Jin, why don't I recognize her? That day the Kumogakure delegation was pressuring the 3rd Hokage. Indeed, last night Cloud Ninja failed to kidnap Hinata and perished within the Hyuga compound, giving the delegation a pretext to bluster. Hizashi, rest assured I will handle this. The 3rd Hokage's feigned benevolence chilled the Hyuga clan head's heart. I wonder if it's tonight. Let's take a walk. Jin used body flicker to roam around the Hyuga district. He soon halted. 3 mischievous boys were surrounding a Byakugan girl, their intentions clearly malicious. One blonde boy, arms crossed, wore an arrogant grin and loudly demanded, "Hey, aren't you from the Hyuga clan? Show us your Byakugan." Another lanky boy sneered with disdain, "Your eyes look so gloomy. You're a Byakugan monster." He leaned in, pretending to grab at Hinata's eyes. Startled, Hinata backed away as tears welled up, refusing weakly, I don't want to show you. but the boys relentlessly taunted and pressed closer. Just then Jin appeared among them with a flicker. He turned his crimson eyes toward the three brats. How about you have a look at my eyes instead, eh? Before they could cry out, Jin cast a genjutsu on each. Soon they were trapped in terrifying illusions, trembling uncontrollably. What's your name? Jin knelt down, offering a gentle smile as he softly stroked Hinata's hair. I am Hyuga Hinata. Thank you, big brother. Her voice, as faint as a mosquito's whisper, made Jin chuckle softly. Such an adorable Hinata at this age. Would you like to grab a late-night snack with me? Meeting his warm starlit gaze, Hinata nodded without thinking. Let's go. Sensing no branch family guards nearby, Jin took her small hand and headed toward Ichiro. Another bowl, please. Seeing that Hinata still seemed unsatisfied after 5 bowls, Jin called out again. No, that's enough. Her face flushed. She quickly waved her hand to refuse, but met Jin's slightly stern expression. If you want to become a ninja, you need to eat well. Without a full stomach, how can you endure training? I'm not short on money. Keep eating. For some reason, Hinata found herself unable to resist this big brother she had met less than an hour ago. Was it because her appetite had gone unsatisfied for so long? Or because he had rescued her inspiring admiration, she couldn't refuse. After another 5 bowls under the owner's curious gaze, Jin led Hinata out of the shop. Hinata, let me escort you home. After wandering aimlessly for a considerable distance, Jin finally decided to send her back. By now the Hyuga clan head must be frantic with worry. Okay. Hinata's voice no longer carried the tension from their first encounter. Being with Jin made her relax, and she reveled in this atmosphere. Yet when she heard the mention of returning home, an unavoidable pang of disappointment washed over her. Can we meet again? Of course. I dine at the barbecue restaurant every Wednesday evening. If you're free, I'd be happy to treat. After a moment's thought, Jin offered a reply that greatly pleased her. Clan leader, we have found Lady Hinata. She was escorted back by a member of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha. Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief, though his face remained impassive as he questioned. The Uchiha clan had always been haughty. They would likely not harm Hinata. Yet his heart churned with complex emotions. If he had not accidentally killed the Cloud Ninja envoy, Hizashi would not have died, and Hinata would not have run away out of guilt. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have deeply disappointed me. Heaving a sigh, Hayashi continued, investigate who she contacted during her absence, whether there were any ill-intentioned individuals. Hyuga Hinata was only about 3 years old at the time. Hayashi had not yet given up on her as his eldest daughter. He still held great expectations for her. Clan leader, this is the record of who Lady Hinata met during her absence. The branch family guard handed the report to him. Uchiha Jin treated Lady Hinata to 10 bowls of Ikaraku's deluxe ramen, then they strolled around the vicinity. Hayashi stared at the report with a stiff expression, a storm raging within. Can Hinata really eat that much? Is she even my daughter? She's only 3. He cast aside all else and rushed to Hinata, examining her thoroughly. Hinata, are you alright? His brow furrowed as he asked incredulously. Father, I feel wonderful. Hinata replied with a slight, from now on eat as much as you want for every meal. The Hyuga are hardly short on money. Realizing that as a father he had been unaware of his own daughter's appetite, he felt a pang of shame. Father, may I go out on Wednesday evening to meet a friend? Hayashi was visibly taken aback. Did Hinata have friends outside? Is it that Uchiha Jin? Why? Yes. Hayashi pondered for a moment, but ultimately, after all, he knew all too well the current state of the Uchiha clan. Being watched by the 3rd Hokage because of this would be disastrous. Moreover, with a Kage-level powerhouse emerging among the Uchiha, those fanatics might start a rebellion at any moment. Thus, for the future of Hinata and the Hyuga clan, he had to nip this budding hope in the bud. Rejected, Hinata retreated to her room, her face etched with disappointment. The memory of walking with Uchiha Jin outside now seemed like a fragile dream, shattering at the slightest touch. Lord Jin, all enforcement squads within the security department are now under our command. The reassigned clan members have been placed in administrative roles, though their salaries remain unchanged. Due to Danzo's ruthless ambushes against Uchiha, who accepted missions, Jin had refrained from letting the Uchiha clansmen who had once held stable jobs take on missions. After all, who knew if it would lead to their deaths, even if Danzo had been quiet lately? As a time traveler, Uchiha Jin still harbored a measure of kindness in his heart. But if they were indeed killed by that weasel, it would be none of his concern. After all, the blame lay with Uchiha Fugaki's incompetence and Uchiha Itachi's monstrous nature. Good. In the next few days, send a few heinous criminals to the laboratory. Jin nodded with satisfaction as he listened to Jin's report. But won't my somewhat rough actions provoke Fugaki's displeasure? Rest assured, as long as your strength remains at the Kage level, he won't dare do much to you. That Uchiha Fugaku has always been indecisive, lacking the nerve to act resolutely. At most he'll issue a verbal warning. If he drives away another cage-level powerhouse from the Uchiha, the clan's predicament will be all too evident. Clan leader, that Uchiha Jin has gone too far. He's transferred a large number of our people from the security department to administrative posts. Fugaku shook his head helplessly in the face of his subordinate's grievance. The Uchiha need Jin, a cage-level powerhouse, to make the third Hokage think twice before allowing Danzo to act against us. Besides, as far as I recall, Uchiha Jin hasn't reduced your salaries, and your workload has become lighter. So what's there to complain about? On Wednesday evening, Jin sat alone in the barbecue restaurant, but Hinata never appeared. It seems the Uchiha situation is putting the Hyuga in a difficult position. With a sigh, Jin turned and left. However, he had no intention of giving up. Even if he stopped contacting Hinata, she would likely remember him forever and wait silently. But that was the original story. Who knew if deviations might occur? Besides, in at most 2 years he would leave Konoha, and without meetings feelings would surely fade. So, I need to find another way to stay connected with Hinata to ensure she never forgets me. After a moment's thought, his eyes suddenly lit up. He'll handle it tomorrow. It's already late. Jinko, what business do you have with me? Uchiha Jin, along with a Hyuga classmate, was now meeting in the Forest of Death. Baihuazen, would you like to take control of your own destiny? Hyuga Baihua, Uchiha Jin's classmate at the Ninja Academy, was usually unremarkable, though she excelled in theoretical studies and was undeniably a beauty. Her pure white eyes darkened and her voice carried a hint of depth. Jinko, please speak frankly. She knew that Uchiha Jin must have taken a liking to some aspect of her, and also possessed a method to free her from the caged bird, which was why he had invited her. Though she doubted Uchiha Jin had any such method, what if there truly was hope? I can help you break the caged bird and enhance your strength, but you must obey me and become my subordinate. Jin stated flatly. You? Do you really have a way? Baihua's eyes sparkled, her voice rising involuntarily. I have 2 subordinates from the Uzumaki clan. The recent burglary at the Hokage's office was their doing. So the choice is yours. Uchiha Jin chuckled softly, saying no more, merely watching her silently. Baihua met his calm gaze with her translucent pupils, took a deep breath, and asked, aren't you afraid I'll expose you? If you refuse, I will seal your memory, but you know what you'll lose. Would you rather spend your life as a servant of the Hyuga, content to be a dog, or fight like a bird against its cage? I agree, but I need to see hope first. Jin nodded and produced a secret medicine. I offer you 2 options. First, let my Uzumaki subordinate use a sealing technique to suppress the caged bird, preventing its activation. She will then gradually decipher its mechanism and help you completely remove the control. The second option is to help your eyes evolve, which can also free you from the caged bird's control. The Byakugan can evolve. Indeed. So what is your choice, Miss Baihua? Jin asked with a faint, intrigued smile. Baihua swallowed, her gaze suddenly firming. I choose the second option. Since there was a chance, she naturally wanted to obtain formidable power. How powerful would the evolved form of the Byakugan be? You can try this secret medicine. Jin handed the dojutsu elixir he held to her. This is a dojutsu elixir that can enhance your Byakugan's power. Baihua took the elixir without hesitation and swallowed it directly. After a moment, her eyes brightened, her gaze toward Jin, carrying a hint of fervor. Jin, do you have more? Jin nodded, took out a space scroll, and handed it to her. Inside are life elixir, mental elixir, and dojutsu elixir that you can use. I hope you keep them safe. Coming to this world, Jin naturally wanted to witness the power of the Tenseigan, so nurturing Baihua was killing 2 birds with 1 stone for him. As Baihua was about to leave, Jin and Ing exchanged a glance. The latter immediately understood and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, casting a dojutsu. Will you expose today's matters to the Hyuga? No. Do you have any intention of betraying Lord Jin? No. After you gain immense power, will you be content to remain subordinate? Hyuga Baihua hesitated for a moment, then replied slowly, if it's Uchiha Jin, I could consider it. Why, oi? Ing asked curiously. Uchiha Jin's lips curled slightly. He hadn't expected himself to be so charming. When I first met him at the Ninja Academy, I was drawn by his looks. Then as I got to know him slowly, I discovered that besides his appearance, there was something extraordinary about him. His theoretical scores always hovered just above the passing line, yet never broke 80. In practical combat classes, he seemed to be holding back. Despite many opportunities to easily defeat opponents, he would always relax at the critical moment and deliberately lose. In short, I gradually became attracted to his personality, but because of the inferiority from the caged bird, I never dared to express my feelings. Now he has given me a chance to defy fate and change my destiny. I am deeply moved and will naturally assist him in fulfilling his great ambition. Baihua spoke with increasing reverence in her expression. A hint of excitement flickered in Ying's eyes as he was about to continue questioning. But Jin, with a darkened expression, stopped him. Wake her up. There are other matters to discuss. Ying nodded regretfully, not disobeying Jin's command. What happened to me? You just spaced out. I still need you to do something. You won't refuse, will you? Although a bit suspicious, she didn't mind. You will become Hinata's guard and serve as an intermediary for communication between me and her. Baihua frowned, but still agreed. They'll bring this up to the clan head, he should agree. This is our contact ninja cat. It knows the reverse summoning technique. When no one is around, you can use this jutsu to come to our base. I will study your Byakugan, so I can better formulate the dojutsu elixir. Baihua nodded, trusting Jin completely, even if it meant being a lab rat. Lord Jin, does the Byakugan have high potential? It rivals the Sharingan. Does it also have power on the level of the Rinnegan? As Jin's trusted confidant, Ying naturally knew a lot about the Rinnegan. Of course, the Byakugan is by no means weak. The Hyuga's heritage was simply severed. Aren't you worried she might cause trouble for us in the future? Didn't you already interrogate her with Jinjutsu? What's there to worry about? Jin chuckled, feeling that Ying was stirring the pot, but he didn't mind. People change. Once they have enough power, some inappropriate thoughts will naturally arise. Jin nodded. Ying, will you betray me? No, and there's no need, because Lord Jin can let me reach the summit of the ninja world and see its unique colors. Isn't Baihua the same as you? But she seems to have certain feelings for you. I sensed it clearly in me. Jin forced a smile and gritted his teeth as he spoke word by word. Ying, you've been itching for trouble lately. It seems I need to have your big brother spar with you properly. The two shared a small joke and slowly walked toward the clan compound. How have you been feeling lately? Several weeks had passed since recruiting Hyuga Baihua, and she had gradually become accustomed to this life. Every day, she either served Hinata or came to the lab for inspections, training, and learning medical ninjutsu. In Jin's view, the Byakugan was perfect for learning medical ninjutsu. With such a subordinate, he naturally had no intention of wasting her talents. Life is fulfilling, and I enjoy it. Good. By the way, did you bring those elixirs to Hinata? Jin asked. I knew you were only talking to me about Lady Hinata. Hinata is the girl I've set my eyes on, of course I must care for her. Jin coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. She misses you terribly, as she mentions you more often than anyone else. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Facing Baihua's sarcasm, Jin habitually ignored it. This Hayashi Hyuga is too old-fashioned, always refusing to let Hinata come out and relax. By the way, has she sparred with Niji recently? Of course. But with the help of your elixir, even though Niji is a year older than Miss Hinata, it's not easy for him to defeat her. Alright, I've given you elixirs too, and I always care about your situation. I haven't played favorites. Now, Jin rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He didn't know what was wrong with Baihua. Ever since she learned that he had his eyes on 3-year-old Hinata, she had been constantly sarcastic toward him and never gave him a pleasant look. Of course, this was also because Jin was from Earth, had a good temper, and wasn't that rigid. Besides, Baihua was beautiful and pleasing to the eye, otherwise she would have been kicked out of the organization's core long ago. Sister Baihua, did Brother Jin say anything? He asked about your spars with Niji. He cares about you a lot. Facing the young lady, Hinata Baihua's feelings were quite complicated. On the one hand, the girl was her master, yet she had never treated her as a servant and had never made life difficult for her. On the other hand, the girl had taken away Jin's favor, which made her intensely jealous. However, she did not impose her bad attitude toward Uchiha Jin onto Hinata. She merely spoke with a hint of appropriate teasing. I will keep working hard. But once I perform well, Hanabi will be branded with that thing. What should I do? Thinking of her newborn, cute little sister, Hinata couldn't help but feel dejected. After the shock from the incident with Hisashi Hyuga and Niji's drastic change in attitude, Hinata had matured a lot. Don't worry, that scumbag Uchiha Jin will help you. How can Brother Jin be a scumbag? Sister Baihua, you must have misunderstood him. Hinata pouted her lips and said indignantly. Hey, you don't know yet, do you? He has 2 cute little sisters over there just like you. They have a close relationship, and I see he's raising them as future wives. Also, that big sister who taught me medical ninjutsu has an ambiguous relationship with Uchiha Jin. So am I wrong to call him a scumbag? How is the research on the rebirth from impure world coming along, Do? I have some ideas, but am still stuck on 1 or 2 key points. Do rubbed his head in frustration. Haven't you learned it yet? Jin asked, surprised. It's not that I haven't learned it, I have, but the power isn't sufficient. I'm contemplating how to improve it. That's good to hear. However, Brother Jin, could you let Brother Xian take me to the Konoha cemetery? Of course, Jin had no reason to refuse. Have you mastered the Flying Thunder God technique? Upon leaving the laboratory hall, Jin spotted a clan member teleporting around. Lord Jin, I can only use it as a supplementary means for long-distance travel. It's still quite challenging and that's still quite impressive. From now on you will follow me. This Uchiha clan member Uchiha Ran was recently discovered to possess space-time talent. Since he has learned the Flying Thunder God, there is naturally hope for him to awaken a similar Kimui technique. Even if it's not Kimui, he might awaken a space-time Sharingan, which Jin had high hopes for. Yes, Lord Jin. Ran nodded excitedly. During this time, he had naturally learned of Jin's many contributions. One could say that Uchiha Jin is the core of their organization. Without him, the organization could not have developed so rapidly. In the future, as you accompany me, you will be responsible for our travels. Remember to leave Flying Thunder God marks in the places we pass. Jin was pleased to have him as his subordinate. Having a space-time follower by his side would surely add to it. As for his own mastery of the Flying Thunder God, that was a trump card he intended to keep hidden. After all, which boss wouldn't know how to drive? But why still hire a driver? It's all about the flair. The air fortress was vast, housing laboratories with many important experiments conducted within. There were also areas for the natural sacred tree and the life sacred tree tended to daily by individuals. Additionally, there were many rooms for living training and entertainment. Jin's purpose for this visit was to observe the growth of the natural sacred tree and the changes in the ninja. Indeed, recently many ninja cats had begun to grow enormous due to the stimulation of natural. This intrigued Jin. The clan members were also thrilled as they could summon giant ninja cats to battle in the future. Lord Jin, is there something you need? Ding Dang lazily opened her eyes, immediately perked up. Why haven't you grown larger? You keep occupying the best spot for the natural sacred tree. Jin chuckled. I'm destined to be a ninja cat of the sage. Other ninja cats lack that potential. Why would I give up my spot for those with lesser talent? Ding Dang was unfazed by Jin's teasing, but it did pique her interest. Oh, how do you think you would fare against Yuzuko? Yuzuko is one of the first ninja cats to enjoy the natural sacred tree, and now she is the It's a 50-50 chance. After all, her physical advantage is immense. Ding Dang's tone suddenly turned uncertain, but she still tried to argue confidently. Just give me a bit more time, and I will surely defeat her. Oh, you still have a 50% chance. Show me your fighting skills. Jin did not give Ding Dang a chance to refuse, and directly took the two cats to the training room. Meanwhile, a crowd of researchers surrounded them, ready to analyze the battle between the two cats. Meow, it looks like we can't avoid a fight today. Ding Dang shook her petite body, facing the gigantic Yuzuko, who was several dozen times larger than her, without any fear. Ding Dong, if it weren't for my unsuitable size, the nest on the natural sacred tree would definitely be mine. Yuzuko, you only have the advantage in size, otherwise you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Ding Dang channeled her chakra and natural energy, gradually merging them together, causing her aura to change dramatically. What's happening here? Jin narrowed his eyes, having some guesses, but it seemed too absurd. Ding Dang has learned Sage Mode. How lucky can one be? Indeed, no one at the base has learned it yet, but a ninja cat has mastered it. The problem is, how did we just find out? Who is responsible for the ninja cat? Several researchers chimed in, all with serious expressions. Yet anyone could see the curiosity in their eyes, itching to rush in and dissect Ding Dang immediately. Jiraiya, quickly report to Hokage. Jiraiya is injured. Seeing Jiraiya with his clothes stained by blood and looking disheveled, the Konoha guards immediately became flustered. Jiraiya, what happened to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his disciple with great confusion, feeling a bit more at ease internally. Although Jiraiya often acted frivolously, his strength was still formidable. In Sage Mode, he was unmatched. Even if the thief who stole the sealing book and sealing techniques were to attack again, they would surely not return. Master, Jiraiya opened his mouth, but did not know how to begin. Should he say that the two disciples he once took in Rain Country harbored great malice towards Konoha to the point of disregarding his words, and that their next meeting would likely be his enemies? Or should he mention that there were several pairs of Rinnegan in Rain Country, and it was urgent to resolve this to prevent harm to Konoha? 1,000 words were stuck in his heart, ultimately transforming into a single phrase: I'm fine, I just encountered some troublesome enemies on the road, I just need to rest for a while. He needed to think carefully about whether to inform his master of this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, not pressing further, but merely advised him not to leave Konoha recently. Has there been any abnormality with the Uchiha lately? Jiraiya gradually regained his composure and casually inquired. He knew that the Uchiha had always been a pressing issue within the village. Before he left the village, it was a problem that troubled his master greatly. There is indeed one thing I need your help with. Please probe this young man for me. I'm quite curious about him. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a document and pointed to the photo on the first page. It was an image of Uchiha Jin patrolling the guards, calm and detached. Orochimaru is about to defect Arashi. Tell Jin and the Shadow to prepare and be ready to intercept him. Jin quietly nodded at the information reported by his subordinates. Recently, the number of missing civilians in Konoha has been increasing and the guards have been overwhelmed. Of course, it was the clerical staff who were busy. Jin's subordinates were just patrolling the streets daily, biding their time to improve their strength. Meanwhile, Fugaku's subordinates, the clerical staff in the guard department, naturally had to handle a large volume of complaints. Kid, you are Uchiha Jin, can we have a chat? Jin smiled lightly, not taking it to heart, intending to bypass him directly. Jiraiya may have been better at teaching disciples, but his penchant for peeping at hot springs made him quite displeased. Not to mention the other party was like Senju Hashirama, someone who would sacrifice everything for Konoha. One had killed a buddy who co-founded Konoha with him. The other had nearly killed a teammate he grew up with. In his view, there was naturally nothing to discuss between the two. Kid, that's quite impolite. As Jiraiya reached out his right hand to grab Jin's shoulder, Jin was the first to intervene. Jiraiya-senpai, please don't make things difficult for me. Uchiha Jin said coldly. Even though the other party had made significant contributions to the Konoha battlefield over the years, did they lack for Uchiha? Moreover, the other party's master was that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ha, I'm truly sorry, you must be Uchiha Jin. Jiraiya awkwardly smiled and quickly withdrew his hand. Indeed, if there's nothing else, let us take our... Jin's expression remained cold, unaffected by the other's warmth. What charm does Uchiha Jin possess that can make a shadow-level powerhouse submit? This person is still an Uchiha. After Jin and his group left, Jiraiya murmured to himself, his expression becoming serious. However, Uchiha Jin possesses a power that makes me feel dangerous. Has he activated the Mangekyo? This period has indeed been tumultuous for Konoha. Recalling the thief from not long ago, Hinata's sacrifice, and the two Mangekyo that suddenly appeared from Uchiha, Jiraiya felt a headache. Forget it, let's gather materials. I'll leave such matters for the old man to worry about. Jiraiya suddenly laughed, his steps light as he ran towards the nearby hot spring. Now that he had discovered the Rinnegan mentioned in the prophecy, he naturally felt less urgency. Indeed, he believed that the several pairs of Rinnegan in Rain Country were cloned. Currently, he urgently needed to adjust his mindset and think about how to handle the relationship between his disciples and Konoha. If things truly went against their nature, he would have to disregard their master-disciple bond and inform his master about the Rinnegan. Jinyu immediately lead the guards and capture Jiraiya. Lord Jin, that might not be easy, we lack. That will be forthcoming. Imagine the uproar if a Konoha hero is caught peeping at a hot spring. Thinking about how Jiraiya might continue to probe, the Uchiha Jin decided to give him something to do. Jiraiya has returned. This is not good news. It seems I need to be more cautious. In a dark basement, a pale-faced man with golden eyes and purple markings murmured ominously. Orochimaru, how is the wood release experiment progressing? The Uchiha's power is growing stronger, and we urgently need the power of wood release to balance them, otherwise the Uchiha will inevitably rebel. Danzo, you are too impatient. The second Hokage researched for a lifetime and achieved little. I've only just begun my experiment, and you're already looking to harvest a wood release ninja. Just don't slack off, though I will have Root keep a close watch on you. Danzo tapped his cane on the ground and turned to leave. By the way, the funding for the laboratory is running low. Remember to arrange it quickly, or don't blame me if the wood release experiment is delayed. Hearing Orochimaru's threatening tone, Danzo's expression darkened, but he did not speak further. Come here, how is the information on Orochimaru's attacks on civilians coming along? Lord Danzo, it's already collected and is here. That's good, you may leave. Danzo looked at the information before him, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Orochimaru, the position of Hokage can ultimately only be occupied by me. Just obediently research experiments for your whole life. While Orochimaru was contemplating how to evade Jiraiya and his master's pursuit, his good teammate was already captured by Uchiha Jin and his subordinates. Uchiha Jin, you are too ruthless. I merely went to gather materials. How can you imprison me for 10 days? Jiraiya shook his long white hair, clearly dissatisfied. Even the third Hokage cannot show favoritism. You should reflect well in prison. Jiraiya has been imprisoned and will be held for 10 days. Orochimaru looked at the report brought by his subordinates with a rather peculiar expression, but at the same time he grew increasingly curious about Uchiha. Did Uchiha Jin really activate the Mangekyo, or is it that Jiraiya is too prideful to break the rule? Interesting. Before I leave Konoha, I might as well gather some relevant information. His primary goal was still to escape Konoha and conduct more experiments rather than complicate his own escape. Although a flicker of interest passed through Orochimaru's golden eyes, it quickly subsided as he returned to his work. Impure world reincarnation, what an exciting ninjutsu. Orochimaru, stop. Don't think you can leave Konoha. Surrender and come back with us. At that moment Orochimaru was being pursued by a squad of Umbu. The reason, of course, was the exposure of his human experiments in the laboratory. As for the mastermind behind it, he had his own suspicions. It was most likely that Danzo had leaked the information, driving me out and ruining my reputation. Do you really think that will make you Hokage? How ridiculous. Orochimaru paid no heed to the dozen Umbu behind him. After all, in Konoha, only his teacher Jiraiya and Danzo could truly threaten him. His teacher might hold back out of old affection and not go all out. Jiraiya was in prison with no chance. As for Danzo, he wouldn't dare to make an enemy of him outright, otherwise he'd lose his ability to scheme from the shadows. Orochimaru held plenty of incriminating evidence against him. Lord Jin, Orochimaru has defected. Oh, you and Kage go intercept him immediately. Bring back all the research on Senjutsu and Edo Tensei. The moment the words fell, Shien and Kage dashed into the distance. They intended to leave Konoha ahead of time and intercept him in the forest outside. Injured by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru fled Konoha and cast a relieved, yet mocking glance at the prosperous village in the distance. When I return it will be to destroy Konoha. I hope you like my gift, sensei. He licked his lips, turned, and walked away. Who's there? He hadn't gone far before he stopped abruptly, staring warily at a large tree nearby. The next moment, he found himself locked onto a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Damn it. As Orochimaru lost consciousness, Shien immediately unleashed his own Mangekyo's ocular power, completely suppressing Orochimaru's attempt to break free from Kage's Jinjutsu. Write down the cultivation methods and insights for Senjutsu and Edo Tensei on this. Kage took out a blank scroll, handed it to him, and ordered in a deep, solemn tone. Shien meanwhile transformed into Orochimaru's likeness to actively lure away the Umbu members closing in. How did it go? Jin looked at Kage with some anticipation as he returned. Lord Jin, mission accomplished. Taking the scroll, Jin began to examine it. First, one must have the white snake sage inject natural energy with its fangs. If unable to withstand it, one turns into a snake and is devoured by the white snake sage. So it has a lot to do with physical constitution. As for the subsequent cultivation methods, there were naturally none, since he had barely survived the white snake sage's natural energy, let alone the later stages of practice. Nevertheless, the fact that he survived the white snake sage was a rare feat. The remaining content mostly consisted of his speculations on sage mode and how to use cursed seals to resolve the problem of absorbing natural energy. But Jin didn't dismiss it. After all, this man would one day become the brilliant researcher who actually developed the cursed seal. The content still held considerable value. As for Edo Tensei, let Kabuto study it. I wouldn't understand it anyway. Jin shook his head and instructed Lon to hand the materials over to Kabuto and Nono. By the way, you and Shien go to Root and steal some of Hashirama's cells for me. I have big plans for them. Jin stated flatly. Recently, the life sacred tree had hit a bottleneck. Even the growth elixir made from white Zetsu cells had lost much of its effectiveness. That was why Jin decided to set his sights on Hashirama's cells, which boasted even greater vitality. At the same time, he was curious what would happen when the life sacred tree, originally manifested through Hashirama's jutsu, encountered Hashirama's cells themselves. Of course, he had also considered using Hashirama's cells as the main ingredient to formulate a new life elixir. But he abandoned the idea. The current elixir was already sufficient for most purposes. If he needed to strengthen it further, he could just cultivate the life tree. After all, it was the primary ingredient of the life elixir and didn't require him to rack his brain. Jiraiya, why can't you control your urges? The moment you return, you go peeping in the bathhouse. How am I as Hokage supposed to help you? Hearing the third Hokage's reprimand, Jiraiya lowered his head, feeling irritated. It had never been a problem before. Why was it so serious this time after coming back? Sensei, has Orochimaru really defected? At Jiraiya's question, the third Hokage's eyelid twitched. He was silent for a long while before exhaling a puff of smoke and slowly nodding. Don't think about leaving Konoha to chase after him. The other day, Root under Danzo was attacked, and something was stolen again. So stay out of trouble in Konoha for now. What was stolen again? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. What could be in Danzo's base that those guys would covet? Hiruzen Sarutobi was also perplexed, but since Danzo wouldn't tell him, there was nothing he could do. However, it could only be a few specific things. He couldn't think of anything else worth stealing. The first Hokage's cells coveted like this. I truly have failed the past Hokage. Hashirama's cells, what vitality they possess. Jin shook the test tube in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. You want it? Don't rush. He'll later formulate it into an elixir that will help you even more. Jin saw the life sacred tree shaking its branches and immediately refused it. Lord Jin, the neural project has yielded some results. Lady Nono requests your presence. Good, I'm coming. Jin, who had been listless, instantly perked up. He eagerly anticipated the widespread implementation of the neural project, which would allow his Kage-level subordinates to emerge like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Jin, we've tested it on criminals. It can currently enhance neural reaction speed by 30%. Not bad. Any successful subjects? They haven't started yet, but the first trial will commence in half an hour. Any safety concerns? Jin, don't worry. There won't be any problems. We've run many experiments. The neural improvements are achieved through scientific steady advancement with elixirs without any impact on potential. Half an hour later, Nono brought out various elixirs, diluted them with water, and prepared to hand them to the first Uchiha test subject. That clansman was named Uchiha Jin, a subordinate recruited by Shien and a prodigy with 3 tomo. In Jin's eyes, if not for his injury on the battlefield, he would have been a genius no less than Shursui. Though he was a bit older, now nearly 30, his potential had yet to be fully realized. Watching Nono and Tsukuyami skillfully direct Yun through his training, constantly advising on the usage of the elixirs and the stimulation of his body with lightning, Jin felt much more at ease. After a while, Yun approached, looking exhausted and drenched in sweat. How do you feel? My nerves have indeed been tempered. The improvement isn't huge, but there's progress. Yun didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Continue again tomorrow. Jin nodded, full of anticipation for the experiment. Lord Jin, another clansman, has awakened the Mangekyo. Would you like to see? No need. Just tell me the ability he awakened. Lately, more and more clansmen were awakening the Mangekyo, and Jin was naturally pleased to see it. Moreover, quite a few Tsukuyami awakenings had occurred recently, which sparked an idea in him. Using the control over time, space, and quality from Tsukuyami as a foundation, combined with other illusion-type ocular abilities to weave a phantom world. If that were possible, progress in the lab, ninja training and knowledge acquisition could all be greatly accelerated. However, whether these illusion-type ocular abilities could be linked together remained to be studied. Perhaps the spirit sacred tree could serve as the foundation for this linkage. Jin, can the children from the orphanage join our organization? Yuneyu asked, her tone full of pleading. Sure, but those with psychological issues should be left out. Jin thought for a moment and reminded, as a seasoned spy, Yuneyu should handle it well. He certainly did not want any traitors among his subordinates. As for the Uchiha, apart from their mental quirks, there was no issue of betrayal. Well, Shursui and Itachi didn't count. They were simply too foolish, brainwashed by malicious individuals. That is indeed a problem. It seems we need to establish a school in the future to improve the education of the clan. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yuneyu nodded, immediately filled with gratitude toward Jin. Yun, fight against Shien for a match. Let me see the results. Jin looked at the beaming Yun and spoke calmly with an order. At this point, Yun had reached the peak of the neural project's results, so Jin naturally wanted to see how effective it was. Yes, Lord Jin. Yun responded with full confidence, and then looked at his opponent. Lord Jin, do I need to use the Mangekyo? Shien immediately asked. It depends. If he can suppress you in battle, then activate it. Jin pondered for a moment and said slowly. However, he had no expectation of that happening. After all, the opponent had only been taking the secret elixir for a few months. Even with a certain boost in neural response compared to Shien, who had been with him for years, there was still a considerable gap, even without activating the Mangekyo. Come. Shien gently clenched his hands, and a bolt of lightning and a flame emanated from his palms, instantly covering his body's surface, looking quite spectacular. Lord Shien has become increasingly skilled at the shape transformation of fire and lightning chakra, exclaimed a relatively young researcher, his eyes filled with a hint of envy. Fortunately, under Lord Jin's command, even if one cannot reach Lord Shien's level, becoming an elite jonin just through hard work is still quite easy. Moreover, I heard that the lab recently intensified research on sage arts. There must be a new research direction, so who can predict the future? These researchers originally were merely chunin genin, or even ordinary people, but with the help of the secret elixir, they had made considerable progress, so their long-dormant youthful ambitions gradually began to stir. Yun saw Shien's understanding of chakra, and his expression gradually turned serious. The joy that had arisen from his enhanced neural response quickly faded. He gripped a long sword and charged forward. Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Shien then also held a kunai and parried the attack. The response is indeed remarkable. Were it not for Lord Shien's superior strength and chakra control, it would have been difficult to counter Lord Yun's attacks. Half an hour later, the two separated. As a result, they had been locked in a stalemate for a long time, but ultimately Shien seized an opportunity and secured victory. Nevertheless, this battle demonstrated the boost that neural response provides to ninjas. Lord Jin, the neural project research has hit a bottleneck. We can put it aside for now. But you need to prioritize enhancing the neural response of clan members who have awakened the Mangekyo. Jin thought for a moment and decided to first strengthen those with the Mangekyo, as this would greatly ensure the safety of the clan and the base. After awakening the Mangekyo, their insight had already improved by a level. Now, with enhanced neural response, even a super Kage-level powerhouse would probably have to put in some effort to take them down. Jin, I feel that my eyes have only become stronger in pupil power with no other changes. Does the Byakugan evolution you mentioned really exist? Baiwa pouted, looking at Uchiha Jin with full confusion. It must be a matter of chakra or bloodline. It seems I need to find time to go to the moon. Jin nodded, suddenly thinking of something. What do you mean? There's something on the moon that can evolve my eyes. Exactly. There is still a group of Otsutsuki with Byakugan on the moon. Their bloodline can complement your Byakugan and help it evolve. But can we really reach the moon? Our organization doesn't seem to have any ninja who can fly. No need. There is a passage in the ninja world that leads to the moon. Once we find it, everything will be easy. Then, Baiwa showed a hopeful expression, her eyes filled with longing as she looked at Jin. Although she wished Jin would help her find the passage immediately, she knew she was just a subordinate and could not have any overstepping thoughts. Bickering on ordinary days was fine. After all, Jin was different from the old fogies of the Hyuga. He was open-minded toward his subordinates, quite accepting of her, and could handle jokes. But matters like this, which might consume a lot of manpower and resources, required Jin's approval. Don't worry. In a while I'll have my subordinates search for you. You can come along too, since your Byakugan may be quite useful. Jin thought for a moment and decided to give this poor caged bird a glimmer of hope. I am so weak. How can you bear to let me go out? Baihua's eyes instantly reddened, her voice choking and trembling. I'll have Xian and Ing accompany you. Will that do? Jin rubbed his forehead, but still gave her a promise. He had also just thought of the giant Tensigan on the moon and decided it was better to be cautious. Baiwa instantly seemed to change her expression, clinging to Jin's arm with a coquettish voice and acting spoiled. I knew brother Jin loves me the most. Hearing Hyuga Baihua's spoiled tone, Jin's expression stiffened. He had encountered this situation more than once recently and had become somewhat numb to it. Lord Jin, do we really have to do this? Won't that be inappropriate? After all, that's the first Hokage. If I didn't know that in the future you would summon most of the Kage-level powerhouses from the Pure Land with Orochimaru, I might actually believe your nonsense. Even if you don't summon him, he will be summoned by Orochimaru later. Jin thought for a moment and still no way, he was the third Hokage's disciple. Ridiculous. Does his former identity still have any binding power on him? He was the one who carried out those human experiments. Moreover, the parents of some children in the orphanage might have been Orochimaru's test subjects. Hearing Jin's reminder, Kabuto's pupils suddenly contracted, and he hesitated no more. He formed hand seals and performed the impure world reincarnation technique. The criminal in front of him immediately let out a series of screams, then unwillingly lost his life. Where is this? Before Hashirama Senju could fully regain consciousness, Xian stepped forward and pasted a prepared sealing technique talisman on the back of his head. All right, go back and continue your research. Jin waved his hand, dismissing Kabuto. He did not let Kabuto perform the impure world reincarnation on Tobarama Senju. First, because his corpse was hidden by Konoha, making it hard to find, though Orochimaru should know. Second, his strength was at best peak Kage level, not even Super Kage, and the impure world reincarnation cannot exceed his living power, so he was not a threat. Third, when Orochimaru carries out the Konoha destruction plan, he will need assistance. Once Tobarama is sealed, how can he confront the third Hokage? How is your training of the Yin seal going? Jin arrived at the laboratory and asked with a gentle smile. Although it is in strength sealing technique, it is not too difficult to practice. With Xiang Nai's guidance, I quickly grasped the essence, but accumulating chakra still requires considerable time. Yinayu shook her head, yet it was evident she was quite delighted. A sealing jutsu that grants eternal youth is naturally very appealing to a woman. Does the Chakra Elixir have any effect on practicing this jutsu? Jin asked curiously. It has a significant effect. An ordinary ninja practicing this technique might only accumulate about 1/10 of the chakra their body refines each day. But after taking the Chakra Elixir, the amount of chakra I refine naturally increases, so more chakra can be used to condense the Yin seal, thereby greatly shortening the required time. Jin nodded thoughtfully and continued, how much shorter? At most a year, Yinayu replied with a smile. How is Xiang Nai's research on Ding Dang? Any leads on Sage Chakra? Jin nodded and continued. We have some results, but not on Sage Chakra, rather on natural energy. From Orochimaru's Sage technique materials, she developed a sealing formula that helps perceive natural energy but there is still little clue on how to assist the user in absorbing it. Yinayu said somewhat regretfully. No rush, only a few months have passed, we have plenty of time for research. Thinking of Naruto's age, Jin chuckled softly and refrained from pressuring her or his subordinates. Moreover, even if he couldn't find a way to survive the infinite Tsukuyomi in the next decade, or so, there were still Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha to save the world. But that was the worst-case scenario. He was still very interested in refining the 10 tails into a secret elixir, which might be a key ingredient for becoming an Otsutsuki. Most importantly, he also wanted to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Have you mastered Shinon's forbidden medical techniques? Yes, although they are all jutsu for strengthening the body, they still provided considerable inspiration for me. Haha, then I'll be looking forward to it. It seems the title of Mui's top medical ninja is about to be inherited by someone else, Jin said with a laugh. Don't tease me. They'll be leaving Mai with you in at most 2 years. Oh, what's the point of saying such things? If you truly want to stay, I won't force you, Jin sighed and continued, I'll kill that old dog Danzo for you. It was obvious that Yinayu loved children. Once she left Mai with him, the airborne fortress would likely be where she spent most of her time. As for his promise not to restrict her freedom and let her often visit the Mai orphanage, the prerequisite was that Mai did not label her as a rogue ninja. But was that possible? Having fled alongside the Uchiha, how could she not be wanted? So even if she returned, she could only watch from the shadows. No, I agreed to leave with you. I won't go back on my word. Yinayu saw through Jin's thoughts and shook her head, but the smile on her face grew brighter. When someone you value respects your thoughts, how could it not be uplifting? Are you sure? Yes. Jin laughed heartily, and Yinayu's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. You won't regret this, I promise. Jin gently pulled Yinayu into his arms, gazing with adoration into her eyes, and slowly pressed his lips to hers. Lord Jin, it's bad. Miss Xianglin has fainted. After they had been intimate for a while, someone finally broke the romantic atmosphere. What happened to Xianglin? Jin released Yinayu and frowned. She was sparring with Ms. Quan, and out of anger used the adamantine chains, then collapsed. Lan, take Yinayu, and me to see her. Jin took Yinayu's hand, and walked to the door, instructing Uchiha Lan. Yes. Placing his right hand on Jin's shoulder, he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Sensing the increasingly stable spatial transference, Jin nodded in satisfaction, though it was still far inferior to his own jutsu. Where is Xianglin? Lord Jin in the resting room, next door. All right, you may continue. Jin entered the room and saw Do examining Xianglin. How is she? Brother Jin, no major issues, just chakra exhaustion. A side effect of using the adamantine chains. Exactly, after all, this is not an ability she should have awakened at her age, but it also shows her exceptional talent. Do clicked his tongue in admiration and regarded Xianglin with more respect. After all, Aunt Xiangnai had only awakened the adamantine chains not long ago. Xianglin, is she all right? As they chatted, Uzumaki Xiangnai hurried over. She's fine, Aunt Xiangnai. Xianglin just exhausted her chakra. With some secret elixir to ease it, she should wake up soon. That's good. Thank you, Jin. Haha, it's all Do's work. I just arrived. Brother Jin, I'm sorry. Quan also looked at Xianglin lying on the bed with some anxiety, her voice tinged with panic and guilt. It's all right, this isn't really your fault. Besides, Xianglin will wake up soon, don't dwell on it. Hearing Brother Jin's reassurance, Quan immediately showed a relieved smile, though her gaze at Xianglin still held a hint of apology. But next time you spar, don't be so reckless, got it? We'll go easy on her. In her view, if she hadn't used her Sharingan's power to suppress Xianglin, the latter wouldn't have fainted. If I don't need you to go easy on me. Xianglin suddenly opened her eyes and said somewhat defiantly, we'll have another match this afternoon. At this moment, Xianglin, influenced by Quan, was gradually developing her own spirit, no longer the humble girl who had been brought back by the Hokage and needed her mother's protection. Oh, Xianglin, you still want another round? Jin asked with an undulating tone, a slight smirk on his lips. No, I won't be so reckless next time, Brother Jin, please forgive me. Xianglin blinked her glittering moist eyes, sending a tremor through Jin's heart. Refrain from using your bloodline power for now, or you might contract a bloodline disease. I don't want you to die young. Jin then adopted a gentler tone to counsel her. Bloodline disease. Die young. No, Brother Jin, I haven't become your woman yet. The faces of those present immediately turned peculiar, their gazes shifting between the two. Brother Jin is mine. Quan immediately retorted in a firm tone. He's mine. Listening to the two girls dispute, Jin felt extremely embarrassed. Ahem, although I have such thoughts, how old are you? Starting puppy love this early? Oh, over 10 years old indeed, not that young anymore. Abito, have you found the organization targeting Konoha? A jet black liquid emerged from the ground, slowly forming a humanoid silhouette. No, but I sense it's closely tied to the Uchiha. Uchiha. Have they awakened a new Mangekyo? That's right, Uchiha Jin, at least Kage-level strength. I suspect he has also awakened the Mangekyo. But two people attacked Konoha. The other one should be Uchiha Fugaku. Obito thought of the answer Uchiha Itachi had given and spoke directly. As for Uchiha Jin, although it is unknown how he subdued Jin, he certainly has not awakened the Mangekyo. Otherwise, given his personality, how could he have remained hidden all this time? Deep down he refused to believe that another loser could awaken those eyes. Are you sure? Only the Uchiha have such a motive. I can't think of anyone else. After all, the ninja world is full of white Zetsu shadows. How could there be organizations and secrets unknown to us? Black Zetsu nodded in agreement. What do you plan to do? I plan to go and probe Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Jin later to see what secrets they are hiding. Obito thought it over, still unable to swallow the indignation, and decided to avenge Kakashi. Black Zetsu didn't care now. There was probably no ninja in the ninja world who could detain Obito. A while ago, the bloodline clans of the Water Country resisted fiercely, forcing him to stay in the Mist Village to prevent accidents. Now that he had freed up his hands, he naturally wanted to teach those two who ambushed Kakashi a lesson. After all, in his view, the ones who attacked Kakashi were the two Kage-level ninjas who stole the Forbidden Scroll. Oh, we have a guest. Jin took the teacup from Aunt Hazuki and glanced casually at the tiger-striped masked man who suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The next moment, Uchiha Jin emerged from the shadows, blocking the masked man. Who are you? What is your purpose here? Jin looked at him warily. An Uchiha with space-time ninjutsu, either from the Uchiha compound or an orphan left outside. I am the wandering soul of the Uchiha clan. You may call me Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito said calmly, but his eyes darted around casually, as if defenseless. Everyone present except Jin was taken aback. Why do you only have one Sharingan exposed? That I have Kakashi's. Could it be yours? So you came here to avenge Kakashi? Jin chuckled lightly, casually uttering a few words that instantly unsettled the masked man. Fortunately, the mask concealed his expression, so no one noticed. I told you I am Uchiha Madara. How could my eyes be given to an outsider? Hearing the masked man's sophistry, everyone present wore strange expressions, and the initial tension dissipated at that moment. Jin, give him a try. Since awakening the Mangekyo, Uchiha Jin had found ordinary opponents useless for training, but Uchiha Obito was a good choice. Ridiculous. Let me show you my power. Saying so, the masked man took out his war fan and placed it. His mind was disturbed by Jin's words. By now the others present probably didn't believe him. So bringing out the war fan at least could add some credibility to his identity. Uchiha Jin didn't think much and immediately entered a combat state. With lightning and fire intertwined, he suddenly dashed forward his kunai, empowered by both forces, leaving arcs of electricity and sparks in the air. Uchiha Obito sensed the intensity of the lightning and fire on Jin's kunai, and his expression darkened. However, with his intangible ability, he could at least ensure he remained invincible. It passed through space-time ninjutsu. Jin watched the masked man's ethereal figure in shock, inwardly lamenting the difficulty. But how long can you keep this up? Jin immediately activated his Mangekyo, carefully observing the opponent's ability. Is right, I was ninjutsu analysis, which was very useful in such a situation. Damn, he really has a Mangekyo. I wonder what ability it is. Obito's expression beneath the mask grew even uglier. He feared the opponent's dojutsu was related to space-time, which might make him look foolish. Fortunately, his worry was unnecessary. The opponent made no major move. Gradually, Uchiha Obito regained his confidence. No solution? Then it's my turn. The masked man sneered, deactivated his intangible state, and charged forward. The kunai crackling with electricity passed through the opponent's body again. The masked man suddenly sidestepped and thrust his war fan forward. Clang! In the nick of time, Jin blocked with his kunai, forcefully parrying the attack. Are you only capable of hiding? Dare you fight me openly and squarely? Jin was also disgusted by Obito's dojutsu and shouted angrily. He couldn't break the opponent's space-time dojutsu anytime soon, and the fight would likely drag on, which was not what he wanted. Mom, I'm home. Izumi. A crisp sound came from the door, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The masked man suddenly changed direction, ignoring Jin's attack. Almost there. The masked man's right hand was about to touch Izumi's clothes, but a slender, fair arm grabbed his wrist. You are being quite rude, sir. Coming here and immediately trying to take a hostage. Do you truly think you can do as you please? Jin glanced at him coldly, his tone carrying a hint of anger, and tightened his grip. In desperation, Obito instantly became intangible, so his arm wasn't crushed by Uchiha Jin. Truly worthy of the one who subdued Uchiha Jin. Such speed. I underestimated you. Obito's expression under the mask darkened, but he still pretended to evaluate with an air of profundity. Get out. You are not welcome here. As of now, Jin did not have a counter for the opponent's ability. Moreover, he still needed the masked man to help him collect the tailed beasts, so he could only let him leave. Since you don't believe me, I hope you won't regret it later. I have given you a chance. Watching the masked man's figure sucked into a spatial vortex and disappear, everyone present felt a bit downcast. Lord Jin, that guy. Jin looked at Uchiha Jin hesitantly. Don't worry about him. He won't affect our plans. Actually, Jin did have a means to restrain his opponent. That's right. It was Lin, but Lin brought back through the impure world reincarnation. He had asked Yakushi Kabuto to perform it, and there was even a misunderstanding at the time. However, the conflict between the two sides was not yet too severe. Naturally, Jin did not want his organization to be fully exposed in the opponent's sight. After all, if he truly used Lin to threaten the other party, who knew whether Uchiha Obito would go mad and resort to any means to pull off something catastrophic. After all, taking the field personally to retaliate against an organization was the most foolish move. So he feared that Black Zetsu might give the other party some bad advice to deal with his organization. Fortunately, his organization was still unknown and had not been exposed in Obito, and his team's main attention was not on Konoha, so they could still develop peacefully for a while. As for Lin, she was an important trump card for his resistance, and it was better not to use her for now. Brother Jin, Quan is so scared. It's alright, I won't let anyone bully you. Jin's voice was filled with strength, causing Quan to nod vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. Lord Jin, aren't you going to keep him here? You can't keep him. His time-space jutsu is too troublesome. It's better to leave some leeway, or else we'll be the ones suffering if he targets us. Miss Quan, I apologize for just now. I almost failed to rescue you, Xian said apologetically to Uchiha Quan. He really hadn't noticed the enemy attempting to kidnap Quan. If not for Jin's decisive intervention, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Just be more careful next time. Don't think too kindly of your enemies. Jin chided briefly, then pulled Quan back into the courtyard. Have something to eat. You must have been terrified, Jin said with a smile as he handed her a fruit platter. Brother Jin, please take me shopping today. Faced with Quan's moist, sparkling eyes, Jin naturally had no reason to refuse. Awesome. Brother Jin is the best. Brother Jin, I'm here. A puff of white smoke suddenly appeared in the room, and Hinata bounded out of it, hopping cheerfully. Hinata, why are you here all of a sudden? Jin looked at Hinata, who had been teleported by a ninja cat, his face full of confusion. I came using Ding Dong, and Sister Baiwa is here too. Jin naturally noticed Baiwa following behind, but he was still worried that Hinata might be discovered by Hayashi Hyuga. Is it okay, eh? It's fine. I almost beat Brother Niji today, so father gave me half a day off, and I asked Sister Baiwa to be my escort and come out with me. That's good. Want me to take you out to play? Jin looked into Hinata's pure white eyes and asked casually. Okay, but Brother Jin might have to put up with some inconvenience since we can't be seen by the clan. Hinata's voice grew softer, thinking Brother Jin wouldn't agree. No need for that. We'll just go directly to the most bustling city in the Land of Fire and have fun. Leave Konoha. Is that really okay? Don't worry, my subordinate knows time-space ninjutsu. Going back and forth won't take long. Then let's hurry. Half a day seemed long, but in the eyes of the two, the wonderful time was very brief. Brother Jin, if I become stronger and stronger, what will happen to Hanabi? Hinata, who had been having a great time, suddenly fell silent. Don't worry, just show your abilities to the fullest. Within 2 years at most, it'll help you take Hanabi away from Konoha, freeing her from the Hyuga clan's constraints. You're going to leave Konoha? That's right. After all, our Uchiha reputation in Konoha isn't very good, Jin said with a smile. Then what should I do? When the time comes, you can leave with us. But, alright, there's still plenty of time, no need to be so sad. Let's head back, or your father will start worrying about your safety. Jin said nothing, and prepared to let Baiwa go back and comfort her. Aren't you going to comfort her? Baiwa opened the door, saw Jin leisurely drinking tea, and instantly grew somewhat angry. That's why I have you, isn't it? Jin smiled at her, and continued organizing documents. If I don't like Hinata, but if you became my boyfriend, I might agree. How is your medical ninjutsu training coming along? Jin didn't intend to argue with her, and changed the subject. I've learned almost everything, I just need to practice to get proficient. I'm currently working as the main doctor in the nerve reflex project. Oh, what's the situation like? Jin asked casually. For clan members who have awakened, the Mangekyo nerve reflex can be enhanced by 40% for those with 3 tomo, 30%, and for those below 2 tomo, it's even lower. Baiwa slowly reported the experimental data. Why does this happen? Jin asked in slight surprise. I guess it might be because the evolution of the Sharingan develops the meridians around the eyes. The meridians related to nerve reflex are easier to train, which yields such good results. That's a promising direction for research. Have you had any insights? Yes, now Sister Nono asks me to observe the evolution of the Sharingan each time, how the Sharingan's meridians develop during nerve training, hoping to summarize the pattern. Thank you for your hard work. If you find anything, feel free to bring it up. Don't be afraid of mistakes. Aren't you going to give me a reward? Baiwa leaned in closer, almost pressing her face against Uchiha Jin's. I'll have our clan members go out and help you find the passage to the moon right away. Now that more and more clan members with Mangekyo were appearing, Jin knew they needed combat to quickly master their abilities, so sending them out would serve two purposes. You're so eager to get rid of me by sending me away. I'm not in that much of a hurry. Baihua's resentful gaze met his eyes, making Jin a bit uncomfortable. All right, what reward do you want? Spit it out, but nothing too excessive. Jin had no choice. Take me out for a whole day, just like you did with Hinata. Baihua's eyes lit up, and she blurted out her idea. That's simple. What, you want it more complicated? My mother said I shouldn't let a scoundrel like you have me so easily, or else you want. Jin glared at Baiwa with a face full of black lines and couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Tomorrow, okay? Really? You agreed. Then I need to prepare properly. Baiwa happily let go of Jin's arm, waved, and then vanished from the room. All right, Kabuto, stop eavesdropping. She's gone. Jin called out somewhat weakly. Big brother Jin, the bees have built a nest on the sacred tree of nature. Do you want to go see it? They built a nest. That's good, but I won't go for now. I haven't finished researching the formula in hand. If you really get results, make sure to tell me in time. Jin shook his head and rubbed his aching temples. I will tell my adoptive mother about what just happened. With an expressionless face, Do closed the door and the words floated into Jin's ears. Wait, I can explain. Sensing no response from behind the door, Jin helplessly shook his head. Tisk Do was becoming less and less lovable, but now you probably won't mind. Should he? The idea of bees building a nest was conceived by Jin as a way to harness natural energy. He intended to utilize the natural energy surrounding the sacred tree to provide bees with a special environment for honey production. Additionally, the natural energy contained in the holy water consumed by the bees would likely result in honey infused with natural energy. Perhaps in time this honey would become an important means for them to interact with sense and absorb natural energy. However, whether it posed any danger would need to be tested once the honey was produced. The blood of the Uzumaki clan indeed contains a unique energy comprising both chakra and vitality. No wonder Shakurin could help others recover chakra and injuries in the future. That's right, and we discovered that the blood of the Uzumaki clan seems to complement the cells of Hashirama. Jin, do you know why? You nodded in agreement. Actually, in ancient times, the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan were one family, both descending from Ashura, the second son of the Sage of Six Paths. What? Is that true? Indeed, the second son Ashura represents the ultimate yang power, while the eldest son Indra represents the ultimate yin power. Our ancestor Uchiha is none other than Indra. Thus, by merging Uzumaki blood with Hashirama cells, we can obtain the yang power represented by Ashura. Suddenly, Uchiha Tsukiyaki became excited, gazing at the two types of cells before him, his eyes shining with a peculiar light. It's not that simple. The descendants of Ashura likely include more than just these two clans. It's just that the Senju and Uzumaki are the most famous in the ninja world. But it won't hurt to give it a try. Jin did not refuse Tsukiyaki's idea. To be honest, he was also curious whether this experiment would succeed. The dusk light streamed through the window into the room as Jin looked at the numerous pages filled with writing, taking a deep breath. I have finally deduced the materials needed for the blood-producing elixir. Next comes the continuous experimentation and data adjustments. The blood-producing elixir, as the name suggests, accelerates the production of blood within the human body. It may seem somewhat useless to others, but for Jin and the Uzumaki mother and daughter, it is an extremely supportive elixir. After all, their blood inherently carries some special effects. Lon delivered this formula to the elixir laboratory. I have already found all the necessary materials and preparation methods. They just need to figure out the right proportions. Once he had to painstakingly search for the best proportions himself, but now with subordinates who are professional researchers, he can finally ease up a bit. Of course, he would only leave the final steps to them. As for the initial steps, he still needed to handle them personally. After all, Jin's golden finger granted him unparalleled affinity for herbs, allowing him to quickly find the materials needed for the elixir and how to concoct it even when alone. This efficiency is something those researchers could hardly achieve even with many people. Lon took the elixir and vanished from the room. Jin contemplated whether to check if there were any signs from the spiritual sacred tree in the cultivation room. Let's go to the cultivation room, Jin said as he spoke the moment Lon returned using the Flying Thunder God. Lord Jin, your perception is so keen. I just returned, and you've already noticed. In his shock, he showed no hesitation and led Uchiha Jin to the cultivation room in the Sky Fortress. The hundreds of seedlings previously planted were now bursting with vitality. Although Jin's target had yet to appear, a few novel plants had mutated. For example, the stout little tree on the far left had branches that resembled the chakra flow routes akin to human veins. Upon closer inspection, one could even see faintly flowing light, which was pure blue chakra. This chakra tree could bear light blue fruits, subtly emanating a faint fragrance, while stimulating the desires of living beings. The ninja cats in the laboratory often attempted to sneak in to steal the fruits. Researchers had previously experimented, and merely having a beast swallow the chakra fruit could achieve the effect of consuming 2 portions of chakra elixir. However, the amount of chakra contained in a single chakra fruit was actually quite limited. Thus, they concluded that this chakra fruit was the best material for crafting chakra elixirs. Currently, though, Jin was very busy and had not yet found the time to organize the relevant elixir formulas, the chakra fruits were mostly used for research and nurturing ninja cats. Though it was wasteful, fortunately there were enough fruits. Besides this chakra tree, there was also an inky small tree with a trunk covered in fine soul paths occasionally shimmering with flowing silver light, as if it were breathing. However, this special plant had not exhibited any remarkable effects, and researchers had yet to discover any peculiarities. Lord Jin, have Ding Dang and the others not caused any trouble lately? Jin casually asked. No, Ding Dang has been worn out lately, and without their leader the other ninja cats naturally lack the courage to cause any trouble. The guarding clansman chuckled lightly, revealing the reason. Still no sign of the spiritual sacred. No, after all, the probability of mutation is still too low. Your blood, we have diluted many portions when spreading it, so the efficiency is quite low. It's fine. I have already researched the blood-producing elixir. It won't be long before I bring more blood. However, my blood must not be stored and fall outside this cultivation room. Do you understand? Jin silently reminded them, recalling the Akatsuki member who could use blood to kill. Yes, Lord Jin, even if you give us 100 guts, we wouldn't do such a thing. Please trust us. I've troubled you recently. I'll just take a stroll. You all can get back to your work. Then Jin observed the cultivation room. Why hasn't this seedling grown much? It seems it has also undergone some mutation, but I don't know the situation. Jin picked a few leaves and observed them closely, noticing that many fine veins were present. This little tree has a faint vitality, but unfortunately it is of no use to the organization. With the life-sacred tree, other trees possessing life force would naturally be discarded. Bring Xian and Ing to me. After returning from the cultivation chamber, Jin pondered for a moment and opted for caution. Then he resolved to eliminate the cult of the malevolent deity and hide outright. Few beings in this shinobi world still posed a genuine threat to him. Yet he could not guarantee he would never again rely on his own blood to accelerate plant growth and induce mutations. Cultivating flora personally would consume vast amounts of time better delegated to subordinates. Thus, eliminating Haydn was the most prudent course. Haydn had likely already been captured and altered by the cult of the malevolent deity. This mission would not end in failure. And, Lord Jin, what task do you assign us? You will accompany me to Yuan village. There resides a being who may yet threaten us. Our objective is his eradication. For utmost security, he chose to lead the operation himself. Do you require preparation? None. We are ready to depart at once. Xian exchanged a glance with his younger brother Ing, then spoke without hesitation. Then let us go. For this expedition to Yuan village, Jin brought only 3, Xian, Ing, and Ran. Using Ran's flying thunder god technique, the trio effortlessly bypassed Konoha's barrier and descended into a forest outside the village. Lord Jin, all hidden members of the cult of the malevolent deity within Yuan village have been apprehended. Take me to them. With Ran's assistance, Jin instantly teleported underground. Moist walls oozed crimson viscous fluid, the air reeked of decay. Faint scarlet glimmers pulsed intermittently, the eerie luminescence of arcane crystals embedded in the stone. The floor bore an intricate serpentine array drawn in blood-red sigils, twisting, coiling, as though alive and poised to strike. At the array's heart stood a towering idol of the malevolent deity. Its visage grotesque, its hollow eyes vacant, its form radiating an aura of primal dread. Iron chains hung from the walls bearing grotesque limbs and severed heads, offerings sacrificed by cultists to their profane god. In a shadowed corner, dozens of cultists sat bound with fine cords, yet continued chanting their deity's name, clinging to the delusion of salvation. Who among you is Haydn? Jin asked coolly, his voice laced with imperceptible detachment. Filth. You dare defile the divine malevolence. I shall punish you in his name. So, you've awakened both immortal regeneration and the curse of blood sacrifice, and this blessing came from the divine malevolence himself. How could an outsider know such a thing? Watching Haiden's expression twist into frenzied madness, Jin sighed softly and nodded to Xian. And Xian instantly vanished, reappearing before Haiden, then cleanly severed his limbs and head, sealing them within a spatial scroll. Let us return directly to the laboratory. And Jin, what brings you here? Umaki Konan stared in surprise at the blood clinging to Xian and Ying's garments, curiosity flickering in her gaze. Auntie Konan, please seal this individual completely. No one else must ever open it. And what unspeakable horror lies within? Precisely. He possesses true immortality and wields a curse technique that allows him to slay any target through their own blood. It is utterly insidious, hence my extreme vigilance. Is it truly possible? And Conan's pupils contracted sharply, her thoughts instantly turning to her own and Karen's unique physiology, sending a chill down her spine. Fear not, he is already contained. So long as no one breaches the seal, he will slowly wither from starvation. I will ensure absolute containment. No one under any circumstance shall ever access him. And thank you for your diligence. And Lord Jin, truly, this shinobi world holds wonders beyond imagination. Xian Ying and Ran followed Uchiha Jin out of Conan's office, murmuring in quiet awe. Indeed, the shinobi world is vast, rich with marvels. What jutsu does it not harbor? Even Hiruzen Sarutobi possessed the ultimate trump card, sacrificing his soul to summon the Shinigami itself. The dead demon consuming seal, and, exactly, the Uzumaki clan's ultimate forbidden technique. And Xian nodded silently, comprehending Lord Jin's unspoken warning. Jin was reminding him never let fleeting triumph breed arrogance. This world held countless ways to fell even the most formidable, unseen and unanticipated. Now, accompany me to Nono. And Jin judged the time ripe to commence research into the next evolution of the Mangekyo Sharingan. You seek to unlock the next stage of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Nono immediately deduced their purpose upon seeing the brothers Xian and Ying. Correct. And Lord Jin, is it the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Indeed. I previously mentioned its existence, but withheld the precise method of synthesis, fearing psychological strain. Though their Mangekyo had been unlocked via secret elixirs, free of physical side effects, the ocular power itself carried profound emotional corrosion, inevitably affecting its wielder. Thus Jin had delayed revealing the truth. Now, several months after their awakening, Xian and Ying wielded their Mangekyo flawlessly, making further postponement unnecessary. The first known bearer of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was Indra Otsutsuki, progenitor of the Uchiha clan. And he inherited the absolute In chakra of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, offering little practical precedent. Across millennia, only one other case is verifiable: Madara Uchiha, who rivaled Hashirama Senju in power. His path to eternity lay in transplanting his younger brother's Mangekyo, completing his genetic blueprint, and escaping the blindness caused by ocular exhaustion. So, Lord Jin, you wish one of us to, and no, you misunderstand entirely. That is not my intent. Our approach involves extracting ocular cells from both of you, conducting ex vivo fusion experiments to synthesize the necessary compounds, and finally implanting them back into your bodies. Ultimately, this may yield 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, without requiring the sacrifice of either of your original Mangekyo. And truly, is such a feat possible? Xian and Ying stood stunned, their voices trembling with disbelief. And trust in the power of science. Nothing lies beyond its reach. Very well, we pledge full cooperation with the experiments. And should all else fail, I will willingly offer my eyes to forge our organization's first eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, for the sake of collective advancement. Ying interrupted before Xian could finish. Let me be the one, my combat prowess is. And Ying, cease this rivalry. A younger brother does not bear such burdens for his elder. Even Madara Uchiha earns my contempt. And the two erupted into heated dispute, eliciting a faint, amused smile from Jin. Rest assured, I will never let either of you fall behind. After all, I swore we would stand together at the summit of the shinobi world, and witness its pinnacle hues. Jin's calm certainty instantly stilled their fervor, yet the fierce, luminous spark blazing in their eyes remained unmistakable. Master Jin, the final step of the hematopoietic secret potion has been researched. Lan handed the formula to Jin with reverence. Have the medicinal herbs been delivered? He'll fetch them now. Without hesitation, Lan used Flying Thunder God to head to the cultivation chamber. Jin picked up the hematopoietic secret potion he had concocted, swallowed it with water. Sensing the changes in his body, Jin calmly cut his finger, letting the blood flow abundantly into a bottle. Send it to the cultivation chamber. With one dose of the hematopoietic secret potion, Uchiha Jin squeezed out several 100 milliliters of blood without his expression changing. I can continue tomorrow. This potion is truly remarkable. A fluctuation of natural energy. It seems Kabuto has succeeded. Sensing the natural energy waves within the aerial fortress, Jin was astonished. Although he lacked a natural affinity for sensing natural energy, thanks to the sealing technique developed by Uzumaki Kana, he could detect the flow of natural energy in the air. Arriving at the laboratory, Jin saw Kabuto sitting cross-legged on the floor, the sacred tree of nature resonating faintly with him, natural energy being siphoned into his body like a vortex. Nono, has Kabuto succeeded? Yes, though it took some time. Fortunately, there was no danger. Watching Kabuto's relaxed expression, Nono knew there should be no problem. As they spoke, Kabuto finally opened his eyes, faint purple eyeshadow appearing at the corners and a deep purple pattern resembling a sapling on his forehead. Fortunately, no animal features. It seems the research direction is correct. Several researchers nearby felt a surge of excitement. Kabuto's success was inseparable from their sleepless research and assistance. Now seeing him enter the truly human-adapted sage mode, their emotions were beyond words. Unfortunately, before the researchers could approach to collect data, Kabuto exited sage mode, startling everyone present. Sorry, I can't fully control sage mode, and the sage chakra I synthesized earlier was too little, so the duration was very short. But after some practice and increasing my chakra tenfold, this should change. Sage mode ultimately requires a vast amount of chakra. Without the cooperation of the researchers and Uzumaki Kana, it would have been delusional for Kabuto to enter sage mode at this age. Even fortified by chakra-enhancing potions, he was still just a youth over 10 years old, his chakra inferior to that of a jonin. Hearing Kabuto's explanation, several researchers nodded, but still insisted on examining him to see if sage mode had any effects on his body. After exiting sage mode, your chakra permanently increased by 30%, and your physique improved slightly, but no other changes. Even so, it's an incredibly efficient training method. The researchers presented the data to Kabuto and Jin, surprising everyone. However, even if this training method is tempting, you must not synthesize sage chakra on your own. Natural energy is still too dangerous. Without our help, and Miss Canis controlling it without injury would be difficult. One mistake could cause serious harm. Nono nodded silently, watching her adopted son. Kabuto returned a reassuring glance and said, Mother, rest assured. I won't act rashly. Can you find the pattern for absorbing natural energy? Can you create a cursed seal? Jin asked 2 questions in succession. Master Jin, I apologize, but we have no leads yet. To help those without natural affinity synthesize sage chakra, we still need more experiments to find the pattern. Several researchers explained with some frustration. It's fine. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Take your time with the experiments. Funding and materials are no issue. Master Jin, the first 15 Three-Tomo clan members have all awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Xian reported joyfully. Oh, tell me their specific abilities. After a moment, Jin fell into thought. 5 clan members had awakened Tsukuyami, not many and insufficient to realize his idea of a Tsukuyami virtual space. However, there were still several batches of clan members yet to awaken their abilities, so he would likely gather enough eventually. Besides, the spiritual sacred tree had not mutated yet, there was no need to rush. The others possessed abilities like Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, Phantom Clone, Illusion, Weaving, and so on. Though very none were weak. But these 2 abilities are quite novel. Jin held information on 2 clan members. One was Uchiha Tsukimi, the only Uchiha researcher. Her awakened Mangekyo abilities were both research-related. Left eye micro-observation, revealing the secrets of the microscopic world. Right eye sharp intuition, temporarily enhancing her scientific inspiration, helping her make correct decisions in critical experiments and avoid deviation. Could the power of the mind truly influence the Mangekyo's abilities? Looking at these 2 experiment-friendly abilities, Jin felt that future research progress would accelerate significantly. Whenever an experiment hit a bottleneck, he could simply have Tsukimi take a look and the problem would be resolved. This could be a research project, but the laboratory is too busy now. We'll shelve it for a while and The other was Uchiha Kenta, an unremarkable Three-Tomo member, but his awakened abilities were left eye energy absorption, capable of devouring an opponent's energy entirely. Right eye energy conversion, allowing easy control of the enemy's energy. Individually, these abilities might seem ordinary, but combined they were formidable. If he evolves into Eternal Mangekyo, or even Rinnegan, he would be without rival. However, this ability is somewhat similar to the basic powers of the Otsutsuki. I wonder what its limits are. If it can only absorb ordinary chakra or ninjutsu, it might be unremarkable. But if it can absorb natural energy sage chakra, or even Tintail's chakra, that would be overpowered. Jin's eyes flickered as he decided to have Kinta assist Kabuto's experiments and report back. Lon, have you heard my instructions clearly? Yes, Master Jin. Then go. The next moment Lon vanished from the room. Xian, how familiar are you with your Su's Wananghu? The first and second stages I can already activate effortlessly, and the third stage consumes a great deal of Tong Li, but I can still activate it. I only used it once outside Mu Yi and never again afterward. Can you use Su's Wananghu with 3 Guxia Luin Yan? The simplest skeletal form is also possible. Jin asked with some curiosity. It's very difficult. I've tried before, but all attempts failed. Is that so? Then forget it. Jin had originally hoped to experience the power of Su's Wananghu in advance, but now his plan shattered before it could even take shape. By the way, Lord Jin, recently some clan members who accepted bounties outside encountered a Ng powerhouse. Though there were no casualties, their fighting style revealed their identity. Xian said with some trepidation. If such a matter was not handled properly, it could significantly affect Lord Jin's plans. Which Ng powerhouse? Jin asked curiously. He actually had little intention to blame anyone, for the fighting style of the Uchiha clan had been established for centuries. Any ninja who had roamed the ninja world for decades would have heard of the Uchiha's great name. And the opponent was a Ng powerhouse. It was very difficult for several Uchiha clansmen of Zhuaning's strength to remain flawless. Jiao Du, a renowned underground bounty hunter. Find an opportunity to eliminate him. Perfect. Those 15 clansmen who awakened one Hua Tong. Let Jiao Du be the stepping stone for them to test their own strength. Remember not to be discovered by irrelevant people. If unavoidable, take care of the onlookers as well. Also leave no bodily tissue, for even the dead can speak. Yes. Rijan, take a look at what I found in the underground black market. GC Yuan Tuanzong handed the newly acquired intelligence to Yuan Fei. Rijan feeling quite proud inside. This time let's see if you still restrict my Genbu. But moments later, after reading the intelligence, Yuan Fei Rijan fell into deep thought, his brows tightly furrowed, clearly concerned about the information before him. Tell me, what do you want before you will act? He was growing more and more disappointed with the Uchiha. Although they had shown no signs of rebellion, yet bypassing him, the Hua Ying, to take missions on the black market. Wasn't that a provocation? Did they still see him as Hua Ying? Genbu needs to expand both in manpower and funds. Seeing Tuanzang's determined expression, Yuan Fei Rijan sighed, and had no choice but to agree. I hope you won't do anything unnecessary. Hearing Rijan's warning, Tuanzang's face darkened. He knew exactly what the matter was, but the key was, he never expected that a remnant of a fallen Shao organization could grow to that level. Lord Jin, let's go. You should know the mission, right? Jin spoke calmly. Yes, my dojutsu can perfectly accomplish the mission. Then let's go. Lon appeared beside them in an instant and brought them into Kakashi's room. Appearing silently, and with everyone present at least at Zhuan-ing level Kaka, she naturally noticed nothing unusual as he awoke from his sleep. Begin. The clansman before Jin had awakened a Huan Shu weaving dojutsu capable of pulling enemies into a fabricated illusion and guiding them to do unimaginable things. Jin's goal tonight was to have Kakashi backstab my Teikai the next day. As a cautious transmigrator, he naturally had no intention of using his Anaji to clash with my Teikai, who had opened the 8 gates. Having Kakashi deal with the man would provide a fitting conclusion. After all, a friend who died at Kakashi's hands was not the first. Is the Huan Shu adjusted? Lord Jin, it's done. Tomorrow he will invite my Teikai to his home for a gathering, then seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Won't it be discovered? My Teikai, though a Tishu ninja, has sharp instincts. Rest assured, Lord Jin. I specifically set the Huan Shu as trigger type. Only when encountering specific scenes will it prompt Kakashi to take the next action. Although a bit troublesome, it's very covert. As long as the Sandai Huaying doesn't come in person, it won't be detected. Good. Then Mu Yi will have no more opponents for us. At dawn, the first ray of sunlight shone through the window and fell on Kakashi's face. Kakashi first washed up as usual, then found my Teikai training on the street and invited him to his home for a small gathering. Strange, has Kakashi finally come around? Inviting me to a party. That's wonderful. Truly my life. To celebrate the lunch gathering, I'll run 10 extra laps around Mu Yi today. At noon, in Kakashi looked at the lavish lunch on the table and felt a twinge of strangeness. What's gotten into me today? Suddenly wanting to treat Kai to a meal. Well, Kai has helped me a lot recently and never gave up on me. It's only right to treat him to a meal. Kakashi, I'm here. Watching my Teikai enter the house, Kakashi frowned slightly then fell into a peculiar state. Maite Kai, always somewhat oblivious, naturally noticed none of this. What a— Maite Kai's heart was pierced halfway. Oh, he's barely alive. And Kakashi did it. Yes, Waying-sama. Was Maite Kai sent to the hospital? Yes, according to the intelligence I received, he was already taken to the hospital. Let's go see him. Yuan Fei Rijan donned his Hua-ing cloak, his face full of worry. Who is targeting Mu Yi? Have those people not left yet? Thinking of the incidents involving the scroll of seals, the Uzumaki sealing technique, and the theft of Kakashi sealing, Yuan Fei Rijan felt overwhelmed with pressure. Sensei, what's going on with Kakashi? The moment Zilai Yi saw the Sandai, he anxiously stepped forward to inquire. In his view, Kakashi was not that kind of person. As the son of Baya, he had no reason to frame a fellow villager. Could it be that the truth behind Baya's death had been uncovered? This thought flashed through Zilai Yi's mind, and he sighed inwardly, saying nothing more as he quietly followed behind the Sandai to check on Kakashi and Maite Kai. How are Maite Kai and Kakashi? Upon entering the hospital, the Sandai immediately asked. Hoi Ying-sama, Maite Kai-sama's heart was pierced. We did our utmost to save him. Fortunately, he was brought in time and won't die, but it's unlikely he can become a ninja again in the future. As for Kakashi-sama, he lost his mind and fainted. His condition is currently not optimistic. Ninjas are a group dancing on the edge of a blade. When carrying out missions outside, they are usually in a state of tension. Remaining in such an environment for a long time is dangerous for a patient like Maite Kai, whose heart suffered severe damage. As for Kakashi, nearly killing his best friend, the intense work of the Inbu along with his past experiences finally broke him. The moment Maite Kai was sent to the hospital, he fell into a deep unconsciousness. In the winter of the 56th year of Konoha, the village rarely welcomed a heavy snowfall. Jin gazed at the swirling snowflakes outside the window, filled with emotion. Xian, have the clansmen finished packing? Yes, Lord Jin. Xian replied with some excitement. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now they were finally going to break free from the cage that was Konoha. Before leaving Konoha, let me prepare one last surprise for you. Jin said indifferently. Over the years, the villagers of Konoha had inflicted so much malice upon the Uchiha. Now it was finally time to collect some interest. How many ANBU are around Naruto Uzumaki? 5, but 4 are Chunin. Only 1 is a good. Tonight we will unseal the Nine Tails, and let these ignorant villagers experience the horror of the Nine Tails rampage once more. Jin, should we transfer the organization's people now? No need. Wait a bit longer. We'll talk at night. This time we're going to give Konoha a surprise. What surprise? Nono asked curiously. Unsealing the Nine Tails. Nono's pupils contracted. She was silent for a moment, but said nothing. Although it was somewhat cruel thinking of the many sufferings the Uchiha had endured over the years, it was nothing in comparison. The Uchiha were always cursed at in the village, paid the highest prices for goods, lived in the most remote areas, performed the most despised work in the police force, and had most of their authority stripped away by the ANBU. Any Uchiha would find it hard to swallow this resentment. Moreover, having spent years en route, she had seen all kinds of darkness, so naturally, she was not greatly perturbed. What about the other Uchiha? Nono looked at Uchiha Jin, speaking with some concern. If we don't transfer them by noon, we probably won't be able to take many clansmen. Who said I was going to take them? Let them stay in Konoha and fend for themselves. Uchiha Jin understood Nono's meaning, but the remaining people were either lackeys of Uchiha Fugaka, loyal dogs of Konoha, or complete lunatics. So he really couldn't take them, otherwise it would only cause more trouble. As for Danzo, I will send Xian and Ing to deal with him. They'll bring you his head. As for the orphanage, I've already found a suitable person to place there, and left a large sum of money, enough for its normal expenses. Jin repeated his earlier promise, his tone full of gentleness. All right, but there's no need for the head. As long as we're sure he's dead. As for the orphanage, you handle it. After tonight, I won't be its director anymore. Not going back to take a look. No need. I trust you. Nono leaned gently against Jin's shoulder, her expression much more relaxed. The hidden anxiety about leaving Konoha gradually dissipated. Xian, I leave Danzo to you two brothers. Finish quickly. There are other matters to attend to. After more than a year, Xian had become more steady and increasingly experienced. He rarely caused Jin any trouble, which made Jin place great trust in him. Ing, like a true shadow, helped protect Quan, Karen, and the others. As for their strength, they had already reached the peak of the Kage-level, only a step away from Super Kage. It wouldn't take long to deal with Danzo. After all, the most troublesome part about Shimura Danzo was his Izanagi. But as long as Ing caught him off guard, his Izanagi would be useless. As for how long it would take for the two to break through that step to Super Kage, it depended on the progress in the lab. Indeed, the decoding of the Eternal Mangekyo was still in progress, but there had already been many results. Most of the credit went to Uchiha Tsukimi's Mangekyo ability. Xiangnai, I'll leave Naruto Uzumaki to you. Jin looked at Uzumaki Xiangnai, who seemed somewhat downcast, and quietly reminded her. Jin, will Naruto Uzumaki die? 80% chance not. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows the Reaper death seal. Alright, I'll do my best. Sai Xiangnai, think carefully. Kushina found happiness in Konoha while you were abused in Kusagakure. If not for my subordinate's rescue, you would have died. Kushina's son Naruto Uzumaki, though also ostracized, at least has people caring whether he lives or dies, because he is the Jinchuriki. What about your daughter? She was born to experience your suffering and developed even worse than Naruto Uzumaki. So why do you need to pity him even if he is your clansman? You should know Kushina never paid any attention to the situation of her clansmen in Konoha. As Uzumaki Xiangnai listened, her expression gradually became resolute. She knew she should not dwell on the past Uzumaki clan. She was now Jin's subordinate, and her daughter might even become Jin's woman. So what reason did she have to hesitate? Moreover, what Jin said made sense. As the wife of the fourth Hokage, Kushina could have casually inquired about her clansmen, found her in the land of grass, and helped her escape from suffering. But what was the result? In that period, besides Kushina, there were no other Uzumaki clansmen in Konoha. Thinking the worst, could it be that she didn't want a second Uzumaki in Konoha? Be careful. After all, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki have left some chakra inside Naruto. I'll send Ran and Yun to assist you. Ran had awakened the Mangekyo 3 months ago. As expected, his dojutsu was related to spacetime. Left eye space wormhole, allowing him to create 2 wormholes in reality to connect 2 spaces. It was very convenient for both ambushes and transfers. Right eye spatial perception, enhancing spatial perception for a short time, enabling long-distance teleportation and detecting flaws in spacetime jutsu. A good support ability. With Ran as his guard, Jin at least didn't have to worry about being ambushed by shinobi proficient in spacetime jutsu. As for Yun, he had also awakened the Mangekyo 7 months ago. His abilities were identical to Uchiha Itachi's, Tsukuyomi, and Amaterasu. Though not novel, they were versatile and had no weaknesses. With the 2 guarding her, Uzumaki Xiangnai would certainly be safe. In a shabby old single-room apartment, 3 people suddenly appeared and found Naruto Uzumaki asleep. Yin scanned the surroundings, then used body flicker to appear outside the door. He locked eyes with several people and pulled them all into his Tsukuyomi space. In just a moment, they collapsed to the ground, their minds severely damaged. When he returned, Uzumaki Xiangnai nodded to him and took a deep breath. Instantly, her hands were enveloped in a pale blue chakra glow. Chakra threads flowed between her palms and fingers, forming a pattern resembling the 8 trigrams. These patterns flickered and flowed as the seal was performed, creating a special resonance with the surrounding space. 8 trigrams seal release. The next moment, a surge of chakra ripple expanded, and Uzumaki Kana's consciousness was instantly pulled into a special space. Yun immediately noticed the anomaly. With a flash of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he followed her in. He was curious about the 4th Hokage, who was revered by all. What kind of person was he? He had never interacted with Namikaze Minato before. All he knew came from others' accounts. Being able to meet the 4th Hokage, who had displayed immense prowess during the 3rd Great Ninja War, naturally filled him with excitement. It would be even better if I could spar with him. Yun activated his ocular power, sinking his mind into the spiritual space, and shielded Kana behind him. He dared not forget Lord Jin's mission. Uchiha Arashi, the only one whose consciousness remained intact, felt a twinge of curiosity. Gritting his teeth, he split off a shadow clone and used his ocular power to enter the sealed space as well. Cough. It wasn't that he was curious. Namikaze Minato was a master of spacetime ninjutsu, and Yun might not be able to defend against him. He had to go in to protect Uzumaki Kana. You've all come in, but what about outside? Kana expressed her concern. One of my shadow clones is monitoring the outside. It's fine, Erasure explained, then looked at a blond man not far away. He was indeed a man with an affable demeanor, but at this moment his face was etched with solemnity. You are from the Uzumaki clan, of the same blood as Kushina. Why would you harm her child? Kana had stopped dyeing her hair, making her easy to recognize. This was at Uchiha Jin's behest. Since they were about to leave Konoha, such pretense no longer mattered. Moreover, the red hair of the Uzumaki clan was their trademark. Under Lord Jin's protection, there was no need to conceal it. Minato, devoid of his usual jokes, since the 3 newcomers meant trouble. Their chakra reserves alone surpassed his own. Defeating them would not be easy. What's more, there were 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Namikaze Minato, I respect you as the 4th Hokage and can refrain from fighting you, but we will release the 9 tails. This remaining chakra of yours might allow you to chat for a moment when Naruto is rescued by the 3rd Hokage. so give up your futile resistance. Uchiha Jin said calmly. Though he yearned to engage in battle immediately, the mission came first. He was a subordinate upon whom Lord Jin placed great expectations. He couldn't afford to be a hindrance. Since you intend to harm Konoha, there is nothing more to discuss. Namake's Minato's expression hardened, and in an instant he appeared behind Uzumaki Kana, a Rasengan forming in his right hand, aimed at her back. Slap! A spatial rift suddenly emerged at Minato's shoulder, and an arm reached out, gripping his. Just as Erasure was about to crush his wrist, Minato reacted instantly and vanished from beside the rift. Space-time ninjutsu. He knew the situation was growing increasingly complicated. He began to contemplate how to save Naruto's life rather than prevent the release of the Nine Tails. He was merely a chakra energy clone, once his chakra was exhausted he would cease to exist. Engaging 3 enemies now was truly unwise. Since you're so ungrateful. Amaterasu. A pitch-black flame erupted on Minato's body, but the quick-witted Minato vanished the moment he sensed the fluctuations in chakra and ocular power. What a troublesome foe. Yin sighed, inwardly pouring more ocular power into an intangible dojutsu aimed at the reappearing Namake's Minato. Perhaps we can. The next instant he was dragged into Yun's Tsukuyami space. Kana and Erasure exchanged a glance, and she gathered blue chakra in her hand, slamming it directly into the void before her. At that moment Arashi's spatial rift materialized, with one end linked to Kana's sealing technique, and the other aimed at Namake's Minato's chakra clone. 4 symbols seal. This was the strategy they had planned before departure. For a ninja skilled in sealing techniques, being unable to touch the enemy was a tragedy. But with the coordination of space-time ninjutsu, they achieved a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. It's over. Seeing the 4 symbols seal on his abdomen, the mentally wounded Namake's Minato felt despair. The 3 of them moved past Minato and examined the seal before them. But the Nine Tails glared warily at the 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. The shadow cast by Uchiha Madara in the past was one he would never forget. Now 2 of his descendants were about to enslave him again. How infuriating. Don't give me a chance, or you're all dead. The Nine Tails emanated negative emotions. Yun and Erasure shielded Kana unaffected. Adamantine chains. 6 golden chains exuded a terrifying aura, aiming to pierce through Yun and Erasure. However, Erasure had been closely watching the sealed space for any unforeseen changes. Dimensional tunnel. As expected, the attack meant for them traversed the tunnel and struck Uzumaki Kushi. How despicable. You are also from the Uzumaki clan. Why do you harm our family? Kushina Konoha is the enemy of the Uzumaki clan. Taking revenge on Konoha is my lifelong wish. From the moment Konoha, our ally, failed to send reinforcements, I lost all hope in it. All those years of alliance brought nothing but the theft of our sealing techniques. I only regret that I am not strong enough to destroy Konoha and make them taste the pain of a betrayed ally. These poignant words from Kana were new thoughts that had emerged under Lord Jin's guidance. But you cannot take your vengeance out on our family. Blame it on the fact that your son is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Now you can die. Yun, sensing Kana's inner turmoil, decisively ended the conversation. Kana looked at the seal before her, chakra surging in her hand. She had already detected several minor flaws in the seal and knew how to break it. Although unsealing was difficult, with the 2 beside her, controlling the Nine Tails' escape would be simple. No, you can't. Before Kushina could finish, Yun cast a glance, and she fell asleep. Kana and Erasure repeated their tactic, sealing Kushina's chakra body. Kushina. Minato watched in growing despair. Where was the 3rd Hokage? The enemy had already broken into his home, yet there was no response. Was Konoha so decayed now? His own son was the Jinchuriki. This seal is a complex double seal composed of 2 4-symbol seals. It will take me a considerable amount of time to break it alone. If you help me control the Nine Tails attacking this cage, it will save us a lot of time. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yun and Lan nodded, their eyes swirling with power, instantly subduing the raging Nine Tails. At the moment the 3 regained consciousness, an endless chakra surged forth from Naruto's body. Get moving. The sealing technique I've temporarily set up can only hold it for a short time. Vortex Kanai reminded them, and Lan immediately placed his hand on the shoulders of the 2, disappearing in an instant from the single apartment. That's the direction of Naruto. What's going on? At the moment the evil chakra was released, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally sensed something was off. Not good. The Nine Tails is breaking free. Just as the words were spoken, a massive figure suddenly appeared above Konoha. I'm finally free. Huh. Konoha, let's see what you can do to punish me now. At the moment the Mangekyo Sharingan's power was unleashed, the Nine Tails realized that the Uchiha meant him no real harm. They simply hoped for a grand commotion in Konoha. It naturally had no reason to refuse. Great, the mission is complete. Lan Yu and the ninja cats performed the Flying Thunder God technique. We need to quickly send our subordinates and their families away. Jin nodded, looking at the commotion caused by the Nine Tails in the distance. The once abandoned underground laboratory now opened up a vast space. Hundreds of clan members gathered here, silent, yet visibly excited. Are you ready? Jin, the mainstay, naturally had to step up to reassure the clan members. Don't worry, Jin. They're all ready. That's good. No subordinates left behind, right? Lan and a few ninja cats chakra can probably only support one long-distance transfer. Transferring over 100 people at once, even with the awakened Mangekyo of Lan and the few ninja cats capable of reverse summoning, can only be done once. Of course, if it were Obito's Mangekyo, he wouldn't have mentioned it. But he dared not use Kimui. Who knows if Obito would suddenly appear to cause trouble. Among those being transferred, there were quite a few common clansmen. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Flying Thunder God technique activated, and many clan members vanished from sight. Let's go. There are still a few matters to attend to tonight. By the way, did you get Naruto's body tissue? Here it is, Jin. Very good. As the reincarnation of Ashura, Jin felt that Naruto's body tissue might have some use, perhaps for cultivating the divine tree of life. Senju Hashirama was the reincarnation of the Senju bloodline, while Naruto Uzumaki was the reincarnation of the Uzumaki bloodline. He was increasingly looking forward to the future of the divine tree of life. You're go and take all the scrolls from the Uchiha library. There's no need to leave anything for them. Shadow, go and retrieve Sharingan. As for the two of you, come with me to the clan leader's house. Jin pointed to Shin and Lan. Going to the library was naturally to obtain the Uchiha clan's secret techniques, Izanagi and Izanami. Although it was a technique that could harm oneself as much as the enemy, it was still a very good trump card. Moreover, Madara once used Hashirama's cells to restore his eyesight. Does that mean that as long as there is enough vitality and ocular power, or under the influence of the power of all things, one could ignore the drawbacks of these two ocular techniques? Of course, this was just Jin's speculation, and he would study it slowly in the future. As for Sharingan, after Vortex Kanai temporarily sealed the caged bird, she decided to find trouble with the Hyuga clan tonight. Having been humiliated for so long, she naturally wanted to take revenge. Although Sharingan initially chose the second option, she couldn't stand the Byakugan's lack of change. At most, it just gained a more oppressive ocular technique, so she naturally sought help from Jin. Unable to bear Sharingan's seductive torment, Jin ultimately asked Vortex Kanai for help. As for going to the clan leader's house, it was for Uchiha Sasuke's cellular tissue. Secondly, it was also to thoroughly humiliate Uchiha Fugaku. His appearance as an honest man truly disgusted him. The clan members placed their hopes on him, yet he ended up destroying the entire family, severing the Uchiha legacy with his own hands, ultimately benefiting the Sarutobi clan. Father, I'm going to help now. You should hurry and gather the clan members. Uchiha Itachi, fully geared, said to his father. Mew. Be careful. Fugaku glanced at his eldest son with a complex expression, feeling increasingly unable to see through him. Yaka, gather all the clan members and assemble at the security department. We need to take action. Uchiha Fugaku comforted his wife Mikoto and Sasuke before preparing to leave. Clan leader, what's the rush? Can't we talk for a bit? Jin walked over slowly with the two, causing Uchiha Fugaku to frown. Uchiha Jin, why aren't you assembling? Why did you come here? The Uchiha need your strength. No need. It won't be long before we leave Konoha. Let's talk about something else. With a glance from Jin, Lan immediately understood, and in an instant appeared beside Sasuke, drawing a kunai to collect a bit of blood. Sasuke, you bastards. Fugaku instantly activated his 3-Demo Sharingan and charged forward. Unfortunately, Lan once again vanished, returning to Jin's side. Uchiha Jin, what exactly do you want? Although shocked by Uchiha Lan's speed, he could not swallow this. At the same time, he could not fathom what this mysterious figure in his eyes was truly after. It's nothing, just collecting a bit of blood. But if you want to fight. Jin narrowed his eyes, and a hint of crimson flashed in Shin's eyes. As the 3-Tomo and his pupils spun wildly, they traced out a circular pattern with a pinwheel at the center, the lines very distinct. So you've also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku's expression grew increasingly grim. He knew he couldn't afford to fight, otherwise his wife and son would be in danger. Aside from one, Mangekyo, Jin's other subordinate was also quite strange, moving so fast that even he found it hard to detect, likely a space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Jin, what exactly do you want? As long as it's not too excessive, I can agree. I hope you won't cause any trouble. Compromise was not difficult for him. He had often compromised with the third Hokage over the years. Tisk Fugaku, you really can endure. While lamenting, Jin also lost interest in playing with him. Entangling with such a person is truly a waste of time and energy. I'd rather see Hinata one last time. Jin shook his head and turned to leave. Watching Uchiha Jin gradually move away, Fugaku's frown deepened, and even when Mikoto approached he was oblivious. Clan leader, most of Uchiha's Jonin have gathered at the security department, but quite a few have gone missing. Thinking of the space-time ninjutsu Lan had just used, Fugaku's heart grew increasingly wary. Uchiha Jin, what exactly do you want to do? The instant the three appeared in the room, they made no sound. Shien without delay ensnared Hinata's mother Hyuga Shizuka with an illusion. Seeing her mother suddenly collapse onto the bed, Hinata tensed up. Hinata, it's me. Jin spoke softly, catching Hinata off guard before a wave of delight washed over her. Brother Jin, you two step outside for now. The moment Jin spoke, Lan tugged Shien out to stand guard. Brother Jin, why did you come so suddenly? My mother, she's fine, merely under an illusion. Shall return to normal in a while. Hinata, am about to leave Konoha. Have you made your decision? Jin's tone was gentle, tinged with concern. Brother Jin, Hinata's joyful expression instantly froze. She hadn't expected this day to arrive so swiftly. It's all right. Take your time to think it over. If you choose not to leave, you can always reach me through the reverse summoning technique. It's not too troublesome after all. If you truly come with us, Hanabi will be by your side. Before you go, you can bid farewell to your parents. They won't be able to do anything to you. But no matter what decision you make, I won't blame you, nor will my feelings for you ever change. As Jin spoke, he felt oddly like some ruffian luring away the old man's daughter. Brother Jin, I've decided to stay. Hinata's voice grew resolute. She didn't want to impose on Brother Jin any further. He had already helped her take Hanabi away, and for that she was deeply grateful. At the same time, she couldn't bear to part with her parents. Though her father was often strict, his love for her was impossible to conceal. Jin nodded with a smile, showing no disappointment at Hinata's refusal. He was curious to see just what waves Hinata would stir in Konoha with his help. But with Baiwa and your sister both gone, your days might become difficult. Jin suddenly reminded her, a hint of worry in his voice. I can endure it. Hinata nodded firmly, her gaze toward Jin growing ever more determined. That's good. Hinata, I have high hopes for you. If you ever find yourself in real danger, you can use Ding Dang to escape. Ding Dang is a remarkably powerful ninja cat. Even a seasoned Jonin is no match for it. Really? Hinata's mouth fell open in astonishment. In her memory, only someone with her father's strength could claim the title of Jonin. Yet Brother Jin said that a ninja cat no bigger than a few palms could rival such power. How could she not be amazed? Of course. Brother Jin, I entrust Hanabi to you. Hinata gazed at Hanabi lying on the bed, tenderness in her eyes mingled with a twinge of reluctance. They'll have Baiwa put on a good show. You'd better play along, and make sure not to blow our cover. Jin stroked Hinata's silky hair, offering a final word of caution. Proceed according to plan. Jin stepped outside and gave Lan his orders. With a soft whistle, Lan vanished from the spot. Inside the Hyuga compound, Baiwa looked scornfully at the several Hyuga elders, slapping their teeth loose with a single blow. Hyuga Baiwa, the Hyuga clan has treated you well, and this is how you repay us. How ungrateful. And you and Uchiha dare to collude with the branch family. Are you meddling in Hyuga internal affairs? Huh. Your so-called treating us well is nothing but making us branch members your dogs. And the Uchiha clan has no interest in Hyuga matters. Your clan is so ossified. What's there to interfere with? Old fool, seems you haven't been beaten enough. Just as Hyuga Baiwa was having her fun, Lan appeared abruptly. They exchanged a glance. Lan cast a quick look at the old men on the ground, gave a reminder, then vanished once more. I've got a mission today, so I won't toy with you lot any longer. Baiwa sent a kunai flying, piercing the hearts of the three elders. Brothering, I'll leave the last Hyuga elder to you. Don't worry, I'll handle it. You take care too. Lord Jin's orders are to protect you. After a moment's thought, he split off a shadow clone to follow her and rendezvous with Uchiha Jin. He went to take care of the last Hyuga elder for me. That way Hayashi and his family can have a slightly easier life. Baiwa explained. You really think of everything. Jin said approvingly. Shall I begin? Yes. Hinata's mother is still in the room, unconscious for now. Hinata will wake her soon, and then you take the chance to take Hanabi away. Don't mess up the act. Relax, will play my part well. Baiwa winked, playfully cutting Jin off. Mother, are you all right? Shizuka slowly came to asking in surprise. Hinata, how did I fall asleep? You must have been too tense. But it's fine. If you're tired, you can sleep a little more. He'll look after Hanabi and keep my Byakugan active. Hinata answered obediently. No need, let me. Shizuka rubbed her head, declining with gentle warmth. Who's there? Baiwa kicked open the door and rushed straight to Shizuka. Who are you? Before her words faded, Baiwa struck Shizuka's pressure points quickly, rendering her unconscious, again limp and powerless. Hinata, take Hanabi and get out. Unfortunately, a simple flick from Baiwa sent Hinata tumbling onto the bed. As Baiwa carried Hanabi away, tears welled in Shizuka's eyes. Baiwa, why did you betray the Hyuga? It's time we leave too. The battle there should be almost over. The Nine Tails inside Naruto Uzumaki was after all not complete. With only half the young Nine Tails, Konoha could still manage to seal it with enough manpower. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't need to sacrifice himself with the dead demon-consuming seal. But having escaped this calamity, can you dodge the assassination from your own disciple next time? Jin smiled, brimming with anticipation for the future. The organization had finally broken free from its cage, advancing steadily toward its next goal. The oppression the Uchiha clan had endured for years was at last released. With Konoha weakened by my hand, recovery will be impossible for years. Before long, the other great ninja villages will surely act to pressure Konoha. Can Konoha even hold its ground? Jin savored the joy in his heart, his ocular power churning with ever greater intensity. A moment later, he opened his eyes. The three Tomo were gone, replaced by a brand new Mangekyo Sharingan. After 16 years in this ninja world, he had finally awakened his own Mangekyo. Sensing the dojutsu contained within Jin was filled with exhilaration. Jin's left eye dojutsu fully displayed its brilliance, connecting to a garden where the flow of time could be manipulated at his will, although it overlapped somewhat with the ability of his own blood. The distinction between the two was still quite clear. His blood ability focused more on the effects of mutation-yielding plants with many peculiar properties. Yet the left eye's dojutsu could mature a plant in a short span, serving as a medicinal catalyst to facilitate extensive experiments and deducing patterns. When the dojutsu and blood ability were used in tandem, the cultivation cycle of mutant plants could be compressed to its utmost, and the trajectory of medicinal transformation could be unraveled even faster. In the future, Jin would have more materials to concoct secret elixirs. As for the right eye's dojutsu, it was called the Flame of Living Beings. This was a unique flame. Unlike Amaterasu's all-consuming blaze, the Flame of Living Beings could shatter and reforge countless medicinal properties, tempering the vitality of herbs with its fire. Of course, perfect fusion of two utterly incompatible medicinal properties remained a vain hope. Jin estimated that his Mangekyo would need to evolve into a Rinnegan at least to achieve such an effect. Even so, the secret elixirs refined by the Flame of Living Beings possessed an innate purity, far surpassing the artificiality of human blending, as if endowed with a unique soul. Apart from these two, dojutsu Susanoo also brought him considerable surprises. He possessed a divine artifact, a cauldron for alchemy. Its purpose naturally was for pill refining. Paired with the Flame of Living Beings of the right eye, the resulting products would surely be extraordinary. However, now is not the time to study the Mangekyo. Jin dismissed his Mangekyo and awaited the arrival of night. Lord Jin, I have brought back all the scrolls. In a few flickers of Shunshin, Yi arrived at the abandoned laboratory. Did you collect the two dojutsus Izanagi and Izanami? In Jin's view, these two techniques were the most crucial treasures within the Uchiha library. Yes, I have collected them. Then our mission is complete. Lan, take us away. After such a long recovery, and with the aid of secret elixirs, Lan guiding several people away was not too difficult. A spatial rift slowly unfurled underground. One by one they stepped through, and the subterranean laboratory fell back into silence. Have you confirmed it yet? Who unleashed the Nine Tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared furiously at his subordinate. Lord Hokage, the ANBU assigned to Naruto, has no memory of the event. Likely neutralized by the enemy in an instant. Strength is at least cage level. Hearing his subordinate's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered the two intruders who had previously infiltrated Konoha to steal the scroll of seals and sealing techniques. If it's truly them, then Konoha is far from safe. What about Elder Danzo? Where did he go when the Nine Tails appeared? He might have been at the root base. During the night of the Nine Tails, Elder Danzo was nowhere to be seen. The subordinate answered uncertainly. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and nodded. Summon Elder Danzo and the other two elders. Hiruzen, are you alright? Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato Hamura entered the office, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with concern. The two old men had been hiding in the logistics area, not daring to come out and fight. But judging by the extent of Konoha's destruction, the battle must have been fierce. Sarutobi Hiruzen was Konoha's anchor. If anything happened to him, the village would truly be doomed. I'm fine, but Konoha. Lord Hokage. It's terrible. What's the matter? Speak slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, but did not lose his temper. Lord Danzo. He is dead in the root base. What? How is that possible? The three high-ranking officials exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Do you realize what you're saying? My lord, I swear it's true. The root base is silent now, and the air is thick with the scent of blood. And the root members? Uchiha Koharu ventured to ask. All dead. What? At this, the three high-ranking officials could no longer control their expressions. Hiruzen summoned Jiraiya and Tsunade back at once, or Konoha may truly face annihilation. Mitokado Hamura sighed. He thought that if news of Konoha's weakness leaked, the other four great ninja villages would hardly let slip such an opportunity. I will dispatch Anbu immediately. Though the loss of his closest comrade left him momentarily stunned, he knew he could not fall. Konoha, let's go to the root base and confirm for ourselves. It wasn't that Sarutobi Hiruzen doubted his subordinates, but the matter was simply too preposterous. They dared not imagine the immense power of the mysterious figure who could wipe out Root and Danzo within Konoha without a trace. Father, you are. Seeing his father fully dressed, Itachi's eyes were filled with confusion. Although the Uchiha had contributed significantly during the Ninetales rampage tonight, it was hardly necessary to go to the Hokage for commendation so soon. Uchiha Jin has vanished with a large number of Uchiha. If you wish to come with me to see the Hokage, you may follow. What? Has Uchiha Jin defected with a portion of the clan? Indeed. I only confirmed it after returning. I must report this to the Hokage immediately, or the Uchiha will soon be in turmoil. In Fugaku's view, the Uchiha had just earned the high ranking's trust through the Ninetales incident. No more chaos must arise, or all their efforts would go to waste. They'll not go for now. Uchiha Itachi's face darkened. He needed to verify the matter again. If this were true, then the identity of the one who released the Ninetales would become obvious. Are the clan members properly settled? Jin sat in his study savoring tea he had procured from the fire daimyo, his tone leisurely. Lord Jin, all are safely accommodated. Is there something else? Noticing Xian's hesitant expression, Jin asked directly. Lord Jin, what do we do next? Jin paused momentarily, then began to contemplate. Originally his plan was to develop stealthily, but now it seemed there was hardly any opponent left in the ninja world. There was no need to be so low-key. Thus it was time to stir up some trouble, or else it would be too dull. Any suggestions? Our organization has no name yet. Could Lord Jin give us one? Then let it be the I Organization. Jin pondered for a moment, then spoke calmly. The organization was mostly composed of members from the Uchiha clan, who among them didn't possess a Sharingan. What they pursued was also the evolution of their eyes. As for Yi Naiyu and the others, they were actually the organization's logistics personnel. As the hidden trump cards of the organization, they would never go out and fight others, so they were not representative and didn't need to be considered. Rishang Baihua, as a pursuer of the Tenseigan, also fit the organization's name well. While our organization has no primary or intermediate goals, only one ultimate goal, to seize the achievements of the Shao organization. Jin became interested and spoke eloquently, telling Xian his plan. As his most trusted confidant, Jin naturally had no reason to conceal anything. There is actually a tailed beast like the Ten Tails. How powerful would it be to become its Jinchuriki? Xian sighed in admiration, but quickly suppressed such emotions. In his view, only Lord Jin was worthy of such qualification. Therefore, we need to send 2 clan members to infiltrate the base of the Shao organization as our eyes and ears. Lord Jin, why not send me? Xian was also intrigued. He was very eager to go to that organization dedicated to collecting tailed beasts. If you go, who will protect me? Jin rolled his eyes, somewhat helpless. After all, once he joined, there would be no shortage of battles in the future. And there's also the eternal Mangekyo experiment. I still need you 2 brothers. Upon hearing this, Xian was taken aback. He was very aware of Jin's strength. The other party had been consuming secret medicines for so many years, just his physical fitness and strength alone were incomparable to his own. Moreover, he often sought out clan members to learn combat experience, and occasionally went out to find opponents for sparring. Finally, on the day he awakened the Mangekyo, the other's unfathomable ocular power made him feel somewhat terrified. As for that research, it didn't require much time at all, at most just a physical examination and sample collection. Moreover, with the reverse summoning technique, even travel time was saved. Ahem. Seeing Xian's increasingly strange expression, Jin also felt a bit embarrassed. How about this? If you and Ing can help Baiwa find the path to the moon and bring back some flesh tissue from the Daitongyu clan members, then I'll agree to let you 2 brothers go undercover together. Jin still decided to give him a chance. Thank you, Lord Jin. Upon hearing there would be another battle, Xian immediately became excited. Be careful. There is a huge Tenseigan on the moon, so don't be careless. Also, it's best to keep an eye on a kid named Shirun. His bloodline is the purest, so don't miss him. Jin still gave a few more words of caution. Lan, bring me some royal jelly. After seeing off, Jin began to enjoy himself. Soon Lan placed the royal jelly produced by the worker bees that had nested in the sacred tree of nature on the table. The taste is truly sweet and fragrant. Jin carefully sensed the flow of energy within his body, trying to absorb and master this natural energy. Failed again, but it won't take long to master natural energy. The natural energy contained in royal jelly is at least 10 times more than that in ordinary honey. At the same time, consuming this product of natural energy is naturally much better than toad oil. It not only enhances perception, but also increases the body's sensitivity to natural energy. As long as it is consumed over a long period, even a pig could master natural energy and absorb it from the outside. Unfortunately, the yield of royal jelly is too low. Jin can only have a little taste once a week. As for ordinary honey, although its effect is far inferior to royal jelly, it has the advantage of sufficient production. Many members in the organization have tasted it and occasionally use it to strengthen themselves. Come on, let's go to Yinayu's office. Jin suddenly thought of his Mangekyo and decided to expand the production of royal jelly. Jin, why are you here? I'm planning to divide the sacred tree of nature to expand the production of royal jelly. Hearing Jin's words, Yinayu nodded and did not refuse. She had also tasted royal jelly. It not only enhanced control over natural energy, but also beautified and nourished the skin, making it fairer and smoother. So she was still looking forward to more royal jelly. How far has the neural reaction project progressed now? Jin hadn't been to the lab for a long time. In the period before leaving Mu Yi, he had been tirelessly consulting books and preparing secret medicines, all to concoct an elixir that could restore flesh and revive the dead. Unfortunately, he still failed. It was not only the limitation of materials, but also the limitation of pharmacological knowledge. However, the various pharmacological knowledge accumulated during this period was real and tangible. It can already enhance neural reaction by 60%. We've also conducted a lot of experiments and many clan members in the organization have succeeded. Do you need it? Alright, let's start tomorrow. But you really are something. You had to go research that thing. It's not realistic at all. There's simply no possibility of success. Yinayu complained a little reproachfully, then nestled into Jin's arms like a little bird. It's okay, I won't be so foolish in the future. But come to my room tonight. I have something good to show you. You are being improper. Yinayu suddenly thought of something. Her face slightly reddened, and she buried her face deeper. Alright. Unable to resist Jin's restless hands, Yinayu still gave a definite reply in a voice as faint as a mosquito. After Tuanzang's death, she had no more worries. As for Jin's desire to take things further, she naturally had no reason to refuse. She had long fallen for this man who always thought of her. Okay, I'll wait for you tonight. Remember to clean yourself up. Feeling the breath near her ear, Yinayu's body trembled slightly, gradually softening, and her face grew even redder. Leaving Yinayu's office, Jin returned to normal. He recalled the secret medicine formula he had crazily researched before and let out a sigh. At that time, he didn't know why he suddenly became obsessed with this secret medicine, thinking it was a groundbreaking achievement, and launched into research with all his might. As a result, this delay lasted several months. Forget it, there's no need to force it. After all, there are plenty of ninjutsu in the ninja world that can be used for resurrection. But if I use the Mangekyo's sacred artifact, the alchemy furnace, and the flame of life, could I refine a pill with that effect? Jin shook his head and quickly suppressed this thought. He decided to wait until he awakened the Rinnegan before researching it. Time was still very precious now. The organization was in a period of rapid development, and he couldn't hold it back. Next, I need to materialize the alchemy furnace. He had a feeling that his sacred artifact was different from others. Others needed to activate the Mangekyo and perform Susanoo to materialize and use their sacred artifacts. As for himself, as long as he used Susanoo more often and became proficient at materializing the alchemy furnace in this state, he could probably break free from the constraints of Mangekyo and Susanoo and materialize the sacred artifact using only ocular power. Alas, I'll just try more. As long as I can materialize the alchemy furnace, the pills I refine in the future will be beyond what this era can produce. Baiju, do you have any news about the Uchiha defectors? What is there to conceal about such a matter? Are you perhaps planning to betray the organization? The Deva path controlling the Rinnegan exerted considerable pressure on Baiju. No, actually we haven't found any trace of them either. It's as if they vanished from the ninja world. What you said, is it all true? The Deva path paused, finding it somewhat unbelievable. Baiju's intelligence was top-notch in the ninja world, never having erred before, yet this time, he had failed regarding the Uchiha clan's whereabouts. That's right, Baiju said with an aggrieved expression. This was the first time they had encountered a group whose traces they couldn't find. Report to me immediately once you have any intelligence. Seeing that Baiju was not deceiving him, the Deva Path furrowed his brows slightly and did not press further. Shortly after, Dai Tu and Heiju emerged from a spatial vortex. Ban, do you have any news about the Uchiha? I don't either. Even the other Uchiha in Konoha don't know where they've gone. So it seems the Uchiha clan has split. Upon hearing this, Dai Tu's expression beneath his mask, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he knew how troublesome it would be once someone awakened the Mangekyo. And this time, so many Uchiha having disappeared would certainly be very disadvantageous for him. He had always been the only one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Never did he expect that this time some of his own clansmen were hiding as well. This made him feel extremely uneasy. No, I need to quickly trick Uchiha Yu into eliminating the remaining Uchiha. I can't let any more Uchiha be taken away by that fellow Uchiha Jin. The Wagakure at Tsuchikage's office. Anoki rubbed his lower back, staring intently at the intelligence in his hands. Huang Tu, are you certain of the accuracy of this intelligence? Although he already had a leaning in his mind, he asked out of caution. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. Although this is a secret letter from the black market, the IWA spies in Konoha have confirmed the accuracy of some of the information. The Uchiha indeed lost a large number of people during the Nine Tails incident. As for Danzo's route, their movements are unpredictable, difficult to confirm, but it shouldn't be a baseless rumor. The police force had new appointments. The director was once again Fuyu. Several Uchiha children from the Ninja Academy had withdrawn. Send this intelligence to Kumogakure. We need allies. If those barbarians can scout ahead for us, it can greatly reduce our losses. Anoki nodded, having made. At the same time, Sunagakure also noticed the anomaly, but due to the village's dilapidated state, they took no action. After Kumogakure received the intelligence from a Wagakure, the Reikage immediately convened a meeting. Do any of you have anything to say? Raikage-sama, this is an excellent opportunity. We can take a big bite out of the Land of Fire. I think so too. From now on, Kumogakure will become the #1 ninja village in the world. Mabui, do you have any suggestions? The fourth Reikage glanced at his secretary and suddenly asked. I think we should hold off on action for now. After all, a Wagakure is clearly using us as a pathfinder. If we're not careful, they might stab us in the back. After all, that Tsuchikage is not to be trusted. Bastard. Kumogakure is not afraid of them. If we can't fight, well, declare war. The Reikage, seeing the impassioned expressions of his subordinates, was also tempted, but Mabui's look of concern made him pause, and he ultimately gave up on this opportunity. Forget it. Konoha still has Gang Shou and Zilai Yi. Although Yuan Fei Rizhan and Ji Siyuan Tuanzong are old, if we actually fight, it will certainly be thankless and costly. It's only been 6 years since the third Great Ninja War. Kumogakure hasn't yet developed to its peak. Let's wait a while longer. The fourth Reikage sighed and signaled his secretary to leave. Kumogakure still hasn't made a move. After a day of nerve training, Jin collapsed wearily into his chair and asked slowly. Yes, Jinsama. Do you know why? Our organization has no intelligence on this matter. Xian said apologetically. An intelligence organization is still very difficult to establish, especially for a force like the I organization that only has a little over 100 members. I see. Send a few clansmen to Kumogakure to scout out intelligence and see how much they know. If all else fails, expose the matter about Danzo and the Uchiha. Jin revealed a playful smile, eagerly anticipating the scene of Konoha and Kumogakure going to war. As soon as Xian left, Jin suddenly thought of something and immediately called him back. Those few who were sent out, don't rush to spread the information for now. Wait for my signal. He suddenly thought, if war truly came, could Uchiha Yu still bring himself to act? So better to wait a little longer. The Nine Tails incident, some Uchiha clansmen defected, and it was those people led by Uchiha Jin. Damn it, what exactly do they want? Zilai Yi looked at the intelligence delivered by his ninja toads, his expression shifting uncertainly. He eventually turned and headed toward Konoha. He couldn't be sure Konoha wouldn't be targeted by other ninja villages, so it was better to return and hold the fort. Well, first he'll find Gang Shou and persuade her to come back too. Uchiha Yu, have you still not come around to my proposal? Time waits for no one. Your Uchiha clan, I imagine, only needs a spark, and it will explode. The masked man appeared once again at the Nanga shrine, looking at Uchiha Yu with a taunting expression. Due to the departure of some clansmen, the remaining ones turned their resentment toward the clan leader. They believed it was all Uchiha Fuyu's fault. If not for his cowardice, how could Uchiha Jin have led a portion of the clan to release the Nine Tails and leave Konoha? They also wanted to leave Konoha. After all, no one liked an environment where they were targeted by villagers every day. I will act, but you need to help me stop any clansmen who try to flee. Good that you agree. But what about your family? That's none of your business. Just help me deal with the escaping clansmen. Afterwards, I will join the Akatsuki. That's fine. I wish you all the best. A smirk curled under Uchiha Daitu's mask. His Sharingan would finally be replenished, and those in the ninja world who posed a threat to him would finally disappear. But that Uchiha Jin, where is he hiding? He couldn't help but suspect that the other party might have also awakened the Mangekyo possessing a dimension similar to the Kamui space. Otherwise, there was no reason to explain why so many white Zetsu couldn't find traces of over 100 Uchiha. So it has finally begun. Lon, come with me to the former Uchiha compound to watch a good show. Lon was startled, not knowing what was happening, but still placed his hand on Jin's shoulder, and with a body flicker, they disappeared from the aerial fortress. The night was solemn, the air piercingly cold. As Itachi Uchiha watched the people slowly entering the house, his expression gradually turned manic. Uchiha, atone for your foolishness. Itachi leaped down from a height, passing by each house. With every step, he dispatched his foes cleanly and swiftly, devoid of any mercy. Itachi Uchiha, you're insane. Damn it, you're a beast. The clan leader raised such a monster. Hearing the vitriol around him, Itachi Uchiha remained unmoved, coldly wielding his blade. Ran, you leave the collection of Sharingan to me. Jin sighed softly. Lord Jin, are they really beyond saving? No need. Our organization is not a sanctuary. We cannot save everyone. Just take care of our own. He had already given them a chance. Xian's selection was Jin's final opportunity for the Uchiha. He did not lack subordinates, nor did he need so many clansmen. What was the point of taking in these Uchiha? Besides, who could guarantee that taking in these neurotic Uchiha wouldn't lead to betrayal later? A neurotic Uchiha was truly terrifying. Obito, Shisui, Itachi, all were vivid examples. Jin could not afford to gamble. He only wanted to live peacefully with his wives for eternity, leading a shameless and carefree life. What's going on? Where are the Sharingan? Did Itachi Uchiha take them away? Obito stared at the hollow eye sockets, his expression dark. His gaze grew distant. Without dwelling on it, he began hunting lone Uchiha to collect their Sharingan. If he didn't act soon, few eyes would remain. Lord Jin, we have over 50 Sharingan, 10 pairs of 3-tomo, 20 pairs of 2-tomo, and the rest single tomo. Excellent. Hand them over to Nono or Tsukimi. They will study them thoroughly. Jin nodded, looking at the blood-soaked clan grounds below with a slightly complex expression. Ran, summon Ding Dang, and have him send a message to our people in Kumobikure. The remaining Uchiha in Konoha were wiped out by Itachi Uchiha. They can move now. And you burn the Uchiha clan grounds. We cannot let Konoha have this. Jin's organization was not short of funds, but he would not favor Konoha or Hiruzen Sarutobi. After Ran and you completed their tasks, Jin spoke again. We can leave. The Umbu will soon discover this place, and then it'll be boring. Send these 3 sacred trees of nature to the cultivation room. Tell them to build nests for the trees. Yes, Lord Jin. Ran stared excitedly at the half-man-tall sacred trees, his heart racing. He knew well what these trees were for. To be honest, he only got to taste ordinary honey every week, never even trying royal jelly. But he was no stranger to the effects of royal jelly. So he wondered, could he get a share of the royal jelly produced by bees nesting on these sacred trees this time? As Lord Jin's personal errand boy, this small request wasn't too much, was it? Can this flame of life refine the potency of medicines? Jin took out a secret medicine and ran the flame of life in his right hand over it. The remaining medicine shrank by nearly half. So many impurities. Or is concentration the key? Jin went to the lab and briefed Nono. He'll find a wild rabbit to test. He poured a thumb-sized dose of the medicine into the rabbit's mouth, and they watched expectantly for changes. Jin, the rabbit's mental strength has greatly increased, 2 to 3 times stronger than ordinary mental medicines. Nono exclaimed, looking at the data. So powerful. Any side effects? Jin frowned, finding it hard to believe. None so far. They'll have a prisoner brought in for a test. Nono ordered an Uchiha to bring a Jinin and looked at Jin. Jin nodded, took out another life medicine, and swept it with green flame of life. The volume halved again. This flame is truly miraculous. Nono marveled as she had the medicine administered to the prisoner. Life force increased by about half, 3 times the effect of ordinary life medicines. Nono was astounded, feeling the flame of life and Jin were a perfect match. Let's run a few more tests to be safe. After half a day's work, they concluded the flame of life greatly enhanced the effects of medicines, at least doubling their potency. This means all our medicines can undergo a transformation. It's so much easier than my laborious concoctions. Jin remarked casually. The flame of life's consumption was minimal, requiring only a bit of chakra and dojutsu power. For him, with chakra at a strong Kage level and dojutsu at least twice that of Xian, it was negligible. By the way, how is Xian and Ying's eternal Mangekyo experiment progressing? Jin asked, curiously thinking of the brothers he had sent to find the moon's passage. With Ding Dang's help, it's not delayed at all. They could even come back for a meal. Nono replied with a smile. True. With Senjutsu enhancement, Ding Dang's teleportation range is considerable. How many ninja cats can use reverse summoning in the lab now? Still 6. We've selected 2 more, totaling 8. Not many, but enough for the organization. Good. How's the matter of the cat elder going? Jin referred to the promised sacred land for ninja cats, a plan to bind them to his organization and ensure their loyalty. Ninja cats were handy and had cooperated with the Uchiha for years, making them trustworthy allies. We're planning, but we're not sure where to establish this sacred land. Preferably in a different space. Can Aunt Kana set it up? Jin thought of Mount Mayaboku Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest, all hidden in other dimensions, shrouded in mystery. Ordinary people would be foolish to seek them out. But speaking of Mount Mayaboku, could that dead toad have predicted something about me? I must be cautious. Jin resolved to probe Jiraiya later. If so, he would not hesitate to strike mercilessly. Eliminating Mount Mayaboku to intimidate Ryuchi Cave and Shikatsu Forest would be a worthwhile. We thought of that, but Kana said she can only create a small space. A larger one would be unstable. A slight fluctuation could cause collapse. I see. Does she have a solution? Jin asked casually. She said that if a few Uchiha who had awakened the space pupil technique helped her stabilize a vast alternate dimension for some time, she might have the chance to gradually fix it in place using sealing arts, finally bringing it to full fruition. How many exactly? Jin, who had thought there would be no answer, brightened instantly. He thought of Land's Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito's single Kimui Eye, and the many clansmen who had yet to awaken their Mangekyo, and suddenly felt that this plan had a considerable chance of success. At least 3. Nanoyu said helplessly. Moreover, this would require her to work without rest for 5 days and 5 nights to complete. So the organization must also strengthen its training of sealing arts talents. Nanoyu continued. As long as there is hope, it's fine. If not in 1 year, then in 2. If not in 2, then in 5. We have plenty of time. He was truly looking forward to the birth of the 4th great sacred land. Uchiha Itachi, aren't you? I'm very interested in you. A cold man with golden vertical pupils chuckled as he surveyed the young man who had annihilated his own clan, sighing in awe. Orochimaru, don't waste your efforts. Under these eyes, your ninjutsu is meaningless. Tisk Itachi, am getting more and more intrigued by you. Alright, this is Uchiha Itachi, the organization's new member. You'll operate alone for now. Soon you'll be assigned a new partner. Yes, leader. Uchiha Itachi gazed at the purple Rinnegan of Tendo, his expression as in the original story. He infiltrated the Akatsuki as a spy for Konoha with the condition that Sarutobi Hiruzen would take care of his younger brother. At the same time, he had learned from Sarutobi Hiruzen about the Rinnegan, an eye that could potentially destroy the ninja world. Naturally, he had to treat it with utmost caution. But is the prophesied child that Jirizama spoke of really this leader? Lord Jin, the life sacred tree and the spirit sacred tree have both been cultivated to 2 meters tall. We can proceed to the next stage of exploration. Uchiha Tsukimi spoke with excitement, stirring Jin's emotions as well. The spirit sacred tree had mutated 5 months after they left Konoha, and they had invested considerable resources to cultivate it to the same level as the life sacred tree. Then let's begin. 2 subordinates moved the sacred trees together, and the surrounding researchers started monitoring. This was an exhilarating research endeavor. If it truly succeeded, their power would experience an explosive growth. The power of the 6 paths, crossing the threshold of the 6 paths level. Who wouldn't yearn for it? Lord Jin, do you think this experiment has a chance of success? Though Tsukimi was full of fighting spirit, he still wanted to confirm with Jin. I don't know either. Don't be fooled by my knowledge of many secrets. I've never actually encountered them. Consider me nothing but an armchair strategist. After the 2 sacred trees were planted together, chaos erupted. The life sacred tree burst forth with dense vitality, its branches rapidly extending and entangling toward the spirit sacred tree. The latter, however, was no less formidable. It mobilized its immense spiritual power, transforming it into solid black tentacles that clashed violently with the branches. Feeling the fierce conflict in the field, everyone present couldn't help swallowing. These sacred trees are barely 2 meters tall. How can they be so powerful? Just from the momentum and the aftermath of the battle, it was clear that both sacred trees had reached the Kage level, and not just any Kage, but at least mid to high tier. Separate them, otherwise the cultivation chamber will be destroyed. Jin ordered calmly. As soon as the words were spoken, a dozen subordinates immediately intervened, forcibly prying the sacred trees apart. These dozen subordinates had actually been drawn by the battle's aftershocks and rushed over. They arrived just in time or Jin would have had to act himself. You two know fighting, or don't blame me for replacing you. Remember, I've cultivated plenty of your cuttings. Jin dared to attempt merging the two sacred trees only because he had made preparations. If some accident really happened, he would be weeping from regret. The two sacred trees, hearing this, shook their thick trunks and finally settled down. Try again. Jin nodded in satisfaction and ordered his men to act. This time the two trees dared not misbehave. They obediently extended their branches and tentacles, slowly intertwining and silently emitting their source essence. Can it finally begin? A dense surge of yang power and yin power converged under the guidance of branches and tentacles. The moment the two energies intertwined, a destructive force erupted. Jin's expression stiffened, and he immediately shouted, "Both of you stop, right now." The Life Sacred Tree and Spirit Sacred Tree were terrified as well. They desperately tried to retract their power, but the fusion had already begun. It was difficult to pull back part of the energy. The violent fluctuation finally exploded. The Uchiha present instantly activated Susanoo, forming a barrier around the cultivation chamber. Phew. At least the air fortress wasn't destroyed. Only the ceiling blew off. Jin took a deep breath, inwardly scolding himself for being too careless. Next time I'll have to choose a different place for the experiment. Is everyone all right? Are you hurt? Jin called out a few times, and his subordinates dispersed the dust appearing before him. Though they were all disheveled and heavily exhausted, fortunately none were hurt. As expected of the Six Paths power, even a fraction of it cannot be withstood heated by a Kage-level. If the explosion hadn't radiated in all directions, dissipating much of the force, even any Uchiha present might not have blocked the shockwave, and could have died in the blast. Of course he himself was an exception. Go check on the Life Sacred Tree and the Spirit Sacred Tree, Jin said with some concern. He had just threatened to replace them, and now the two trees had gotten into trouble. He only hoped they survived. Even if only a remnant remained, he would pay a great price to restore them. After a moment, Jin looked at a life seed radiating dense vitality and a strange transparent seed that seemed to hover between reality and illusion, and knew they hadn't died. This wasn't mere speculation. His innate ability had drawn this conclusion. Their life fluctuations were still quite lively as before, and at least their consciousness hadn't dissipated. Cicada, shedding its shell, sacrificed the peach for the plum, steal the beams, and replaced them with rotten timbers. Jin looked at the two seeds with some amusement and gestured for his men to collect them. Take good care of them. Don't be afraid to spare resources. They'll give you 3 months to restore them to their previous state. Jin instructed calmly. Sir Jin, is the time perhaps a bit too tight? The Life Sacred Tree has taken several years to cultivate, and the Spirit Sacred Tree also took around 5 months. Do not worry, their origins remain intact. They have merely lost a significant portion of their strength. As long as you frantically infuse them with resources, within 3 months at most they can grow back to their former state, and even there is a chance for further advancement. Jin speculated that these two seeds experiencing the power of the Six Paths up close might yield some results. Perhaps one of them might inadvertently absorb a trace of the Six Paths power, which is not impossible. So do we need to continue with the experiments? Yuejian looked at the other seedlings in the cultivation chamber, eager to give it a try. The people present just witnessed the terrifying power of the Six Paths. No one wanted to suddenly stop. Then let's test the two weakest ones. Jin had no intention of discouraging the researchers. At the same time, he thought that using the two weaker sacred trees for fusion would likely make the synthesis of the Six Paths power less violent. Take those two to the hillside of 100 miles of love. Let us witness the miracle together. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the hillside with the help of Lan's reverse spiritual technique. Let's begin. The two half-meter-high saplings intertwined. Their internal energy began to surge, gradually converging together. The two saplings managed to merge so harmoniously under Jin's pressure. One could say they were even more timid than the previous two sacred trees. They did whatever Jin instructed, becoming more obedient. All right, now slowly intertwine the two energies together. Remember, if you encounter any danger, immediately cut off the energy flow, understood? The two small trees bent their trunks, showing understanding. Sir Jin, Miss Quan, and Miss Xianglin are clamoring to go out for training. Do you agree? Jin yawned, momentarily feeling sleepy, but soon became alert. Yesterday's experiment ended in failure. Although the power of the Six Paths was indeed fused, Jin captured it with his naked eye. Unfortunately, the fused power of the Six Paths remained unstable. They lacked a container to hold such power. And for this they would need to rely on Whirlpool Kunai. At this moment, Jin increasingly recognized the convenience of sealing techniques, and his admiration for them grew even stronger. They want to go out for training, you in that case. Jin tapped the table, falling into deep thought. But after thinking for a long time, he still had no good idea. Who do you recommend to go with them? Jin looked at Lon. After Xian left to find the passage to the moon, Lon temporarily acted as his assistant, and he was doing quite well. I think Uchiha Qianli is very suitable. Qianli, isn't she a member of the Three Tomo clan? Jin had a good impression of this girl. She was 3 years older than him, tall, and had a cool appearance embodying the image of a mature woman. She activated her Mangekyo Sharingan half a month ago, but Sir Jin, you haven't been paying much attention to the activation of the clan's Mangekyo recently, so I didn't report it. What ability did she awaken? Jin asked curiously. He quite liked this mature-looking clan member. However, thinking of the number of girls he had already attracted, Jin had little desire to provoke another. The left eye possesses the ability of Reiko, enhancing her affinity for lightning. The right eye Ziji Lei is a variant lightning technique likely as powerful as natural lightning. Let's do this, I'll spar with her. If she performs well, I'll agree to let her accompany you. Jin nodded, faintly filled with anticipation for the upcoming duel. I wonder what kind of surprise this mature woman can bring me. What? Sir Jin wants to fight me. Qianli's eternally cold expression finally showed a hint of fluctuation. But this was not surprising. After all, everything they had was granted by Sir Jin. One could say that without Sir Jin, they would have likely been dealt with by Uchiha Itachi a long time ago. Did Sir Jin say anything? He wants to test your strength to see if it meets his standards. If you qualify. Lon paused, meeting Qianli's hopeful gaze, and continued, you can serve as Miss Quan and Miss Xianglin's bodyguard on their training trip. Qianli opened her cherry-like lips, utterly surprised. At the same time, the disappointment in her eyes was impossible to conceal. She had thought she would get the chance to be closely involved with Sir Jin, but instead she received such a task. Today her mood was somewhat tumultuous. Sir Jin, do you need me to go all out? Adjusting her mindset, Qianli was still prepared to complete Sir Jin's task, while hoping to impress him and perhaps gain another opportunity. Don't worry about hurting me. I'm also an Uchiha who has activated the Mangekyo. Ordinary ninjutsu poses no threat to me. Understood. Though she agreed verbally, Qianli still prepared to hold back a bit. After all, the Mangekyo abilities that the other party awakened were all support-type ocular techniques, offering no boost in combat. If she were to go all out, what if she injured Sir Jin? Uchiha Qianli's 3 Tomo glimmered as she charged forward, engaging in battle with Jin. Your fundamentals are solid, your physical skills are robust, and your chakra control is quite strong. An average Jonin wouldn't last 10 rounds against you. As Jin commented, he took his time dismantling her moves. Qianli felt a little flutter of excitement inside, and her attacks became increasingly fierce. At one moment, she suddenly activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, and her body radiated purple lightning. Sir Jin, you should be careful. The cold voice echoed in Jin's ears. Qianli slightly clenched her fist, and a beast like a dragon or tiger let out a low roar as it charged towards Jin. Jin's expression tightened, and his own Mangekyo flashed as a tangible silver skeletal frame suddenly appeared, gripping her slender form. Break. Amidst the intertwining lightning, the purple light suddenly burst forth, dazzling to the eyes. At that moment, Jin's Susanoo skeleton was also shattered. As he regained his senses, Qianli was already at Jin's side. She slightly curled her lips. Although her face remained cold, her heart was bursting with joy. I just need to make sure I don't hit too hard, allowing Sir Jin to see my strength while still preserving his pride. Unfortunately, her plan was destined to fall flat. Jin's figure flickered slightly as he dodged her attack. The purple lightning brushed past his hair, creating a dazzling arc of electricity. After dozens of rounds of combat without a decisive outcome, Qianli grew quite frustrated. All right, your combat prowess is indeed impressive. He'll leave Quan and Xianglin in your hands. Yes, Lord Jin. Qianli gradually came to terms with it. She decided to complete this mission well before seeking further opportunities from Lord Jin. By the way, have you participated in the neural response experiment? Jin suddenly asked. Not yet. There are still several clansmen ahead of me who have awakened the Mangekyo, so. I see. He'll have a word with Yinayu. Go train tonight, and strive to push your nerves to the limit within 2 months. That way it will be safer when you go out. Really? Don't worry, it's just a word. Jin could see that Qianli had considerable potential, so he didn't mind giving her some guidance. Later on I could arrange for you to work as my secretary in the office. As the leader of an organization, how could he not have a beautiful secretary to help manage the organization's affairs? Lord Jin Xian and Ing discovered 2 children with the Uzumaki bloodline in the land of birds, Lon reported. Oh, where are they? At Lady Xiangnai of the Uzumaki clan. Let's go take a look. Jin was delighted. He had just been thinking of vigorously cultivating talents in sealing techniques, and the brothers Xian and Ing had brought him 2 such individuals, truly worthy of being his trusted subordinates. Aunt Xiaonai, where are those two Uzumaki clan members? I have already settled them to sleep. Is there something you wish to ask, Jin? Xiaonai asked with some curiosity. Nothing much, just wanted to see if they have the potential to become ninja, Jin said calmly. Probably yes. Although their bodies are somewhat underdeveloped, there are faint chakra reactions within them. As long as we nurture their health, learning chakra refinement techniques should not be an issue. That's good. Leave these two children to your training. If you need any resources, you can request them from the resources department. Jin returned to his office, took out a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique, and sank into contemplation. I've already mastered the Flying Thunder God second stage and the Flying Thunder God lightning guidance. So is there anything else to develop? After a moment's thought, he called Lon in. Although he already had some ideas, he also wanted to hear the other's opinion. Lon, how far have you progressed with the Flying Thunder God? Jin asked with a somewhat profound tone. Lord Jin, I have decided to learn the Flying Thunder God / Although Qinsho Feijian once gravely wounded Uchiha Chuan with this technique, there is no denying that it is indeed formidable and suits me well. But what do you think is the principle behind Feijian's Flying Thunder God / Jin quietly asked again. The elusive Flying Thunder God, combined with exquisite swordsmanship, delivers a severe wound from an angle the enemy cannot see. Jin nodded, quite agreeing. However, he felt that a / imbued with spatial power was more appealing. But he also knew this technique was probably very difficult. Otherwise, Obito would not have gone his entire life without using it. Of course, it could also be that his IQ was too low to master Kimui proficiently. After all, Kakashi had once applied the power of Kimui to a shuriken. Anything else? Of course. I think the Flying Thunder God formula can sometimes yield unexpected results, but its drawbacks are also obvious. Without the formula, one cannot teleport, and the special kunai carrying the formula are easily detected and destroyed by enemies. So I've decided to try breaking free from the limitation of the Flying Thunder God formula on teleportation, relying on spatial perception to achieve short-range teleportation. This would be more convenient and more surprising. Good idea, but your spatial affinity doesn't seem very strong either. Jin asked inquisitively. He felt that Lon was not the arrogant type. He must have some confidence. Could it be his Mangekyo? He recalled there seemed to be a spatial perception dojutsu. If I hadn't awakened the Mangekyo, I wouldn't have such an idea. After all, that's something even Namikaze Minato couldn't achieve. But the dojutsu I awakened, spatial perception, can help me achieve this. Moreover, as I continuously use and develop my dojutsu, my spatial perception has improved considerably. Your spatial perception talent has grown. Jin's pupils contracted. He found it somewhat terrifying. If so, wouldn't he eventually be surpassed by the other? Was his dignity as a time traveler so low? It's not that exaggerated. I think it's just that I've become more familiar with space. My innate talent hasn't changed. Is that so? Demonstrate your Flying Thunder God before me, and let me feel it. Previously, Jin had paid little attention, but now he emptied his mind and focused on sensing. Whoosh! Lon teleported twice in succession, and Jin's expression gradually turned serious. Your application of space has indeed become more proficient, but your talent seems to have been enhanced. Jin's expression became profound, and he shared his thoughts with the other. So Lord Jin, you believe that after awakening the Mangekyo, my spatial talent has been enhanced? Exactly. Otherwise, there's no explanation for why your spatial manipulation has become increasingly proficient. For an ordinary person to achieve such progress, it would take at least months. If you really don't believe it, you can also go to Uzumaki Xiangnai and ask for a sealing technique to test your current spatial talent. The more Jin spoke, the more feasible his ideas seemed. Watching Lon leave, Jin began his own planning. Feijian's Flying Thunder God / is actually quite useless to me. Against true experts, it really doesn't amount to much. Uchiha Obito can evade by phasing, Uchiha Madara can block with Susanoo, and Kagaya can block with bones. But if I were to attach spatial power to it? Jin's expression gradually grew excited. At that moment, Lon teleported into the office again and witnessed this scene. Ahem, why are you so rash? Coming in without knocking. Do you have an itch that needs scratching? My apologies, Lord Jin. Shall I go back and knock? Forget it, just try it quickly and see if my idea. Lon excitedly injected chakra into it. And then he sensed that his perception of space became increasingly blurred. The principle of this sealing technique is to measure one's spatial talent by gradually sealing the user's spatial perception ability. At the moment when the user's spatial perception is completely blurred, the sealing technique will settle and a color will appear on it. Different colors correspond to different spatial perception talents. The creation of this sealing technique actually has a significant connection with Uchiha Jin. After all, the inspiration came from him. It seems my guess has indeed come true. Your luck is truly remarkable. Lord Jean, even so, I am still no match for Lord Watergate. Jean rolled his eyes and said crossly, do you think your eyes won't evolve in the future? As my trusted subordinate, can't you have some ambition? Hearing Jean's hint, Lon was overjoyed and immediately pledged, Lord Jean, from now on I am a blade in your hand, willing to go through fire and water for you. You may leave now. I need to rest for a while. Lan's second point coincides with my thoughts. But even with my spatial talent, perfecting such a jutsu is no small difficulty. Thinking this, Jean decided to lower the difficulty a bit, starting with a half-meter teleportation and gradually increasing it. The road ahead is long and arduous. It's easier to just take pills. Right, I have this advantage, why should I give it up? With that thought, Jean immediately had Lon bring a large amount of herbs and began his cultivation task. Several Uchiha in the distant cloud-hidden village watched the commotion at the meeting from afar. They exchanged smiles, very satisfied. Our mission is complete. It's time to withdraw from here. They immediately performed the reverse summoning technique and left. Strange, is my perception wrong? A woman walked over and looked around in confusion. Two Tails, did you sense anything? There was something, but it seems to have left. Forget it, ID better go to the Jonin meeting quickly, or the Raikage will blame me. Is your mission complete? Jean asked calmly as he watched the 3 Uchiha clan members enter. Yes, Lord Jean. The Raikage has decided to declare war on Konoha. Good. Konoha must also taste the consequences it deserves. Although Jean did not wish to stain his hands with too much blood, he did not mind pulling strings behind the scenes to hasten Konoha's ruin. It was time for them to taste the karma they had sown. Konoha Hyuga clan training grounds. Hinata easily received all of Niji's moves. Her Byakugan focused and a faint pressure emanated instantly, seizing his flaw and ending the battle. How is this possible? Niji collapsed weakly to the ground, unable to recover for a long time. Hinata felt a pang of pity but still did not go to help him up. In the past she had thought of helping, but she was always rejected, and afterward her father would scold her. Over time she no longer showed any mercy. Father, may I go back to my room to rest? Hayashi Hyuga looked at his daughter with a complex expression, then glanced at Niji, who looked like a beaten dog. He sighed and allowed Hinata to return to her room. Niji, don't blame me. This was all Hisashi's own choice. Hinata walked steadily back to her bedroom, and then suddenly became excited. The moment she bit her finger, she deftly formed several hand seals, and finally slapped the ground forcefully. Meow, Miss Hinata, do you need my help? Yes, I want to meet Brother Jean. Is that possible? Of course, I'll take you right away. As an old ninja cat who had been freeloading in the floating fortress, he knew how to read the room. This little girl around 5 years old was the girl Uchiha Jin had his eyes on. If he disrespected her, he would likely have no good days ahead. As Hinata left, she did not notice a pair of pure white eyes staring intently at her bedroom, with a hint of melancholy between the brows. Never mind, respect Hinata's wishes. She is a girl who will become the head of the Hyuga clan in the future. But when she comes back, I can talk to her. The woman then revealed a somewhat gentle gaze, and slowly retracted her Byakugan. Brother Jean has been too enthusiastic with me lately. Hanabi is doing well too. Hinata, you must also work hard. Stepping out of the white smoke, Hinata changed into her training clothes and prepared to go to the training grounds to continue her practice. Before she could leave, there was a knock on the door. Hinata, can we have a good talk? Mother, what's the matter? Hinata's expression showed a slight panic, and she immediately asked. You just used the reverse summoning technique to leave the clan grounds, didn't you? Hinata could not control her expression and panicked. Mother, Alright, your mother has no intention of snitching. Hinata has grown up and has the right to keep, and if I'm not mistaken, my improving health is also your doing, Hinata. Mother. Yes. Hinata looked at her mother with a complex expression, full of gratitude. Our Hinata is such a good girl. Mother's love for you was not in vain. Shizuka Hyuga held Hinata in her arms and gently stroked her black hair. Mother only wants to ask one question. Is Hanabi okay? Mother. Hanabi is doing well. I just saw her. That's good. You sisters must not become enemies. You must get along well in the future, understand? Shizuka was clearly well aware of the grudges between her husband and Hisashi Hyuga, and she was also worried that Hinata and Hanabi might have discord. Although the main reason was the caged bird, it was ultimately difficult to predict what emotions would arise from different environments. Don't worry, Mother. That's good. In the future, if you want to go to the other side, you can tell Mother, and I will help cover for you. Your father is a bit old-fashioned. If he found out about such things, he would definitely punish you. Thank you, Mother. Actually, it should be your mother thanking you. If it weren't for your help, I would have fallen ill long ago. Under her mother's caress, Hinata happily curved her eyes into crescent moons. All of this is actually Brother Jean's doing. In a tavern on Shorten Street. Tsunade, come back with me. Konoha will soon be besieged by the other 4 great ninja villages. I'll go back. Can going back undo everything? Tsunade's drunken eyes flickered with a complex emotion, ignoring Jiraiya's pleas. Well, the third wasn't intentional either. Besides, Konoha was founded by your grandfather. Can you bear to see it decline like this? Jiraiya tried to appeal to her emotions, hoping to awaken her last vestiges of attachment. Stop persuading me, Jiraiya. I want go back. The Konoha of today is no longer the Konoha my grandfather founded. The Senju clan has nearly vanished. The Uchiha clan has been destroyed or defected. Tell me, does Konoha still resemble a ninja village? As Tsunade spoke, her tone became impassioned with no intention of saving Jiraiya's face. But, don't say any more. I want go back. The experiment with natural energy has finally made progress. Yes, Lord Jin. Yugo can already control natural energy for a short time without going berserk, and Lady Karen has also organized the curse seal. It probably won't be long before we can begin the experiment. Jugo's problem is that his body spontaneously absorbs natural energy. Once the amount of natural energy in his body becomes excessive, it disrupts the balance between spiritual energy and physical energy, leading to berserk behavior. However, after Karen sealed the threshold of his Bodhi's ability to absorb natural energy, this problem disappeared. Jin nodded silently and asked Erasure to take him to the lab to have a look. Aunt Karen, how is the curse seal preparation? Jin casually asked as he arrived at the natural energy lab. However, his gaze shifted to the two red-haired children. Lord Jin, we are preparing to test the power of the curse seal on Rogue Ninja. As for these two little ones, they are my assistants. I have been vigorously training them recently. It's fine. Exposing them to such things won't hurt. On the contrary, it can help them mature earlier. By the way, how are the sealing techniques talents of these two clansmen of yours? Jin asked curiously. They are both very good. The child on the left has even better sealing talent than me. The one on the right, though slightly inferior, is still on par with me. Karen smiled and patted the heads of the two children, her eyes full of kindness. These were the few remaining blood-related clansmen she had in this world, so she would naturally take good care of them. They have good talents. They'll be subordinates who can carry the organization's burden in the future. Jin just sighed a couple of times, and then paid no further attention. Xianglin's sealing technique talent was also excellent. She awakened the adamantine sealing chains around the age of 10. Need I explain its significance? As for the two young men before us, they probably haven't awakened, otherwise Aunt Karen would have mentioned it. Jin, would you like to see the effect of the curse seal together? Karen said with a smile. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Two Uchiha clansmen held a rogue ninja and affixed a curse seal to him. The effect is good, but unfortunately, this rogue ninja cannot control it to cooperate with the synthesis of Sage Mode. Jin expressed regret, and the next moment Erasure reminded him. Lord Jin, there is an Uchiha clansman who has learned the spirit transformation technique. Perhaps we can try that. Oh, that is worth a try. Go and bring that clansman here. Jin also thought of that clansman Uchiha Yungu, a subordinate recruited by Xian. He had learned the spirit transformation technique 2 weeks ago. But Jin hadn't paid much attention at the time, as he considered the ability somewhat useless. After all, once this technique was performed, the original body had to stay behind without any defense. He hadn't thought of it before, but now it seemed they really had use for him. Lord Jin. Yungu said respect. Uchiha Jin was a legendary figure among these clansmen who no one in the organization didn't admire him. Can you control this rogue ninja and synthesize Sage Mode inside his body? Jin explained calmly. Well, I have no perception of natural energy, so no need. The rogue ninja has a curse seal on him that enhances the perception and absorption of natural energy, so you just need to control the variables involved. Lord Jin, no problem. I can try. Alright, let's see your performance. Yungu formed the Maohan seal, and his spirit body shot out with a whoosh. Without delay, the spirit body swiftly entered the rogue ninja's body, taking over instantly. Synthesize the Sage Mode according to the ratio of 1/3 physical energy, 1/3 spiritual energy, and 1/3 natural energy. Jin reminded. In just a moment, Yungu began synthesizing the Sage Mode. There were 3 major difficulties in synthesizing Sage Mode. First, a large amount of chakra was required in the body as support. This was the threshold for learning. As for the rogue ninja before them, he had drunk 2 full bottles of sacred water, hero water, and with the life-prolonging secret medicine, his chakra barely met the requirement. Second, naturally, was fine control. If the 3 energies failed to achieve balance, an accident would occur. The Sage Mode, researched by the organization, if practiced recklessly, would not cause fragilification, serpentification, or decay, but it would still severely injure the practitioner's body, requiring considerable time for rest and recovery. However, since Yungu could learn the spirit transformation technique, there was certainly no need to worry about fine control. Third was the concentration of natural energy in the surrounding environment. The higher the concentration, the easier it was to enter the Sage Mode state. For the Dojin organization, this was also easy to achieve. As long as a seedling of the natural sacred tree obtained through division was planted indoors, the concentration of natural energy could easily be increased. Not good. Uchiha Yungu felt the energy turbulence inside the body he occupied. His soul increased the pressure on the original owner's soul, gaining more control over the body. He used all his strength to adjust the distribution of energy within the body without any slack. Could it have failed? Jin frowned slightly, but showed no displeasure. Experiments were always full of unexpected incidents. He would not blame his subordinates for that. It has stabilized. The momentum that had been growing increasingly intense gradually subsided, causing everyone present to become happy. At the moment the rogue ninja's momentum converged to its extreme, it suddenly surged, putting immense pressure on the two whirlpool youths nearby. Jin silently stepped in front of the two, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Jin. It's nothing. After you rest for a while longer, you can also begin training. There's no need to envy. Lord Jin, we won't let you down. Children are so innocent. Oh, just by blocking a bit of momentum, he gained their loyalty. Lord Jin, I seem to have succeeded. Oh, how does it feel? Jin felt the oppressive force coming towards him, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked. My physical abilities have increased several times, and my perception has greatly improved. I feel wonderful now, but it's a pity that this Sage Mode chakra was not synthesized inside my own body. Yunga said with some regret. It's alright, everyone will have their chance in the future. First let the researchers check the body, then we'll continue with further tests. I am still very interested in Sage techniques. Sage Art Great Fireball. Sage Art Giant Rasengan. Sage Art Lightning Cutter. Watching each extremely powerful ninjutsu being performed by Yunga, Jin couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This Sage Mode chakra state is indeed powerful. It can actually make a rogue ninja of Jonin level strength match an ordinary Kage level. Lord Jin, I may need to withdraw. My soul is struggling. Take a rest for now. We'll run a few more experiments later to make sure we haven't overlooked anything. If there really are no issues, perhaps everyone in the organization could master Sage Mode. Jin was quite good to the organization's people and had no intention of hiding the research results. After all, he needed a group of powerful subordinates to accompany him in conquering the ninja world, subduing the Tintails, and finally attacking the Otsutsuki clan. As for whether his subordinates would betray him, he had long concealed much of his strength and means. The secret medicines he released actually had effects that were less than 2/3 of his own usage. He had learned many ninjutsu from the Sealing Scroll and Uzumaki sealing techniques. Whenever he wanted, he could crush everyone in the Dojin organization, even though many of them had awakened the Mangekyo. Just the release of Jin's Mangekyo ocular power could create a tremendous sense of oppression in others, making them dare not resist. Lord Jin, Kumogakure and Konoha have declared war. Do we need to intervene? We can provide Kumogakure with some diluted healing elixirs, but as for anything else, there's no need. Jin read the intelligence in his hand with keen interest, nodding as he spoke. Konoha, I doubt you ever imagined this day would come. Jin rose and made his way to the kitchen of the aerial fortress. Recently, with time on his hands, he decided to research medicinal cuisine, a type of meal that, while similar to elixirs in effect, could be eaten as a daily dish. He had conceived this idea long ago, but never had a clear approach. Now, with the dual support of his Mangekyo and bloodline, this goal no longer seemed out of reach. Try it and see how it tastes. Jin handed the delicacy to Nono. The flavor is indeed excellent, and the effect is notable, comparable to half the efficacy of the life elixir. Nono savored the meal with a look of utter satisfaction, then gave her blissful evaluation. I see. It seems further refinement is needed. Jin pondered for a moment, but found no direction for improvement. He decided to relax by visiting his garden. Jin, have you tried using your flame of life on it? The effect might be even stronger. Nono casually interjected. She had noticed that Jin never used the flame of life during cooking, assuming he merely wanted to test the pure medicinal cuisine effect. After so long without change, she naturally realized he had overlooked the power of his own dojutsu. Right? How could I have forgotten? Jin's expression brightened with delight. Nono, I don't know how to reward you. Come to my room tonight, and I'll show you my deepest affection. His gentle whisper brushed against her ear, sending a deep blush spreading across Nono's face. Let's try again. Jin placed another plate of delicacies before her. Very well, but I can't eat that much. No matter, I'll help you finish it. They each took a spoon and began to taste together. The effect is indeed much better. Moreover, I believe this medicinal cuisine has lower drug resistance than elixirs. It can truly be consumed as daily meals. It seems I'm destined to become a house husband. Jin joked. Late at night, Uchiha Jin entered sage mode and slowly rose from the bed. I've come to understand the two dojutsu full bloom and flame of life fairly well. The former is a garden that synergizes with the blood within me, accelerating plant growth. The latter can purify medicinal properties, enhance the vitality of herbs, fuse similar medicinal traits, and amplify the effects of elixirs and medicinal cuisine. But the artifact of Susanoo has always eluded my understanding. He had thought he could soon free the artifact from Susanoo's constraints and make it his own personal weapon, but clearly he had been overly optimistic. In his current state, he could only manifest half of the artifact's form. To fully wield it without Susanoo, he needed to elevate his mental energy by another tier. But it won't be long. Within 2 months at most he'll succeed. Tonight they'll let me test the true power of... With a single body flicker, Jin appeared on a small hill far from the aerial fortress and instantly activated the second form of Susanoo. In the next moment, the towering second form of Susanoo, its body entwined with silver chakra muscles and meridians flickering faintly through a bloody glow, appeared on the hillside like a waking beast. Fortunately, the area was desolate, and no one witnessed this spectacular sight. Jin could calmly unleash his artifact, the alchemy furnace. Boom! A massive alchemy furnace 5 meters tall crashed onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The moment the artifact appeared, Jin understood its function. It can refine all things. Anything can serve as material for the furnace. Then I can refine whatever I desire. Why waste effort creating elixir formulas? But soon Jin realized his error. Indeed, anything could be thrown into the furnace to be burned and purified. However, if the medicinal properties were incompatible, the quality of the resulting pill would plummet, a result he did not wish for. Only herbs with harmonious properties, when burned and refined together in the furnace, could produce pills with optimal effects. Yet I wonder if my previously created elixir formulas could be realized in this furnace. The thought flashed through Jin's mind and refused to leave. Let's try. He selected suitable herbs from his garden and placed them on the ground nearby for easy access. Then with a snap of his fingers, a green flame rose and gently heated the furnace. As Jin added the first herb, the flame of life slowly melted it. Another herb was thrown in, blending with the liquid. Jin calmly controlled the flame and the herbs, breathing in the rich fragrance that grew more engrossing with each passing moment. 5 minutes later, Jin stopped adding herbs and sealed the furnace. The flames surged, enveloping the entire furnace. Inside, the liquid bubbled and crackled. Bang! A dull thud echoed from the furnace. Jin gradually withdrew the flame, his Mangekyo spinning rapidly, an eerie light gleaming in his eyes. The moment he opened the furnace, an endless fragrance spread across the entire hillside, refusing to dissipate, no matter how the wind blew. 10 pills. Considering the multiple herbs he had added earlier, Jin found this unsurprising. I wonder what their effect will be. He'll show them to Tsukimi later. Jin put away his Sharingan, and the massive furnace disintegrated into particles of light. Uejian, please check the effects of these pills. After awakening the Mangekyo, the once innocent girl had grown into the organization's most formidable researcher. It can only be said that, as expected of Uchiha bloodline, after awakening the Mangekyo, one could even excel in scientific research. Lord Jin, did you refine this pill? Uejian curiously held the pill before her eyes, examining it carefully. Yes, I refined it based on the formula of the spiritual secret medicine. Uejian nodded, a glint of Mangekyo flashing in her eyes as every detail of the pill passed through her vision. Its effect is twice as good as the spiritual secret medicine, enhanced by the spiritual flame of life. However, I think there are 2 areas that are not quite perfect. Uejian pondered for a moment and offered her suggestions. With the insight from her 2 Mangekyo techniques, she provided appropriate advice. Oh, you feel the same? Tell me quickly. As the possessor of herbal affinity talent, the creator of the spiritual secret medicine, and the owner of the divine alchemy furnace, he naturally would not overlook any improper aspects in alchemy. And his reason for seeking Uejian was naturally for this purpose. If he were to research alone, he might eventually find the issues, but the time and effort required would be far from trivial. It would be foolish to have subordinates and not use them. Well, my thought is that your refining method is different, so the 2 auxiliary materials still need some adjustments. The secret medicine is ground while the pill is tempered with fire. The difference in the 2 methods results in considerable variation. Jin nodded and quickly understood the key point. After studying with Uejian for a while, he cheerfully returned to the hillside and began refining pills once again. Refining pills again, he was no longer as unfamiliar as last night. His timing was more precise, and the replacement of the 2 auxiliary materials also made the pill's fusion much more perfect. Try it again. It's perfect. I can't find any flaws for now, though afterward you'll need to research on your own since I don't understand material selection and replacement. Well, this pill is for you to take. Jin took out a pill and handed it to the other. The pills he refined were not meant to be given to subordinates for free, but distributed as rewards. This pill was different from ordinary secret medicine. It could allow a ninja stuck at a bottleneck to break through. For instance, Xian and Ing, just one pill could push them a step closer to the super Kage level. This was an effect that could not be achieved even by taking 10 doses of secret medicine in a day. It could only be said that the combination of the divine alchemy furnace and the pupil technique's spiritual flame of life brought about a qualitative change in the pill's effect. Lord Jiraiya Cloud Hidden is too deeply hidden. They might have a healing ability no less than Lord Tsunade's Katsu. I saw a severely injured Jonin who was bouncing around in less than half a day, and he fought dozens of rounds with me without falling into a disadvantage. At this time, Jiraiya was stationed in the land of hot springs, and an elite Jonin was reporting today's find. This makes it difficult. Even Tsunade can't be persuaded to return. Jiraiya looked at Nara Shikaku beside him, hoping for some advice. Lord Jiraiya, I have no solution either. The current Konoha is too weak. However, if we could bring Lord Tsunade back. I have already tried to persuade her, but to no avail. What about Lord Danzo? He has matters to attend to lately. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment before speaking. Upon reflection, one could see that Konoha was becoming more and more decrepit. First it was White Fang, then the fourth Hokage Orochimaru Tsunade, and finally Danzo. The only two strong ninjas Konoha could boast of now remained. Let's ask the Hokage for reinforcements, or we won't be able to hold out much longer. The report from this elite Jonin just now. I've noticed it too, and it's true. If we can't persuade Lord Tsunade to return, Konoha will indeed have to pay a considerable price. Lord Raikage, our healing secret medicine is running low. Should we contact those people to purchase another batch? Mabui reported while holding a document. Long-term purchase is nowhere near as convenient as having the formula in hand. Arrange a meeting with that person. This time I will act personally. I hope he knows better. The fourth Raikage, as hand crackled with lightning, clearly determined to succeed in this operation. Mabui said nothing fit was difficult for her to dissuade the Raikage from his decisions. Moreover, she didn't believe there was anyone in the ninja world who could make their Raikage suffer a setback. The fault lay in the other party being too naive. Instead of hiding this item, well, he wanted to use Cloud Hidden Village to profit from the war. Finally coming, Be careful, they might make a move this time. Jean listened to Lan's report and Lord Jean, will they really make a move? Don't underestimate these barbarians' thirst for secret arts. Why do you think Cloud Hidden has developed so fast? It's all through plunder. Jean muttered a few complaints and sent Lan off to carry out the mission. You've finally come. Where's our secret medicine? Mabui asked, with the fourth Raikage in his iconic white Haori standing behind her. His muscular arms were bare, and he wore dark trousers, ninja boots, and a wide belt. Here, Lan looked at this setup and couldn't help but marvel inwardly at Lord Jean's foresight. Just trading some secret medicine. There was no need for the Raikage to come along. This was no transaction, it was blatant robbery. The moment Lan set down a large box of wooden cases, the Raikage finally made his move. Powerful lightning coiled around his body, instantly wrapping him in arcs of electricity, forming a layer of lightning armor. Hand over the formula of the secret medicine and it'll spare your life. The Raikage stepped forward, trying to pressure Lan into submission. Unfortunately, Lan shook his head and took out 3 Flying Thunder God kunai from his tool pouch. This is the Flying Thunder God. You're from Konoha. When the Raikage saw this, many thoughts crossed his mind. Since the other party knew the Flying Thunder God, they must be from Konoha, but why had Konoha never used the secret medicine? Could it be that they wanted to catch Cloud Hidden off guard? The moment Lan threw the kunai, the Raikage moved. Now was not the time to think about such things. Once he subdued the opponent, he would surely have the chance to uncover everything. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Raikage body flickered behind Lan, his lightning-wreathed fist tearing through the air and smashing down fiercely. Lan chuckled lightly, teleporting to a kunai, easily evading the attack. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God. I wonder how your technique compares to Minato Namikaze's. As his words fell, the Raikage no longer held back. He turned into a flash of lightning darting around this. If it weren't for my neural reaction enhancement experiment, I might not have been able to keep up with this speed. The legendary 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze truly deserves his reputation. Back in the day, he managed to contend with the 8 Tails Jinchuriki under immense pressure, showcasing his remarkable Flying Thunder God technique. But I'm not that far behind. Uchiha Lan gently tossed the kunai in his hand, drawing an arc in the air. In the next moment, he vanished from his original position, leaving only the Raikage who had just teleported in. I'm right here. A voice came from behind, startling the Reikage. As the kunai was about to graze his clothing, he increased his chakra output and instantly distanced himself from his opponent. "Ah, what a pity I was so close to hitting you." Lan's peculiar tone made the Reikage wish he could rush over and unleash a lightning-infused attack, but unfortunately ninjutsu would be hard to land on him. After their recent skirmish, he realized that the opponent was quite adept at the Flying Thunder God technique, had a substantial chakra reserve, and while his neural reactions couldn't quite match those of Minato Namikaze, they were still impressive. Thus defeating him at this moment seemed like an unrealistic dream. While the fourth Reikage was observing, Lan was also testing the lightning release chakra mode. This ninjutsu is indeed impressive. It not only enhances defensive and offensive capabilities, but also accelerates nerve conduction speed, making it a perfect match for me. Recalling what Lord Jin had mentioned before and feeling the opponent's ninjutsu firsthand, Lan decided to take a bold approach. "We merely conducted a test to see if you were worthy of trading with us. Now that we recognize your level, let's commence our transaction." Seeing that his Reikage had yet to subdue the enemy Mabu, he immediately waved his hand to halt his fighting spirit. The enemy possessed the Flying Thunder Goddess space-time ninjutsu, and continuing the fight would not be favorable for them. Currently engaged in battle with Konoha, unable to obtain the secret medicine and having offended the supplier, it was clearly quite irrational. "Is that so? Then very well, did you bring your money?" Lan pretended to agree, though his gaze was somewhat unfocused. "Yes, I brought it. It's right here. Now's the Seizing the opportunity, Lan instantaneously teleported to the nearest kunai's landing point, grabbing Mabu-e with his Sharingan swirling in his eyes. "Uchiha, damn it, let go of Mabu-e." The Reikage immediately reacted and chased after him. Unfortunately, Lan was already prepared. A wormhole opened as the Reikage approached, isolating them in two different spaces, allowing them to narrowly miss each other. "Bastard, what exactly do you want?" Lan's eerie Sharingan flickered continuously. He slowly shook his head and explained, "You covet my secret medicine formula, while I covet the lightning release chakra mode of your village. How about we make a trade? I will hand over this secretary in perfect condition, and you will provide me with the training method for the lightning release chakra mode." "You." The Reikage was furious, incredulous that the opponent dared to threaten him. "Aren't you afraid of a fight to the death with Konoha?" In Ace View, only Konoha could master the Flying Thunder God. While the opponent had the Sharingan, it was possible that he was a subordinate secretly trained by that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, Konoha was very cautious of the Uchiha clan. Recently, they had been wiped out, and the higher-ups of Konoha wouldn't grant the Flying Thunder God to an Uchiha they didn't trust. As for the theft of the sealing book, he naturally knew nothing of it. The news had been swiftly contained by the third Hokage, and ordinary people had no chance of learning about it. Moreover, only the Hokage had access to the sealing book. Whether it was lost or not, only the Hokage would know. Hearing the Reikage's words, Lan became excited. "You are always welcome to come to Konoha for revenge. But are you really going to ignore your secretary?" Lan asked teasingly. "You." Looking at Mabu-e's unconscious face and the kunai being slowly raised by the opponent, the Reikage hesitated for a moment and finally relented. "Let him go, and I will give you the lightning release chakra mode." Watching the lightning chakra secret technique in Ace hands, Lan felt a surge of excitement, though he maintained a degree of caution. The opponent's neural reactions were faster than his. One misstep, and he could lose both the person and the technique. "Let's do it." Both of them threw their respective person and scroll forward, and the Reikage narrowed his eyes, rushing towards his scroll. "Tisk tisk, the Reikage is truly cunning. If it were someone else, you might have succeeded, but unfortunately you've met me." Lan's Sharingan flickered as a wormhole opened before him. He reached his right hand into it, and grasped the scroll inscribed with the lightning release chakra mode. Again with this trick. Seeing it was impossible, he immediately changed direction, holding Mabu-e and retreating from the opponent. His expression was extremely grim. Not only had he failed to seize the opponent's secret medicine formula, but he had also lost the strongest secret technique of the ninja village. "Still want to trade?" Lan asked with a smile. "Rikagesima, I'm sorry." The moment Mabu-e regained consciousness and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was fine, he understood he had held back the Reikage. "The training method for the lightning release chakra mode. I gave it to that guy. In my opinion, the most important thing is that people are unharmed. Moreover, it's merely a training method. Without my Yue clan's bloodline and physique, it's somewhat wishful thinking to fully master the lightning release chakra mode." Though the Reikage said this, Mabu-e still felt immensely guilty. "It's fine if I can't defeat him. I will continue to wage war against Konoha, demanding they hand over the Uchiha who mastered the Flying Thunder God." Sighing, the Reikage continued, "Rikagesima, that guy is very likely not from Konoha, otherwise he wouldn't sell us such secret medicine." After all, Konoha doesn't even have Tsunade. How could they dare sell us secret medicine and engage in a prolonged war with us? Then who is he, a subordinate of Uchiha Jin? What about the Flying Thunder God? Isn't it a forbidden technique from the sealing book of Konoha? How did he learn it? I heard that Konoha's Hokage building was broken into one night, and many things were stolen from the library. Now it seems that may not have been a rumor. Mabu-e had a clear mind and thought of a piece of intelligence he had previously received from Konoha, instantly linking it with today's observations. So it's all that Uchiha Jin's doing, that damned bastard. The Raikage seethed with anger, unsure whether he should continue to wage war against Konoha. Now his resentment toward Uchiha Jin was no less than that towards Konoha. Let's hold off for now, Raikage-sama. Currently Uchiha Jin is nowhere to be found with his subordinates, and there have been no rumors about them in the ninja world. We should focus on the war at hand. Defeating Konoha is the only way to gain tangible benefits. Lord Jin, the transaction has been completed. Just as you predicted, the Raikage indeed attempted to seize the secret medicine formula, and I engaged him in combat. Erasure handed the cultivation manual to Uchiha Jin. Oh, how did it feel? Jin asked calmly while sipping royal jelly. The lightning armor suits me well. With it my strength will advance further. That's good. I recall you also possess lightning affinity. Go back and train diligently and do not disappoint me. After Erasure left, Jin pondered over the scroll in his hands. The lightning release chakra mode, also known as the lightning armor, is a highly practical ninjutsu. Leaving aside the second Raikage, the third Raikage emphasized the defense and offensive power of the lightning armor, while the fourth Raikage focused on its speed. Each had developed the lightning armor to its utmost potential. It could be said that the lightning armor was the core of their strength. It is worth cultivating. Moreover, the lightning armor's enhancement of neural reflexes is remarkable. Perhaps the neural reflex project at Nono's place can find a breakthrough. Jin mused silently as he flipped through the scroll. Lord Jin, what brings you here? Tsukimi, deeply engrossed in research, suddenly noticed Uchiha Jin standing quietly beside him and asked in surprise. I came to check on the cursed seal. Can you already practice sage art? Indeed. The royal jelly worked excellently. I can now clearly perceive natural energy and absorb and control it. However, to be safe, I'd like a cursed seal from you to aid my training. Very well, I will oversee the process. Tsukimi nodded solemnly, looking at Uchiha Jin with eager anticipation. I appreciate your effort. Jin affixed the cursed seal to his neck and instantly felt his control over natural energy elevate to another level. Of course, it only slightly enhanced his absorption of natural energy. Mastering it remained challenging. As natural energy slowly seeped into his body, Jin sensed the other two energies that composed chakra begin to stir. Yet in mere moments, he effortlessly suppressed the agitation. Balancing these three energies and synthesizing sage chakra isn't that difficult. Am I exceptionally talented, or are my subordinates simply incompetent? As he marveled, the energies within his body under his meticulous control converged like a gentle stream in his dantian, fusing into a higher-tier energy. At the moment of fusion, Tsukimi noticed an inexplicable change in Lord Jin's aura. It became more natural, ethereal, and transcendent. Success. As expected of Lord Jin, you mastered it on the first try. Tsukimi felt a flutter of joy. Witnessing Uchiha Jin's success brought him more delight than his own sage art achievement. Lord Jin, would you like to test some ninjutsu? Yes, let's go to the training room. Although Jin had rarely fought since joining the security force, he had learned considerable ninjutsu. With his Sharingan, he grasped all ninjutsu intuitively. Although he possessed only the fire, wind, and lightning affinities, he remained unconcerned. After all, even with all 5 elemental affinities, dealing with the Otsutsuki would be futile. They nearly all possessed the ability to absorb ninjutsu, rendering it useless. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, when facing them, would only be battered. Only by learning sage art could one inflict substantial damage on them. Fire release Phoenix, Sage Fire Technique. Wind release Raisin Shuriken. Lightning release Chidori. After unleashing 3 techniques in succession, Jin's sage chakra was completely depleted. Lord Jin, how do you feel? Tsukimi handed Jin a handkerchief. The power exceeded my expectations. Sage chakra is truly miraculous energy. Jin sighed while wiping the sweat from his face. Have you begun your sage art training? Jin suddenly asked. Not yet, but I feel I could give it a try. Don't rush. I've just discovered that I can control natural energy much more easily than the subordinates who used the cursed seal claimed. It's not as difficult as they said. Therefore, I suspect that royal jelly might lower the difficulty of synthesizing sage chakra for shinobi. You should go to the cultivation chamber and request more royal jelly to test this theory. But Lord Jin, want you need it yourself. Though tempted, Tsukimi remained mindful of propriety. I have propagated several saplings from the sacred tree of nature. It shouldn't be long before royal jelly production multiplies tenfold or even 20-fold. So don't worry. Jin's reassurance was effective, and Tsukimi ceased his objections. After bidding Tsukimi farewell, Uchiha Jin proceeded to another room. He had intended to learn about the Zero-Tail status from Tsukimi, but the latter was not well informed either. Thus Jin decided to check on what the researchers planned to do with the Zero-Tails. Lord Jin, how is the research on Zero-Tails progressing? Jin looked at the Zero-Tails sealed in the center by countless ninjutsu and asked curiously. Lord Jin, we have successfully extracted Zero-Tails energy and can now use it as a power source for the aerial fortress. An elderly man approached, speaking with a smile. But wasn't that a function from the very beginning? Jin frowned, finding it odd. Lord Jin, it's not that simple. The aerial fortress can not only use Zero-Tails dark chakra to charge the heavy cannons, but also sustain the fortress defense system. The defense system is a barrier composed of numerous ninjutsu with formidable defensive capabilities. As long as Zero-Tails energy is not exhausted, we can maintain both the defense and attack systems of the aerial fortress. After hearing this, Jin became intrigued. Is it possible for Zero-Tails to run out of energy? After all, even the Nine-Tails does not possess inexhaustible chakra, let alone Zero-Tails, which was not particularly prominent in the original story. Lord Jin, your concern is unnecessary. Although Zero-Tails dark chakra is not limitless, it is more than enough to sustain the entire base's consumption. The elder explained with a light chuckle. Very well. What are your next plans? Jin eagerly anticipated the upcoming steps. We have decided to research and replace the entire power system of the aerial fortress with Zero-Tails dark chakra, so that the fortress can be self-sufficient without the need to land. Excellent. I am very satisfied with your research. You may increase your recent share of secret medicines, mention it to the resource department as my reward. Although the dozen or so people before him were subordinates controlled by Konoha Tsukimi, Jin did not intend to exploit them endlessly. By granting them some resources, they would undoubtedly work even harder. After all, no matter how much they grew, they could never surpass the progress of the Uchiha clan. It could be said that the ninja world is a legend of eyes. Apart from Naruto and Might Guy, those two talents who cheated the system, who else stirred the storm without relying on their eyes? Finally, I've cultivated a plant related to spatial power, but the probability of this mutation is far too low. Jin sighed at the trouble, then his eyes suddenly lit up. If I can find a suitable place to plant it, wouldn't that greatly increase the mutation probability of space attribute plants? And Jin already had an idea for that suitable place. The Dragon Pulse. Wasn't it a ready-made treasure trove related to time and space in the ninja world? However, if I could integrate the Dragon Pulse into my exquisite bloom, wouldn't that be an ultimate enhancement? Acting on the impulse, Jin didn't hesitate. He grabbed Lan and Aunt Kana and rushed to Lulan in the Wind Country. Lord Jin, there's a faint time-space chakra over there. Lan exclaimed excitedly. Aunt Kana, can you unseal this seal? Jin looked at Uzumaki Kana with anticipation. Kana frowned, clearly curious about the sealing technique, but she nodded anyway. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her affinity with Uzumaki sealing techniques was naturally very high. Even the fourth Hokage couldn't compare with the Uzumaki clan. But I might need some time. It's fine. Few people come here. Go ahead without worry. Jin was confident in his own strength and lands. A mere Wind Country could be destroyed with a single hand. As for the centipede-like Baizu whom Uzumaki Naruto had struggled against, he hadn't yet arrived in Lulan, so there was no need to be on guard. But the fact that the ancient Lulan royal bloodline can manipulate the Dragon Pulse to some extent is a problem. However, if used well, it might help me seal the Dragon Pulse and integrate it into my eye technique space. As Uzumaki Kana began studying the sealing technique, Jin fell into deep thought. Lan, go capture the king of Lulan. I need him to do something for me. Are you the king of ancient Lulan? The newcomer had deep eyes, a high-bridged nose, black hair tied up, graying temples, and wore magnificent attire exuding the majesty and vicissitudes of a ruler. However, his gaze was now filled with dullness. Yes, my lord, what service do you require? If not for Lan controlling him with Jinjutsu, the king would not have been so obedient. After all, the Dragon Pulse was the lifeblood of their nation. They wouldn't stand by and allow outsiders to study it. To what extent can you manipulate the Dragon Pulse? Jin asked the question he was most concerned about. I can manipulate the Dragon Pulse to transmit and shut off chakra. Oh, so if I want to seal the Dragon Pulse into my own dimensional space, can you help? It would be difficult, my lord, for the Dragon Pulse has its own intelligence. So do you have any use? Jin cut to the chase. I can restrain the Dragon Pulse's resistance and accelerate its sealing. Good, then stay put. Jin took out 2 pills and handed them to Uzumaki Kana. Lord Jin, what are these? Pills I refined using Susanu's divine artifact. One is a mental pill, the other a life pill. They can help you accelerate the decoding of the sealing technique. Konan nodded gratefully and accepted without false modesty. She knew that among these pills, only the mental pill was for breaking the seal. The life pill was most likely her reward. After all, everyone knew that the Uzumaki clan had excellent constitutions. Lord Jin. Lon looked at Uzumaki Kana with envy, clearly covetous. Don't worry, you'll get yours too. But during this time, make sure to patrol well, and don't let anyone with ill intentions slip through to disturb Aunt Kana. Lord Jin, trust me, I will definitely complete the mission. Jin chuckled lightly and entered his eye technique space. He needed to think about how to merge his eye technique with the Dragon Pulse's power. Is it my imagination? Why does this dimensional space feel much more active? Jin amplified his perception. After a moment, a gleam of sharp light flashed in his eyes. It must be related to the Dragon Pulse. Even with the Dragon Pulse still sealed, there's such a change. If it were unsealed, and even sealed within the dimensional space. The more Jin thought about it, the more excited he became, and his anticipation for the Dragon Pulse grew. Half a day later, Uzumaki Kana took a deep breath and unraveled the final seal. Alas, Kana has had the sealing technique for too short a time. Her foundation is insufficient. But Kushina is also something else. She foolishly gave away all her clan's secrets without a thought for the family's heritage. Just think about it. Why did Bluffing Shuemin learn the Flying Thunder God technique during the Third War and shine so brightly? Why did he master the 4 symbols seal, the 8 trigram seal, and the dead demon consuming seal? Wasn't it all from Kushina? After Shumen's death, those techniques naturally became property of Mai. The moment the Dragon Pulse was unsealed, the overwhelming surge of time-space chakra spread out, making Jin's heart quicken. It's actually starting to throb. It seems the Dragon Pulse is destined to merge with my exquisite bloom. Jin sensed the fluctuations in his dimensional space and looked at the Dragon Pulse before him with great satisfaction. We can begin. Remember, try to stall the Dragon Pulse's intelligence. Yes, my lord. Lord Jin, what should I do? Lon asked anxiously. You? Can you use your Mangekyo to interfere with the Dragon Pulse's resistance? Jin asked casually. I can give it a try. Lon pondered for a moment and felt it was feasible. All right then. Later you and this king will help me restrain the Dragon Pulse's resistance. As the Dragon Pulse broke free from the sealing technique and began to stir, the two began their actions. At first, the Dragon Pulse quickly quieted down without any incidents. But when Jin opened a spatial channel with his exquisite bloom, the Dragon Pulse suddenly erupted. Clearly, it had detected something it could devour. Unfortunately, no matter how it resisted, it could not escape Jin's clutches. After half an hour of struggle, the Dragon Pulse showed signs of weakness. Jin seized the opportunity and drew a massive amount of Dragon Pulse chakra into his exquisite bloom. As time slowly passed, the remaining chakra of the Dragon Pulse dwindled. Jin's eye technique space was undergoing a transformation. Feeling the changes in his dimensional space, Jin grew increasingly excited and pulled even more eagerly at the Dragon Pulse. Dragon Pulse, merge with my dimensional space. This is your destined fate. Finally, the moment the Dragon Pulse was completely absorbed into the dimensional space, the entire Lulon trembled. Uchiha Jin had no mind to check what was happening. His left eye technique had begun to transform. An endless stream of ocular power surged from nowhere. While Jin's left eye spun at an astonishing speed, it also spurred the evolution of his right eye. This state persisted for nearly 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. The moment he opened his eyes, an overwhelming aura erupted from Jin's gaze, pressing down upon the 3 figures before him. Yet only a moment later, he restrained his own presence. His years of rigorous training had granted him exquisite control over chakra and ocular power. My left eye has undergone a complete evolution, but unfortunately my right eye still falls far short. Though a hint of regret lingered, excitement surged within Jin's heart. He realized that while his left eye had evolved, it didn't seem to have fully compensated for the genetic deficiency, meaning that before evolving into the Rinnegan, his eyes might still undergo another transformation. But this is merely my speculation. I'll return and discuss it with Yuejian and the others to see if my reasoning holds. Still, my right eye's evolution is incomplete, clearly lagging far behind the left. Suffering from a touch of perfectionism, Jin began pondering what could enable his right eye to evolve as well. The right eye's ocular ability is the flame of living beings, which undoubtedly requires a vast amount of life force as nourishment. So, should I cultivate a large quantity of Hashirama cells for absorption, or use the entire sacred life tree as fertilizer for the flame? But soon he dismissed these ideas. While quantitative change could lead to qualitative change, executing such plans would consume immense manpower, resources, and finances. not to mention the time required. Still, I recall that the ninja world has a mineral rich in life force. Indeed, Jin was referring to the Grellstone, a mineral that appeared in the original Works movie possessing healing properties while also causing bodily mutations. Wasn't this perfectly compatible with his right eye's ocular ability and bloodline power? But finding this thing won't be easy. I'd better start planning early. Jin muttered to himself and decided to dispatch the remaining dozens of clansmen from the organization. Each of them was at least at the quasi-Kage level. Even if they encountered Obito, they could hold their ground for a while. If things went wrong, they could use Ding Dang and a few other ninja cats to escape. As long as they didn't stumble into forbidden grounds, traveling the ninja world should be safe enough. Lord Jin, how do you feel? Lon asked with great anticipation. The immense power of the dragon vein had been sensed by everyone present. They couldn't imagine how formidable Uchiha Jin would become after merging with it. My strength has increased considerably, and my left eye has undergone an evolution. As for exactly how powerful I've become, I'll need to explore further. Jin replied, but then his gaze shifted to a dark speck not far away. Lord Jin, should we leave? After studying it for a moment, Jin's lips curled slightly. No need. Let's go meet her. In an instant, countless sheets of paper flew across the desert, then slowly converged in place, forming a human figure. Uchiha Jin, I've finally found you. Xiaonan's cold voice reached his ears. You're from the Akatsuki, aren't you? Jin said calmly. That's right. I'd like to invite you to join the Akatsuki. And if I refuse? Jin's smile remained gentle, as if he already held the winning hand. Then I'll have to subdue you and make you join. Xiaonan's tone was still icy, devoid of any other emotion. Oh, and if you lose, what then? I won't lose. If you lose, you'll join our organization and obey my commands. How about that? With a flicker, Jin dodged Xiaonan's paper shuriken and spoke mockingly. Defeat me first before you talk. Xiaonan's figure rose higher, her wings spreading as a vast rain of paper swords cascaded down. Jin's expression turned serious. The Mangekyo in his pupils spun, and a colossal silver giant burst forth from the ground, shielding him and the three behind him within. Lon, send that king back. Give him some appropriate compensation. Jin's tone was indifferent, but his gaze never left Xiaonan. So this is the Uchiha's divine power. Let me try explosive tags. Tens of thousands of explosive tags were instantly scattered from the sky by Xiaonan, attaching themselves to Jin's silver Susanoo. Tisk, taking a beating passively isn't my style. His words barely faded when Jin's Mangekyo poured out an overwhelming amount of ocular power, pushing the Susanoo beyond the limits of an ordinary Mangekyo into its fourth form. The giant standing 200 meters tall with legs. An alchemy cauldron materialized in the giant's palm, rotating slowly as verdant flames coiled beneath it, exuding a dense aura of life. This big. Xiaonan's pupils contracted, her face turning pale. Although her dance of the paper could block physical attacks, anyone confronting an existence beyond their comprehension couldn't remain calm instantly. Uchiha Jin, I admit you're strong, but this form must drain a lot of your chakra and ocular power. How long can you keep it up? At this moment, Xiaonan became even more eager to recruit Uchiha Jin into her organization. With such a powerful subordinate serving her and Changmin, the Akatsuki's missions would surely be easier to complete. And Uchiha Madara wouldn't dare act recklessly. No need. Take this. Jin raised his right hand, and the alchemy cauldron on the Susanoo's palm suddenly flew out, expanding until it completely enveloped Xiaonan. Damn it. I can't escape. A sudden suction force from the cauldron's mouth made it impossible for Xiaonan to break free. Even when she turned into countless pieces of paper, it was futile. I have to get out quickly. This cauldron was clearly no ordinary object. If she remained passive, she would fall into a disadvantage. Standing within the Susanoo, Uchiha Jin watched Xiaonan trapped inside the cauldron and curled his lips into a mischievous smirk. He flipped the cauldron over and sealed the lid instantly. Then with a snap of his fingers, a ball of emerald flame ignited beneath the cauldron. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never be willing. Why is it getting hotter? Damn it, what the hell is Uchiha Jin doing? How can he be so despicable? Xiaonan felt like an ant on a hot pan. Even using the dance of the paper did nothing to alleviate the burning sensation that spread through her body. Xuanhua Xiangnai and Lan watched Jin's operations with expressions of disbelief. Lord Jin really knows how to have fun. But doesn't Inuyasuma have any objections? Sigh. I just hope Jin will be gentle with Xianglin in the future. Damn it, Uchiha Jin, let me out. Xiaonan exclaimed loudly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hid within the dance of the paper. Of course, but do you concede? Aye. TSK Tisk, it seems you still refuse to accept, then think it over a bit more. Don't worry, I won't turn you into a pill. After all, I intend to recruit you as my subordinate. Jin glanced at the somewhat lewd Lan behind him, and cleared his throat a couple of times, allowing the two to leave first. Ignoring Lan's longing gaze as he left, he casually flipped the lid of the alchemy furnace, letting Shaonan tumble out. "Since you've conceded, I shall be your superior from now on," Jin said with a smile as he approached, assessing Shaonan, who was sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, his eyes sparkling with interest. "Pervert, how should you speak to your superior? Do you want to go back in?" Jin looked at Shaonan with a mischievous grin, leaving her exasperated. "All right, enough of the jokes, let's get to business. Are you really not going to join our Akatsuki organization?" Shaonan noticed that Uchiha Jin didn't seem to harbor any malice towards her. He simply rejected her invitation, leaving her somewhat puzzled. "You are now my subordinate, yet you are trying to recruit me into another organization. Tell me, what are you plotting?" Jin suddenly became serious, and as Shaonan was caught off guard, tapped her on the head. "Uchiha Jin, don't go too far." Shaonan's expression instantly turned cold, her tone icy. "What can you defeat me?" Faced with Jin's words, she was momentarily speechless. "Let's talk about Nagato's Rinnegan and the masked man of your organization, Uchiha Obito. How do you know about those two?" Shaonan's expression tightened, feeling that Uchiha Jin might know quite a bit. Did Jiraiya Sensei tell him? Did Uchiha Obito secretly look for him? Jin ignored her, continuing, "Nagato's Rinnegan is actually Uchiha Obito's eye, used as a backup for his resurrection implanted in young Nagato's eyes. As for that masked man, he is indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. For some reason, he fell into darkness and inherited everything from Uchiha Obito, including ninjutsu and his will." Jin narrowed his eyes, observing Shaonan with great interest. "What are you surprised?" "But what I said is—" Shaonan's expression fluctuated, clearly pondering whether to believe Uchiha Jin's words. "All right, as a member of my subordinate, you are also entitled to receive some secret medicine." Jin took out a space scroll and handed it to her. "This is the secret medicine I made. It's quite effective. You can give it a try," Jin explained in a calm tone. Shaonan took out a bottle labeled spiritual medicine, glanced at Uchiha Jin, opened the lid, and swallowed the powder in one gulp. In her view, if Uchiha Jin wanted to harm her, he would have acted long before now. Why wait until this moment? Moreover, her heart had already been captivated by the two matters he previously mentioned. Her only thought at this moment was to gain his trust and obtain more information about the Rinnegan and Uchiha Obito. Although she was reluctant to uncover the truth, she did not want to ultimately find her Akatsuki organization to be just a joke. Yet she also did not wish to dwell in an easily reachable illusion, deceiving herself. It really is effective, especially in terms of spiritual power. It is well known in the ninja world that enhancing spiritual power has always been difficult, usually requiring extreme environments to train one's spirit and will. But Uchiha Jin's secret medicine can actually enhance spiritual power in a short time, without any effort. Could it be that he developed it himself? "So, my little subordinate, are you able to let go of some of your guard now, eh?" Jin said with a smirk. "What you want to get from me? As for the leader, don't even think about it. I'm not interested in big guys, but I have taken a liking to you." Pervert. "Oh, you don't want the secret medicine? You can return it to me," Jin said somewhat nonchalantly. Shaonan hid the scroll behind her, showing no reaction. "You can use this secret medicine to help Nagato recover. After all, using the Rinnegan usually takes a heavy toll on his body. Of course, but don't let the masked man and the black and white Zetsu know, otherwise you won't be able to develop peacefully anymore," Jin reminded her. "I'm not stupid. The masked man has another ability you should remember well." "What ability?" Shaonan asked curiously. She had been actively gathering information about the masked man, hoping that one day, if he betrayed her and Nagato, she could deal with him immediately. Izanagi, a secret technique of the Uchiha clan, can turn adverse factors such as death and injury into dreams in a very short time, while turning beneficial factors like survival and being unhurt into reality, freely controlling the boundary between reality and dreams. Although each use consumes a 3-demo Sharingan, that guy doesn't lack 3-demo Sharingan, so you should be cautious, don't get too complacent, and end up harming yourself. Although the explosion tags are valuable, their power is still not enough. Where do you know so much information from? Upon hearing this, Shaonan was momentarily stunned, sensing that Uchiha Jin knew a lot, otherwise he wouldn't mention these things to her. Could the masked man and the black and white Zetsu explain what they had seen? If so, then her means to deal with the masked man wouldn't be so fortuitous, right? "My eyes can see through the future. As for you," Jin shook his head and continued, "the future still won't escape my grasp." Uchiha Jin left, doing so with great flair. He teased Shaonan a bit before using inverse summoning technique to depart. "Scorpion, have you been watching for so long and still not coming out? The master of the Rinnegan is actually the infamous Uchiha Obito. This is quite interesting. If possible, could I borrow the Rinnegan from the leader to study it?" Though he was most interested in puppetry and corpses, he wouldn't mind studying Uchiha Obito's eyes. After all, Uchiha, who could stand on par with the god of ninja, surely had extraordinary eyes. You can personally ask Nagato for it when you return, as long as you don't mind getting half-beaten to death by him. The latter part was Xiao Nan's inner mumbling. At this moment, however, she had no mood to discuss with Scorpion, as she needed to hurry back to tell Nagato about her experiences today. Her heart was very complicated, unsure whether to trust the seemingly nonsensical Uchiha Jin. Yet the secret medicine he provided was truly remarkable. With these secret medicines, Nagato would surely be able to recover quickly and no longer need to fear that mysterious masked man. But doesn't Uchiha Jin fear that I would bring a recovered Nagato to find him for trouble? After conversing with Konan for so long, aside from a faint trace of pity, his only hope was that Nagato, when invading the Leaf Village, would not fall to Naruto and ultimately sacrifice himself through the power of talk. In his view, Nagato's willingness to sacrifice himself to perform the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique, was primarily because Naruto had defeated him. If Naruto couldn't beat him, how could he so easily persuade the opponent? In the storyline, the power of talk only works when the enemy has been defeated and is experiencing intense emotional turmoil. Only then can Naruto's words exploit their vulnerability, break through their defenses, and win their recognition. Konan's visit to the Wind Country this time must be to recruit Sasori. Then the one lurking in the distance must be him. It seems I should inform Konan next time we meet and borrow him for my own use. Jin nodded casually, never considering the possibility that Konan might refuse. The moment he returned to the office in the floating fortress, he didn't hesitate and stepped directly into his own garden. Sensing the dense flow of space-time energy, Jin marveled inwardly. Jin Zhanfenghua's mastery over time power grows ever more formidable. Previously, she could only accelerate the growth of plants within a single square meter. Now, she can directly speed up the growth of vegetation in an entire area. At the same time, Jin could control the reversal of time, observe the entire growth process of a plant, interfere with its development, and steer it in the direction he desired. Finally, this was the original purpose for extracting the dragon vein. He could concentrate the density of space-time energy in a region to its maximum, promoting mutations in plants. Combined with his own bloodline ability, he believed he could rapidly mutate a number of space-time attribute plants in a short time. Lord Jin, Tsukimi has made a new breakthrough and requests your presence to see it. Jin had just emerged from the alternate space when Ran knocked on the door. Oh, I'm coming out. He recalled that recently Tsukimi had been obsessed with researching the power of the six paths, so could it be that there was new progress in the fusion of the life sacred tree and the spirit sacred tree? Could it be that he has found a vessel capable of containing the power of the six paths? Following Ran, Jin arrived at Tsukimi's laboratory. How goes it? Lord Jin, take a look at this. Tsukimi produced a black rod and handed it. This is a black rod. How did you create it? Jin's expression paused, then turned to delight. Such a black rod could only be condensed by those with the Rinnegan, or those who had cultivated yin-yang release to a certain level. Moreover, its functions were formidable. Besides being extremely hard and capable of sealing an enemy's chakra points, it could also serve as a receiver and conductor for chakra. Whether as a weapon against enemies, or as a controller to replace puppet chakra strings, it was an extremely valuable material. I didn't do much. This was inadvertently born during the fusion process of the life sacred tree and the spirit sacred tree. But I have tested it, its effects are considerable. It can be inserted into a ninja's body to obstruct chakra flow, comparable to the effect of a sealing technique, and even an ordinary person can use it. Not bad, but there is another function you haven't discovered yet. It can be used as chakra threads to control Jin reminded while examining the black rod. This thing can replace chakra threads. Tsukimi exclaimed in shock, his eyes gleaming with interest. Indeed. You can try it later. This is a material that every puppeteer dreams of obtaining. However, half an hour later, Tsukimi stared in bewilderment at the puppet he simply could not control, beginning to doubt whether he had made a mistake somewhere. Lord Jin, any ideas? Jin also frowned, lost in thought. The black rod had no effect. That's impossible. Thinking this, he thrust the black rod directly into his own arm. After the chakra flowed within him, Jin carefully perceived its properties. The ability to interfere with and control chakra flow is indeed strong, but why can't it control a puppet? After a long moment, Jin concluded that only the Rinnegan could unlock the black rod's power to control puppets. Forget it. We will awaken the Rinnegan sooner or later. Don't dwell on this anymore. Focus your research on the eternal Mangekyo. Jin comforted Tsukimi. Very well, Lord Jin. All that excitement for nothing. But even if it could truly affect puppets, it wouldn't greatly enhance my strength. Besides, there is hardly any creature in the ninja world that can threaten me. Carrying a puppet around would feel off. After instructing Rand to send subordinates to search for the Guru's stone, Jin plunged into his garden, beginning to cultivate suitable space-time medicinal herbs. On the other side, Konan, having returned to the rain village with Sasori, flew without pause toward the tower where Nagato's true body resided. Konan, what urgency brings you here? Any discoveries? Nagato's expression shifted. He activated his perception ability to its fullest to prevent eavesdropping. Yes. While recruiting Sasori, I encountered Uchiha Jin. He told me many things about your Rinnegan and about Uchiha Madara. Konan then relayed everything Uchiha Jin had told her, omitting the teasing remarks, of course. His eyes can see the future. Did he mention whether our Akatsuki organization will complete our mission? Konan's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze drifting, but she shook her head. This is the secret medicine he gave me. It can greatly restore your body. You should try it immediately. Can we trust him? Nagato asked with a cold expression. In his view, if the man truly intended to harm him, he might have added poison to one of the many secret medicines. Unless he avoided taking them altogether, it would be impossible not to fall into the trap. Konan paused silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. I don't think he will harm us. Besides, we have no other choice, do we? Konan's voice was low. She knew exactly how bad Nagato's condition was. Were it not for his Uzumaki bloodline, he would likely have long since perished. But even alive, Nagato suffered inhuman torment every day. Moreover, there is another Uzumaki clan member by his side. I think he can't be that evil. I trust you. But if we are deceived, take my Rinnegan and leave this place. Never let the masked man get his hands on them. Don't talk nonsense. That won't happen. Nagato nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. He felt that to spare Konan worry, he should not be stubborn. Nagato swallowed a dose of the life secret medicine and carefully sensed the changes in his body. Should any accident occur, he would use his chakra to suppress the poison and buy himself time. Moi. Nagato hadn't paid much attention at first. After all, he was well aware of his own physical condition. No matter how potent the secret medicine, at best, it would only alleviate some of his stress. But the secret medicine he had swallowed actually restored a trace of vitality to his body, faintly nourishing his whirlpool bloodline. At the same time, he felt his legs regaining sensation, subtle yet undeniably present. Nagato, is there a problem? Konan asked, deeply worried. Nagato was her last comrade in this world. If he were to die because of her misjudgment, she would be consumed by guilt. Konan, the effect is excellent. My legs have regained a bit of sensation. What? There's more here, try again. Meeting Konan's hopeful gaze, Nagato swallowed the secret medicines one by one. How is it? 50 more doses should allow a full recovery. After years of cultivating his composure, Nagato's calm was finally shattered. He could hardly contain his excitement. Though he had become an almighty deity, his inability to walk had always been a thorn in his heart. Now that thorn was finally about to be removed. But the scroll seems to contain only 20 doses. What should we do? Both Konan and Nagato were stunned, the joy they had just felt fading considerably. Let's try the other secret medicines first. They'll go ask Uchiha Jin for more later. Will he agree? The value of these secret medicines must be considerable. Don't forget, I have a reserve of 200 billion explosive talismans. Although there was still some time before the original story's ambush of Obito, it was undeniable that Konan was already an outright wealthy woman. If Uchiha Jin really intended to harm you, he wouldn't have helped me obtain those secret medicines. For me, whether I can stand or not doesn't matter. I will still be the only deity in this world besides the 6 paths immortal. Nagato paused briefly to remind her. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This is a pupil power secret medicine. It might be quite effective for your Rinnegan. Try it. Konan handed him another dose. This medicine can nourish my Rinnegan, greatly reducing the strain it places on my body. Konan, how many doses are there? 2 doses. So this is the researcher who learned all of Shinong's medical ninjutsu. Jin looked at Lon with curiosity. In his hand lay a brief profile of the researcher. Yes, Lord Jin. Don't let his short stature fool you. His understanding of medical ninjutsu is no less than that of Lady Nono. Oh, interesting. What project is he working on recently? Jin had a faint smile on his lips. The secret of evolving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Currently apart from Lord Suki, only he can offer some extremely useful suggestions. Worthy of a reward of 3 pills. He can come to me for whatever type he needs. All right, I'll notify him immediately. Moments later, a knock sounded at Jin's office door. Come in. Lord Jin, I am Hayato Kazama. A middle-aged man about 1.60 m stood before Jin's desk, his expression extremely respectful. Have you mastered all of Shinong's medical ninjutsu? Yes, Shinong is indeed a formidable medical ninja. His research into dark medical ninjutsu is profound. Without Lord Jin's help, it would have been difficult for me to unravel it in such a short time. When Shinong's medical ninjutsu was mentioned, Hayato spoke with enthusiasm. Can you tell me more about it? Jin asked with keen interest. In the original work, Shinong was by no means weak. Flesh activation, flesh regeneration combined with the dark chakra of the Zero Tails to perform the flesh metamorphosis technique. Not only could it reverse cellular aging for instant rejuvenation, but it could also transform physical damage into regenerative enhancement, granting the caster an ultimate physique capable of fully opening all 8 gates and maintaining an invincible state for extended periods. In other words, with sufficient preparation, breaking through to a power-surpassing Kage level was not out of the Lord Jin, I have currently mastered flesh activation and flesh regeneration, and I am studying how to combine them with the Zero Tails Dark Chakra to learn flesh metamorphosis. This is also one of the conjectures Shinong recorded in the scroll. I believe there's a high probability of achieving it. As for the 8 gates, I can only open the 4th gate for now, but am close to the 5th. When Shinong appeared in the original timeline, it was still nearly 10 years away, so it was quite normal that he hadn't fully developed it yet. Jin nodded in satisfaction. This subordinate had considerable future potential worthy of Jin's investment and resources. But there was one more question he was curious about. How many gates do you think Shinong could open under flesh metamorphosis? He could open all 8 gates, but the actual power only barely reached the level of the 7th gate. When Shinong combined the 8 gates with flesh metamorphosis, he exploited several loopholes, resulting in a significant reduction in the technique's overall power. But even so, one cannot deny his brilliance in medical ninjutsu. Do you think you can improve upon this? Jin's eyes flickered. It's challenging, but I think it's worth a try. Hayato didn't give a definite answer, but the confidence in his eyes spoke volumes. Jin nodded again, satisfied. Are you facing any bottlenecks right now? I can grant you 3 pills. As others in the organization might have told you, though the effect is only several times stronger than ordinary secret medicines, they can enhance a person's potential. Lord Jin, can you really bestow them on me? You deserve it, but you must pay close attention to the research on the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't worry, Lord Jin, I won't disappoint your expectations. In the end, he chose 3 mental pills. The reason was simple: dark medical ninjutsu had a considerable connection with the Zero Tails, and using it would gradually erode one's mind. Hayato was currently stuck at this stage. However, with the help of Jin's 3 pills, he could likely accelerate the development of flesh metamorphosis. Lord Jin, the White Tiger of the Akatsuki, is here. Lon knocked on the office door, drawing Jin's attention. Please show her in. Jin curled his lips slightly. Nagato, you've taken those secret medicines after all. Now you'll be at my mercy. Then Jin began to ponder how to manipulate Konan. Uchiha Jin. Konan entered her expression. Hey, is this how you address your leader? Jin's mocking smile made Konan clench her teeth. Leader, I've come to request some secret medicines. On the way here, she had shrewdly inquired among others, learning that as long as one was a member of the organization, they could apply for a certain quota of secret elixirs every week. Thus, she had no need to haggle with Jin any further. So you admit you are my subordinate? Yes. Konan's voice was somewhat deep. Unwilling as she was to admit it, this was the best way to help Nagato obtain the secret elixir. Nagato had suffered for so many years, and now that hope had emerged, how could she not grasp it firmly? Alright, start by giving me a massage. I didn't sleep well last night, and have a stiff neck. Jin's gaze fell upon Konan, his tone light and relaxed. Damn scoundrel. She cursed, inwardly hesitating for a moment. You should know that your status is quite special. Without my approval, the resource department won't give you the secret elixir. So, Jin gave her a meaningful look, his tone playful. In the end, Konan yielded. For Nagato's swift recovery, what was a little sacrifice on her part. My legs are also a bit sore. You can massage them too. And here, I think I strained it last night. Rub it for me. Hearing Jin's demands one after another, Konan's eyelids twitched. She wanted to slap him, but she held herself back. Don't get angry, or everything will be ruined. Just treat it like massaging a ninja dog. Alright, Lon, take this Akatsuki White Tiger to get some secret elixirs. Life elixir at most 10 doses. Jin said indifferently toward the door. Yes, Lord Jin. Lon appeared in the office with a body flicker ready to leave with Konan. Wait, why only 10 doses? Alas, the organization's consumption of life elixir is still high, and this elixir itself is very precious. Many ingredients are hard to find. I have many explosive tags. I can trade with you. Seeing that Nagato's recovery was imminent, her prepared explosive tags were of little further use. Exchanging them with Uchiha Jin for life elixir was not a bad choice. No trade. You should know that no amount of explosive tags can get you this. If he gave it away, how could he mess with Konan later? By the way, lend me your organization's Sasori someday. He won't agree. I recall Sasori was recruited by you and you just admitted to being my subordinate. So do you intend to defy my will? Fine, I'll discuss it with him when I return. If he doesn't want to come, I can't force him. Konan clenched her fists, feeling a knot in her chest. If he doesn't come, you don't need to come either. Jean took a sip of tea, calm and composed. You? The second floor of the aerial fortress still has many empty rooms, all renovated now. It seems I can continue recruiting personnel. Jean's expression flickered as he pondered which bloodlines would be suitable to recruit into his organization. The Chinoite clan would be a good choice. But they seem to have been exterminated, leaving only a few survivors. Jean thought it over and decided to send Lon to check it out. He himself was busy studying the formula for space-time ninjutsu and had no time to wander around. Lord Jean, has the White Tiger been seen off? Yes. Go to the territory of the Chinoite clan and see if you can recruit some subordinates. If there's no gain, just come back. As for the Hyuga clan, well, wait until White Flower returns. Jean made his decision after a moment's thought. Lord Jean Hanabi has been clamoring to see her sister. Could we let Hinata come and meet her? Uzumaki Kina held the 3-year-old Hanabi, her expression pained. Hanabi, your sister is very busy every day. Can't you let Aunt Kina have a break? Uchiha Jin complained, but his tone remained gentle. Brother Jean, I want to play with sister. She hasn't come to see me for a week. Jean thought for a moment and agreed. Afterward, he could have Kina use the transformation jutsu to settle it. It was indeed convenient for ninjas to deceive children. Hiruzen, the front line, is becoming increasingly strained. Should we summon more clan ninjas to assist? Koharu Yuditane and Hamuramido Kato reminded him with worry. I suppose it has to be this way. Hiruzen Tsurutobi sighed, inwardly feeling helpless. Has Tsunade not been found yet? Lord Hokage, my subordinates almost find her every time, but she always evades them. Enough. Recall the ANBU members outside. Even Jiraiya's efforts were useless, so my words as her teacher would likely be ignored. In an instant, everyone present felt that Hiruzen Sarutobi had aged considerably. His pale face, heavy dark circles, and trembling hands all signified that the old man had reached his limit. Teacher Danzo, what should I do? If it were only Kumogakure, he wouldn't be too concerned, as they had only 2 top-tier combatants. But he had to guard against the threats of the other 3 great ninja villages. If Kusagoku, a fence-sitter, allowed Iwa's ninjas to cross the border secretly, or if Kirigakure infiltrated by sea, or Sunagakure broke the treaty, Konoha would surely fall. Finally, cultivated enough space-time type herbs. Next is seed extraction. Seed extraction was an important project, and Jean had assigned 3 researchers to it, never neglecting it. Some mutant plants, even when mature, did not produce seeds. In such cases, the extraction method was crucial. After sending the mutant plants to the lab, Jean began refining elixirs. The elixirs were exceedingly potent, especially in raising limits. He also had to refine some for his wives. Nagato, how do you feel? Konan, seeing Nagato growing more spirited, became excited. I feel great. All my former pains are gone. Konan, thank you so much. After swallowing the secret elixir, Nagato's physical suffering was greatly alleviated. He finally felt much lighter, a grateful smile spreading across his face. I didn't do much. What exactly did you promise Uchiha Jin? I didn't promise him anything. It's just what? Nagato's expression grew serious. If Uchiha Jin dared to harm Konan, he would fight with all his might, even at the cost of his own life. I just joined his organization and he agreed to give me the secret elixir. That's simple. Nagato was taken aback, finding it unbelievable. That's simple. Konan's gaze wavered. She dared not tell him about being bullied by Uchiha Jin. Good. But we must still be cautious. After all, I still vividly recall what happened to Yahiko. Nagato warned her, fearing she might be deceived by Uchiha Jin. They had once trusted Hanzo, who joined forces with Danzo to devastate the Akatsuki, an experience they would never forget. Nagato, let's work together so that Yahiko can see the world we create in the Pure Land. By the way, Uchiha Jin needs to borrow Sasori for a while. Should we agree? Let him go. After all, Sasori doesn't know many of the organization's secrets. Sister Qianli, is this the person in the bounty? Xianglin asked, holding up a portrait with some confusion. It should be him, but to disguise himself, he even shaved off his beard. How cunning. That's the usual approach. Let's go first, Qianli said coldly. Seeing Quan eager to try, Qianli smiled and nodded. With a flash, she concealed herself in a nearby tree, ready to rescue the two at a moment's notice. Although the opponent was an elite jonin, the difference in skill was significant. Compared to the ninjas trained in the Great Ninja Village, he was hardly worth mentioning. At most, he was on par with an average jonin. This was the fundamental reason she wasn't worried about the safety of the two. However, she still needed to remain vigilant against unexpected intrusions. That is, Uchiha Itachi. Qianli's pupils constricted, and she immediately felt a surge of tension. At the same time, a wave of anger welled up within her. This beast that annihilated the Uchiha clan in Konoha could not possibly earn her even the slightest goodwill, even if she had distanced herself from Konoha. First, let's regroup with Quan and the others, then we need to leave here quickly. Qinli calmed down instantly. Though she wanted nothing more than to kill him immediately, she still had a mission to complete and could not afford to lose sight of the big picture, lest she disappoint Lord Jin. Sister Qinli, why did you suddenly appear? We haven't defeated the enemy yet. Quan and Xianglin were still coordinating closely, giving the elite Jonin no chance. In fact, they both had the strength to take him down individually, but their main purpose in coming out this time was to gain practical experience. If they resolved the enemy like this, what was the point of their training? Hurry, and leave here, Uchiha Itachi is coming too. Qianli spoke rapidly, her movements never slowing. If they hesitated now, she had no confidence in stopping Uchiha Itachi and his teammates. Amaterasu. Just as Qianli was about to use the reverse summoning technique to escape, Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan flickered, and the black flames of Amaterasu suddenly fell upon her right palm, without warning. Damn it! Qianli decisively took out a sealing technique and affixed it to her right arm, instantly absorbing the Amaterasu flames. Within the Uchiha clan, there were many who possessed Amaterasu, and Xiangnai had naturally developed a portable sealing technique similar to the fire sealing technique, allowing her to quickly stop the burning of the Amaterasu flames. Unfortunately, just as she dealt with the Amaterasu, Itachi had already charged in with Biwa Juzo. How exciting! Today I unexpectedly encountered 3 Uchiha clan members. Biwa Juzo laughed heartily, his fierce expression on display. With dyed hair, Xianglin was naturally also considered a member of the Uchiha clan. Though Itachi was somewhat puzzled, he didn't dwell on it. He activated his Sharingan once more and used a simple Jinjutsu, instantly pulling Quan into the illusion. Just as he was about to catch Uchiha Quan, Qianli's attack reached its target. Purple lightning transformed into a lightning beast charging towards Uchiha Itachi. Another Jinjutsu. This is bad. Quan quickly dodged. Qianli's expression turned grim in an instant. Meanwhile, Xianglin was also entangled by Biwa Juzo. Suddenly, Qianli noticed the special ocular power surging in Quan's eyes, and she froze for a moment before rushing to Xianglin's side to help her deal with Biwa Juzo. The recent training had caused her to forget about the rewriting seal technique executed by Uchiha Jin's subordinates. Just the ocular techniques in Quan's 2 eyes were enough to give the opponent a hard time. Dreamweaver. The eye technique of shadow storage blossomed at this moment, awakening Quan from her deep slumber. The once invisible Uchiha Itachi revealed his position at this moment. He covered his bleeding eye with one hand while his other eye was filled with a dazed expression. Quan sighed a few times, looking at Uchiha Itachi trapped in the illusion, and suddenly felt a rush of excitement. I didn't expect Brother Ying's Jinjutsu to be so powerful. Even Uchiha Itachi is no match. Quan grasped a kunai and rushed forward. Quan, don't be impulsive. Hurry and leave with us, Qianli quickly advised as she saw Quan charge forward. She couldn't afford to gamble on whether Uchiha Itachi would use Izanagi or Izanami. If she fell for it, how could she explain to Lord Jin when she returned? All right. Quan hesitated for a moment, putting away her kunai and coming to Qianli's side. Let's go. Qianli slapped the ground forcefully, while Ding Dong, who was still resting in the air fortress, immediately activated her chakra, summoning the 3 of them back. Itachi, are you all right? Biwa Juzo patted Uchiha Itachi's trembling body while injecting a chakra into him. Thank you, Biwa Juzo. Let's go. Although the blood in his eyes had dried up by now, his pale face and disheveled appearance all indicated that he had reached his limit. Fortunately, Izanagi did not trigger. Uchiha Itachi touched his left eye, muttering to himself. Did you encounter Uchiha Itachi and a rogue ninja from the Mist Village? Yes, Lord Jin. If it weren't for the rewriting seal in Quan's eyes, I might not have been able to protect the 2 of them. Qianli's face was filled with guilt, feeling that her strength was too weak. It's all right. The fact that you were able to bring them back safely is already commendable. Qianli am still short of a secretary. Would you consider it? Jin smiled invitingly. Oh, Lord Jin, It's fine. Take your time to think about it. The benefits won't be lacking. Jin nodded with a smile, not rushing her to make a decision. Do you 2 still want to go out for training? No need, Brother Jin. My and Xianglin's strength have already reached the level of a Quasi Shadow, and we have accumulated quite a bit of combat experience. Next, we just need to focus on breaking through to the shadow level. I have some pills here that might be quite helpful for you. Jin took out a bottle containing 12 pills and distributed 4 to each of them. Lord Jin, do I get some too? Qianli asked in surprise as she looked at the pills in front of her. This is your reward for completing the mission. There's no need to refuse. I should check on how those 2 seeds are developing. After sending off the two, Jin headed to the cultivation room. Last time the research on the Six Paths power caused the two initially cultivated holy trees of life and spirit to regress into seeds. Now that they had regained their former state, they might even advance further. Jin naturally wanted to see what changes they had undergone. Where are the two sacred trees? Uchiha Jin scanned the cultivation chamber, but found no trace of them, his brow furrowing in alarm. Destroyed again? Jin asked, voice laced with bewilderment. Had Tsukimi conducted the same experiment once more after he had departed? It was the sacred tree's own request. When Lady Tsukimi observed that both trees had greatly benefited from the Six Paths chakra explosion, strengthening their primordial essence, she grew intrigued and consented. Our institute has indeed been reinforced. What extraordinary fortune! Jin scrutinized the two sacred trees closely and soon confirmed it was true. Pity we lack suitable vessels. Otherwise perhaps we too could enhance our primordial essence this way. If Lord Jin were to refine such chakra into pills, the effects would be beyond imagination. Vessels, could a branch of the divine tree serve? An Uchiha clansman standing nearby mused wistfully. Or perhaps the meteorite that fell upon Hashigakure. It can contain Ten-Tails chakra, a surely Six Paths chakra would pose no difficulty. Though Ten-Tails chakra was the origin, Six Paths chakra, refined and sublimated, possessed greater intrinsic stability. Previous fusion attempts had resulted in catastrophic explosions, not due to inherent instability, but because the proportions had been improperly calibrated. Overall, it remained significantly more stable than raw Ten-Tails chakra. In the end, Uchiha Jin resolved to gather all potential candidates and entrust them to Tsukimi for research. We'll wait for Rant's return. 2 days have passed. He should have reached the Bloodpool clan's ancestral lands by now. By the way, if Six Paths chakra explodes upon fusion, how do they forge black rods? Jin turned his gaze toward the Uchiha clansman beside him. Lord Jin, I'm uncertain. But after the first explosion, the two trees jointly forged 2 black rods to appease Lady Tsukimi, who then agreed to permit another fusion experiment. So their profound growth and deeper mastery of yin-yang release must have stemmed directly from that Six Paths chakra explosion. Jin silently analyzed the implications. Lord Jin, I searched thoroughly but found no survivors of the Bloodpool clan. It appears they've been eradicated. Ran reported, troubled. No matter, I anticipated as much. You shall accompany me instead. Jin decided to first journey to Hashigakure to retrieve the fallen meteorite, then seek out one of the mid-tier antagonists of the Fire Shadow era to request several branches of the Divine Tree. On the eve of departure, Senri finally made her decision, and seamlessly assumed the role of Jin's secretary. Ran consequently harbored a quiet surge of resentment. The secretary position had originally been his responsibility, now usurped by a strikingly beautiful clanswoman. His frustration was only natural. Half a day later, the trio arrived in Kuma no Kuni aboard their aerial vessel. Who are you? And what business brings you to Hashigakure? A woman with long chestnut hair stood guard, eyes sharp with suspicion, as Jin and Ran descended from the craft. A woman with long chestnut hair stood guard, eyes sharp with suspicion, as Jin and Ran descended. Hand over your village's meteorite, or else. Before Jin finished speaking, he signaled his companions with a glance. Boom. 2 colossal Susanoo manifested instantly, sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. What kind of power is this? Natsuki stared stunned at the towering figures before her, and unconsciously swallowed hard. You have 60 seconds to decide, or I shall order my subordinates to breach your village by force. My lord, I will take you to the meteorite immediately. However, it carries severe side effects. That is none of your concern. Retrieve it without delay. Jin interrupted brusquely, his impatience palpable. Damn it, this man commands such terrifying subordinates. The star will be seized. How then shall I cultivate the peacock's sublime art? Hashise crouched in concealment, heart pounding as he gazed upon the colossal Susanoo. Natsuki, what's happening outside the village? The third Hashikage approached slowly, leaning on his cane, and watched as Natsuki, newly versed in the peacock's sublime art, soared swiftly toward the village's forbidden sanctum. Third Hashikage, the village has been invaded by 3 individuals of overwhelming strength. Those twin titans were summoned by them. I must surrender the star to them now, or they will storm Hashigakure by force. Very well. Perhaps its removal is for the best. Then at least our shinobi may survive a little longer. The third Hashikage sighed deeply and offered no resistance. This is the star. May you honor your promise and spare our village harm. Jin accepted the palm-sized celestial artifact, weighed it thoughtfully in his hand, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Let us depart, Ran. Lead the way. Watching the trio vanish into the horizon, Hashise could no longer contain himself. Natsuki, how dare you? That is our village's most sacred treasure. You surrendered it without hesitation. Are you betraying Hashigakure? I acted to protect the village. Had I refused, that sovereign warrior might have slaughtered us all. Humph, your compliance raises suspicions. Who knows whether you collude with them to seize the star for yourself? Otherwise, why hinder our cultivation of the peacock's sublime art? Enough. The star is gone, and cultivating the peacock's sublime art exacts a heavy toll on one's lifespan. I prefer our shinobi walk the path of steady, grounded cultivation, without over-reliance on external forces. Hashise cursed inwardly, but voiced no further protest. The third Hashikage's authority within the village remained unassailable, few dared question his judgment. Intruders, 3 cage-level presences. One's chakra surpasses even mine. Nagato's expression hardened instantly. He had never heard of such formidable beings within the shinobi world. Sasori noticed Nagato's sudden tension and immediately inquired. I'll accompany you outside to investigate. No, remain here. These intruders are far too powerful. Even with me, I cannot guarantee you are Uchiha Jin, the leader of Akatsuki, yet you turn out to be a mere puppet. Nagato's face darkened, his vigilance sharpening to a razor's edge. Konan would never reveal her trump cards, so this insight must have been gleaned solely through observation. Such perceptiveness was truly terrifying. Do not tense. Our intent is peaceful. We have come only to request several fragments of the outer path demonic statue. Nagato frowned, but ultimately acquiesced. After all, his remarkable recovery owed much to Jin's prior intervention. Yet, those eyes, could they truly perceive the future? Nagato, who has come? Konan asked, voice taut with unease. Amigakure was no place for battle. If war erupted here, its civilians would once again be cast into exile and ruin. It is Uchiha Jin. He seeks something from me. What is it? Fragments of the outer path demonic statue. Then I shall meet him myself. Konan paused in quiet contemplation, then transformed into fluttering paper birds and soared outward. Nagato hesitated, but did not intervene. Uchiha Jin, this is the fragment of the demonic statue of the outer path you requested. Konan handed a scroll to the man, yet her gaze never left him, staring intently. Jin nodded faintly and explained, as you must know, the demonic statue of the outer path as the vessel of the Ten Tails possesses certain special properties. I am curious about them, so I asked your Akatsuki for a piece to study. I see. But could you perhaps advance me some more life elixir? Konan narrowed her eyes and smiled as she asked. He believed Uchiha Jin would not refuse. Sai, here are 50 portions of life elixir. Use the rest for yourself. I think the elixir will also benefit your paper release considerably. Thank you. Konan was silent for a moment, then pursed her lips and said, just drop by the base more often to see me. Jin said playfully. Konan bristled. He clearly wanted her to come over and give him a massage. Tendo looked at the two with some confusion, but said nothing. Back at the airborne fortress, Jin rushed straight to Tsukimi's laboratory and handed over the 2 candidate vessels. Lord Jin, I'm sorry for the trouble. No matter. Let's test if it's feasible right away. Right? The 2 sacred trees have been restless lately. I need to help them complete their metamorphosis. On a hillside a few dozen li from the airborne fortress, numerous researchers set up instruments, their faces solemn as they stared at the 2 sacred trees nearby, occasionally jotting down data. Let us begin. At the command, the 2 sacred trees immediately intertwined. Waves of peculiar energy emanated and merged together. A flash of white light, and an explosion occurred once more. This explosion was far more violent than the previous 2 for the reason was that more than 1 strand of 6 paths chakra was required. Quickly test both containers. Tsukimi directed 2 clansmen who had awakened the Mangekyo. Although most of the clan had been dispatched by Jin to search for the Grial Stone, he had left behind 2 Mangekyo awakened clansmen to assist Tsukimi in his experiments. After all, experiments were sometimes dangerous. Should an explosion occur, they could promptly manifest Susanoo to protect the researchers. Lady Tsukimi, it seems I have succeeded. I have succeeded as well. Hearing the good news from both sides, Tsukimi was overjoyed. Bring the items back to the laboratory. I need to study them. Lord Jin, perhaps I can also be of assistance. Sasori, who had noticed the terrifying energy within the 2 containers from inside the lab, volunteered. Indeed, when he left the Hidden Rain village, Jin had also taken Sasori with him, even if the means might have been somewhat harsh. Meeting Uchiha Jin's skeptical gaze, Sasori said calmly, don't forget that I as a puppeteer have a profound understanding of materials. Very well, you may come and take a look. But if there are no results, you'll have to seal your memories. Jin nodded. He had taken the man precisely because of his expertise in puppetry. Now any additional gains would be all the better. How is it, Tsukimi? Half a day later, Jin entered again and asked expectantly. Lord Jin, both containers can hold the Six Paths chakra, but for now the branch of the demonic statue of the outer path is the most effective. Jin nodded, showing no surprise. The demonic statue of the outer path was originally the shell of the god tree, containing Six Paths chakra, was nothing extraordinary. However, Sasori raised a point that I think has merit. So you mean that the Ten Tails chakra contained in the meteorite has affected its ability to hold Six Paths chakra? If we could remove it, the meteorite might be even more effective than the demonic statue fragment. Exactly, Lord Jin. That is my preliminary conclusion. How confident are you? Jin did not dismiss it outright, but asked curiously. 70%. Alright, let's give it a try. Jin naturally did not dare to overlook Sasori's talent. The man had been right earlier. His research on materials was indeed remarkable. This had been openly acknowledged by Tsukimi Hayato and the other researchers. The fragment of the demonic statue is the optimal vessel for carrying Ten Tails chakra. Don't ask me how I know. Study it, and you'll understand. So after extracting the Ten Tails chakra, the space within the meteorite will naturally be vacated. Sasori nodded and silently resumed his research. Tsukimi and Hayato also kept busy lending a hand. The other researchers collected data somewhat. The experimental report is out, Lady Tsukimi. The meteorite's capacity for Six Paths chakra is nearly 30% higher than that of the pure demonic statue fragment. Excellent. You've worked hard. Present the report to Lord Jin. As for you, Sasori, do you wish to... I am quite interested in this Six Paths chakra. I hope you don't mind my involvement. And the tasks Lord Jin assigned you earlier. Uchiha Jin had given Sasori 2 tasks. First, to reassemble some of the laboratory instruments that were not very precise. Second, to build a device that could effectively train neural reflexes. The fruit pulp plants that had once been useful were gradually losing their effectiveness. After all, the Uchiha clan members' neural reflexes had grown increasingly faster, while the fruit pulp plants remained unchanged, so they faced the risk of being phased out. But that might not be certain. They could still be used by younger members of the organization and bring a bit of childhood fun to the children. I can complete the precision instruments and the neural device at night. They won't hinder this experiment. Sasori said nonchalantly. He had already turned himself into a puppet and never felt fatigue, so a little extra work was fine as long as he could engage in intriguing research. If possible, he also wanted to ask Uchiha Jin for some branches of the Life Sacred Tree and the Spirit Sacred Tree, as well as a small amount of Six Paths chakra. These were all excellent materials that would greatly aid his puppet modifications. Alright, but you've worked hard. Baiwa sighed, feeling a sense of inferiority. This was what Lord Jin often called a mad researcher. So self-disciplined. Compared to him, she still had a long way to go. Perhaps I should try using the elixir recently. Lord Jin, do you have any good suggestions for utilizing the power of the Six Paths? Yu Jin's fingertips tightly gripped the falling meteorite, her eyes flickering with a hint of curiosity. After discussing for half a day, they could not come to a good conclusion and had to seek out Uchiha Jin. In their view, Uchiha Jin was omnipotent, and his suggestions had never gone astray. The power of the Six Paths. Jin lowered his gaze, staring at the container, holding the power of the Six Paths. The falling meteorite lost in brief contemplation. How about trying it in an alchemy furnace? But what if it explodes in the furnace? Soon a light chuckle escaped his throat, his fingertips unconsciously brushing over the patterns in his palm. He decided to cast aside distracting thoughts and give it a try. After all, if the alchemy furnace exploded, he could use his ocular power to recondense it, and the medicinal materials could be gathered anew, resulting in no significant loss overall. After expressing his thoughts, the breath of everyone present suddenly stilled. Lord Jin actually wanted to use the power of the Six Paths for alchemy. They had never seen an alchemy furnace before, so they were naturally filled with immense joy at the opportunity. However, I still need to research the necessary medicinal ratios for this. Although Uchiha Jin already had a whole garden and was well-versed in herbal knowledge, he still could not start alchemy directly. Some necessary preparatory work could not be overlooked. Besides allowing him to maneuver more easily during alchemy, it was also to ensure that the effects of the pills produced would meet expectations. For the next few days, Jin immersed himself in the study, searching for suitable ratios. Meanwhile, Yu Jin and the others continued their research on the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. With the power of the Six Paths in hand, their research on the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could naturally proceed. Brother Xian, there's something strange here. It seems we may have finally found it. Bai Hua's voice carried a tremor that was barely perceptible. Months had passed since they set out to find the lunar passage, and they finally had some clues. Don't rush, I'll let our shadow clones go in first to check for any dangers. Xian, however, remained calm, not letting the impending clues overshadow the potential crisis. His Sharingan rippled with crimson waves like a boulder cast into a deep pool, creating ripples of vigilance. The shadow clone beside him nodded in agreement, voicing no objections. Remember, caution is key. There's a clan similar to the Hyuga on the moon. If we cause a disturbance, we may never easily infiltrate again, and this passage will likely be sealed by them. The shadow clone contemplated for a moment and reminded them. It wasn't that they didn't want to seize the moon, but with the pressure from the giant Rinnegan, they estimated that they would suffer heavy losses if they tried to take on all the Otsutsuki. This was a scenario they did not wish to see. Let's go, there's no danger inside. Your shadow clones have already entered the moon. The shadow clone of Xian conveyed the experiences back, prompting him to speak to the two beside him. 5 minutes later, the three of them infiltrated the moon. Just as Lord Jin said, the moon can be accessed through the ninja world's passage. Bai Hua gazed at the serene surroundings, her heart racing with excitement. Next, we must be cautious as the enemy also possesses Byakugan. Bai Hua, you'll be in charge of surveillance. Xian reminded before heading towards the mark left by the shadow clone. With the shadow clone leading the way, their room for error increased significantly. Wait a minute, we've walked for quite a while and haven't encountered a single Otsutsuki clan member. What's going on? Bai Hua, hiding behind a building, quietly complained. It seems the Otsutsuki clan has been wiped out. Xian recalled what Lord Jin had mentioned, concluding that there was no other reason than this. Yes, Lord Jin did mention this. Bai Hua was taken aback, almost jumping up. Does that mean the remaining child's bloodline is the most suitable for me? There's a puppet over there, let's follow it and see, perhaps we can find our target for this journey. The shadow clone suddenly spoke up, offering its suggestion. Alright, let's hurry. Is that the child? He doesn't seem particularly special. Xian muttered under his breath. Since we're here, come out. The person spoke towards the hiding place of Uchiha Jin and his companions. Although lacking eyes, the Rinnegan still indicated the enemy's location. Discovered. The three hiding in the shadows were startled, puzzled, if the other party was trying to trick them. It's fine, let's go out and take a look. A child under 10 should pose little threat. Xian broke the silence, offering his suggestion. Unfortunately, before the three could appear, the person had already controlled the giant Rinnegan and directed it towards a building, unleashing a powerful repulsion. Be careful. In a critical moment, Xian decisively activated Susanoo to block the repulsion attack. How can he control a giant Rinnegan? Is it because his bloodline is too pure? Bai Hua looked enviously at the giant Rinnegan, exuding immense power from afar, filled with admiration. That chakra doesn't seem to belong to him. The shadow clone observed carefully for a moment before explaining, brother, just entangle him, the chakra on him won't last long. Xian nodded, not declining. He naturally could not be careless with the task entrusted by Lord Jin. Sensing that his attack was ineffective, the person continued to channel the chakra left by his father into the giant Rinnegan. Moments later, a large number of puppets emerged, gradually surrounding them. To think he can control so many puppets without chakra threads, is the ability of this giant Rinnegan really that strong? Xian increased the output of his ocular power, and a large blade appeared out of nowhere, then was grasped by his Susanoo. With a casual swing, a sword, chi measuring 7 to 8 meters, swept across the entire moon. The puppets in the path were severed in half. The person sensed that Xian easily annihilated his puppets, and his expression darkened. With the last bit of chakra, I could use the silver will rebirth explosion, but wouldn't that be a bit wasteful? The person struggled with the decision, but ultimately decided to resort to the summoning stone statue to counter Xian. Endless chakra was absorbed. The person with a grim expression and blind eyes fixed his gaze on Xian's position and summoned the summoning stone statue. Boom. The entire moon shook violently as a massive stone statue over 20 meters tall erupted from the ground, confronting Xian's Susanoo. A child around 10 years old can actually harness a giant Rinnegan to reach this level. This ultimate ocular technique is truly enviable. Xian sighed twice, increasing the output of his ocular power, and Susanoo began to change. Brother, it's better not to force it. Although your ocular power can utilize the fourth stage of Susanoo, the consumption is significant. We should call for help instead. The shadow looked at Xian, whose eyes had begun to bleed, and advised him. Xian smiled awkwardly, but still did not stubbornly activate the fourth stage of Susanoo. When it comes to the reincarnation, it's better for him not to push himself. If he provokes this child and the opponent makes the reincarnation self-destruct, wouldn't all the responsibility fall on him? Having calmed down, Xian felt a wave of fear wash over him. Under the shadow's indication, Bai Hua bit her finger and summoned Ding Dang. Quick, summon Lord Jin and the others. We've arrived on the moon. Ding Dong, hearing this, felt a bit confused, but still activated her reverse summoning technique, instantly bringing Jin and Lon over. Oh, this place is the moon. I actually found it so quickly, which is quite unexpected. Jin casually glanced around, and did not pay much attention to Xian, who was being beaten by the statue not far away. Lord Jin, should we seal the reincarnation eye first? We can act once Aunt Xiangnai and Uchiha Yuan arrive. The Lan who had been summoned earlier had already marked the coordinates of the moon at the first opportunity, and under Jin's indication returned to fetch the two. The reincarnation eye is a crucial element related to many experiments of the eye organization, so they naturally cannot be careless. You should help as well, otherwise Xian will probably be lying in the hospital for a long time this time. Jin looked at Xian, who had been beaten into the ground by the statue, and sighed. All right, Lord Jin. Lord Jin. You all start acting. It is essential to seal the reincarnation eye completely. Uzumaki Xiangnai need not be mentioned, as she is the most skilled member of the eye organization in sealing techniques. As for Uchiha Yuan, he was naturally one of the Uchiha clan members selected by Xiangnai for his talent in sealing techniques. This guy also impressively awakened an ocular technique related to sealing after activating the Mangekyo Sharingan. The two approached the reincarnation eye quickly, but were pushed back by its own repulsive force. Several attempts to get closer proved futile. Long go help. Jin's expression darkened. He would not allow any delays. As for Shiren, it's better to let him sleep for a while. With a few swift movements, Jin arrived behind Shiren and subdued him with a knife hand strike. From now on, you will be the blood bag of the organization. Jin looked at the eyeless strange boy with a mischievous smile, feeling quite satisfied. I also have the materials for Baihua and Hinata's eye evolution, so I can help them evolve when we return. I'm really looking forward to the changes in the Byakugan. However, even though Shiren was subdued, the statue in the distance continued its attacks. It seemed that the root of the issue still lay with the reincarnation eye. In the other battle with Lan's help, the three easily avoided the repulsive force of the giant reincarnation eye coming within less than a meter of it. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from it, the few were very excited. Let's start quickly. Lan, fearing the reincarnation eye might have other techniques, immediately reminded them. As soon as the words fell, countless prayer beads suddenly materialized out of thin air and shot towards the three. Lan let out a light snort and created 3 spatial wormholes, deflecting all the attacks. Xiangnai did not hesitate and unleashed her Vajra chains, directly embedding them into the giant reincarnation eye. This action instantly angered it. Suddenly, it emitted a tremendous and even more terrifying oppressive aura. A special light flashed across the void, illuminating the entire moon. Not good, it's about to explode. Lan shouted, and then focused his gaze on Uchiha Yuan. Leave it. Uchiha Yuan had long activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. At this moment, his ocular power burst forth, and an endless stream of black runes surged from his eyes like tadpoles swimming onto the surface of the giant reincarnation eye. This ocular technique contained the sealing technique that Xiangnai and another Uchiha clan member, Inata, who had sealing talent, had prepared for nearly 3 months. Although it couldn't be said to guarantee a complete seal of the giant reincarnation eye, at the very least the opponent wouldn't be able to use that technique. With Xiangnai's cooperation and his own other ocular techniques, the hope of sealing the reincarnation eye was still considerable. Indeed, his left eye's ocular technique is called storage, which can store sealing techniques prepared over a period of time in his eye for immediate use, much simpler and more effective than Xiangnai's sealing technique. Simultaneously, it can absorb some complex sealing techniques that do not belong to him into his eyes for his own research. As for the right eye's ocular technique, it is a sealing technique enhancement that consumes ocular power and enhances any sealing technique, often achieving a result greater than the sum of its parts when combined with the left eye's technique. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiangnai retracted the Vajra chains and assisted in sealing several points. Under her guidance, with the Kagura heart, Yuan successfully completed the temporary force seal on the reincarnation eye, living up to expectations. Indeed, it was temporary. This sealing technique stored in his left eye had been prepared for nearly 3 months. However, its initial effect was to forcibly seal the giant reincarnation eye for an hour. After that, by using his right eye technique to enhance it a bit, sealing it for 2 hours wouldn't be a problem. After all, they sacrificed a lot to prevent the reincarnation eye from resisting and causing the seal to fail, which led to the current effect. The next 2 hours were crucial preparations for a complete seal. Next comes the key part. Yuan first activated the right eye's technique to enhance the previously stored sealing technique. Countless black lines surged up, covering the entire giant reincarnation eye. Before long, although the sealing technique appeared unchanged on the surface, its ability to seal the giant reincarnation eye doubled. Sister Xiangnai, let's do this together. The two summoned their chakra, and one sealing technique after another was unleashed by both striking the reincarnation eye. As more and more sealing techniques were unleashed, its oppressive aura grew lighter until it finally vanished. The statue not far away finally collapsed into a pile of rubble due to the absence of control from the giant reincarnation eye. Phew, we finally succeeded, Lord Jin. We did not fail our mission. Yuan let out a sigh of relief. His fatigued spirit could no longer hold on. If Lan hadn't pulled him in time, he might have fallen off the giant reincarnation eye. Well done, you've worked hard. Jin nodded in satisfaction. Why did he cultivate so many subordinates? Isn't it just to hope they can assist him in different fields? Although he also knows sealing techniques, he doesn't think he could do better, not to mention the vast amount of time that might be wasted in the process. Lord Jin, what shall we do with this moon? Yu Jian asked curiously. Such an expansive celestial body would be a shame to leave unused. Do you have any suggestions? Jin frowned slightly. He too had yet to decide how best to utilize it. What if we relocate the Six Paths Energy Laboratory here? That way future fusion experiments can be conducted directly on the moon. No more tedious travel. Agreed. Lan, please return and assist in transporting all experimental apparatus to the moon. Lord Jin, I've recently studied spatial transmission arrays. I'd like Lan's insight. If feasible, our operations will become far more efficient. Konan suddenly interjected, instantly easing Lan's tension. The distance between the moon and the aerial fortress was negligible, and the laboratory's instruments were all intact. Should he bear the burden alone, he'd likely exhaust his chakra reserves multiple times, an ordeal no one wished to endure twice. A day later, after organizing the lunar site, the group uncovered countless puppets and numerous forbidden techniques of the Otsutsuki clan. It resembles Hyuga's gentle fist, yet falls short even of that. Evidently, centuries of ease have eroded their instinct for combat. Have you Jin and the others gather their belongings and join us here. I shall begin alchemy. Jin spoke calmly. First introduce the Six Paths energy. Jin accepted the celestial meteorite vessel containing the Six Paths energy, dispelled its seal, and the alchemical furnace instantly emitted a resonant repulsion, drawing the energy inward. Jin intensified the flame, then deliberately retrieved several rare flora intrinsically linked to yin-yang release, casting them into the crucible. An intense fragrant aroma permeated the entire moon, enveloping all present as though they floated in tranquil, nurturing springs. Soothing, profound, and utterly entrancing. Condense. The living flames surged upward, encasing the furnace entirely. Within, the molten essence and Six Paths energy fused seamlessly, coalescing at last into 10 radiant pills. The pills gleamed with perfect sphericity, their surfaces shimmering with ethereal halos, like galaxies spiraling in silent majesty. Their rich, heady fragrance pierced the furnace walls, lingering sweetly upon every breath, subtly laced with a faint, elusive violet resonance. With a gentle gesture of his right hand, Jin summoned the 10 pills, each settling gracefully into a jade vial he held. Not bad. Lord Jin, may I examine them? Yu Jian stepped forward, immediately eyes alight with eager anticipation. Jin offered a faint, knowing smile and did not refuse. You may conduct the trials. Report your findings to me afterward. Rest assured, Lord Jin, I'll inform you the moment my research yields results. She vowed, her gaze utterly riveted to the vial in her hands. Lan, accompany me once more. Setting aside the scroll he'd been reading, Jin gazed out the window, his expression inscrutable, depthless. First, read this scroll. After a long silence, Lan set it down, his face flushed with indignation, rage boiling silently within. Our ancestral Uchiha were truly monstrous. To imprison a woman bearing the Mangekyo Sharingan, treating her not as kin but as a weapon to wield at will. What utter depravity. And today's Uchiha are little better. Jin remarked wryly. Lord Jin, does this kinsman's never underestimate the power of sealing arts? This time we'll bring Yuan and Konan of the Uzumaki clan as well. The value of this seal is incalculable. A technique capable of suppressing human physiological functions must be mastered and secured. Though Jin's ultimate ambition was to ascend as an Otsutsuki, attaining eternal life, that did not preclude him from laying meticulous parallel foundations. No sooner had Lan departed than Jin's office door swung open. Before he could turn, a soft, yielding pressure settled upon his shoulders. Brother Jin, when shall we begin the bloodline fusion you promised me? Hearing Hakuhan's syrupy voice, Jin's scalp prickled. Ahem, upon my return I'll assist you. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Hakuhan required Otsutsuki chakra from the moon to complete her Byakugan's evolution. Yet merely infusing her with chakra was insufficient. Chakra, after all, was finite. Thus, true bloodline fusion was essential. But repeatedly extracting blood from Shikamaru proved cumbersome. Jin therefore resolved to eliminate him. using his blood to cultivate a unique flora that replicated the Otsutsuki lineage's potency, then refining it into a secret elixir to catalyze Hakuhan's metamorphosis. I'm occupied today, and bloodline fusion is no trivial matter. It demands thorough preparation. Patience, please. You've only just ascended to cage level, for now focus on consolidation. Jin spoke slowly, shaking his head helplessly as Hakuhan drew nearer, silent, unwavering. Very well, here, take 2 pills. Satisfied? Thank you, Lord Jin. Tonight I'll warm your bed. Would you like? No need. I truly have matters to attend to today. Then another time. Taking the jade vial, Hakuhan fled the office before Jin could protest. All right, step forward. You've been listening long enough. Any thoughts? Jin fixed a half-smiling, knowing gaze upon the doorway. Lord Jin, we've just arrived. Indeed. Jin, don't disappoint Karen. The first 2 remarks earned no reaction, but Kanna's words warranted acknowledgement. Ahem. Auntie Kanna, rest assured I shall not act dishonorably. Lord Jin, we've arrived at a forest in the Land of Fire. Lon announced as he led the group onward. Shall we deploy shadow clones to search the area? An hour later the 4 broke through the earth, revealing the sealed prison of Uchiha Hikari. Can this seal be extracted intact? Jin turned to Uchiha Yuan, eyes bright with anticipation. If successful, perhaps, once Yuan awakened the Rinnegan, he might even extract and enfold the moon itself. Yes, Lord Jin, but I must not be disturbed during extraction. I entrust you with my safety. Don't worry, we'll guard you without fail. Jin gave him a reassuring glance. Yuan took a deep breath and instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan's technique storage. Though he'd employed this ability countless times, this unfamiliar seal, its creator unknown, might conceal hidden treacherous mechanisms. Should disaster strike, this precious seal, so highly valued by Lord Jin, would surely shatter before he could fully absorb and store it within his ocular technique. Fortunately, his fears proved unfounded. Half an hour later, Yuan successfully internalized the entire seal, intact, within his eyes. At the sight, a young girl stood motionless, ensnared in a jinjutsu. The girl bore a delicate countenance similar to Uchiha Sasuke, with long black hair cascading past her waist, swaying in the wind. She wore a blue dress with several layers of bandages wrapped around her calves. In her eyes were the iconic red Sharingan patterns, unique, deep, and mysterious. Beneath her cold expression seemed to hide many stories. That's right, the girl was Uchiha Hikari. When the Yuan absorption sealing technique had only reached 2/3 completion, the other party broke out. Upon seeing the Uchiha clan crest worn by Jin and the others, she flew into a rage and prepared to attack them. Unfortunately, having been imprisoned for years, Uchiha Hikari's mental state was poor, and she was directly subdued by Jin and Lon using a combined jinjutsu. Let her go, we can talk. After instructing Kanna to seal the chakra and pupil power on the other party, Jin spoke. Die. Huh, where is my chakra? Damn bastards, you actually sealed my chakra and pupil power. Alright, I think you can calm down now. After all, you no longer have the ability to resist. Why not listen to what we have to say? Jin said in a gentle tone, without responding harshly to Uchiha Hikari's bad attitude. Go ahead. After struggling for a while, and realizing there was really no way out, Uchiha Hikari nodded in agreement. Your name is Uchiha Hikari, right? Jin's opening words caused Uchiha Hikari's head to ache. No. I am Uchiha. Nameless. After experiencing darkness, Hikari had completely subconsciously ignored the warmth of the past, unwilling to allow herself to fantasize about hope in the darkness. That would be too painful. At this moment, Jin's direct exposure nearly caused her mental collapse. I am Uchiha, nameless. Cold and sinister chakra surged in Uchiha Hikari's eyes, even evoking some pity from Lon. From this one could see just what kind of darkness Uchiha Hikari had endured. The former ancestors of the Uchiha clan were truly despicable. We are different from those clansmen who manipulated you. Come back with us. There, you want me to fight. I will provide you with everything you desire. Jin's tone grew even softer. After all, what he wanted was only her jujutsu. As for combat, he had plenty of subordinates, and didn't really need her, nor did he think much of her strength. Really? A flicker of barely perceptible hope flashed in Uchiha Hikari's eyes, but it was quickly covered by coldness. It was hard for her to trust any Uchiha clan member, a psychological wound inflicted by those bastards centuries ago. Trust us once more, okay? At Jin's silent signal, Kanna walked over, embraced the other girl, and gently stroked her head. I will trust you one last time. Under Kanna's comfort, Uchiha Hikari could no longer hold back. Tears soaked her face, blurring everything before her. Nono, what do you think about treating her? First, heal her mental trauma. That is the most serious issue. The rest is fine, but it seems the sealing technique has no side effects. Nono held the relevant report and gave her conclusion. Do the spiritual secret medicines have any effect in this regard? Jin suddenly asked. They have some effect, but more importantly, it's the healing from daily life. Try not to let clan members come into contact with her. Your clansmen have bad tempers. If they anger her, she might tear down the base. Nono said with a smile. Jin scratched his head sheepishly and didn't object. Although the clansmen selected by Xian were not mentally ill and were relatively normal, they still had quite bad tempers. As the leader of the organization, they naturally restrained themselves in his presence. But if they encountered Uchiha Hikari, it was hard to say whether they would do the same. Moreover, Uchiha Hikari's aversion to Uchiha clan members was not trivial. If they did meet, it was uncertain who would strike first. But you can interact with her. After all, I know your temperament. Aren't you afraid it'll steal Uchiha Hikari away? Your man's charm is unlimited. Feeling Jin's breath near her ear, Nono blushed slightly and replied, that would be your accomplishment. She didn't care how many women Jin had, or as long as she could stay by her beloved's side forever, that was enough. She was self-aware, knowing that she was only exceptional in medical ninjutsu, and that combined with meeting Jin early had earned her a bit more of his favor. But she never took her favor for granted. After all, which of Jin's women didn't have a bloodline superior to hers? Tsukimi, how is the research on the Tensigen going? Jin arrived on the moon and asked with a smile. Lord Jin, I just discovered that the giant Tensigen is actually composed of a large number of Byakugan. That's right. What I want to ask is, can it be done with the Sharingan? Lord Jin, you want to borrow the method of the giant Tensigen to fuse a Rinnegan in advance, right? That's right. Are the chances high? Jin nodded without denying. I'm not sure either, but with the Tensigen fusion scroll and the research on the Tensigen, it's worth a try. But Lord Jin, you shouldn't hold too high expectations. After all, the evolution path of the Byakugan is somewhat different from that of the Sharingan. I think there will also be some differences between the Tensigen and the Rinnegan. Of course, these are just my speculations. That's hard to say what the results will be. Uchiha Jin nodded. This knowledge was originally what he had told Tsukimi. Now that she used it to persuade him, there was nothing wrong. Still, he held considerable hope. After all, he had the power of the six paths to assist, so it shouldn't be too difficult. How is your research on the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan going? It's been stuck for a long time. I'm thinking about how to break through. Tell me about it, and maybe I have a solution. Tsukimi didn't refuse. They had long witnessed Lord Jin's ingenious foresight. No one dared to underestimate him, even if he didn't know any scientific research knowledge. So you lack physical specimens for research, right? Yes, but Lord Jin, no matter how capable you are, you can't just find us two blood-related Mangekyo users to perform a synthesis. Tsukimi said jokingly. She knew that Lord Jin was not a cold-blooded person. He valued his subordinates very much. His consistent principle was to lead the organization's members together to the pinnacle of the ninja world. What's so difficult about that? Jin chuckled lightly, feeling that Tsukimi had fallen into a mental trap. Lord Jin, do you really have a way? Have you heard of cloning? Cloning. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Uejian sighed in frustration, feeling somewhat foolish. You must have recently relied too much on the ability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, which has led you into a cognitive trap. In the future, try to use that ability less. You cannot afford to stop thinking, or one day you will completely lose the qualities expected of a researcher. Listening to Jin's heartfelt words, Uejian nodded, her face filled with regret. Lord Jin, I truly apologize for disappointing you. It's fine. The Uchiha clan often falls into such cognitive traps. After all, the kaleidoscope's abilities are excessively abnormal and too easy to become reliant on. However, once you break free, it shouldn't take long before you thoroughly master the appropriate usage of the kaleidoscope, free from the influence of the sensation of using the eye technique. Lord Jin, I won't disappoint you again. By the way, how is the research on the 10 pills I gave you going? Jin could see that Uejian was filled with self-reproach, so he changed the subject. I managed to find 2 wild rabbits, 2 ninja rabbits, and 2 ninja snakes, and I conducted experiments on 4 ninjas. Among them, the chakra levels of 2 wild rabbits exceeded that of Jonin, and they were just a step away from being cage level. Their intelligence, neural responses, and physical attributes were all significantly enhanced. If not for the help of a Uchiha clan member, I estimate I would have spent considerable time capturing them. However, unfortunately, they only existed for a brief moment before exploding. Couldn't withstand the power of the 6 paths. Yes, after enhancing the chakra quality within them, the power of the 6 paths caused them to explode. What about the others? The ninja rabbits and ninja snakes held on a bit longer, it should be, because they already possessed chakra from the beginning. As for the 4 ninjas under the control of Young Valley's spiritual transformation technique, 2 of them broke through to cage level. If it weren't for the presence of many clan members at the time, we might not have been able to stop them. Can they directly assist in breaking through to cage level? What was their strength before the experiment? Jin suddenly asked. They were originally wandering ninjas with chakra levels at most equivalent to Chunin. With the help of the holy water they reached Jonin level, and after taking a 6 paths pill they broke through to cage level. Are there any side effects? Yes, it requires extremely precise control, otherwise a single mistake could lead to them exploding. Young Valley caused an explosion initially due to carelessness, and his own soul was also significantly affected. During the breakthrough, the souls of the wandering ninjas are also prone to shatter, and Young Valley had to spend considerable energy to protect their souls. So what conclusions have you drawn? Jin directly asked without looking at the experimental data. The power of the 6 paths can effectively enhance a person's potential, whether it be the soul physical attributes or neural response. The 6 paths pill is a type of pill that can enhance all aspects, its effects comparable to those who have consumed secret medicines for 2 or 3 years. Doesn't that overlap with the effects of other secret medicines and pills? Jin frowned, feeling that the previous research seemed somewhat redundant. Lord Jin, I don't think it's that simple. Let's continue our research and ultimately provide an accurate result. After all, we haven't researched the 6 paths pill for long, and I believe its greatest efficacy is certainly not that simple. Alright, I'll trouble you for a while. I'm going to help you find a cloning method with Lon. There isn't a cloning method within the organization, otherwise Uejian wouldn't have gone so long without using it. As for where to find it, I do have some ideas. At this time, Orochimaru hasn't defected from the Akatsuki organization, yet he'll find an opportunity to capture him and extract the cloning method. Let's also take any other knowledge related to genes and cells. Jin thought silently. Lord Jin, where are we going? To the Akatsuki organization. You must have marked Amigakure, right? Yes. Uchiha Jin is here again. At the high tower of Amigakure, Nagato opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Nagato, what's wrong? Seeing Nagato's unusual behavior, Konan asked. Uchiha Jin has arrived. Oh, let's go meet him, but be careful not to let Obito and White Zetsu discover us. Uchiha Jin, what brings you here? Nagato, it seems you've recovered quite well. I'm here this time to ask for— Sure, what is it? Nagato nodded expressionlessly. Give Orochimaru a task. I have something to discuss with him, but please do not inform him of our appearance. Alright, I will contact him shortly and have him complete a mission in the Land of Fire. But will you kill him? Nagato asked again, as the Akatsuki organization lacked manpower, and he naturally hoped to spare Orochimaru. No problem, but your organization seems to be short on personnel. I will send 2 clan members to assist you in 2 days. Thank you. After sending the 2 away, Konan asked with a worried expression, Nagato, do you think the 2 guys sent by Uchiha Jin are here to monitor us? That could be a possibility, but it's fine. I will familiarize myself with the Rinnegan's abilities for a while longer, and the ninja world will no longer have any opponents. Nagato was still full of confidence in his Rinnegan abilities. Konan hesitated, finally letting out a sigh. She understood that Uchiha Jin was not a reckless person. Given that he could hand over such precious secret medicine, he must have made preparations. Perhaps within their organization there are even more precious secret medicines. Every individual in the organization is not weak. This conjecture is not without basis. Last time, when she was wandering around the floating fortress, she discovered that many people within had chakra levels reaching cage level, with even more at the elite Jonin level. If there are 2 people later, you deal with the other member, while I control Orochimaru for a quick resolution. Understood, Lord Jin. Half a day later, the 2 finally encountered Orochimaru in a dense forest, and he was alone. Tisk Orochimaru's perception is still quite sharp. Jin slowly stepped out from behind a large tree, with Lon closely following. It's you, Uchiha, again, but it's not the same 2 as last time. Uchiha Jin, do you think you're very powerful? The 2 concealed their chakra. Naturally, Orochimaru did not notice, filled with killing intent. Just after leaving Konoha, he was ambushed by Uchiha Jin's 2 subordinates, and today, he would settle the score. Jin suddenly chuckled, his Sharingan eyes instantly casting a genjutsu that subdued the opponent. With an incomplete soul, how dare you speak with such arrogance? Indeed, through his formidable spiritual power, Jin detected an instability in Orochimaru's soul, realizing that he had developed the art of living corpse reincarnation and had possessed at least 1 person. Write down everything you know about cloning genetics and cells. As for living corpse reincarnation, Jin had no interest. He was destined for immortality and scorned such an alternative method. Alright, we can go. After a moment of thought, Jin decided not to kill him, and after all, Konoha still awaited his destruction. Now Konoha had reached its most critical moment. As Hiruzen Sarutobi had foreseen, the Iwagakure ninja forces advanced through the land of grass straight into the heart of the land of fire. Under Obito's directive, Kirigakure dispatched over 1,000 ninjas approaching the land of fire by sea. I wonder if Orochimaru can incite Tsunagakure to claim a share in this battle. Jin smiled as he gazed toward Konoha in the distance, filled with anticipation. Shining, regarding the promises I made to you, I have already communicated with the leader of the Akatsuki. You may go directly. How Lord Jin do our organization and the Akatsuki have ties? Shien asked incredulous. The White Tiger subleader of their organization has also joined our eye organization. So there's no need to be tense. Treat the Akatsuki as your own base. Afterwards, Shien and Ing left the aerial fortress for the Hidden Rain village. Shien was thrilled. It was an unusual experience. As for Ing, he was indifferent. Going along allowed him to keep an eye on his elder brother and prevent any foolish moves. Hinata, the Ninja Academy, will open in a few months. Do you wish to attend? Hayashi Hyuga looked at his daughter, who had once again easily defeated Niji Hyuga, with immense satisfaction, and asked gently, Father, I believe it's beneficial. To become a ninja, the academy remains an indispensable step. Besides, I can attend using shadow clones without disrupting my training. It's good that you have this intention. I wonder how delighted your sister Hanabi will be seeing your growing strength. Hayashi still harbored some resentment over his younger daughter being taken away by Hinata Byakugan. Father, I believe Byakugan will not mistreat Hanabi. Perhaps she still wishes to help us. After all, Hanabi would eventually be branded with the caged bird seal. Leaving Konoha frees her from that bondage. So you already knew Hinata. Hayashi looked at his eldest daughter. Hinata's excessive maturity sometimes pained him too. The deaths of Hisashi and Nisa's descent into madness had placed immense pressure on her. So you two are the subordinates recommended by Uchiha Jin. The Rinnegan of the Deva path exuded a faint pressure, attempting to intimidate them. That's right. You may assign us missions, and we will complete them. Shin, thinking of the organization's tasks, was quite eager. Who could have imagined that the Akatsuki's diligent efforts over many years would eventually be usurped by the Eye organization? These are your rings. Konan will provide the nail polish later. Finally, I will convene an Akatsuki meeting so you can meet the others. The two declined Konan's kindness, but reluctantly applied the nail polish and donned the Akatsuki cloaks. Leader, any new missions? Orochimaru flicked his tongue, asking cautiously. Having been thwarted by the Uchiha clan not long ago, his desire for the Uchiha Sharingan had reached its peak. He resolved to lure out Itachi Uchiha, take over his body, and master the Mangekyo's power, before seeking revenge on Uchiha Jin. But Itachi failed to notice Orochimaru's greedy gaze, stunned by the two newcomers before him. Those are Uchiha Jin's subordinates, Uchiha Shien and Ing. How could they join the Akatsuki? Soon everyone present noticed the two new figures. It's you two. We are members of the Uchiha clan, now part of the Akatsuki. Look forward to working with us. Shien said coldly, his tone laced with disdain. Before coming, he had learned from Lord Jin about the Akatsuki structure and its underlying intrigues. In his eyes, these were rabble who could not last 10 rounds against him. Not worth regarding. The only one who piqued his interest was the leader Nagato with his Rinnegan. Itachi Uchiha, these are your clansmen. Won't you greet them? Orochimaru quickly concealed his dark expression and teased with a smile. Orochimaru, mind your own business. Itachi knew his situation was growing more precarious. But thinking of Sasuke and Konoha, he resolved to survive. With the leader keeping order, presumably no one would dare act recklessly. Alright, from now on continue taking missions to earn funds for the organization. By the way, Konan, any news on Kakuzu that you were asked to find? No Deva path. It's as if he vanished without a trace. Even White Zetsu had no information. Konan's expression was peculiar. White Zetsu did have information on Kakuzu, but revealing it here might disrupt the organization's harmony, so she refrained. Continue recruiting members. We still lack personnel. Understood. Konan nodded without objection. What are your goals in joining the Akatsuki? 2 hours later, Itachi, accompanied by Kisame Hashigaki, returned to the Hidden Rain village. He needed to discern their intentions, or he would be at a disadvantage. Unable to act alone, which could expose his weakness and prevent him from surviving until Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo. Had the Uchiha weasel who slaughtered his own clan. Now he knows fear. Shien mocked sarcastic. Keep your brother safe. Don't let me see him, or it'll make his life a living hell. Ing also retorted. Having heard Lord Jin's explanations, the two were well aware of Itachi's weakness and showed him no respect. You. At the threat, Itachi activated his Mangekyo, his gaze frigid as he stared at Ing. I no longer care about any brother. Your threat is useless. Think carefully before threatening me again, or don't blame me for dangerous actions. How ridiculous. Can you even find our base, yet you threaten so boldly? Itachi's face darkened, and he had no choice but to leave. Watching Itachi retreat and defeat Shien, Ending exchanged smiles, their eyes full of scorn. Madara, 2 more Uchiha clansmen have joined the Akatsuki. After the meeting, Hoshigaki Kisame sought out White Zetsu, and was granted an audience with Obito Uchiha. What? Which 2? Obito asked, feigning calm. Among the surviving Uchiha, apart from Itachi and his brother, there were only the 100 or so clansmen that Uchiha Jin had taken away from Konoha. They are Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Ing. Obito's expression beneath his mask flickered uncertainly. That fellow Uchiha Jin. He knew him well, he was not one to act rashly. Since he dispatched them, they at least possess Kage-level strength. That Shin fellow must have awakened his Mangekyo. Could he possibly not have awakened his as well? I just don't know what abilities their Mangekyo possess. It seems they'll need to be more cautious in Amigakure from now on. After some thought, he still decided to confront Nagato. Nagato, what do you mean by inviting 2 of Uchiha Jin's subordinates into the Akatsuki? That Uchiha Jin is highly ambitious. Aren't you afraid of going for wool and coming home shorn? Although Nagato had recovered, he still sat in his wheelchair, not having fully mastered all the powers of the Rinnegan, and revealed no weaknesses. Can his ambition be greater than yours? Konan muttered inwardly, casting a contemptuous glance at Obito Uchiha. Obito, of course, sensed Konan's gaze immediately, and was seething with fury inside. Very well, very well. If I didn't still need you to maintain the Akatsuki and capture the tailed beast, do you think you would still be alive? Truly reckless fools. The Rinnegan is invincible. No one can defeat me, so your worries are unnecessary. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Nagato showed Obito no respect whatsoever, his Rinnegan radiating a suffocating aura. Forget it as long as you know what's good for you. Seeing that he could not persuade him, Obito had no choice but to use Kimui to teleport away. Obito, what's going on with the Akatsuki? A mass of black liquid emerged from the ground, asking anxiously. Clearly it had also received news from White Zetsu. Nagato is going too far. He actually dares to show me no respect. Do you think he can still be of use to us in the end? Obito's anger continued to build within him. Black Zetsu fell silent, unsure how to answer. Obito had no idea that the Rinnegan contained Black Zetsu's own hidden trump card that could control the Rinnegan's host. This was its ultimate trump card to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Never mind, we still have a great chance. Nagato doesn't know our true purpose. We can use this information gap to make him our pawn. Besides, I don't believe those 2 Uchiha will always act together. When the time comes, have White Zetsu relay information to us, and we'll take them out one by one. Then that's the only way. 2 Uchiha have gone to Amigakure. Damn. Jiraiya received the news through the Toad Messenger and felt that this was terrible. With Nagato's strength, he should be able to handle it. But is the child of destruction in the future prophecy really Nagato? Jiraiya fell into confusion once again. Lord Jiraiya, Kumogakure has attacked again. Shikaka suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Jiraiya, give up. Your Konoha is already at its last gasp. No one can save you. Jiraiya wasted no words, summoning the 2 great sages and preparing to enter sage mode. Tsunade had returned to Konoha not long ago. If they hadn't given up, what reason did he have to surrender? Kakashi, have you made up your mind? Yes, Lady Tsunade. Now that Konoha is in crisis, I can only complete my other eye to have a chance to reach Kage level and share the burden for Konoha. Good. I admire your fortitude. Unlike some old fools who have no ability but are always bossing others around. Kakashi heard this and gave an awkward laugh. He dared not mock the Konoha elders like Lady Tsunade did. Tsunade, have you decided to go support? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was full of worry, but he forced a few smiles and asked somewhat ingratiatingly. After all, the current state of Konoha was largely his responsibility. He'll take on the armies of Awagakure. As for the naval battle, he'll leave it to you. Tsunade softened at the look on Hiruzen's face, her tone weakening a little. Your hemophobia? I must overcome it, even if it's difficult. Give me half a month, I can basically overcome it. Tsunade's voice was filled with boldness. In the past, it was because she was unwilling to step out that her hemophobia never improved. As a medic, she had always known she was running away. Now for the village her grandfather left behind, she knew she could no longer escape. Otherwise, when she reached the Pure Land, how would her grandfather, her granduncle Nawaki, and Dan look at her? Then this old man will handle the naval battle. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled with relief, feeling as if he had returned to the time when he escaped from the Land of Lightning with the second Hokage. Back then, how firmly he had upheld the will of fire and made the right choice for it. Now it was finally his turn to sacrifice himself for Konoha. Lord Jin, we recently discovered several toads around the base. Although we eliminated them all, I find it strange. They actually had chakra and natural energy inside them. Secretary Qianli reported the recent findings around the base to Jin. Oh, could it be that the prophecy of Mount Mayaboku targeting me has come true? This was not narcissism on Jin's part, but absolute confidence. He could not believe that as a time traveler with a golden finger he would fail to shake the ninja world in the future. It seems Mount Mayaboku is eager to seek death. Jin smiled, faintly tapped the table, and said quite dominantly, "Recall all Kage-level members of the organization currently outside. In 2 days the I organization will conduct its first collective operation target, annihilate Mount Mayaboku." Yes, Lord Jin. Qianli became excited immediately. She had never dreamed that she could serve as Lord Jin's assistant and help convey orders. I must not disappoint Lord Jin. He'll act now. What? Attack Mount Mayaboku. I want to go too. Are you Kage level? Does Quasi-Kage count as Kage level? Baiwa asked weakly. What do you think? Qianli sneered. She had long noticed Baihua's covetousness toward Lord Jin, and her attitude toward her had always been delicate. However, as the secretary she still had to treat everyone equally. After all, many people were eyeing this position, and she could not afford to leave any weaknesses. Tiskilgo asked Lord Jin again. What if you heard wrong? Seeing Baiwa trotting towards Lord Jin's office, Qianli frowned, but did not stop her. She still had tasks to complete, and could not act unreasonably like the other woman. Oh, annihilate Mount Mayaboku. Can we go too? Xian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he tightened his grip on the scroll. Lord Xian, please don't look at me like that. You'll scare me. The ninja cat Huan backed away 2 steps, its face full of terror. Xian did not restrain his aura. As a ninja cat that had just learned the reverse summoning technique, it was still quite fragile. Can we go back? Ing comforted the ninja cat and asked the crucial question. Lord Jin said the leader of the Akatsuki would release you for a while. That's a relief. I'm also quite interested in the toads of Mayaboku Mountain. Ying's eyes shimmered with anticipation. Meanwhile, Xian was utterly exhilarated. The prospect of battling the sages of Mayaboku Mountain was something he had never dared to imagine before. Are we all back? Standing above the training ground of the aerial fortress, Jin observed his dozens of subordinates below and slowly inquired of the secretary beside him. Lord Jin, everyone is accounted for. Qianli replied with a hint of excitement. Then let's proceed. At Jin's gesture, Xiangnai activated the teleportation array laid on the ground. Yesterday Lan had captured a toad that was roaming the ground beneath the base. Unintentionally, he marked it, gravely wounded it, and drove it back to Mayaboku Mountain. Thus, even though Mayaboku Mountain was deep in a different dimension, it could not evade this calamity. The array activated, and with a swoosh, everyone vanished from their spots. Deep within the temple of Mayaboku Mountain, the great toad sage jolted awake from his slumber. This is an apocalyptic disaster for Mayaboku Mountain, damn it. Before he could summon the toad sage couple to inform them, a thunderous explosion echoed from outside. Too late after all. Several footsteps drew near, finally stopping before him. Are you the child of destruction from the prophecy? The great toad sage's half-closed eyes flew wide open, brimming with fury. Great toad sage, there are matters you should not have meddled in. Jin remarked coolly. Mayaboku Mountain has not offended you, sir. Moreover, the prophecy I conveyed to young Jiraiya did not mention slaying you. The moment you learned of the future prophecy, we became enemies. The shinobi world has no need for a being that can foresee the future. Jin ignored the plea, shattering the creature's last shred of hope. Do you think you can defeat me? I have lived for over 1,000 years. We'll never know until we try. The moment Jin spoke, the 3 beside him activated their Mangekyo Sharingan. For this battle against the great toad sage, Jin had brought only Xian, Ing, and Lan. Xian and Ing were the visible combat peaks of the I organization, while Lan could swiftly extract them from danger. As for himself, an all-rounder, his power was no less than that of the 2 brothers. 2 Susanoo roared forth from the dust with a thunderous crash. Not eternal Mangekyo, yet able to manifest the 4th stage Susanoo. Their strength is terrifying. The great toad sage's expression grew increasingly grave. He realized that none of the opponents before him possessed weak ocular powers. Especially the man standing at the forefront, the prophesied child of destruction. His dojutsu was unfathomably deep beyond even the toad sage's imagination. Having spent millennia steeped in senjutsu, the great toad sage possessed keen intuition. Jin stepped forward, releasing an oppressive aura that made the great toad sage sense a long-forgotten crisis. He did not intend to fight personally, merely to oversee from the sidelines. Xian and Ing were more than enough to handle the great toad sage. This also served as a rare opportunity for training. Sage Art 10,000 Frogs, Zen Sound Break. Seeing the increasingly dominant opponents, the great toad sage launched an attack without hesitation. He deeply inhaled natural energy, his abdomen swelling, and emitted a high-frequency sonic wave. The wave transformed into countless translucent toad phantoms charging straight at the enemies. Xian and Ning did not evade this attack. Their chakra was disrupted, and the dojutsu flow within their Susanoo stagnated. Lan, having dodged the strike by using a spatial wormhole, stared grimly at the Great Toad Sage's next move. Sage Art Heavenly Swamp. Vast amounts of Senjutsu chakra were injected into the earth, instantly transforming a radius of 100 meters around the Great Toad Sage into a boiling poison swamp. The swamp's surface was covered with pale purple miasma, seemingly capable of dissolving any creature dragged into it. The frog-like markings on the Great Toad Sage's face pulsed twice, and two enormous mimic creatures surged from the swamp, lunging at the towering Susanoo before them. The attack range is too vast. I hope those two can hold out. Lan had no way to intercept this strike. It would deplete most of his dojutsu power, making it hardly worth the cost. Don't worry, they are far from weak. Jin noticed Lan's concern and offered assurance. Though affected by the Sage Art 10,000 Frogs Zen Soundbreak, Xian and Ning managed to break free from its control thanks to their own formidable attributes. Xian manipulated his tachi and stabbed at the charging mimic creature. Deprived of Senjutsu chakra, it instantly dissolved into mud and then vanished. Ning transformed his Susanoo into a shield blocking the attack. After repelling the assault, the two flanked the Great Toad Sage from left and right, swinging their weapons downward. The Great Toad Sage leaped to evade the strike. Lan suddenly activated his Mangekyo's ocular power, forming two spatial wormholes out of thin air. One appeared behind the enemy, the other at the spot where the Susanoo's attack had landed. Not good. Sage Art 10,000 Frogs Zen Soundbreak. At the critical moment, the Great Toad Sage urgently mobilized a massive amount of Senjutsu chakra to once again unleash this technique capable of disrupting the enemy's chakra flow. How cunning. The spatial wormhole that was about to form slowly dissipated. After several dozen exchanges, Jin, unable to stand idle, intervened. With a light leap, he quickly closed in on the Great Toad Sage. An intense sense of crisis flooded the creature's heart. Sage Art 1000 Tide Sealing Imprint. At the pivotal moment, the Great Toad Sage abruptly widened his mouth, spewing a viscous resin infused with Senjutsu chakra. Upon contact with the air, the resin rapidly hardened, forming a sealing barrier. The sealing barrier emitted a pale golden glow, generating a terrifying suction force that sought to envelop Jin within. Quite treacherous, but it won't work on me. After a moment's thought, Jin chose not to clash Eden. Though his power could break the seal, it would consume considerable time. And who knew what other insidious tricks this old toad had up his sleeve. Thus he directly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the strike. Lan, who had just opened a tiny spatial wormhole to redirect the attack for Lord Jin, breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed the wormhole. Though his reaction was swift, the spatial wormhole's expansion was clearly suppressed by the sealing technique. At his speed, he would not have transferred the attack in time, and Lord Jin would have been sealed. At that moment, he was filled with remorse. If Lord Jin had not mastered the Flying Thunder God, he would likely have been sealed today. The Great Toad Sage sighed in regret, yet his gaze grew increasingly sharp. I didn't expect your perception of time and space to be so strong. The suppression of temporal spatial perception within the sealing technique couldn't even hold you back. Jin said nothing, but his aura grew ever stronger. He was about to get serious. This old toad needed a lesson if he thought himself a true sage. The Great Toad Sage also became serious. It made a swallowing motion, and the natural energy around it surged wildly, all being drawn into its belly. Step back, you all. This old fellow is not something you can handle. Jin felt a hint of admiration for earlier. To make Jin let his guard down and seal himself, the toad deliberately showed weakness, fighting to a draw with the three Uchiha members. Now that the sealing technique was no longer effective, it naturally had to go all out. Truly worthy of a 1,000-year-old toad, one cannot underestimate it. But do you think he'll let you absorb natural energy so smoothly? Jin suddenly charged forward, clenched his fist, and blasted out a wave of air. The Great Toad Sage stood immovable as a mountain, taking the blow heated. Though the speed of its natural energy absorption paused, it quickly resumed. How letting me get close is the biggest mistake of your life. Jin finally reached the Great Toad Sage, moving to its back, and with all his strength slammed down heavily onto its back. At the critical moment, a layer of petrified skin covered its back. Jin's fist struck that petrified skin, making no splash. Seeing that the Great Toad Sage was about to successfully gather a massive amount of natural energy from the surface of the ninja world, Jin released all the eye power from his eyes. The complete Susanoo instantly pierced through the temple ceiling, while an elixir furnace spun. Jin hurled it at the great toad sage. The moment the elixir furnace left his hand, its size began to expand, soon surpassing the toad's height. Then a force of attraction came, pulling the toad's body. Though it resisted fiercely, Jin had consumed 3/4 of his eye power, so naturally the toad could not easily resist. Refine. The living flame rose, enveloping the furnace. Damnable child of destruction, let me out. Jin blocked out its voice and kept adding herbs into the furnace. He intended to refine part of the natural energy inside the toad into pills, which would help him accelerate his mastery of sage techniques. Unfortunately, the vast amount of natural energy the old toad had absorbed from the ninja world could not be used, otherwise the environment of the ninja world would fall into imbalance, and the frequency of natural disasters would increase greatly. Not to mention that his furnace did not have the capability to refine nearly 1/3 of the natural energy of the entire ninja world. If he could absorb a large amount of Gellier stones and evolve his eyes once more, it might be possible. 2 hours later, Jin sensed something amiss. Why isn't this toad dead yet? In doubt, he increased the output of flames and also consumed a chakra pit. Inside the furnace, the great toad sage endured the surrounding high temperature. A talisman emitting a green glow was attached to its abdomen. This was Myobicus' hidden trump card, a sage talisman that could revive the dead. Although the great toad sage was not dead, yet the talisman allowed it to endure longer under the furnace's scorching heat. Hold on a little longer. I still have a chance. Its eyes still brimmed with hope of turning the tables. Once Uchiha Jin slackened, it would use powerful sage techniques to break the furnace, trapping it, and deliver a fatal blow. As time passed, Jin's expression grew grim. No matter how confident he was, he sensed something wrong. After thinking, he put 2 more pills for replenishing chakra and eye power into his mouth, gathering strength. It seems the old toad has some trick I haven't noticed. Could it be the immortal talisman that saved Yutsuan? Lon, are the toads outside dead? Yes, Lord Jin. Call them all in. The great toad sage is not dead yet. I suspect it still has it. Once it breaks out of the furnace, you help me restrain it. Well, wear it down, even if it takes forever. Half an hour later, all Uchiha members gathered in the temple, staring nervously at the furnace. The enemy imprisoned here was one that Lords Xian and Ying had not been able to defeat. They couldn't afford to be careless. Finally, the great toad sage noticed that the rising flames had weakened. It chuckled lightly and released all the natural energy it had stored inside its body at once. Indeed, even sealed inside the furnace, it had firmly controlled the absorbed natural energy, not letting it leak out. Now it became a crucial trump card for turning the tide. Sage Art Furnace Explosion. The great toad sage abruptly compressed half of the synthetic sage chakra in its body. As it spat it out, the high temperature inside the furnace ignited it instantly. A layer of petrified defenses covered the great toad sage's body again. It curled into a ball and hid in the corner of the furnace. Boom. Outside, Jin's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately used Susanoo to block the explosive damage. Sage Art Thousand Tide Sealing Demon Seal. This time it injected the remaining half of the absorbed natural energy into this sage art. I don't believe you can break free from this. The great toad sage's expression turned ferocious. It could never forget the burning sensation inside the furnace. Never mind me. Kill this old bastard first. Jin disregarded whether he could continue alchemy later. He directly ordered his subordinates to kill the great toad sage. Feeling the increasingly violent tearing, Jin knew he could not hesitate. He mobilized the eye power within him and used Susanoo to try to tear open the sealing technique. Unfortunately, the sealing runes only shrank tighter, showing no change. What should I do? Lord Jin, we're here to help you. Just as Jin was at a loss, Yuan's voice suddenly reached his ears, making his face brighten. That's right, Uchiha Yuan is the most suitable to deal with this sealing technique. Feeling the seal begin to flow in one direction, and its restraint on him lessened, Jin increased his resistance from inside the seal. Not enough, far from enough. Jin realized he had still underestimated the great toad sage's hatred. What to do? Lord Jin is about to be completely sealed. Sulu, you can do it. Right, activate the Mangekyo. That's the only way. Uchiha Sulu, watching Uchiha Jin about to be sealed, hardened his heart. In a state of intense emotional fluctuation, he took out a pill and tossed it into his mouth. My accumulation is sufficient. Today I will take the opportunity to activate the Mangekyo, and I hope to rescue Lord Jin. With a heart full of fervor and eyes that flow backward, a transformation occurred. The intense change in his ocular power drew the attention of most people present. Is that surging flow? His eyes have finally evolved, but can the awakened ocular technique save Lord Jin? The eye of spiritual reflection, let us hope it can. While everyone was desperately dealing with the Great Toad Sage, part of their consciousness was actually entangled with Uchiha Jin. After all, he was both their leader and the anchor of their organization. Yes, wonderful. I never expected that I would have a day to save Lord Jin. Surging Flow wasted no time and unleashed his ocular power directly at the sealing technique controlling Uchiha Jin. The seal is ineffective. Surging Flow's left eye's ocular technique is precisely that, rendering the sealing technique ineffective for a period, allowing him to observe the internal structure of the seal to the fullest extent. As for his right eye's ocular technique, it is the seal reconstruction, capable of reconstructing any sealing technique. With this ocular technique, he could be considered a master of sealing techniques. Even the Whirlpool clan, known for their expertise, would find it difficult to compare with him. Before Jin could break free from the sealing technique, he was absorbed into Surging Flow's ocular technique. Finally out. Although Jin was almost completely sealed by the old Toad's technique, he wasn't too nervous. Not to mention the talents among his subordinates. The trump cards he had left behind were not something a Toad Sage could. That was a berserk pill which could greatly enhance his physical qualities and chakra amount for a time. However, once the effects wore off, he would fall into a state of weakness for several days. But even so, it was enough. After all, besides the side effect of weakness for a few days, there were no other drawbacks. Damn it, you actually managed to escape. The Great Toad Sage looked in shock at the unscathed Uchiha Jin. Finish it quickly. Ultimately, with the cooperation of many shadow-level subordinates, the Great Toad Sage was once again captured by Uchiha Jin into the alchemy furnace. This time there shouldn't be any issues. Jin thought for a moment, and had Kanai help him inscribe most of the sealing techniques onto his alchemy furnace before retracting Susanoo. Lord Jin, I think this alternate space could serve as a sanctuary for the ninja cats, and there is no need to create something extra. Vortex Kanai suggested before leaving. True, let's notify them to move. When we get back, we will leave this place for them to clean up. Jin thought for a moment. Now that the organization had the moon and the floating fortress, this alternate space had little use. Shinzaku Sage, what happened to you? Jiraiya looked at the blood-soaked Shinzaku couple, his face filled with shock. Miyamoka Mountain has perished, and our home is gone. Recalling those demons, the Shinzaku couple's hearts were filled with fear. Uchiha Jin is truly evil. Is he the child of destruction that the Great Toad Sage spoke of? As the medical ninjas treated them, the Shinzaku couple gradually recovered, but sorrow still lingered on their faces. What will you two do next? We will follow you for now. After all, you need our help. As for the future, Konoha must help us rebuild Miyamoka Mountain. Shinzaku Sage's expression brightened a bit as he stated his conditions. All right, I'll promise on behalf of the old man. As long as they could survive this crisis, this request was not too much. Miyamoka Mountain has perished. Could we be next in the Dragon Cave? The White Snake Sage's express. The strength of the Great Toad Sage was well known to her. Even she couldn't easily take him down, let alone. Now, however, he was annihilated by the descendants of Indra, which was truly unfathomable. White Snake Sage, this is a message from Uchiha Jin passed on by Orochimaru. Please take a look. Kenshin Snake Lady handed over a scroll. Stay well in your Dragon Cave, and do not meddle in the affairs of the ninja world, otherwise Miyamoka Mountain will be your fate. Uchiha Jin, damn it, how dare you threaten me? It has been a long time since anyone in the ninja world spoke to me. Although the White Snake Sage was furious, she did not dare to cross this line. After all, the price was death and the destruction of a millennia-old sanctuary, which was something she could not bear. Lady Tsunade, Miyamoka Mountain has perished. Do you think our wet-bone forest will also be destroyed? The gentle and sweet voice of the slug echoed in Tsunade's ear. What? Miyamoka Mountain has fallen. How is that possible? Tsunade found it hard to believe. In front of several elite jonin, she was not careful and got her shoulder cut. Indeed, it was your leaf's robe ninja, Uchiha Jin, who took the lead. The slug explained with worry. I truly apologize. If it weren't for Konoha's incompetence, they wouldn't have been driven out, and Miyamoka Mountain probably wouldn't have been destroyed. Tsunade said with some self-reproach. The Senju clan's reputation in Konoha was nearly non-existent, while the Uchiha clan had only one remaining scion. She ultimately did not have the qualifications to fulfill her grandfather's will. It has nothing to do with you, Lady Tsunade. Oh, please do not blame yourself. But if possible, when Uchiha Jin comes to attack, could you try to persuade him? I will do my best. Tsunade had never met Uchiha Jin and did not know his character. Subconsciously, she thought he must be a complete lunatic, otherwise why would he destroy Miyamoka Mountain, which had nothing to do with him? Could it be that they are interested in sage techniques? Lady Tsunade, this was just handed over to me by a jonin wearing a leaf headband. A chunin handed over a scroll. I hope Lord Slug can stay well in Wetbone Forest and not meddle in the affairs of the ninja world, otherwise Miyamoka Mountain will be your precedent. Uchiha Jin, Lady Tsunade. You can go back. Oh, I can handle this alone, but could you give me some of the acidic liquid from Wetbone Forest? Sure, Lady Tsunade, I truly apologize. There are some things I am powerless to do. Are you feeling better? Jin looked at the girl in front of him, who bore some resemblance to Uchiha Sasuke, and asked lightly. Humph, although life here is pleasant, I must warn you, if you ever covet my power, I will not show mercy. Oh, are you sure you can defeat me? Jin tilted his head, finding the girl a bit tsundere. However, he specialized in curing all forms of defiance. A dozen clan members with their Sharingan activated opened their eyes, their crimson patterns fiercely locking onto the opponent. Merely their presence was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Gulp. Uchiha Light silently swallowed, then closed his mouth tightly. The organization doesn't need you to fight, and we're not short on combatants like you. However, freeloading here is out of the question, so. Jin chuckled lightly, fixing his gaze on Yuzhibo Guang with an inscrutable expression. So what? I won't agree to any excessive demands. Though the dozen pairs of Mangekyo around her had not yet dissipated, she still mustered the courage to ask. Your Mangekyo techniques are Yakian Mount Tsukuyami and Amaterasu, right? How? How do you know? You just need to answer my questions. As Jin finished speaking, the surrounding Mangekyo began releasing their ocular power as if ready to strike at any moment. Don't. They'll talk. Actually, my Mangekyo only awakened one ability, Yakian Mao. But when I was used as a weapon, those bastards implanted two other techniques in me, Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. Combined with Tsukuyami, Yakian Mao allows me to imprint a Tsukuyami mark on my enemies. My left eye's technique is mind control, and my right eye absorbs chakra. Yuzhibo Guang thought for a moment and decided not to conceal the truth. Such matters were surely recorded in the organization's clan scrolls. To gain their trust, there was no need to hide this. Everyone listening to Yuzhibo Guang's abilities found them rather terrifying. Tsukuyami was an unavoidable technique coupled with mind control and chakra absorption. Who could sustain a prolonged battle against this seemingly beautiful girl? Good. My goal is simple: have you imprint a Tsukuyami mark on every member of the organization and create a virtual world based on Tsukuyami. Oh, aren't you afraid he'll play tricks and drain everyone's chakra? Yuzhibo Guang seemed puzzled, but she was still somewhat surprised that the leader was willing to entrust his life to her. Jin gave a faint smile and shook his head. How could that be? I'm just asking if it's possible. Later on, he'll find a way to reach an agreement with you. Yuzhibo Guang frowned and asked, You're not going to use some method to control me again, are you? I told you that's impossible. Otherwise I'll die before your eyes. She had initially wanted to say she would fight to the death, but seeing so many Mangekyo, she reluctantly changed. I won't do that. It's just a means to promote sincere cooperation between us. I won't control you, rest assured. Seeing that Yuzhibo Guang's emotions were unstable, Jin quickly comforted her. Oh, what means do you have to keep me in check? I haven't figured it out yet. They'll give you an answer in a while. For now, just rest well. We'll also provide you with the secret elixirs. You must have seen their effects by now. Guang nodded but still asked doubtfully, Aren't you afraid that my ocular power will grow and eventually it'll control all of you? Don't think you're the only one growing stronger in this world. Besides, we have even more effective pills. So if you want to surpass us, wait for your next life. Jin's playful words echoed in Guang's ears, infuriating her. I want those pills too. It depends on your performance. Jin said indifferently, then returned to his office. To counter Yuzhibo Guang's Tsukuyami, I need to leverage another creature with strong in-release mastery. Only the Spirit Divine Tree can fulfill this requirement. After all, Yuzhibo Guang could not be fully trusted. She had been used as a weapon by her predecessors and surely harbored resentment. Placing complete trust in her was not Jin's style. Entering his garden, Jin found a Spirit Divine. It was a sapling grown from the original Spirit Divine Tree's division and the one closest to Yuzhibo Jin. That was also why Jin felt confident leaving it as a contingency. It'll nurture you first. The Spirit Divine Tree was currently only 3 meters tall. It would definitely be outmatched by Yuzhibo Guang's ocular power. Jin slightly revolved his own ocular power, and the tree before him began to accelerate its growth. Within a minute, it had grown to 4 meters. During this time, Jin continuously threw spiritual elixirs into the tree to supplement its nutrients. Shaoyin, does this bother you? Jin stroked the trunk of the Spirit Divine Tree, asking affectionately. As it lowered a black tendril to tickle his palm, he knew it was all right. Good. They'll help you grow over the next few days. The organization's safety will be in your hands. Jin nodded with satisfaction, exchanged some affectionate words with Shaoyin, and then left the garden. Lord Jin, Lady Yuejian has completed the preliminary work on cloning. Would you like to take a look? Qianli opened the office door and reminded him. No need. He'll go when she has results. Jin shook his head. He had already given his suggestions, the rest was up to their research. After all, he wasn't very knowledgeable about scientific research. Once Qianli left, Jin took out a mutated plant from the garden, went to a distant hillside, activated Susanoo, and summoned his alchemy furnace. The furnace still hasn't materialized. The difficulty is enormous. But at most 2 months, he'll fully master this soul artifact. He was preparing 2 kinds of secret elixirs, one that temporarily enhanced spatial perception talent, and another that temporarily strengthened control over spatial energy. With these 2 elixirs, Uchiha Jin felt he would have no problem mastering the power of space-time and developing short-distance teleportation. Once I learn it, I can put these elixirs in the organization's resource department, so more subordinates can master Flying Thunder God. After swallowing the freshly prepared elixirs, Jin's perception of space-time energy peaked. The sensation momentarily gave him an illusion of omnipotence. Let's see if I can succeed in this state. He quickly suppressed the strange feeling and began condensing spatial energy in his hand. The power slowly transformed into the shape of a blade, but soon, due to a lapse in concentration, it collapsed and dissipated into the air. Again, not discouraged, Jin continued practicing. 10 minutes later, the elixir's effects wore off. What a pity. Though I could control space-time energy in that state, once I exited it, I couldn't succeed, even once. Not even the basic gathering of space-time energy. Uchiha Jin shook his head, casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. He once again took the second dose of the secret medicine. He had plenty of time, and his natural talent was not low. Sooner or later, he would master this power. At worst, he could take down a tailed beast to buy time. Next, short-range teleportation. Short-range teleportation was actually quite different from the Flying Thunder God technique. The latter relied on Flying Thunder God marks to complete the teleportation. As long as there was a mark and sufficient chakra, one could usually teleport to any location. The former, on the other hand, was a very suitable combat method for close-quarters battle with enemies. After all, marking required a certain amount of time to cast the sealing technique, making it easy for the enemy to exploit the opening. Furthermore, the mark itself was a weakness. If exploited by the enemy, it could easily become a fatal flaw. Therefore, mastering short-range teleportation was still very necessary. Jin mobilized his perception of time-space, using his soul to touch the surrounding space nodes. The first attempt went smoothly. With a whoosh, his figure appeared half a meter away. Not bad, but this feeling needs to be strengthened. After all, in battle, the enemy won't give me the chance to sense it, especially since I'm currently under the effect of a perception-enhancing secret medicine. Lord Jin, here is the report on the giant Rinnegan. Qianli knocked on the door, and with Jin's nod walked. Give it to me. Jin took the scroll Qianli handed over and read it. In theory, it's feasible, but it requires a considerable number of Sharingan. However, we are still short of 1/3 of the needed Sharingan, right? Yes. On the moon, because there was no where they lived well, and correspondingly the birth rate had increased significantly. Moreover, due to their bloodline, almost every clan member could awaken the Byakugan, so naturally there was no shortage of Byakugan to synthesize the giant Tensigan. As for the Uchiha clan, they were often deceived by Mui's high-ranking officials. Having a few hundred ninjas was already quite good. Cloning, that is also acceptable. The most important component here should be the ocular power. If we can supplement it, it should be able to replace the missing 1/3 of the Sharingan. Jin saw the solution proposed by Uchiha Jin at the end of the scroll and nodded in agreement. When will this project start? Jin asked calmly. The result of this project, the giant Rinnegan, could perhaps be entrusted to Shaoyin or controlled by himself. That way, if Uchiha Guang tried to cause trouble, he would have a stronger countermeasure. Moreover, once the giant Rinnegan was created, the entire ninja world could be brought within the range of his own virtual space. At that time, no matter where in the ninja world the organization's members were, they could communicate with him and relay information through the virtual space. Uchiha Jin became increasingly excited as he thought about it, wishing he could start the project immediately. But thinking of Uchiha Jin's recent research, he gave up the idea. There was no rush for now. Haste makes waste. It was better to develop steadily. Taking 2 big steps could easily lead to problems. However, Uchiha Jin is still too busy. We can expand the organization's research staff. Qianli have the clan members searching for the Kage-level stone outside. Keep an eye out for promising researchers and bring them back. Be careful not to use force, show them respect, and explain the pros and cons clearly. Jin felt that this was an opportunity for him to give these researchers a chance to change their fate. If they didn't cherish it, they couldn't blame him for not giving them a chance. After all, there were too few people in the ninja world who were both ninjas and scientists. He could help them become ninjas. Wasn't that the greatest fortune for them? At this point, more than a year had passed since fleeing Mai. The organization had gradually gotten on track, and Jin could take it easy and study his herbal knowledge. Gongsho, give up, or the Yenin village army behind me will march straight into the heart of your Huoji country and attack my Dame. You floated in the air, looking down at the princess of my, speaking in a stern tone. Damn it, why is this happening? If you surrender now, at most, well, get more benefits in negotiations. Otherwise your Mai will be finished. Your ally Sharingan village has been restless lately. Gangsho remained silent, but her delicate fingers dug into her fair palm, drawing blood that slowly trickled down, yet she was completely unaware. We surrender. Gangsho watched her comrades falling one after another beside her, her heart clenching painfully. She eventually softened, speaking as if resigned to fate, her tone filled with helplessness. She hadn't expected that even though she had desperately self-harmed 3 months ago to overcome the side effects of hemophobia, she still couldn't lead Mai to victory in this war. A wise choice. We withdraw. Dame Yu felt a surge of joy inside and waved to the ninja army, standing ready behind him. Lord Zilai, Lady Gangsho has surrendered. What? Gangsho actually surrendered? Is the information accurate? This is a message from Lord Katsuya's clone. This? We might as well surrender too. Thinking of the Mai ninjas dying outside the camp, Zilai collapsed weakly into his chair, speaking feebly. Lugio watched the once spirited Lord Zilai now tortured to such a state, feeling even more desolate inside. If the Uchiha clan were still here, how could it have come to this? Thinking of the at least 3 cage-level powerhouses the Uchiha clan had, Lugio felt that Mai had become increasingly desolate under the 3rd Hokage's governance. Should I suggest Lord Zilai to push for the election of the next Hokage later? Shueiji country, Wuyin village. Have you made up your mind? Yuan Sure sighed and asked slowly. Lord Yuan Sure, this is the only chance. Otherwise, how long will our Wuyin village remain trapped in the Blood Mist village? I will fully support you. Contact Mai, and together we will leave the 4th and his remnants at sea. If the truth comes to light one day, push all the blame onto me. Yuan Sure took a deep breath, his eyes filled with sorrow. Lord Yuan Sure. Enough. Just do as I say. It's all for the future of Wuyin village. Xiaomei Ming, you possess dual bloodline limits. Your future is promising, unlike me, an old man with only a few years left. I hope you won't let me down, nor let down everyone's expectations of you. Lord Yuan Sure, I will not disappoint you. For this I am willing to stake my life. The ninja world is becoming more and more interesting. I wonder if you, old man, have any regrets. Dashwan flicked his snake tongue, a hint of sorrow flowing in his golden vertical pupils. Everything in the past could never be returned. Itachikan, where are you going? Orochimaru, seeing Uchiha Itachi leaving in haste, felt his inner turmoil vanish instantly. Orochimaru, come out. Uchiha Itachi glanced at a tree behind him and spoke in a chilling tone. As expected of Itachikan to be able to perceive my presence. Orochimaru, I have no time to waste with you. Get lost now, or don't blame me for being impolite. Under the pressure of the organization's leader, he still refrained from making the first move. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. When the two closed to less than 5 meters, Orochimaru finally struck. After a dozen exchanges, Itachi was subdued. Orochimaru, before these eyes of mine, all your ninjutsu are meaningless. In that moment, Itachi's form dissolved into countless crows, dissipating into the air. Jinjutsu. Shortly after Itachi left, Orochimaru finally broke free from the illusion, his expression grave. It's time to leave the Akatsuki. Orochimaru looked back toward the village of Amigakure, his eyes filled with wariness. The Akatsuki offered no help to his research and only encroached on his time. It was truly unsuitable for him. Initially, he joined the Akatsuki to get close to the leader's Rinnegan and later to Itachi's Mangekyo, but at this moment, he truly recognized his own weakness. If he continued like this, he would never obtain what he yearned for in this lifetime. Hanabi, hey, race your honey. Drink it when you go back tonight. Thank you, Kabuto, but I want to increase my daily training. Can you take me to find Jinai? Well, all right. Kabuto couldn't decide such a matter. Although Hanabi brought it up every day, a 3- or 4-year-old child's daily training truly shouldn't exceed the limit. He hoped Jinsama could persuade Hanabi. You want to increase your training? Can you tell me why? Jin's expression flickered. He had a guess. I want to work hard so I can stay with my sister forever. Just as I thought. But Hanabi, training like this every day is already enough. Increasing the intensity won't bring much effect. Jin thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Sage arts could be prepared early. With a sly grin, he told Hanabi the cultivation method of sage arts. What? Meditate for 2 hours every day? Is that really related to sage arts? Hanabi pouted and asked in a defiant tone. Forget it, let me show you the effect. Jin led Hanabi to the training room. He clapped his hands together, and the physical energy and spiritual energy within his body began to merge with the natural energy of the surroundings. At a certain moment his aura underwent a drastic transformation like an immortal descending from the clouds, ethereal, transcendent, and inscrutable. Jin simply clenched his right hand gently, and a blue energy sphere grew larger, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. You've seen an ordinary Rasengan's power. Does it compare to the might of this jutsu in my hand? Is this all the effect of sage arts? At this point Hanabi's mouth dropped open, she was mostly convinced. That's right, how could I deceive you? Jin said with an amused tone. Alright, I'll meditate for 2 hours every day from now on. But you have to come teach me for no half an hour each day. Oh, Hanabi Jinii is very busy every day. Could we ease up a bit? 3 hours a week, no less. Hanabi said with some dissatisfaction. In her eyes, Uchiha Jin, as the organization's leader, must be the strongest. Being taught by such a master would surely make her progress quickly. Moreover, as her sister's younger sister, she needed to assess whether this future brother-in-law was qualified. Fine for Hinata's sake, it'll help you. Jin, did you're really something, fooling even a child, Kabuto said expressionlessly. Although meditation helps in entering sage mode, it's very difficult for ordinary people to achieve. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many in the ninja world who cannot learn sage mode. Now the organization, with the help of various research results and secret drugs, actually masters sage mode through high proficiency. Few would waste their time on mere meditation. Tis Kabuto, looks like you're asking for it. Want to spar? A faint smile curled at the corner of Jin's mouth, but to Kabuto it seemed somewhat terrifying. I'm going to find my foster mother. Wait, let's talk for a bit. As your foster father, I never truly cared for you properly. Kabuto heard this and immediately felt Jin was rather shameless. Actually, what I said earlier is true. Your method of accelerating sage mode through proficiency is somewhat biased. Besides, our organization, which sage mode learner in history, didn't first attain a state of mind as still as water before gradually approaching sage mode. Thus the power of my sage mode that amazed you just now. I earned it all through meditation. Kabuto fell into contemplation, his heart surging with waves. So that's how it is. Does that mean we should reduce this method in the future? Of course not. Some people, even if you make them meditate for years, might see no effect. Therefore, in my view, promoting both methods within the organization is the right decision. After all, meditation takes a very long time to show results. Seeing Kabuto agree with his view, Jin continued, what research have you been doing recently? Improving impure world reincarnation. With ordinary sacrifices I can now bring out nearly 60 of their power. If I use white Zetsu as the sacrifice, that is over 70 power. Have you changed the seal to release impure world reincarnation? Yes, I changed it to 2 other hand seals. After demonstrating the seals to Jin, Kabuto proposed to go to the 6 Paths Power Research Lab. Go ahead, but remember to balance work and rest. Don't exhaust yourself. Jin smiled and nodded. By the way, could you ask Landage to go to the great ninja villages and bring back some of the Kage's body tissues for me, just in case Orochimaru performs impure world reincarnation ahead of time? Jin thought for a moment, found it reasonable, and agreed. Although even the resurrected Kage-level powerhouses didn't intimidate him, having them pester him like crawling insects would be quite annoying. As it happened, Lon had nothing to do recently, so he could handle this task. Where's Orochimaru? Tendo glanced around, growing irritated at Orochimaru's failure to attend the meeting. Leader Orochimaru attacked me earlier. I subdued him with Genjutsu, but I've lost track of him since. Itachi reported expressionlessly. Has he defected? Nagato's expression gradually turned cold and stern. Should I retrieve him? Konan asked immediately. No need. If you encounter him, kill him on sight and retrieve the ring. What are your thoughts on the war sweeping across the 5 great shinobi villages? I believe this is an opportune moment. While the villages are weakened, we can seize all the tailed beasts at once, Biwa Juzo suddenly interjected. But the organization lacks sufficient manpower. Though the 5 great villages have suffered heavy losses, their high-level combatants remain intact. To steal the tailed beasts, we need to operate in pairs at the very least, otherwise it's far too risky. Yet our current numbers are inadequate. Then we'll set that aside for now. Our primary objective is to recruit Kage-level fighters. The secondary goal is to amass funds. Tendo nodded calmly, concluding the meeting. Has Sasori not returned yet? No. Shall I go to Uchiha Jin's base and summon him back? No need. With Shin and Ing, Sasori can remain there temporarily. Though the 2 were only provisional members, their combat prowess was astonishing. Even Nagato dared not underestimate them. What are you doing here? Nagato's tone turned sharp as he stared to the side. A spiral slowly materialized and Obito stepped out from it. Nagato will be joining your organization soon as Toby. Make sure you don't expose my identity. Obito spoke in a low, grave voice. Understood. Though he had no idea what this masked man was planning, Nagato, having regained his full strength, remained utterly unconcerned. Lord Jin, there's new progress on the Izanagi front, Shinli reported, handing him the documents. Uchiha Jin perused them. Indeed, it's closely tied to ocular power. The higher the Jujutsu level, the longer Izanagi can sustain its effect. A 3-to-mo Sharingan user who employs Izanagi will go completely blind instantly. An ordinary Mangekyo user after using Izanagi requires decades of nourishing with Hashirama cells to fully recover. If supplemented with secret elixirs or medicinal pills, the recovery time can be cut by at least half. Theoretically, even an eternal Mangekyo user would need a decade to recover. But once one attains the Rinnegan, they can likely use it several times consecutively without losing sight. The accurate data on ordinary Mangekyo had been derived from Shizui's Kodoame Tsukumi, which Uchiha Jin had contributed for research analysis. Jin finished browsing the experimental data conclusions and inferences in the report, then fell into deep thought. Uchiha Madara took over 30 to 40 years to awaken the Rinnegan. Initially, he clumsily merged Hashirama cells, which took over a decade, another decade to recover his eyesight after using Izanagi, and yet another decade to finally awaken the Rinnegan. His Rinnegan was used for the outer path samsara of heavenly life technique twice, yet it didn't lose its light due to depleted ocular power. This sufficiently indicates that Izanagi can likely be used multiple times without issue. It couldn't be that Izanagi's consumption was even more terrifying than reviving most of Konoha's villagers, plus Uchiha Madara's own ocular power. Shinli, the organization still needs some orphans. Have Nono and Do recruit from a few mountain villas, Jin said slowly after reviewing the organization's reports. He had dispatched the other Uchiha clan members in the organization to search for the Grial stone, leaving the base, aside from the laboratory, rather desolate. Moreover, ruling the entire shinobi world in the future would require a substantial workforce. His current subordinates were still insufficient. Thus, training orphans had become an urgent priority. I wonder if Obito and Black Zetsu will instigate Nagato to start collecting tailed beasts ahead of schedule. Though I've steadily stepped into the Super Kage level, it's still not entirely safe. In the shinobi world, there were 3 who truly gave him pause: Hagoromo, the possible reanimated Uchiha Madara, and Kagaya Otsutsuki. But with him around, the latter 2 might never emerge. With that thought, he immediately had Shinli send a ninja cat to inquire about Xin and Ying's specific situation. The manpower shortage is temporarily postponed. Good. But should I let Kagaya emerge? Theoretically, there seemed to be no major conflict between them. Well, except for the issue of who would become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. After all, both sides intended to deal with the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki. Forget it, he'll decide later. For now, let's examine this Immortal's Talisman. It might provide significant inspiration for my research on secret elixirs. Jin took out the talisman he had looted from Mount Mayaboku and placed it carefully on the table. This artifact was extremely precious as it possessed the power to resurrect the dead, a very convenient tool. The Sage of 6 Paths had used this very talisman to revive his own brother. It's entirely constructed from Senjutsu chakra, but there are several circuits composed solely of natural energy. Soon Jin found himself utterly bewildered. Indeed, talisman drawing and pill refining are entirely different disciplines. They'll leave it to my subordinates to study. Jin decisively gave up. He believed that even if he labored alone, he could eventually concoct a pill capable of resurrection. Afterward, Uchiha Jin picked up a book from the table and began studying. At the same time, he swallowed This was his latest improvement, a pill that enhanced one's insight, greatly aiding his studies in medical pharmacology. However, even with such a pill, he couldn't directly comprehend the construction of the Immortal's Talisman. After all, he had no foundation whatsoever in talisman drawing, and no amount of enhanced intelligence could bridge that gap. Konoha lies ahead. I hope everything goes smoothly. Uchiha Itachi quickened his pace and soon passed through Konoha's sealing barrier without a trace. The secret signal is still in place. It seems the 3rd Hokage has no intention of killing the donkey after it finishes grinding. Itachi, you're back. Lord, 3rd the village. Rest assured, with Jiraiya and Tsunade, the crisis has been temporarily resolved. Though the 2 were away dealing with Tsunagakure, Hiruzen Sarutobi was visibly relieved. At least thanks to his efforts, Konoha had survived. Sasuke. He's doing well. He's the top student at the academy. I've been closely monitoring his studies and life, so you can rest easy. Hiruzen Sarutobi's benevolent image once again set Uchiha Itachi's mind at ease. Lord 3rd, the Akatsuki organization has a very complex composition. They're recruiting rogue ninja from the major villages with the goal of collecting all the tailed beasts. We must be on guard. Moreover, Uchiha Jin's 2 subordinates, Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Ing, are also members of this organization. Have you tested them? Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression shifted slightly as he asked immediately. Not yet, but from my perception, they are both at least cage level in strength. Lord Jin, among those orphans, shall we select only those with innate talent? Chiyuri suddenly approached Uchiha Jin, her voice tinged with nervous hesitation. She had urgently called him back precisely for this matter. As a competent secretary, it was her duty to clarify the crux of the issue, ensuring no undue loss would be incurred upon the organization's leader. Did you clash with Nono? Merely a divergence in philosophy. Chiyuri's unease deepened. After all, she was but a lowly secretary, whereas Lady Nono was Lord Jin's own consort. Jin fell into contemplation. Logically, Chiyuri was not wrong. Orphans lacking talent, even if taken in, would contribute little to the organization, making their acceptance a wasteful indulgence. Moreover, should he grant such an exception, Nono would inevitably gather scores of orphans. Yet where then would truly gifted children were exceedingly rare. Even among hundreds, perhaps only one would possess latent potential. Surely he could not adopt them all. And concentrating orphans within the shinobi world might yet become a fatal vulnerability if Obito ever held them hostage. Would Jin intervene or abandon them? Explain the drawbacks to Nono. She will understand my reasoning. In another decade, once I have conquered the shinobi world, she may adopt as many orphans as her heart desires. Jin rubbed his temples, regretting his earlier decision to task Nono with locating orphans. A simple misstep that had now spiraled into complication. Lord Jin, may I now proceed with bloodline fusion? Hakahana suddenly entered his office, her voice laced with playful coquetry. Ahem, give it a little more time. I've been rather occupied lately. But tell me, have you ascended to cage-level strength yet? Jin swiftly changed the subject. Though ostensibly idle, he had inadvertently overlooked Hakahana's matter entirely. Not yet, but no more than 2 months at most. Hakahana spoke with a faint sigh of frustration. Rest assured, before you reach cage level, I shall have everything prepared, down to the last detail. The Otsutsuki bloodline remains profoundly potent. Without cage-level mastery, achieving flawless fusion would prove exceedingly difficult. Very well, but pray tell, have you forgotten entirely, or are you merely stringing me along? Hakahana fixed Jin, now visibly flustered, with a skeptical gaze. Absolutely not. Now please excuse me. I am presently occupied. Hakahana's matter can no longer be deferred. With cloning technology now at hand, and Tsukimi's uncanny intuition for experimental nuance, the breakthrough would likely emerge before long. As for the Rinnegan, it lay but a single step away. All that remained was implanting Hashirama's cells. Yet with life elixir now available, even that transplantation had grown superfluous. For the elixir's core ingredient was drawn from the life-sacred tree, cultivated exclusively from Hashirama's cells. Jin strode to a sealed storage chamber within the base, dispelled its restraint, and retrieved Otsutsuki Shikamaru, still unconscious. The sealing technique employed was the same space-time seal previously used on Uchiha Hikari, its efficacy thus far unquestionable. Shikamaru stood unharmed, showing no sign of distress. From his private garden, Jin withdrew a sapling and placed it upon his desk, then began dripping Shikamaru's blood onto its stem. This was a cultivar he himself had bred, one exceptionally prone to mutation. His discovery of it amid his garden had filled him with unrestrained delight. Shikamaru's blood seeped into the sapling's trunk, yet after a long wait, no transformation manifested. Jin sighed, resigned. Such high-grade blood demanded extraordinary conditions for regeneration through botanical means. Even his cultivation of the spirit-sacred tree had consumed nearly 2 full years. Without hesitation, Jin administered a hematopoietic secret pill to Shikamaru, then pricked his own finger, adding 2 drops of his own blood to the mixture. As successive droplets fell, the sapling, already steeped in space-time energy, began to stir. Success. Henceforth, the Hyuga clan's evolutionary path shall follow a stable, reproducible channel. Jin amplified space-time energy around the sapling, accelerating its growth until it towered 5 meters tall, then entrusted it to laboratory researchers for propagation. Let this tree be named the Rinnegan Sacred Tree. Jin mused that in time, control over colossal Rinnegan manifestations might well be delegated through such sacred arboreal conduits. Myobokuzen has undergone quite the transformation. Jin surveyed the mountain, once desolate, now immaculately restored. Lord Jin, your generosity moves us beyond words. Nakoba rushed forward the moment she glimpsed Uchiha Jin, her face alight with warmth. It fulfills a prior vow. Are your Nakomatas sensitive to natural energy? Shall I dispatch specialists or artifacts to aid your cultivation? Jin gestured toward distant Nakomata, meditating in stillness. After all, they were future allies in close coordination. Greater strength would only deepen the organization's foundational power. Moreover, the Nikomata clan was inherently benevolent. Unlike the toads of Myobokuzen or the serpents of Ryukido, whose treachery lingered as a perpetual concern. Truly, Lord Jin. Nakoba gasped, then erupted into uncontainable elation. Indeed, 20 pills per month, and no fewer than 1,000 vials of supplementary secret medicines. However, I require one condition: your clan shall serve as my intelligence network, monitoring the entire shinobi world. Jin's gaze swept the surroundings. Over 100 Nikomata watched in silent readiness. Agreed. I shall mobilize every Nikomata to fulfill this duty without fail. As Jin turned to depart, Nakoba could no longer restrain herself. Lord Jin, natural energy here dissipates far too rapidly. Might you send 2 master sealers to reinforce our sanctum? Otherwise, Myobokuzen risks becoming the weakest of the sacred realms. Granted, I shall dispatch them upon my return. Should further reasonable requests arise, convey them. Jin surmised the instability stemmed from his earlier battle with his clan, likely shattering ancient arrays in the process. With this understanding, refusal was unthinkable. Back in his office, welcome news awaited. Traces of the Grial stone had surfaced, distinct chakra fluctuations and sightings of beastmen. Let us go, Chiyuri. Summon Uchiha Ran. We depart immediately. Every Uchiha dispatched abroad carried a flying thunder god mark, ensuring instantaneous convergence at any designated location. 6 years had passed since Uchiha Jin discovered the Grial stone. It was now Konoha year 63, the time when Naruto and Sasuke were to graduate. Jin sat upright in his office, a black cloth covering his eyes. In 3 more months, the Rinnegan will be fully awakened. I wonder what dojutsu technique it will manifest. Jin felt the surging power of his eyes and was slightly excited. The Rinnegan was the embodiment of the 6 paths power in dojutsu. But soon he suppressed this unusual emotion. Having cultivated sage arts for 7 years, he had long been able to control his emotions, yet when facing those closest to him, he did not abandon the role of emotions. Master Jin's sister Yinayu has mastered the 6 paths power. Oh, that's truly wonderful. Jin nodded with satisfaction. It was worth all the 6 paths pills he had given her over the years. Indeed, the effect of the 6 paths pill was simple, yet terrifying. After taking the pill, a faint trace of 6 paths power would appear within the body. However, mastering this 6 paths power was extremely difficult. Yinayu took a full 6 years. By the way, are you ready to awaken your Rinnegan? After asking some details, Jin shifted the topic to his mature secretary. Master Jin, almost. Give me half a month more. My dojutsu power hasn't reached its limit yet. That's good. By the way, where has Baihua been lately? Hyuga Baihua's absence from pestering him made him feel a bit bored. She has been maintaining her Tensigen. Lately, she's likely undergoing the final fetal movement. That's good. Although the fusion speed is a bit slow, it's stable and won't cause accidents. Jin had prepared Tensigen pills for Baihua, each time adding only a little sap from the Tensigen sacred tree, so that she could quickly master the surging power during the evolution of her Byakugan. Now it was finally time to reap the mature fruit. Let's go. I'm curious to see her eyes. Jin used the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived on the moon. On the moon were many members of the Hyuga clan, all lured here through Hinata. He had also promised them the same treatment as Baihua. Big brother Jin, is that you? Baihua asked softly with a coquettish tone. Jin's face darkened. He wanted to turn and leave, but sensing the gradually stabilizing aura of the Tensigen, he did not depart. Speak properly. How much longer until this final fetal movement is complete? Baihua obediently walked over, hugged Jin's shoulder, and replied, I'll be done tomorrow. How about keeping me company tonight? It'll warm your bed nicely. In the end, Uchiha Jin did not refuse Baihua's enthusiastic invitation and spent the night in her room. Damn, Baihua, so treacherous. Qianli was ordered to leave by Uchiha Jin and felt extremely aggrieved. As Baihua pulled down the black cloth from her eyes, a pair of pale blue eyes appeared before him. Baihua's pupils seemed like an intertwining of deep blue spring water and radiant white halo colors blending and diffusing. Within the pupils' center, starlight flowed, while the edges bore swirling patterns that spread layer by layer, exuding a deep mystery tinged with sacred majesty. Get familiar with your abilities. They'll come find you in 2 days. Jin said in a gentle tone. TCH, what a player. Just leave quickly, humph. After staying for 3 days, Jin turned away sheepishly. In the Rain Village, Chang Min used his ring to initiate another meeting. Starting tomorrow, our organization will begin real actions. This will also be the first time we appear before the world. I've been looking forward to it. Daedala heard the leader's words and immediately became excited. He could finally show the ninja villages the artistic charm of his explosions. "I'll leader, this is very dangerous," a Fei said frivolously while wearing a mask. Back at their residence, Xian and Ing exchanged a glance. "You go or I go." "You going? I need to find a place to practice my Rinnegan abilities. Every time I use it, I feel a thrilling sensation, truly intoxicating." Jin, having evolved his eyes when unlocking the Eternal Mangekyo naturally, took much longer than others to awaken the Eternal Eye, and the same principle applied to the Rinnegan. "Don't go too far. It feels like your sage art cultivation has had no effect at all," Ing complained. Over the years, Xian hardly used meditation to enhance his sage art power, which Ing thought was very bad. "Ing, do you really think I would do that?" Xian suddenly became serious. He realized his brother had some misunderstanding about him. "You can rest assured. As long as Master Jin is here, I won't be backlashed by power. And I only need to be the sharpest blade in Master Jin's hand." Ing nodded thoughtfully. Adjusting his mindset, he activated his own Rinnegan and released a wave. The next moment, a purple moon suddenly appeared in the sky. Though it vanished quickly, it had indeed existed. "Shaoyin, help me contact Master Jin. I have a situation to report." Ing entered the virtual world through his Rinnegan and said to Shaoyin, "Yes, Lord Ing." "Ing, is there some—" Jin suddenly appeared in the virtual world and asked calmly, "Master Jin, the Akatsuki organization plans to act tomorrow. Is that so? Then it seems we should start moving as well." Jin narrowed his eyes, and a map of the entire ninja world appeared before him. "Let's start with the 5 great ninja villages." Indeed, Uchiha Jin planned to follow behind the Akatsuki and take control of all the villages. He was preparing to unify the ninja world. With 6 years of development, he was already capable of ruling the entire world. The reason he hadn't acted sooner was his fear that Dai Tu and Changmin might be intimidated and dare not capture and fuse the tailed beasts. Shaoyin summoned everyone back. "It's time for the first step. The Ninja World Datong organization has arrived. Qianli mentioned that this month's pills are insufficient, so I suppose I'll have to refine them." Jin waved his hand, and before him materialized a cauldron forged from pupil power. Though it was not as colossal as before, the patterns etched upon its surface revealed an identical design. Even now, with the activation of his Rinnegan rendering most of his pupil power unusable, merely refining pills was a trivial task. "Let me start with the pupil power pills." Jin recalled Uchiha Guang, who had pestered him for such pills, a faint headache stirring within him. At some unknown point, Uchiha Guang had mingled with Baihua and awakened some peculiar trait. Whenever the pills ran low, she would harass him with the flimsiest of excuses. Since Jin did not fully trust her, he had mostly brushed off her requests. This time he decided to refine a larger batch and later help her awaken the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Having contributed significantly to the virtual space of the pupil organization, Jin no longer felt the need to suppress her. Next, he would focus on pills that enhanced perception and control over space-time. Lan had served Jin diligently for a long time, and Jin was never stingy. A year ago, he had already been providing Lan with these 2 secret elixirs, helping him develop several formidable space-time ninjutsu. Now that Lan was on the verge of awakening, the Rinnegan, Jin would grant him the corresponding pills. Finally, he considered the enlightenment pills. These pills, it could be said, appealed to everyone. Enhancing one's comprehension doubled the understanding of anything, making them extraordinarily practical. Uchiha Jin himself had recently been using these pills to study all elemental ninjutsu, attempting to achieve the transformation of the truth-seeking balls. Of course, it was merely an attempt. He had conceived a simpler method: capture an Otsutsuki, extract its bloodline, and refine it into a tree, facilitating the alchemy of corresponding pills. As for where to find such an Otsutsuki, Jin already had an idea. But in the world where Urashiki exists, is there a version of me? If so, would he still have the chance to return it? Jin furrowed his brow, but did not dwell on it, refocusing his attention on pill refinement. "Uchiha Jin, what are you doing here?" The last time she went to ask for pills, she was turned away, a memory that still rankled. Now the very sight of him filled her with disgust. All the friends around her had had their eyes evolve, yet she remained stagnant. Though she knew that without Uchiha Jin, even her pupil power would struggle to improve. But watching others progress while she stood still made it impossible for her to feel gratitude toward the one who started it all. "Is that so? Well, it seems the pills I brought for you are useless now. And that experiment for the Eternal Mangekyo, I suppose it's no longer needed." "What? Really? Then let's start right away. Weren't you telling me to leave? Why should I stay here? Don't I have any pride?" Jin said with a teasing tone and turned to leave. "Wait." Uchiha Guang's expression stiffened. She took a deep breath as if bracing for a great sacrifice. With a sudden lunge, she grabbed hold of Jin's right arm, her voice coquettish. "Brother Jin, please." Feeling the warmth of her breath, Jin was momentarily flustered. "Who taught you this? Was it Baiwa again?" Don't you like it, Uchiha Jin? Baiwa said you can't resist this kind of approach. If it doesn't work, then I've been pretending for nothing. Guang's face flushed crimson, unable to meet Uchiha Jin's gaze, yet her grip only tightened. Alright, let go. It'll take you okay. You're not lying. Of course, why would I lie to you? Jin smiled faintly and led Uchiha Guang, still clinging to him, to the laboratory. Uchiha, help her awaken the eternal Mangekyo. Very well. Please follow me. Uchiha had no objections and guided Uchiha Guang to the left. In her view, even if Guang awakened the eternal Mangekyo, it would have little impact on the pupil organization. After all, no matter how formidable an eternal Mangekyo was, it could never control a Rinnegan. Uchiha Guang obediently stood inside a device awaiting the results of her pupil power examination. The procedure for awakening the eternal Mangekyo was one she had long memorized. Only the suppression of that brat Uchiha Jin had prevented her from awakening sooner. Your pupil power has reached the standard. You can awaken the eternal Mangekyo. Next, take this pill. Uchiha handed her a pill. Guang accepted it with trembling hands. This pill was refined using a unique substance found in the eternal Mangekyo itself. Swallowing it would grant her Mangekyo a chance to evolve. Watching this scene, Uchiha Jin felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if he had been too harsh on Uchiha Guang. Otherwise, why would she be so overwhelmed with excitement? For the next week, you must come here for examinations. He'll monitor your eye evolution closely and recommend some secret elixirs and medicinal meals. I know. Give me a black cloth. Uchiha Guang said impatiently. Oh, by the way, if I awaken the eternal Mangekyo, will the transplanted Amaterasu and Tsukuyami disappear? Uchiha Guang suddenly thought of something and asked apprehensively. These two dojutsu techniques were her trump cards, especially the latter, which paired perfectly with her original abilities, leaving her virtually unbeatable. Theoretically, they won't disappear, so there's no need to worry. Since you've begun the process, I won't disturb you. Here, take this, and it'll be off. Jin tossed a scroll to her and strode away elegantly. Guang caught the scroll and gave it a cursory inspection. Inside were over a dozen bottles of pills. You bastard, I misjudged you. 2 days later, on the training ground of the airborne fortress, a dozen clansmen stood in the center awaiting Uchiha Jin's command. This time our target for the hunt is the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the heavens. Their race is different from the Hyuga clan's in-laws on the moon. They are actually of the same lineage as our Uchiha Senju Hyuga and other families. Therefore, we must give our all this time. However, to avoid disrupting future plans, this battle must end without a trace. Jin briefly introduced the purpose of the expedition and then distributed a sealing technique. This is a sealing barrier technique created by Aunt Karen, derived from the 4 Crimson Sun formation. Its capacity to withstand enemy attacks has increased nearly tenfold, and space-time ninjutsu will be severely restricted within it. Escaping via space-time ninjutsu is utterly impossible. I hope you spend half a day learning it. After that, we will set off immediately. With the aid of enlightenment pills, Uzumaki Karen had made astonishing progress in sealing techniques, far exceeding Jin's expectations. She developed this sealing barrier technique that required 7 people to perform together. As long as Urashiki was trapped inside, there would be no escape. For the remaining 5 clansmen, Jin decided to have them patrol around the barrier, capturing and subduing all the white Zetsu to prevent them from reporting to Obito and Black Zetsu. In truth, if Black Zetsu weren't so inscrutable, Jin would have liked to capture him and extract his memories, allowing the Eye organization to complete the synthesis of the 10 tails independently. The primary reason was that the fusion and absorption of the 10 tails were not simple. They required a specific technique. This was also why Jin was not in a hurry. Moreover, in the Pure Land, there was a lurking observer constantly monitoring the ninja world. Jin naturally needed someone to take the fall and probe the opponent's true strength. With an entire Pure Land as a backup energy source, the Sage of 6 Paths might not have used his full power in the original story. There was a strong possibility he had hidden abilities. Jin decided to have the last 3 clansmen intercept Jiraiya and Uchiha Sasuke, preventing them from interfering with his plans. Ahead is Konoha. Ming, have you found that special chakra you detected earlier? Uchiha Ming's Mangekyo ability was perception with an extensive range. Of course, no matter how vast, it couldn't monitor the entire ninja world. However, Jin had previously granted him access to part of the giant Rinnegan's power, making surveillance of the ninja world effortless. Ming did not disappoint. Before long, he detected Urashiki's presence, saving Jin much trouble. Lord Jin, I found him. He is currently in Konoha. Good. I will use the power of the Dragon Vein to disrupt the time-space around Konoha. Ming used the Rinnegan to cast the infinite Tsukuyami. You all immediately deploy the 7 Crimson Sun barrier. Jin knew that Urashiki had the ability to rewind time by 5 seconds, so he had to take this precaution to prevent his escape. Although Jin's Rinnegan was still evolving after absorbing the dragon vein into his eyes, he could now leverage the giant Rinnegan's power to manipulate space-time forces over an area no longer limited to his own garden. By the way, Ming, what color are Urashiki's eyes? Jin asked with some concern. After devouring his original Rinnegan, Urashiki gained a more powerful golden Rinnegan, but lost all his special abilities. In Jin's view, the most crucial abilities were Time, Rewind, Paper Crane, Body Flicker, and Yamatsu Hirasaka. He might be able to study and master them. But what did the golden Rinnegan bring? Enhanced physical prowess, Almighty Push a Mouth, and a purple spiral-shaped attack similar to the Rasengan. The latter had little research value. Jin was far more interested in the former. The Time Rewind, needless to say, could turn back 5 seconds, a divine technique for combat. The Paper Crane Body Flicker, similar to the short-range teleportation Jin had previously studied, could serve as a reference. As for the final dojutsu, compared to the short-range evasion of the Paper Crane Body Flicker, Yamatsu Hirasaka focused more on long-distance spatial jumps and cross-dimensional travel, one of the core space-time abilities of the Otsutsuki clan. As long as I know a general direction, I can teleport anywhere. Lord Jin, they are white. Good. Jin mobilized the space-time power within his garden and channeled it into the giant Rinnegan. The next moment, a translucent radiance spread across the sky. Fortunately, it was noon with bright sunlight, so no one noticed anything unusual. Amidst the space-time distortion, the 7 individuals stationed around Konoha were already prepared. They simultaneously activated the sealing technique enveloping the entire village. Uchiha Ming did not delay either. He took over Lord Jin's Rinnegan authority and cast the infinite Tsukuyomi Genjutsu over all of Konoha. Where is Urashiki? Let's go now. In the cave at the rear mountain of Konoha. Move? How can this be? I've been ambushed. Urashiki found he could no longer rewind to 5 seconds ago, and even using Yamatsu Hirasaka was extremely difficult, let alone escaping through it. Could it be Uchiha Sasuke and that blonde kid? But no, they don't have such ability. Sensing the powerful chakra reaction on the barrier, Urashiki's face darkened. Forget it, he'll absorb the Ninetales chakra from this kid first. That way he'll have some means of self-preservation. Urashiki lifted the clothes on Uzumaki Naruto's stomach and thrust his hand inside. Lord Zillai, what is this barrier? Zuiju looked gravely at the 7 Crimson Sun array surrounding his expression extremely grim. Just a moment ago he tested and found his space-time ninjutsu was greatly restricted. On the bright side, Pushi was likely also restricted, making it much easier to kill him. Unfortunately, it seemed a new force had intervened. Could it be the Shao organization? But at this time in the original timeline, hadn't the Shao organization not yet started their actions? Could it be the temporal shift caused by Borin and me traveling back? The Ninetales chakra inside Mingren has gone berserk. Zillai did not answer the question, as he also did not know the situation. However, as things stood, it seemed unrelated to the person before him. This is Genjutsu. Zuozu's expression flickered, and the next moment, he pulled Zillai and Borin back to reality from the Uedo illusion. You? Forget it, let's find Mingren first. Knowing the urgency, Zillai did not waste time on this. You 3 go outside and block the future Yuzhibo Zuozu and Zillai. If they really don't listen, just kill them. The rest of you come with me. Jin said calmly. If Yuzhibo Zuozu and the others really refused to see reason, he wouldn't mind taking their Luanhui Eye and Pure Eye beforehand for thorough research. You are. When Pushi saw Yuzhibo Jin leading people, and he was somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't Zuozu and Zillai have found him first? Why had the group changed? You don't recognize me. It seems you are not from the future of this parallel world. Jin nodded imperceptibly. Pushi, lend me your body. As soon as he spoke, the Xian beside him charged out with several others. Each of them had purple Luanhui Eye ring patterns flickering in their eyes. Who are you people? Pushi was startled and also filled with fear. The Luanhui eyes of these individuals did not appear fake. But how was that possible? In the original timeline, he had turned the ninja world upside down without encountering these people. We are here to capture you, of course. Jin smiled faintly. Though he could not see his eyes, Pushi could sense that these people truly intended to capture him. Bastard. Before he could complain further, the Luanhui eyes of the group flashed with strange light. Wanxiang Tianin. 2 powerful pull forces dragged Pushi flying toward them. Pushi's eyes suddenly transformed into red 6 Magatama Linhui eyes, and a teleportation portal appeared before him, transporting him far away. The moment he emerged, his eyes changed to blue Luanhui eyes. Damn, the consumption of this teleportation is too high. Pushi pale-faced threw a clump of chakra into his mouth, and only then did his complexion improve. Relying on the time rewind of his blue Luan Hui, he continuously dodged the attacks of the group, still appearing at ease. Lava Thunder Domain. Xian's Luan Hui, suddenly stomped toward Pushi, and the surrounding scene instantly changed. Emotional insight. Pushi's emotions were amplified at that moment. Fear, worry, anger. Countless distracting thoughts left him unable to cope with the drastic changes around him and the group's entanglement. Damn, how did these people know me? As Pushi's attention wavered, Yuzhibo Hong made his move. His Luan Hui ability was damage transfer. He deliberately left an opening, allowing Pushi's hook to pierce his own heart, and then in an instant he used his Luan Hui ability to transfer the injury onto the opponent. Meanwhile, his body reinforced by sealing techniques, Pushi could not extract even a trace of chakra. Now, Yin-Yang Seal. Xian, ending one on the left and one on the right, both held unique sealing formulas in their hands. This was the ultimate 6 paths sealing technique, the Yin-Yang Seal, developed by several Whirlpool clan members and 2 Yuzhibo within the organization. Although its effect was inferior to the 6 paths Sage's 6 paths Chibaku Tensei, it was not something a mere Pushi could resist. The moment both palms touched Pushi, a violent white light flashed, and countless black patterns like tadpoles gradually enveloped Pushi's body. Yuzhibo Yuan, who had been watching from the sidelines, used a body flicker and placed his palm on Pushi, channeling ocular power in his right eye. Seal enhancement. The sealing formula slightly rearranged its pattern, and Pushi, who had been struggling, completely ceased moving. Let's go. The commotion outside is quite loud. It seems some people truly don't know when to stop. Jin slowly walked out with several people. Pushi was placed into a spatial scroll. Ordinary living people naturally could not be stored, but a sealed Pushi was no problem. Not to mention their sealed spatial scrolls were all specially made by Xiangnai with effects far superior to ordinary storage scrolls. As soon as Jin arrived outside, he found that his men had already sealed Zhuazhu Zilai and Borin, who had been stubbornly resisting. Who are you? Hey, you're from the future, aren't you, Yuzhibo Zhuazhu? As Jin's words fell, an invisible ocular power directly acted on the opponent. Another Luan Hui. What is this organization? Could they all be from the Yuzhibo clan? And how does Zhuozhu's heart surged with turmoil, and he felt a lingering fear. Would he and Borin never be able to return? Take the 2 away. As for this Zilai, erase his memory and release him. Jin casually glanced at the man and walked past him. Ing approached Zilai, aligning his Luan Hui with Zilai's pupils. Emotional insight. His Luan Hui ability, though only controlling emotions, could, in combination with Mangekyo ability and his understanding of Jinjutsu, make the opponent think it was a nightmare, gradually fading their memory of today's events. Although Zilai was formidable, he could not resist the ocular power of the Luan Hui. Master Jin, how should we deal with these people? First, gouge out Sasuke and Urashiki's eyes. Give Urashiki directly to me for seedling cultivation. As for the other 2, seal them for now. Jin thought for a moment and said. He took the 2 bottles from Qianli's hands, feeling very excited. For special abilities, one of which is a 6-tomo Rinnegan. I hope there's some gain. Jin murmured a few words softly, full of anticipation. He arrived at Tsukuyami's laboratory and stated his purpose. All right, I'll help you collect data. Tsukuyami nodded and set aside his work. Master Jin, are these 2 pairs of eyes both for me to experience? Uchiha Feihong asked excitedly. He had learned a great deal about the abilities of these 2 pairs of eyes from Uchiha Yuan, and they were incredibly powerful. Thus he was extremely eager to awaken his own Rinnegan. He had thought it would take several more years before he could see his own Rinnegan, but Master Jin gave him such an opportunity. That's right. Even though you only have the eternal Mangekyo, now your eye power has already met the standard. It shouldn't take long before you can awaken the Rinnegan. Experiencing it in advance isn't a bad thing. Alright, Master Jin, I can't wait. After a while, Hei Kazama helped him complete the transplantation of Urashiki's Rinnegan. Master Jin, this feeling is amazing. Tens of times stronger than my eternal Mangekyo. Try the abilities of the Rinnegan. Jin looked at him expectantly. Master Jin, please attack me. Well, just a simple kunai attack will do. Uchiha Feihong thought it over and spoke cautiously. Uchiha Jin's strength was a mystery within the organization. No one knew how powerful he truly was. He also feared that the leader might take him seriously and unleash a big attack, and he had no confidence he could dodge it. Alright, be careful. Jin's speed was neither too fast nor too slow, exactly within the other's reaction. The moment the kunai touched him, Feihong transformed into a red paper crane, nullifying the damage, and his figure appeared 2 meters away. This is the first ability of the blue Rinnegan paper crane body flicker. It allows me to transform into red paper cranes the moment the enemy attacks, negating the damage and reappearing anywhere else. Can it be used as a passive ability? Master Jin, this jutsu consumes a lot of eye power, so it definitely cannot be used passively. Fei Hong shook his head regretfully. Let's continue. After that, the second ability of the blue Rinnegan was Time Rewind. Time Rewind allows one to go back to a point a few seconds earlier, thereby seeing through the opponent's techniques. At the same time, he can also rewind to the position seconds ago to evade enemy attacks. It can be said that this ability is quite formidable. It's not easy for an ordinary person to ambush him. However, one must also guard against tactics like Jiraiya's. In the original story, Jiraiya learned about Urashiki's information and used the poison in the rock-dwelling toad's stomach to defeat Urashiki directly. After that, Uchiha Fei Hong demonstrated the abilities of Yomi Hirasaka and the Byakugan to Jin, then removed Urashiki's Rinnegan. What surprised Jin was that the former was probably a technique that only those with the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan could use. Anyway, the red Tomo Rinnegan couldn't use it. It could accelerate the opening and closing of Yomi Hirasaka, so Jin naturally couldn't witness it. As for the latter's Byakugan, it was similar to the ordinary Hyuga's dojutsu, but it could observe at a greater distance. Amino Tejikara truly lives up to being an ability born from the 6th Tomo Rinnegan. It's really somewhat unsolvable. If not for Sasuke's insufficient chakra and the limitation of the 7 red sun array, it might have been difficult to capture him. Jin sighed a couple of times and didn't dwell on it. His eyes were still evolving, so naturally, he couldn't take them off to experience the eyes he had acquired this time. Put them away. I'll make plans after 3 months. Returning to his office, Jin prepared to extract the bloodline of Otsutsuki Urashiki for his future alchemy. The first step to obtaining the Otsutsuki bloodline can finally begin. Jin looked at the unconscious Urashiki not far away, his expression very pleased. With practiced ease, he took out a highly mutable sapling and mixed Otsutsuki Urashiki's blood with his own, then poured it onto the sapling. As for whether his own blood would be absorbed by the sapling, making its origin become his own bloodline, Jin had never worried about it. He had specially asked Tsukuyami to study his blood. It was very special, with a structure 100 times more stable than that of Otsutsuki Tonari's blood. Even though the sapling was highly mutable, it could not become a blood tree connected to his lineage. 2 days later, Jin finally ended the drained Otsutsuki Urashiki, giving him a quick death. Next is alchemy. I wonder how long it will take. Just as Jin was thinking about which medicinal herbs to use, Baiwa suddenly burst in. Brother Jin, do you miss me? Seeing Baiwa like this, Jin felt something was wrong. What's the matter? I just mastered the Tensigen and came to find you first thing, but you don't appreciate it. Baiwa pretended to be shy, which left Jin speechless. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it's not too much. I want partial authority over the giant Tensigen. Before Jin could finish, Baiwa revealed her true nature and shouted at him. Hey, don't you already have the Tensigen? What do you need that authority for? Jin looked at Baiwa helplessly. The giant Tensigen has many benefits. I really want it. Moreover, I'm the only one who has awakened the Tensigen, so only I can maximize its power. If it's really not possible, I'll return the authority to Hinata after she awakens the Tensigen. Looking at Baiwa's clear eyes, Jin thought that if he believed her, he would be a fool. Fine, I'll give it to you. But you must use it properly and not cause trouble. Don't worry, brother Jin. I won't cause trouble. Come find me tonight. I miss you. Baiwa lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning pale, a blush spreading from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. Although she was usually frivolous in front of Uchiha Jin, in the end, she hadn't experienced it with him many. Feiyu and Deidara will go to Kirigakure to capture the Three Tails and Six Tails. 6 years ago, the Three Tails Jinchuriki was betrayed and killed in a joint scheme orchestrated by Kirigakure and Konohagakure. Many years have passed since then. The Three Tails has long since revived. Meanwhile, Sasori, who was originally destined to partner with Deidara, remains within Itachi's organization, showing no intention of returning. Itachi, having witnessed Sasori's considerable contributions, sees no reason to expel him. Nagato, out of respect for Shien and Ing, chooses not to hold this matter against him. Uchiha Shien and Uchiha Ing, you two shall go to Kumogakure to retrieve the 2 Tails and 8 Tails. Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Gari, your mission is to secure the 2-tailed beasts housed in Awagakure. Konan, you will capture the 7 Tails and Takigakure. As for the 1 Tail and 9 Tails, I shall handle them myself. With quiet authority, the Deva Path issued his orders, his Rinnegan sweeping slowly across every member present, except Konan. Damn it! How has Nagato grown so strong again? Does he truly possess such extraordinary talent? Obito's expression flickered. He deliberately avoided meeting Nagato's gaze. I must alert Konoha immediately, otherwise Naruto is in grave danger. A chill settled deep within Itachi's heart, yet he harbored little hope for Konoha's capacity to intervene. Though the Deva path rarely displayed his power openly, Itachi could still sense the sheer magnitude of his ocular chakra. It surged like an endless ocean, vast, boundless, and overwhelming. In contrast, his own ocular chakra appeared but a shallow puddle, insignificant, fragile, utterly dwarfed before such immensity. Konan, are you certain you're prepared? Nagato concluded the meeting and turned toward Konan. I'm fine, Nagato. Trust me. Moreover, I've formed a contract with Itachi Uchiha's ninja cat. He can aid me in battle, and if true peril arises, I can retreat swiftly. Konan explained with a gentle smile. Since Nagato's condition had stabilized, she had begun smiling more often. Yet Nagato fell silent, and suddenly Konan felt a faint tremor of tension. Nagato, is something troubling you? You may speak freely. And if we ever come into conflict with Uchiha Itachi, what would you choose? Nagato met Konan's eyes, his gaze solemn, unwavering. No, it won't happen. Uchiha Itachi has no reason to oppose us. That night Konan gathered her courage and ascended to the floating fortress. Nagato's words from earlier weighed heavily upon her, impossible to dismiss. Yet peace for the world remained the Akatsuki's lifelong aspiration, and thus she dared not act recklessly. Konan, what brings you here? Itachi regarded her with mild curiosity, a faint smile playing on his lips. To his knowledge, tomorrow marked the Akatsuki's coordinated operation. Was she not meant to rest in Amigakure tonight, preparing for battle? Shouldn't you be resting in Amigakure tonight, readying yourself for tomorrow's mission? Uchiha Itachi, will you stand in our way? Though Konan did not state her intent outright, Itachi sensed her underlying anxiety. He smiled faintly and asked, if I were to intervene, would you truly have any means to resist? You, Nagato, and I will fight you to the death. Konan declared, voice edged with fury. The usually composed, serene woman now struggled to contain her emotions. For she knew, if Itachi truly chose to oppose them, resistance would be futile. All their efforts would crumble into meaningless dust. And Nagato, without hesitation, would fight to his last breath. Then let your sincerity decide the outcome. You, Konan's gaze faltered, shifting away. Having spent time in the Byakugan organization, she was well aware of the rumors surrounding Itachi Uchiha. He was without question a notorious philanderer, charming, elusive, and shamelessly seductive. A few women within the organization had escaped his allure. I will become your woman, but only if you help us achieve peace across the shinobi world. Konan paused silent for a long moment, then gave no refusal. A profound conspiracy surrounded Nagato, one that left her perpetually unsettled, haunted by the fear that he might one day fall victim to treachery. After all, she could not believe the true master of the Rinnegan would leave no safeguard embedded within those sacred eyes. Thus, drawing Itachi into the equation was the most prudent course. Itachi blinked, momentarily stunned, before responding with a wry, knowing smile. Are you absolutely certain you wish to make such a sacrifice? He had initially sought only the 10 tails from the Akatsuki. Now Konan had walked willingly into his grasp. Refusing her would be sheer folly. He made no pretense of virtue, and certainly would not abandon a prize already within reach. So long as you agree, I accept. Konan drew a slow, steadying breath. No regret, no hesitation. Nagato had sacrificed everything for the Akatsuki. She too would surrender her future for its sake. Sigh. Truth be told, I only ever wanted your organization's 10 tails. Unifying the shinobi world was my original ambition. Yet here you are walking straight into my hands. I'm not sure whether to call you foolish or heartbreakingly naive. Afterward, reclining lazily upon the bed, Itachi spoke with amused detachment. What, you bastard? Her cheeks flushed once more, rosy radiant, betraying her flustered composure. I'll kill you. Hey, Konan, don't do anything rash. Why hasn't Konan returned yet? Could something have gone wrong? Gazing out the window at the pale pre-dawn sky, Nagato murmured softly, voice laced with quiet concern. Indeed, he knew Konan had gone to Itachi's base last night, yet he had made no attempt to stop her. Though he and Itachi had met only briefly, Nagato had gleaned through Konan's words a clear sense of the man's goodwill and his lack of ill intent toward her. That understanding was the very foundation of his trust. Konan, you. Finally, amid Nagato's worry, Konan transformed into a puff of white smoke and reappeared at the spot where she had vanished the previous night. Nagato, Jin won't interfere with us anymore. He will even help us. Konan's appearance now carried a certain allure, yet her expression was somewhat somber. Nagato also sensed something amiss with Konan. Uchiha Jin didn't force you, did he? Although he was usually taciturn, he was quite perceptive about such matters. He had often been dragged by Yahiko and Jiraiya Sensei to read those risque books. Seeing Nagato's barely restrained intensity, Konan calmly shook her head. It was my own choice. There is nothing bad about following him. As she spoke, she brought out the pills that Uchiha Jin had prepared for her and Nagato. Nagato breathed a sigh of relief and stopped dwelling on it. He felt no jealousy over Konan's loss. He had little interest in such matters himself, only hoping that Konan could find a man worthy of entrusting her. Nagato, I just realized that Uchiha Jin had been hoarding many treasures that he never traded with us. You should try them quickly. Konan let out a sigh, pushing aside the lingering memories of last night's intimacy and focused on the pills before her. This is an insight pill which can enhance comprehension. Learning any ninjutsu will yield twice the results with half the effort. This is a life pill, its effects far surpassing the life elixir you took before. Besides strengthening the life force, it can also raise the physical bonus potential. Legend has it that Hashirama Senju, due to his exceptionally powerful yang power, was able to develop with style to such heights. Konan slowly recounted the inside information Uchiha Jin had shared with her. Let's go. It's getting late. The masked man and the others have already departed. Be careful on your way. You too. The moment the words fell, Konan dissolved into a flurry of paper drifting away. Konan's paper dance grows stronger. It seems her paper release indeed has a significant connection to yang power. Jiraiya, are you ready? Tsunade, clad in the Hokage's robe, sat solemnly in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage had long retired, and the title of Hokage had naturally passed to her. She no longer refused. Since her brother and her beloved both aspired to be Hokage, she did not mind taking a glimpse of that glory for them. The barriers around Konoha have been reinforced. Naruto is hidden in a safe place guarded by the two sages. With me the third in your presence, that Akatsuki leader will surely meet his end if he dares to come. Don't be careless. He is the leader of an organization capable of subduing so many rogue ninjas. He must have some skill, especially those Rinnegan. Hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent. Back then Orochimaru had wanted to kill him. But because of his own interference and training, it had now brought immense crisis to Konoha. Don't blame yourself. You were also misled by the prophecy, weren't you? Thinking of those toads from Mount Myaboku, Tsunade felt nothing but disdain. If they hadn't casually prophesied about the ninja world's future, would Uchiha Jin have exterminated them? Would Katsuyu have been too scared to help her? Hand over the Nine Tails, or I will destroy Konoha. The Deva Path and the Animal Path stood together, staring down at the village of Konoha with cold indifference. They're here. Inform the sealing squad to be ready to seal them. Tsunade pulled on her Hokage hat and charged out. Are you the leader of Akatsuki? I advise you to leave immediately. Konoha does not wish to be your enemy. Tsunade's bold voice echoed across the entire village, instantly lifting the spirits of the frightened villagers. Yahiko, you. Staring at the puppet that bore Yahiko's face, Jiraiya's expression was deeply. Jiraiya-sensei, I hope you won't stand in my way. After Yahiko died, I stopped believing in your ideals. People can never understand one another. Your thoughts are rather naive. The Deva Path glanced coldly at Jiraiya, then shifted its gaze to Tsunade. It really is Nagato. Jiraiya's expression faltered, his body trembling slightly. Jiraiya, pull yourself together or Konoha is doomed. This is your last chance. Hand over the Nine Tails. Tsunade let out a scornful laugh and suddenly shouted, sealing barrier. From all directions, special sealing formulas emerged, trapping the Deva Path within. Painful Skyleg. Sage mode. Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately launched their attacks, charging at the Deva Path. Hiruzen Sarutobi, having just donned his battle gear, also rushed in with the help of the sealing squad. Almighty Shinra Tensei. Pain activated the Rinnegan's Jujutsu, seeing the barrier encircling him and the three assailants converging. An invisible force erupted from the center of the sealing barrier, sending Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen crashing against the barrier's walls. Quickly undo the sealing barrier. Seeing the translucent repulsive force growing denser, the head of the sealing squad shouted urgently. If this continued, the three leaders would be crushed before the barrier broke. The next moment, the sealing barrier vanished. But Pain's attack showed no sign of stopping. Stop this! Tsunade unsealed her Ein seal, and as she watched the buildings of Konoha being gradually demolished with villagers and ANBU members who hadn't evacuated being caught in the devastation, she screamed out in agony. But no matter how she cried, it was futile. After a long moment, Pain finally ceased his attack. Large swathes of Konoha lay flattened. Countless villagers and ANBU members had perished. Only a few elites survived, all of them in a wretched state. Summoning Jutsu. Sunadesima, this is. Katsuyu, I beg you, please help Konoha. If not, our village will disappear from the ninja world today. But the restrictions set by Lord Jin. I dare not defy them. Katsuyu couldn't bear to meet Tsunade's pleading gaze, and with a resolute heart vanished in a puff of smoke. No matter how close her bond with Sunadesima was, she wouldn't risk her own life so recklessly. Gongsho Dingxi Xiaoying, are you alright Xuanhua Mingren watched the scene as the Jiuwei chakra gradually ate into his body, his gaze growing increasingly feral. Damn it. Xuanhua Mingren became a missile in an instant and charged at Peian red chakra, exuding a dark, blood-chilling aura. Feudal struggle. Shibaku Tensei, earth-exploding heavenly star. With plentiful chakra and sound physical condition, Changmin did not hold back and unleashed Shibaku Tensei outright. The tremendous gravity hauled the four-tailed Xuanhua Mingren into midair, and he was then sealed beneath a multitude of stones. Unlike the hardship in the original telling with his chakra and visual prowess, full sealing of four-tailed Xuanhua Mingren was effortless for him. Luoxuanwen Rasengan. Zayalai closed the distance, clutching a Rasengan in his right hand as he charged. Peian merely raised a hand, and several black rods drove him into the earth, his fate uncertain. This ends now. Lunmabianyu will tomb border prison. Two invisible shadows slid beside Sanda and Gongsho, plunging their palms into the other's hearts. Damn it, if I were not a puppet, I could have died with honor. At the brink of death, Sanda recalled Air Deus' last entrustment, his own brilliance in the Second Great War, the scene where his inaction condemned Baya and Tuankang's willfulness. I am Yui's sinner. Gangsho wore an expression of relief. Xingshu Duan, am coming to find you. Xuanhua Mingren, you mustn't. As Xuanhua Mingren was being beguiled by the Jiuwei, a blond man seized him, smiling as he looked at him. The asteroid born of Chibaku Tensei was brutally shattered by Xuanhua Mingren. His body was cloaked in a golden Jiuwei chakra mantle, his eyes burned red, and the Jiuwei's distinctive markings appeared upon his brow. In this form, he could wield part of the Jiuwei's might without being devoured by the beast. This came much earlier than in the original. Whether Lu Dao would show up to help was uncertain. Uchiha Jin had been observing Mui's battle through the Rinnegan, his tone threaded with unease. Lord Jin, why has this Mingren attracted the favor of Lu Dao? Qianli asked, puzzled. He is the reincarnation of Ashur-Luo, the second son of Lu Dao Xianren. Freshly returned Xuanhua Mingren saw Sanda grandpa, Gangsho grandmother, and the lecherous sage Zayalai, nearly letting the Jiuwei consume his heart once more. Fortunately, his inner strength forced that impulse down. Burning with fury, he glared at Peian. If that's the case, then Luan Yubianmu will prison border tomb. The shadows possessed power far beyond typical super shadow levels. No matter how formidable Xuanhua Mingren was, it availed nothing, especially since the Jiuwei was not even at full power. Changmin, after you extract the Jiuwei, can you leave Mingren's body to us? Zayalai, near death, looked to Tiandao Peian with pleading in his eyes. Yes. For the next 2 weeks, Changmin manipulated the Weidu Mozu to seal the 9 Weishou. The first to be sealed was the Iwei that he had ordered the other 4 puppets to capture. Afterwards came the Erwei captured by Uchiha Xian and Ing, and finally the half of the Jiuwei that had been inside Mingren. Zayalai, Mingren's body has been returned. Excellent. 2 sages, let us begin at once. Zayalai grew excited and turned to the Shinsua couple. Zayalai, continue. Shinsua handed over a green sage talisman and said slowly, this is the sage's talisman, the trump of Myomushin. It can revive the dead. It was the very talisman Lu Dao Xianren used to save his brother. Shinsua Xianren, are there more? I only have 1 on me, the rest remain at Myomushin. Zayalai's joy at reviving Mingren was immediately dampened. The old man is truly gone. Zayalai revived Mingren first. This is what Mai owes him. Gongsho, her face bearing signs of age, stepped forward slowly. Gongsho, what has happened to you? A method to mend my wounds. I will be fine in time. Gangsho waved the question away indifferently. She had once been certain to die. She had lost even the will to live. With most of Mui's people gone, whom else could she protect? Unknown to most, Kuyu the slug had left a thread of life-saving means within her, allowing her to survive. Learning of the sage's talisman's power from Zayalai, she ceased her doubts and resolved to rebuild Mai. Although Mai had been devastated, many still required her stewardship. Mingren had no proper childhood. This was a debt she owed to Jixina. The village's destruction was a debt she owed to Diye. The war dead could not plead for themselves. This she owed to the people of Mai. Zayalai pressed the sage's talisman to Mingren's abdomen. After a moment, the talisman exuded a dense, vibrant life force. I hope it works. Zayalai and Gangsho wore faces full of hopeful expectation. In the sealed space, Bluffing Shuimin sensed teacher Zayalai and senior Gangsho waiting outside, and his expression grew complex. He had once harbored resentment toward the two. After all, his son had been treated as a demon fox in Mai, and had been robbed of any normal childhood. But now such quarrels no longer mattered. If his son could be brought back to life, that would be enough. Bluffing Shuimin watched with longing as the nearby soul began to wane. Dad, why do I feel like my soul power is awakening? Naruto suddenly asked. It was Master Jiraiya who saved you, Naruto. It's time for you to go out now. Remember, although you borrowed the Nine-Tails chakra this time, it was still with the help of your mother's adamantine chains. We can't always assist you from now on, so the path ahead is yours to walk alone. Minato looked at his son, a hint of guilt in his eyes. It's okay, Dad. So many years have passed, and I have made many friends. Suddenly reminded of the dire situation outside, Naruto fell silent. It's still a question of how many of my friends have survived. Naruto, you're finally awake. Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions instantly brightened. Grandma Tsunade, pervy sage. Naruto hugged the two, feeling a sense of joy, as if he had survived a disaster. Are Sasuke and the others still alive? Upon hearing this question, the two froze. Sasuke is alive. As for the others, you'll have to take revenge for them yourself in the future. Obito, it's now or never. Let's quickly retrieve Nagato's Rinnegan. He has consumed so much power that he won't last long. Heijuya suddenly spoke. Let's go, we need to return to the Hidden Rain village now. As soon as they entered the Hidden Rain village, Obito noticed that the surveillance around them had intensified. It seems that Nagato knows he is weak and will attract my covetous gaze. Obito sighed, activating Kimui, and directly appeared on top of the tall tower in the Hidden Rain village. What are you doing here? Konan was startled and looked at him with an unfriendly expression. I'm here to see Nagato. Where is he? Hurry and leave, or don't blame me for being rude. Numerous paper shurikens surged from Konan's body, surrounding the entire room. Obito, in his intangibility state, quickly discovered Nagato's corpse. Nagato is dead. It must be due to overusing the Rinnegan. Obito had no doubts, dodging several fatal attacks, and then used wood release to create an opportunity for himself, pulling out one Rinnegan. Just as he prepared to strike a second time, a dark hand emerged from the ground and snatched away Nagato's. Heijuya, what are you doing? Without time to think, Obito quickly entered his intangibility state and jumped out of the tower. Stop right there. Konan chased after him, countless exploding tags detonating, preventing Obito from exiting his intangibility state. Below are the villagers of the Hidden Rain village. Do you still want to continue? Obito said mockingly, causing Konan to pause for a moment. Wood release, tree world barrier. Using the wood release technique to block the exploding tags for a moment, Obito seized the chance to leave the Hidden Rain village. Are you sure the Sage of Six Paths is really alive? Konan asked the air beside her. Of course. Even if he doesn't come out in the end, it won't hinder my ability to capture the tailed beasts. Jin, a member of the Uchiha clan, emerged from the void. He was able to hide unnoticed thanks to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular technique, using Jinjutsu to draw. It could use Jinjutsu to paint in reality, appearing very real, making it difficult for enemies to notice any abnormalities. Since you have such powerful strength, why do you still want to capture the Ten Tails? Nagato frowned and asked. It's like having such strong Rinnegan ocular techniques, why still gather tailed beasts? It's the same reasoning, and no one thinks they are strong enough. As long as I become the Ten Tails, my strength will reach another level. Moreover, with my current strength, I may not be able to handle the beings from beyond the sky. Beings from beyond the sky, what kind of race is that? They are of the same race as the Sage of Six Paths' mother. You can imagine how powerful they are. In truth, Jin wanted to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, but more than that, he wanted to refine the Ten Tails into pills, as that would bring greater benefits. However, he was also worried he wouldn't be able to digest it. Thus, he decided to first refine the Divine Tree's fruit, then absorb the Ten Tails, and if possible, prepare some pills for his subordinates. Can you deal with Obito, who has both the Ten Tails and the Rinnegan? Konan asked with some concern. Don't worry, I have at least 10 ways to deal with him. Moreover, the Sage of Six Paths from the Pure Land won't allow them to destroy the ninja world. Heijuya, what do you mean? Why did you steal my Rinnegan? Obito angrily confronted Heijuya, immediately questioning him. Obito, I didn't act because I saw you in some trouble. Besides, are you sure you don't want the intangibility ability of your right eye? Heijuya, completely black, made it impossible for Obito to discern his expression. However, he was extremely vigilant inside, as his previous doubts about Heiju's identity began to surge. But soon he felt reassured. In his view, Heijuya didn't know any ninjutsu, and his combat power was at most comparable to White Zetsu, thus not a threat. Even if he obtained a Rinnegan, what could he do? I hope you understand your place. We need to hurry and fuse with the Ten Tails. Obito said as he brought Heijuya to the outer path golem, which White Zetsu had stolen. Let's begin. Heijuya nodded and started the process. At that moment, as the two acted, the entire ninja world trembled in incredibly chaotic energy, causing everyone to feel a sense of dread. Is that the power of the Ten Tails? The leaders of the 5 great ninja villages were stunned, unsure how to respond. We must stop it, otherwise once that thing comes into the world, the entire ninja world will be doomed. Immediately contact the other 4 great ninja villages. The ninja world must unite in this situation. Bring the ninja army and follow me there to take a look. What should we do now? Jiraiya looked at the broken ruins of Konoha, letting out a deep sigh. We should focus on nurturing the next generation. As for the turmoil in the ninja world, it is not something we can interfere with. Tsunade gazed at the distant violent fluctuations, her expression filled with worry. She understood the implications of the saying that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. But if they really went, if she and Jiraiya faced misfortune again, then this fertile land of the Land of Fire would truly be lost. At that point, Konoha would likely be driven out as well. It seems you are both quite confused, Jiraiya Tsunade. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed beside them, instantly putting the two on high alert. Orochimaru, what are you doing back here? You are not welcome. Tisk, it seems you have a great misunderstanding about me. I have returned to help you. How do you intend to help us? As Jiraiya was about to speak, Tsunade interrupted him. Regardless of Orochimaru's motives for returning, she wanted to see what he had to say. Having been teammates for so many years, he wouldn't come back at this time to betray them. I can extract the other half of the 9 tails from the body of the demon and summon all the previous Hokage using Edo Tensei. What do you want in return? Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes filled with amusement. After this upheaval, is over, hand Sasuke over to me for 3 years of training. Absolutely not. Jiraiya immediately rejected the idea. If they handed Sasuke over to him, how would they explain it to Itachi Uchiha? Although Orochimaru was a beast, it could not be denied that he had indeed prevented a potential rebellion. Just give me an answer by tomorrow. After saying this, Orochimaru left. You stop right there, Orochimaru. Before Jiraiya could rush out, Tsunade grabbed him. Tsunade, do you really want to agree? Itachi Uchiha is still in Konoha. Jiraiya said, somewhat agitated. No, I want you and me to guard Konoha and avoid any unnecessary complications. Konoha cannot be shaken any further. Tsunade shook her head helplessly. Meanwhile, Orochimaru did not leave Konoha directly. Instead, he approached Sasuke Uchiha, who was training in the woods. Hidden in the shadows, Itachi's gaze flickered for a moment, but he did not show himself. However, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, ready to rescue his brother at any moment. Who? Sasuke Uchiha, do you want to become stronger? Orochimaru slowly stepped out from the shadows of the forest, his voice cold as he asked, Who are you? I am Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin who defected from Konoha years ago. Sasuke Uchiha, come with me and leave Konoha. You will not be able to grow stronger here. Can any of Jiraiya or Tsunade help you train effectively? If you continue training like this, when will you be able to defeat your brother? Orochimaru's words instantly drove Sasuke Uchiha wild. You are not allowed to mention him. Orochimaru's intense killing intent calmed him a bit, but he still did not agree directly. I will come again tomorrow. That will be your last chance. Itachi Uchiha, is there something going on? After helping the Akatsuki capture the tailed beasts, Itachi left the organization and returned to Konoha, watching over his brother without doing anything else, which reassured Jiraiya and Tsunade. Orochimaru came to find my brother today. I think we can let Sasuke learn from him for a while. What? Are you serious? Jiraiya was immediately astonished, finding it hard to believe. In Konoha, he cannot grow. The ninja world is becoming increasingly chaotic, and I hope he can grow quickly. But Orochimaru has changed so much that we no longer recognize him. What if he intends to harm your brother? Jiraiya, having not chased Orochimaru for years, was unaware of the Edo Tensei technique. It's fine, I will keep a close eye on Sasuke. Orochimaru is surprisingly weak against Genjutsu for some reason. I can counter him at any time. Tsunade was silent for a moment, but eventually agreed. This was a good opportunity to make Orochimaru promise certain things. In her view, Orochimaru could have taken Sasuke directly, but chose to negotiate with them out of respect for their past as teammates. I just hope Orochimaru does not harm Sasuke otherwise. Itachi Uchiha is not someone to be trifled with. Since I have agreed, I will not go back on my word. This is the seal to release the Shinigami mask. If you find the Uzumaki clan's mask, you can use the seal to summon the 4th Hokage and the half 9 tails. As for Edo Tensei, prepare a few living people for me. After a while, Orochimaru successfully resurrected all Hokage except the 1st. Where is my granduncle? Why can't I summon him? As Senju Tobirama regained consciousness, he heard Tsunade's voice. After understanding the situation, he turned his gaze towards Orochimaru. Since you are a rogue ninja, don't bother leaving. Tobirama performed a flying thunder god and appeared behind Orochimaru. Just as he was about to strike, Orochimaru's body turned into white smoke and vanished. Shadow clone, how cautious. He then fixed a cold gaze on the 3rd Hokage, his presence exuding a chilling aura. Monkey with Konoha in this state, are you sure you won't give me an explanation? The third Hokage forced a bitter smile, his eyes filled with guilt. He had considered this scene, but never expected it to come true, especially at the hands of his own disciple. Master, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Lord Jin, the energy of the Ten Tails is so ferocious. Can you truly master it? Uchiha Jin's icy countenance was etched with deep concern. If it proves too difficult, I could refine it into pills and you all would benefit. Jin replied with a smile, showing no sign of dismay at the Ten Tails' overwhelming aura. Lord Jin, what effects would pills made from the Ten Tails have? Jin's eyes sparkled with longing. She had always felt too weak to be of much help. She had not even awakened the Rinnegan yet, and her eternal Mangekyos ability was merely a common offensive ocular technique. Usually when Lord Jin ventured out, he did not take her along. Don't blame yourself. You are formidable. Few within the organization can match your combat prowess. Jin, perceiving her distress, offered gentle reassurance. With Jin's aid, Shinli received the highest share of secret medicines and pills within the organization. The reason for her delayed advancement was entirely her own choice. To achieve greater growth potential, she had deliberately lingered at the stages of ordinary Mangekyo and eternal Mangekyo, continuously using Jin's pills to shatter her limits. Her aim was to accumulate power and erupt after awakening the Rinnegan, surpassing in one stroke the might of Xian and Ing, Jin's two foremost lieutenants. Yet her approach was somewhat precarious, for Xian and Ing would not idle away waiting for her gradual ascent. Thus, relying solely on the Rinnegan's awakening to surpass them remained a formidable challenge. By the way, Lord Jin, Lady Uchiha Jin seems to have made significant progress today. Shall we go and see? Jin cupped his chin, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. I recall she has been researching the transplantation of Otsutsuki bloodline, hasn't she? Yes. An orphan volunteer from the organization has apparently acquired the Otsutsuki blood. Let's go at once. I can hardly wait. Jin scooped up Qianli, and with a flying thunder god technique, they appeared in Uchiha Jin's laboratory. Uchiha Jin, show me the results. Lord Jin, this is Qingmu Duan. He was an orphan we recruited earlier, the first volunteer for the Otsutsuki bloodline transplantation experiment. Not only did he successfully absorb and integrate the Otsutsuki bloodline, but he has also mastered Urashiki's eyes. He is in effect a new Otsutsuki Urashiki. Has he mastered all of the ocular techniques? Yes, even the Aimanamanaka can be employed. Uchiha Jin grew increasingly exhilarated, and Jin was thoroughly satisfied. The ability to use the Aimanamanaka signified that the transplantation had proceeded smoothly, without any complications. So the Otsutsuki bloodline transplantation experiment can be deemed successful. We have only conducted 5 trials, hardly enough to establish general applicability. Further research is necessary. Uchiha Jin shook her head, refusing to be complacent despite the 5 initial successes. Having studied under Uchiha Jin, she had been exposed to his strange theories of physics and chemistry, yet she never underestimated their value. After all, her spiritual intuition never deceived her. Very well. I shall trouble you for now. Once I refine the 10 tails into pills, I will certainly reserve several for you. Oh, will I have the chance to study them up close? Yes. Kurozetsu, how much longer? I have already declared war on the shinobi world. Soon. Within a few days at most, the 10 tails will fully coalesce, and you will become its Jinchuriki. I hope the power of the 10 tails does not disappoint. Obito gazed at the violent fluctuations within the formation, a trace of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Rin, wait for me. Granduncle, are we going to war with that masked man from the Akatsuki? Let us older ones go. You and Minato may remain in Konoha. The second Hokage smiled, looking approvingly at the fourth Hokage behind him. Sacrificing his entire family for Konoha made him far more exemplary than his own disciples. These are some insights I gained while developing the Flying Thunder God technique. You may take them for study. Thank you, Lord Second Hokage. Though as an Edo Tensei, he could no longer grow stronger, his understanding of jutsu could still deepen. By the way, have you truly made up your mind? Naruto has agreed. My power has reached its zenith, but Naruto's future is boundless. Indeed, Minato intended to seal the half of Kurama within him into Naruto. Father, let's begin. Naruto, I believe you can surpass your father. Minato's eyes brimmed with paternal love, and he gently bumped fists with his son. Although Naruto had had his tail beast extracted, residual Yang attribute Nine Tails chakra remained within him. Now the Yin attribute chakra from Minato resonated and flowed directly into Naruto. Kurama, I hope you will get along well with Naruto. He is in no way inferior to me. Minato spoke softly in the inner world. In the space sealed by the death god, he had earned the recognition of In Kurama, and they had become friends. He wished for this half of Kurama to also forge an unbreakable bond with Naruto. Has Uchiha Itachi left? Senju Tobarama asked his grandniece gravely. Yes. He entrusted his younger brother to Orochimaru's care. For safety, he is currently investigating Orochimaru's affairs. I see shades of my younger self in that Orochimaru. If left unchecked, he will become a great menace in the future. How is this possible? The tailed beast was captured so quickly. In the void above, an elderly man with 2 horns on his head, coffee-colored long hair, a broad forehead, and deep profound eyes suddenly appeared, sensing the aura of the Ten Tails not far away, his expression grave. He wore a flowing white robe, his figure tall and upright. Despite the signs of age on his face, he could not hide the extraordinary and enigmatic aura emanating from him. The Mayaboka mountain has been destroyed and the Gamabunta has been exterminated. How could that organization led by humans be so powerful? The Sage of Six Paths pondered for a moment and decided to see for himself. Although he had no physical body monitoring, and traversing the entire shinobi world was still quite easy. Every person here possesses at least the strength of a Kage-level, and many even have the Rinnegan and the power of the Six Paths. How is this possible? The Sage of Six Paths was utterly astonished. He felt both joy and fear. The joy came from the thought that if he could bring these people to the Pure Land, it would likely advance even further. The energy accumulated over centuries might even double. The fear was that this organization had the complete ability to overturn everything he had previously arranged. Just as he was in doubt, the giant Rinnegan hovering above the base suddenly detected the presence of this unexpected elder, who, without hesitation, Su-He and Ing injected their ocular power into the giant Rinnegan. In the next moment, the giant Rinnegan emitted a faint red light about to envelop the Sage of Six Paths. Not good, I need to leave quickly. The Sage of Six Paths trembled, and his soul vanished from the spot. He escaped. Notify Lord Jin. Using the giant Rinnegan, Uchiha may carefully sense the surrounding area within a radius of 500 miles around the aerial fortress, and shook his head gravely. Can we determine who the intruder is? The life signs seem somewhat similar to the spiritual transformation technique employed by Uchiha Yungu. Could it be the one from the Pure Land? I'm not sure, Mei replied uncertainly. These guys actually used a large number of Sharingan to create something akin to the giant Rinnegan on the moon. Truly impressive. Though he said so, his expression remained fluctuating. The shinobi world was somewhat beyond his control, leaving him unsure how to proceed. If it were in his younger days, he would have definitely confronted them. However, in his current soul state, despite possessing a considerable amount of Six Paths power and energy from the Pure Land, as trump cards, the strength he could exert was only about 1/10 of his former self. To defeat the Ten Tails, or even that hidden organization with this, was simply a pipe dream. It seems I can only rely on my 2 sons, but their reincarnated forms have yet to mature. What should I do now? The Sage of Six Paths gazed deeply at the Pure Land he was watching over. It can only be this way. A sigh echoed through the void as he casually waved his hand, sending 2 streams of energy to 2 locations in the shinobi world. Soon after, Naruto and Sasuke fell into a deep slumber. Children, the shinobi world is in crisis. I will train you over the next few years, and I hope you do not disappoint me. The Sage of Six Paths looked at the 2 who were filled with confusion and spoke slowly. Why us? Sasuke asked excitedly. You are the reincarnations of my 2 sons, and thus only you have the hope of preventing the destruction of the shinobi world. What, Sasuke and I are brothers? Fool, it's from our past lives. Though he said this, Sasuke felt a twinge of emotion within. After all, he lost all his relatives when that person killed all the Uchiha clan. Now suddenly learning he had a brother from a past life made his emotions complex. By the way, Sage of Six Paths, do we still have time? Sasuke was still hesitant to call him dad. In reality, 1 day in the real world equals 1 year in the dream, and with the Six Paths power enhancing your bodies, I believe you can work together to deal with the Ten Tails. The Sage of Six Paths has been here. That old guy finally couldn't stay in the Pure Land, Jin said with a smile, showing no signs of tension. Lord Jin, will the Sage of Six Paths interfere with our plans? No worries, he won't stir up much trouble. I've long since made various preparations. Though the Sage of Six Paths also desires peace in the shinobi world, his thoughts are ultimately too naive. Just like in the original story, if it weren't for Naruto and Sasuke's deterrence, the shinobi world war would have long since started again. Jin naturally would not place his hopes on the other party. Moreover, he knew that if he contained the Ten Tails, he would definitely be obstructed by the Sage of Six Paths, and the 2 would inevitably become mortal enemies. Lord Jin Tsukiyomi has discovered another good piece of news seemingly related to the Outer Path deity. Oh, then let's go take a look. Jin was indeed quite concerned about the research on Tsukiyomi's side, as it was directly related to whether he could transplant the Otsutsuki bloodline. Lord Jin, I've found that the fragments of the outer path deity can be used to refine the Otsutsuki bloodline. If used properly, it can reduce the risk of transplanting the Otsutsuki bloodline by at least 30%. That's good. Can the data collection be completed in a few days? Jin asked expectantly. I will keep an eye on it. Tsukiyomi understood Lord Jin's intent, not giving a definite promise. Transplanting the Otsutsuki bloodline is still something to be cautious about. She could not take it lightly just because of time constraints which might lead to issues during the bloodline transplantation for Lord Jin. Otherwise, she would feel guilty without needing others to act. I'll do my best, but even if I transplant the bloodline, it would only enhance my strength by less than 50%. Jin smiled faintly, not overly concerned, nor did he wish to put too much pressure on Tsukiyomi. Is Naruto still not waking up? Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who had grown taller and whose face had gradually become resolute, and found it truly astonishing. I've examined him thoroughly. There's no issue whatsoever, but I simply cannot rouse him. Tsunade shook her head helplessly. For quite some time she had not encountered such a baffling ailment that vexed her. Within Naruto the Nine Tails sensed the aura emanating from him and became agitated. This is the power of the Six Paths. Could Naruto be the son of the Sage of Six Paths? Lady Tsunade, come quickly and see what's wrong with Sasuke. Itachi carried Sasuke into the Hokage's office, his expression filled with worry. Don't worry. Sasuke's symptoms are very similar to Naruto's. Although he can't wake up, his bodily functions are all normal. He's just growing rather fast. After only a brief observation, Tsunade stated the cause. Sasuke's condition bore a striking resemblance to Naruto's. There's no use worrying now, we can only wait. By the way, what did you do with Orochimaru? Tsunade asked curiously. He's trapped in my Jinjutsu. He should have awakened by now. Sasori, how is the base construction coming along? Jin walked into the control hub of the Sky Fortress and inquired with interest. Since 6 years ago, when he witnessed Sasori's true talent, Jin had entrusted the construction of the Sky Fortress to him. Sasori did not disappoint his expectations, gradually forging the base into a sturdy bastion. Compared to the original Sky Fortress, the current base was a super-enhanced version. You said the base can withstand attacks of Kage-level strength. Jin approached the working Sasori and suddenly far more than Kage-level. Except for that Tsuchikage of a Wagakure, none of the other Kage could possibly break in. What about attacks above Kage-level? A bit tough, but if you could cultivate the mystic wood for a few more centuries, it might be possible. Sasori paused for a moment, then looked at Jin with eyes full of longing. Oh, forget it. Generally, no one dares to attack the Sky Fortress. Why do we need such formidable defenses? Mystic wood was a type of timber Jin had inadvertently cultivated with astonishing defensive properties. Even ordinary ninjutsu attacks left barely a trace on it. At present, the oldest mystic wood had taken Jin a full 3 years to nurture, reaching only 20 years of age. Cultivating it into a centuries-old tree was indeed quite challenging. How strong are you now? Jin asked with a smile. Once he had also asked Sasori if he regretted turning his own body into a puppet after joining their organization. Sasori's answer had been regret. But after a while he became utterly fascinated by the various mutant plants Jin had cultivated and begged for many to create his puppets. I can barely hold my own against Kabuto for a while. My accumulation is still too shallow. If you leader could cultivate more plants with special effects like mystic wood for me, I might even defeat Kabuto. Kabuto's combat ability was no joke. Although he lacked powerful dojutsu, his mastery of sage arts and the power of the Six Paths combined with his talent in medical ninjutsu allowed him to briefly enter Six Path Sage mode. However, this Six Path Sage mode was merely a watered-down version, at best reaching the peak of Super Kage level. After all, it was an amalgamation of the powers of the Life Sacred Tree and the Spirit Sacred Tree, which had not yet fully matured, fusing into the Yin-Yang Six Paths power, not the genuine Six Paths power. Yet even so, it demonstrated Sasori's combat talent and puppetry. We'll see. Such things still depend on luck. Besides, I've sent you plenty of highly mutable plants. Haven't you succeeded with any? The mutant plants were all materials I couldn't use, so I sent them to the lab. By the way, have you manufactured the items I asked you to create? Jin asked his purpose. They're all simple things. I produced them 2 months ago. You can pick them up from the resource department. Good. They are the key to my rule over the entire ninja world. Jin smiled faintly. Is that the 10 tails? Just the pressure it exudes is beyond any creature we've ever seen. The second Hokage gazed solemnly at the 10 tails, which radiated a terrifying aura in the distance, feeling immense pressure within. Second Hokage-sama, look over there. The third Hokage suddenly pointed in a direction. Those are People from Kumogakure. Are they all dead? The second Hokage saw many corpses on the ground along with Kumogakure forehead protectors and immediately grew tense. Another bunch of fools coming to die. Obito wearing a mask had the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye and the Rinnegan in his left, both gleaming with a daunting light. However, a wave of turmoil surged within his heart. Aren't those the second and third Hokage of Konoha? Weren't they dead? A thought suddenly occurred to Obito. But feeling the Ten Tails nearby which was about to merge successfully, he hardened his heart and abandoned the idea. I've prepared so long, I can't bear to give up just like that. And if the Ten Tails really can't be revived, I can always try other methods later. Are you the leader of the Akatsuki? The Rinnegan appeared around the Ten Tails. Hey, you can consider me as such. Any way you want, live much longer. Obito failed to recognize their condition and charged straight at them. Monkey, coordinate with me. The second Hokage said gravely as he saw the opponent charging forward. Yes, sensei. Having experienced death once, Hiruzen Sarutobi now harbored no other intentions but to serve Konoha diligently, thereby atoning for the sins he had once committed in the village. The second Hokage hurled multiple flying thunder god kunai, scattering them across the surroundings. In an instant, he teleported to the closest point near Obito and thrust his kunai forward. Futile effort. Obito casually swung his hand, tossing two black rods toward the second Hokage. So these are the black rods Tsunade mentioned, capable of limiting chakra. After a moment's thought, he opted for a strategic retreat. Meanwhile, the third Hokage's attack behind him had fully materialized. 5 elements, great combo technique. The 5 assaults stirred up waves of smoke and dust on the ground, obscuring the view within. Did it work? Obito slowly emerged from the smoke, a war fan now in his hand. The Uchiha war fan. It's in his possession. The second Hokage narrowed his eyes, murderous intent radiating. Universal pull would release, hatching technique. Before he could find an opportunity to approach Obito, he was drawn toward him. Fortunately, thanks to the flying thunder god, he reacted in time and evaded the wood release hatching technique the moment it touched him. This is wood release. How is that possible? A terrifying thought flashed through the second Hokage's mind, and an overwhelming fury surged within him. A man about to die shouldn't entertain such thoughts. Though he spoke lightly, Obito remained exceedingly cautious. Facing the inventor of the flying thunder god, he had to stay vigilant. He'll deal with the third first. That one's easier to kill. After dozens of exchanges, Obito finally seized an opening and plunged a black rod into Hiruzen Sarutobi's right arm. Watching the right arm shatter like fragments, Obito's expression shifted in surprise. No blood. Is this the price of resurrection? Before he could dwell on it, the second Hokage had already closed in using a flying thunder god kunai. Just as the kunai was about to pierce his heart, Obito activated intangibility, dodging the fatal blow. This guy is so troublesome. He possesses a dojutsu that lets him hide in another dimension. After several probing attempts, the second Hokage discerned his opponent's primary ability. Unfortunately, Obito was too cautious. He never had a chance to touch him. These two old geezers are really troublesome. Why can't they stay in the Pure Land? Instead, they come out to meddle with my grand plan. Damn Konoha. On the moon in a desolate area, Jin sat alone, cross-legged on the ground, while Chihiro stood at a distance, gazing at him with starry-eyed admiration. If a Byakugan were present, one could see two streams of extraordinarily high-quality energy slowly converging in Uchiha Jin's Dantian, fusing into a brand-new power. At a certain moment, all the energy within him merged and his aura surged explosively. 6 paths Sage Mode, such formidable power rivaling even the Rinnegan. Feeling the accelerated evolution of the Rinnegan, Jin nodded in satisfaction and then transferred all the 6 paths Sage power to his eyes. This was the method Tsukimi had discovered to hasten the awakening of the Rinnegan. Learning of it had brought him. The 3-month timeline for Rinnegan awakening was now set to be drastically reduced. Lord Jin, how it indeed accelerates the awakening of the Rinnegan considerably. You must master it quickly so we won't have to wait years. As my secretary, you can't afford to fall behind in strength. Lord Jin, you underestimate me. Once I awaken the Rinnegan, it will be a tremendous transformation. I look forward to that day. Jin stroked her silky hair and then fell into contemplation. His control over the 6 paths power and Sage Chakra grew ever more refined. Soon, he would master both forces perfectly. With the Rinnegan, would he become the embodiment of both Naruto and Sasuke? Even if the Sage of 6 Paths were alive, I'd probably be able to thrash him. Yet he soon felt a pang of distress. Kagaya Otsutsuki will break free soon. Even with that sealing jutsu, it won't hold her much longer. I must gather the Ten Tails chakra ahead of time, refine pills to grasp the true 6 Paths power and accelerate the Rinnegan's awakening. Recalling Kagaya's effortless array of overwhelming abilities, Jin's head ached. Let's continue. There's no time to waste. Jin consumed 2 types of pills and began re-refining the 6-path sage power. The pills were the 6 paths pill and the sage pill. The former was synthesized using yin-yang energy. The latter was refined from royal jelly. Ha ha ha, you can't stop me. My plan is finally coming to fruition. By now Obito was nearly driven mad. Who could have imagined that a half-bodied third Hokage and an intact second Hokage could fight him for an entire day and a half? The former was merely a turret mage, harmless with his intangibility trump card. But the latter was a nauseating spatial assassin. He could never catch him and always had to watch his back. Where the hell do they get so much chakra? Is this resurrection jutsu that terrifying? Just as Dai-Tu was reveling in his triumph, a seal suddenly surged forth from his own Rinnegan, enveloping the not yet fully formed Ten Tails. In merely an instant the Ten Tails was sealed and fell still. Although its aura remained formidable, the progression of the fusion came to a halt at this very final step. How is this possible? There was a sealing technique hidden within the Rinnegan. Dai-Tu was stunned, then immediately began summoning Heiju. Heiju, get out here. What is the meaning of this? Dai-Tu's voice was deep and clearly furious. It has nothing to do with me. It must be Zhang Min and his lot. I can't think of anyone else. Don't you distrust me? Do you think I have any reason to do this? What should we do now? Dai-Tu dodged the second Hokage's attack while questioning. Don't panic. This seal only delays the fusion of the Ten Tails. It won't hinder it for long. At most 5 days before the seal dissolves and the Ten Tails breaks free. Heiju examined it carefully and gave an answer that satisfied Dai-Tu. Having lived for thousands of years, he naturally possessed a profound understanding of sealing techniques in the ninja world. Deciphering this seal's effect was an easy task for him. Can't you break it? It utilizes the 6 paths power and senjutsu chakra. I cannot undo it unless you are willing to lend me your body. Heiju stated calmly. No need. He'll just wait. Dai-Tu did not trust that lending his body to Heiju would leave no hidden traps within. Heiju did not respond further. Inside, he was filled with anxiety. From his perspective, this sealing technique was extraordinarily powerful. Even in the past millennia, he had seen few seals that could surpass it. What's more, it incorporated the power of the 6 paths and senjutsu chakra. Could it be the handiwork of Uchiha? No, that can't be. His physical body is lost. Theoretically, he shouldn't be capable of casting such a mighty seal. And the reincarnations of his 2 sons are only about 12 years old at most Chunin level. They lack the ability. Then, who could it be? The Ten Tails has been sealed. At least we have more time now. But who did it? Lu Dao Xianrun was relieved, yet upon seeing that seal his joy vanished. As a master of sealing techniques, he could instantly discern its intricacies. That someone in the ninja world could harness the 6 paths power unsettled him deeply. 5 days remain. The children should have ample time to grow. Lu Dao Yi, what's wrong? Ming Ren, after a period of training, appeared more mature. Nothing. I will summon the 9 Tails shortly. You must reconcile with it as soon as possible. That will skyrocket your battle prowess. Even Zhuozhu won't defeat you easily. Really, Lu Dao Yi? Can the 9 Tails truly accept me? Of course. Loser. Don't think you can beat me. Lord Jin, the methods for evolving the Sharingan have all been researched. Yu Jian is preparing to upgrade the giant Rinnegan. Oh, have they discovered the way to awaken a normal Mangekyo? Yes. Would you like to go see? Qianli asked tentatively. Let's go, Jin said with some amusement. He had learned from many in the base about his young secretary. This secretary showed no expression in front of others, yet before him her emotions ran strong, a fact that filled Uchiha Jin with a sense of accomplishment. How did you research the awakening of the Mangekyo? A researcher in a stroke of inspiration during an experiment injected Zero Tails chakra into a Sharingan and found it triggered fluctuations in the ocular power of a 3-tomo Sharingan. We conducted discussions and experiments based on that discovery and ultimately succeeded in devising a method to awaken the Mangekyo. Is the process complicated? How long to awaken one Mangekyo? An hour is sufficient and it can be done in parallel, nothing too complex. Then dismantle the giant Rinnegan and commence the new evolution. Jin agreed to the project, growing more anticipatory of the coming battle. He envisioned this after Ming Ren and Zhuozhu exhausted themselves defeating 6 paths, Dai-Tu 6 paths ban and Otsutsuki Kagaya. He would suddenly appear, catch them off guard, seize the 10 Tails, and then conquer the ninja world at lightning speed. By the way, will these awakened Mangekyo have any drawbacks? Jin suddenly asked. Some, but nothing major. At worst, they won't possess unique ocular abilities, though the ocular power will still match that of an ordinary Mangekyo. Yu Jian stated flatly. Can they evolve into Eternal Mangekyo and Rinnegan? That remains unclear. However, I believe it's possible as long as the ocular power reaches the threshold. After all, the raw materials are cloned Sharingan, not meant for combat. That's not urgent. Our primary task now is to upgrade the giant Rinnegan and prepare for the upcoming. Jean nodded, not dwelling on it. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Obito had managed to hold out until now against the onslaught of countless ninja allies. Meanwhile, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha finally awoke from their dreams. The moment they woke up, they exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. After years of cooperation in their dreams, Sasuke Uchiha gradually came to acknowledge this brother. I'm going to challenge that person. You go ahead first. Sasuke said calmly, a trace of sorrow flashing across his expression. Do you want me to come with you? No need. I can handle it. Sasuke looked at Naruto, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. In the 5 years of the dream, Naruto's progress had been too rapid. In the last 2 years, he could hardly defeat his opponent. How could he face himself? However, after I awaken the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he'll come find you for a fight. Sasuke's heart burned with various flames of anger, the suppressed fury that had been building up in the dream. All right, I'll wait for you. Naruto smiled and nodded, extending his fist. Sasuke smiled faintly, as well bumped fists with him, and then turned to leave. The Sage of Six Paths had told him the location of Itachi Uchiha. Though he was puzzled as to why the other dared to lurk in Konoha, it no longer mattered. The power he now possessed was enough to easily defeat his opponent, seize the Mangekyo, awaken the Eternal Mangekyo, and finally, with the power of the Six Paths granted by the Sage of Six Paths, open the Rinnegan. Under everyone's gaze, Obito activated a secret technique and drew the Ten Tails into his body, becoming a true Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It's over. This guy was already a handful, and now with the help of the Ten Tails, how can we possibly deal with him? Now's the chance. Stop him quickly. Unfortunately, as soon as the second Hokage approached, he was repelled by countless wood-style spikes. These wood-style attacks contained a special power that made him dare not act rashly. Damn it! Who destroyed my flying thunder god? Otherwise, how could I have failed to stop him? The second Hokage stared at the inexplicably vanished flying thunder god, sealing technique, his expression turning grim. Second Hokage-sama, let me go. Perhaps I can still perform the dead demon consuming seal one more time. The third Hokage walked forward slowly, his steps heavy, clearly intending to sacrifice himself to salvage the situation. The second Hokage hesitated. Alright, I'll trouble you. After the death god takes you away, he'll have Tsunade bring you out. Yes, sensei. Thank you for your trouble. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath from half of his body, created a shadow clone, and began forming hand seals with one hand. Just as it was about to be triggered, Tobirama finally moved. He threw a flying thunder god kunai, swiftly closing in on Obito. While bearing the attack of wood style, piercing his body, his frame nearly disintegrated, but fortunately his disciple had been sent over by him. Dead demon consuming seal. Just as the final sealing hand seal was about to succeed, a white figure suddenly appeared and used wood style insertion technique, preventing Hiruzen Sarutobi's jutsu from activating. Black Setsu watched this scene, thinking how close it was. He had witnessed the dead demon consuming seal before, otherwise Lord Madara would not have stirred the other 4 great ninja villages to annihilate the entire Uzumaki clan back then. As for why he did not act himself, it was naturally to prepare for later betraying Obito. Damn it, what is this thing? It can merge into the ground. The third Hokage was about to continue outputting chakra, intensifying his efforts to bring his palms together. This body, unlike his own aged 60-year-old frame, was still vibrant. Such difficulty could not hinder him. Unfortunately, White Zetsu's attack was merely a diversion. The true killing blow came from the subsequent wood style executed by the Ten Tails. My chakra has been severed. How is this possible? Even Lord Hashirama didn't have this ability. At that moment, Obito finally absorbed the entire Ten Tails into his body. At this moment, he began to be assaulted by the will of the Ten Tails, his entire form transforming into a serpentine monster. You are Naruto. Yes, second Hokage-sama, I met the Sage of Six Paths in my dream. He taught me and helped me grow rapidly. Leave the rest to me. Naruto clashed his fists together, golden Nine Tails chakra surging from within, dramatically boosting his aura. You've tamed the power of the Nine Tails. No, I've reached an understanding with it. Naruto turned back with a faint smile. It has become my most important partner. Minato, your son has grown up too. The second Hokage looked at Minato, who had come with Naruto not far away, and nodded in satisfaction. Haha, second Hokage-sama, he still needs more growth. A dream is just a dream after all. Naruto Uzumaki, you're not dead. Obito, relying on his powerful will, had finally temporarily overcome the Ten Tails, and then saw a flash of yellow light charging right up to him. How could I die without defeating you? With the enhancement of the Nine Tails on his physical prowess, he immediately charged forward and began raining punches and kicks on Obito. You're too weak. You can't hurt me at all. A truth-seeking orb behind Obito shot out. Naruto dodge. You cannot be touched by that. It will kill you. The Nine Tails inside Naruto warned him just in time. At the critical moment, the second Hokage appeared and pulled Naruto back to safety. Lord Second, what is that thing? Kurama says it's extremely dangerous. It's very similar to the Black Rods. At the very least, it can disrupt chakra and directly shatter our impure world reincarnation bodies, rendering them irrecoverable. However, I believe that after merging with the Ten Tails, his abilities will become even more formidable and uncanny. Lord Second, if that's the case, allow me to assist you in probing this fellow's strength. At this moment, Obito's mask had not yet shattered, so Minato naturally had not recognized him. Very well. Use Flying Thunder God in coordination with me. We should be able to gauge his power now that he has become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. The second Hokage nodded, admiring this junior before him, both for his contributions to Konoha and for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique he himself had created. Uchiha Itachi, you still dare to show your face in Konoha? Die. Though Sasuke Uchiha had experienced 5 years in his dreams, the fury within him had not abated for an instant. Now was the moment for his wrath to explode. Instantly, he entered the second stage of his curse mark, and wings sprouted from his back, making him appear eerily demonic. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow and charged forward simultaneously with Sasuke. After a brief exchange, Itachi quickly gained the upper hand. Your battle experience is still too weak. To think you could defeat me is somewhat fanciful. Enraged by Itachi's taunt, Sasuke yearned to unleash the power the Sage of Six Paths had left within him. Fortunately, although the curse mark state threatened his emotional control, he restrained himself, mindful of the Sage's entrustment and Naruto's waiting. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. Using the fire-style technique, he generated a vast amount of high-temperature steam in the sky, forming cumulonimbus clouds and creating conditions for lightning. Lightning-style Kirin. A terrifying dragon-shaped lightning danced in the air. As Sasuke's right palm descended, the Kirin technique plunged downward. A flicker of approval passed through Itachi's eyes, yet he did not abandon resistance. His Mangekyo activated instantly. Susanoo. A colossal red giant rose from the ground, forcefully blocking the attack. Sensing his own vitality draining, Itachi pushed Susanoo to the third stage, manifesting 2 divine weapons in its hands. Sword of Totsuka. Through the white smoke caused by the Kirin, the Sword of Totsuka suddenly thrust out, aimed at Sasuke. Boom. The Sword of Totsuka was blocked by Sasuke's skeletal Susanoo. His Mangekyo spun wildly as he prepared to activate the second stage. Itachi frowned, intensifying his ocular power output. He had only one chance: to help Sasuke absorb the chakra of Orochimaru lurking within him. A full-force strike of the Sword of Totsuka shattered Sasuke's skeleton and pierced straight into his body. Damn it, Itachi, you're going to stop me again. Orochimaru, some things are beyond your reach. With a scream from both Sasuke and Orochimaru, the white 8-headed serpent was forcibly drawn out and sealed into the gourd. As Orochimaru's chakra and a portion of his soul were sealed, Itachi covered his eyes and walked slowly towards Sasuke, filling the latter with terror. Just as Sasuke was about to activate Susanoo again, Uchiha Itachi collapsed to the ground and remained motionless for a long time. Is he dead? Sasuke knelt incredulous. Had he finally killed the being he once could only look up to? Uchiha clan, I have avenged you all. He threw his head back and laughed, feeling all the pain of years washed away. But then in endless confusion, Sasuke, are you all right? Jiraiya and Tsunade approached from the shadows, their faces full of regret. They'll help you transplant the Mangekyo. Before dying, Itachi had begged Tsunade to transplant his eyes into Sasuke, granting him the Uchiha clan's ultimate power, the eternal Mangekyo. After long hesitation, Tsunade relented, swayed by Itachi's earnest assurances. After all, Konoha owed the Uchiha clan this much. Itachi's loyalty and contributions to the village were enough for her to make this one exception, even if those eyes once belonged to Uchiha Madara himself. Aren't you worried? Tsunade asked as she prepared the tools. With Naruto here, there's no need to worry. Both are children chosen by the Sage of Six Paths. I don't believe Naruto will fail to stop him. After Naruto awoke, Jiraiya confirmed that he was the prophesied child the great Toad Sage had spoken of, the hero who would save the ninja world. And you, I believe Uchiha Itachi would never harm Konoha. How could a man who wiped out his entire clan for the village leave behind such a menace? How long will his awakening take? Can he make it before the war ends? Jiraiya asked with deep concern. Naruto and Minato had already gone to the battlefield. He wondered how they were faring. I don't know. I've never seen anything like this. As Itachi's eyes merged with Sasuke's, the Six Paths power dwelling within Sasuke began to exert its influence. With the aid of the Six Paths power, the two pairs of eyes fused swiftly. An intangible icy ocular power erupted fully, sending chills down Jiraiya and Tsunade's spines. Yet this was not the end, it was only the beginning. The residual Six Paths power infused the new eyes once more, driving them to evolve further. Can Naruto really overcome this? Tsunade swallowed hard, a pang of regret stirring. I don't know either. Jiraiya gave a wry smile, his hand half raised, but ultimately not stopping her. Having never witnessed Naruto at full power, their minds were still anchored at the Kage level, unaware of how formidable Naruto had become. Had they ever seen Naruto's six-path sage mode, they would never have harbored such worries. Haha, so this is the power of the Rinnegan. Truly formidable. Sasuke ripped off the white cloth covering his eyes. Purple light blazed from them, piercing and unnerving. Unlike the original story, both his eyes had become Rinnegan, albeit ordinary ones. Fortunately, his jutsu remained unchanged, a space-time ability, Ameno Jikara. Lord Jin, I have prepared everything. Please lie down here, Uchiha said respectfully. Then, are you certain the experiment won't go wrong? Qianli suddenly interjected, her tone laced with unease. Please do not question my professionalism. In these past days I have rested only 3 hours, and that was just minutes ago. I have performed hundreds of experimental surgeries with a success rate exceeding 90%. I have also prepared for the possibility of failure. At worst, I can ensure Lord Jin's survival. Uchiha remarked coolly, a flicker of hostility in her eyes. That's good. Qianli was clearly at a loss for words, responding with a hint of resentment. She still harbored prejudice against Uchiha. After all, the latter was the most brilliant researcher under Uchiha Jin's command, receiving his utmost attention. As Uchiha withdrew a pill refined from the sap of the Otsutsuki sacred tree and placed it into Jin's mouth, the entire experimental apparatus began to vibrate, facilitating the regulation of his bodily energy and bloodline flow. Afterward, Uchiha took out some secret elixirs to help Jin ingest them. The reason for eschewing pills was to prevent any increase in chakra vitality or ocular power, which could lead to experimental deviations. Before the experiment commenced, Jin had used sealing techniques to temporarily suppress his ocular power, chakra, and vitality. The secret elixirs merely served to restore without significant side effects. As the pill forged from Otsutsuki blood liquefied in his mouth, Jin felt every fiber of his body. This sensation was akin to the awakening of the Rinnegan and eternal Mangekyo, yet far more intense. As expected of the Otsutsuki bloodline, truly formidable. While Uchiha Jin marveled, Uchiha's hands never faltered. Heeding the data reported by nearby researchers, she began procuring various secret elixirs to adjust Jin's internal state, promoting the complete fusion of the Otsutsuki bloodline. As Jin's fingers began to swell, Qianli grew flustered. Fortunately, Uchiha was prepared. She took out another pill and fed it to Jin. This pill was crafted from substances extracted from a peculiar plant. Its primary purpose was to temporarily accelerate energy flow, preventing stagnation in any part of the body. As expected, the swelling subsided rapidly. Phew, Qianli exhaled in relief. Don't celebrate too soon. This is merely the beginning. Uchiha, seeing Qianli's worry dissipate, offered a terse reminder. Lord Hayato, all the Mangekyo are prepared. Very well. Place them within this formation. Kabuto and I will later infuse it with the Six Paths power and Sage Chakra. Hayato nodded gravely and exchanged a glance with Yakushi. Kabuto. Let us begin. Kabuto pressed his palms together, instantly entering Sage mode. Sage Chakra overflowed within him, exuding a serene aura. He immediately placed both palms on the instrument before him, slowly channeling his Sage Chakra. Meanwhile, Hayato retrieved a jar made from an extraterrestrial meteorite about the size of a watermelon and placed it inside the instrument. Then he gently drew upon his meager Six Paths power to guide the Six Paths energy from the meteorite into the apparatus. Countless Sharingan, each rivaling the ocular power of the Mangekyo, were cast into the center of the... As the last person activated the switch under the stimulation of Sage Chakra and Six Paths power, all the Sharingan instantly transformed into Mangekyo, emitting a blinding crimson radiance. The crimson light persisted for a full half-hour before revealing its inner truth. This is a six-tomo Rinnegan. Excellent, we have succeeded. A massive spirit sacred tree, tens of meters tall and hovering above the base, seemed to sense something. It drew out its Een attribute energy, quickly establishing a connection with the giant six-tomo Rinnegan. Shall we test the capabilities of this giant six-tomo Rinnegan? Uchiha Ming rejoiced and began communicating with Xiao Yin in the Tsukuyami virtual space. The others were startled, then promptly entered the virtual space. Infinite Tsukuyami drunken life and dreamlike death. Universal pull heaven and earth return to oblivion. Almighty push universe cataclysm. Reincarnation reversal traverse life and death. World construction virtual to real. Soul devouring whispers of all beings. As these awe-inspiring abilities were proclaimed one after another, everyone present was overwhelmed with excitement. This is perfect. Now we can harness the power of the Pure Land. Indeed, that old man Six Paths would never have imagined that we could obtain a Rinnegan capable of seizing the authority of the Pure Land. And this is merely a Rinnegan formed from ordinary Mangekyo. Imagine the sheer might of a giant Rinnegan composed entirely of eternal Mangekyo, or even Rinnegan themselves. Haha, that will come in time. Even now, advancing from ordinary Mangekyo to eternal Mangekyo or Rinnegan is no longer a daunting task thanks to a set and certain path. Should we immediately report this to Lord Jin? No need. Xiao Yin will report directly to the leader. The power of the six paths slowly circulated within Jin's body, causing the bloodline of the Daitongmu clan to merge rapidly with his own genes. So this is the Daitongmu bloodline. Truly formidable. At this moment, Uchiha Jin had already undone the seals on his body. The chakra life force and ocular power within him surged explosively. His Rinnegan was also rapidly taking shape. It would likely take no more than a few days to fully awaken. If he were to add the empowerment of the six-path sage, he might possess the Rinnegan within, at most, 1 day. Jin waved his left hand, and the next moment a teleportation portal appeared behind him. He stepped through it, and then materialized in his office. Lord Jin, how do you feel? Back in the laboratory, Yu Jian and Qianli gathered around. Very good, no abnormal reactions, and it greatly amplifies my strength. Now it seems I no longer need to send others to test the six-path sage, and my power is sufficient to sweep across the entire ninja world. Jin smiled faintly, his tone brimming with confidence. Lord Jin, shall we begin now? I will summon all subordinates to initiate the operation immediately. Qianli exclaimed excitedly. No, wait another day for me, my Rinnegan has not yet fully awakened. Before Jin could return to his office, an invisible wave pulled him into an illusion. His secretary, Qianli, also entered along with him. Yu Jian pondered for a moment, and then agreed. Xiao Yin, what happened that makes you so happy? In the Uedu space, Xiao Yin took the form of a lively and adorable little girl, always regarding Jin as her father, yet never causing him trouble. Father, a new giant Rinnegan has been synthesized. It is extremely powerful. It feels no less formidable than your Rinnegan. Oh, is that so? Jin immediately became delighted. You see, once his Rinnegan truly awakened, it could not be of an ordinary grade. It would at least be in a state of 6 tomo. Although it would most likely not reach 9 tomo, it would certainly not be the ordinary 6 tomo of Uchiha Zuiju. The ocular power of his yet unawakened Rinnegan was far superior to Zuiju's eyes. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was 10 times stronger. You say the abilities of the Rinnegan have all undergone a qualitative change, and that you can compete with the six-path sage for authority over the Pure Land. Yes, father. That's good. Everything has been going smoothly lately. It seems luck is on my side. Beneath the black cloth, Jin's gaze was deep, and a faint smile curled on his lips. On the Ten Tails battlefield, Shui Min looked with astonishment at the face beneath the shattered mask of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. A strange sense of familiarity surged in his heart. Who are you? Why do you feel so familiar? Even until now, teacher, you haven't recognized me. How ironic. You are Dai too. Shui Min was utterly shocked. The mysterious masked man who had never dared to show his true face was actually his own student. Why did you frame Konoha, frame me, and Joshinai? Shui Min suddenly became agitated, a surge of rage boiling inside him. When others offended him, he might not get too angry, but once Konoha and his wife were involved, he could not remain calm. Shui Min, he is no longer worthy of being your disciple. Calm down. Air Dai suddenly appeared and stopped Shui Min. Father, is he the bastard who killed mother? Mingren suppressed a surge of anger, clenched his fists, and asked in a low voice. Mingren, I'm sorry. It's because your father was useless and couldn't stop him. Shui Min's face was full of resentment, yet he seemed somewhat helpless. It's okay. Let me end the hatred of mom and dad. Nine Tails, lend me your power. I'm going to use the six paths sage mode. Mingren spoke to the Nine Tails inside him. Come on, Mingren, let him witness our bond. An invisible aura arose abruptly, and Mingren quickly entered the six-path sage mode. At this moment, he wore a black undersuit, and a golden chakra cloak held a black staff of truth-seeking balls, and 9 truth-seeking balls floated behind him. His eyes had turned into golden cross-shaped eyes, without shadow. What is this situation? Dai-Tu's expression was startled, as he sensed a special energy within Ming Ren that was no less in quality than his own Ten-Tails chakra. Ming Ren, how could you forget me? A kunai flew directly into the battlefield, and Zhuizhu instantly used his Rinnegan to exchange positions with it. Zhuizhu, you succeeded. Of course I did. Now I possess the power to defeat you. Zhuizhu smiled faintly, then turned his gaze toward Dai-Tu. Let's take care of this guy first, then we'll have another match. Alright. Ming Ren did not overestimate himself. He nodded in agreement. Even though he harbored countless grudges against Dai-Tu in his heart, he knew very well that relying on his own power alone to defeat the opponent was somewhat wishful thinking. One day later, Zhuizhu and Ming Ren coordinated, and with the assistance of Air Dai and others, Dai-Tu was ultimately defeated. The celestial marsh spear he held was shattered by the armored Susanoo. His body was severed at the waist, and the tailed beast chakra within him was extracted by the allied shinobi forces through a tug-of-war. Having lost the immense power of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he was ultimately awakened by Ming Ren's act of persuasion. Just when Dai-Tu was about to perform the Rinne rebirth to revive all the fallen shinobi, Ju directly dragged him underground and fled. Lord Jin, shall we send someone to chase? Let Xian and Ning go, their strength is sufficient. Jin said calmly, then removed the black cloth from before his eyes and slowly stepped out from the void. Chibaku Tensei. Jin clasped his hands together, and all the tailed beasts were controlled and rose into the air. You are Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly grew agitated, demanding aloud. I didn't expect anyone to remember me, but still we are going to take the Ten-Tails away. As Jin finished his words, dozens of clansmen materialized from the void, their eyes all gleaming with the purple glow of the Rinnegan. At the same time, a red six-tomo Rinnegan hung high in the sky, replacing the moon and casting a faint lingering twilight. Sasuke, you have clansmen left, didn't they all? Naruto was about to finish his question when Minato gave him a heavy knock on the head. He led a whole group of clansmen to defect from Konoha back then. So these must be them, but how come all of their eyes have the Rinnegan? Though a bit surprised, Sasuke wasn't overly concerned. After all, he had expended great effort to awaken his own Rinnegan. How could these guys possibly have both a brother and the Six Paths power granted by the Sage of Six Paths? So you are Uchiha Jin, the one who led the Uchiha to defect from Konoha? What kind of tone is that? Are you questioning me? You're not even worthy. Jin's expression instantly turned cold. Before he could act, Uchiha Erasure beside him sealed off the surrounding space, using gravitational force to pull the opponent toward him, then thrust 3 black rods into the ground, pinning him there. Second Hokage. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. What gave you the audacity to act so arrogantly before me? Jin stepped on the other's face without a shred of mercy. Release him this instant. Naruto, having entered Sage of Six Paths mode, vanished and rushed forward in an instant. Uchiha Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then prepared to use his Ameno Jikara to swap places with the second Hokage. Though they were of the same clan, their loyalties lay elsewhere. Unfortunately, with just a slight raise of his hand, Jin sent Naruto flying dozens of meters away. As for Sasuke's dojutsu, it proved utterly ineffective, immediately suppressed by Erasure and 2 other clansmen with spatial dojutsu. Uchiha Sasuke, is this your choice? Then you can die. Though Jin had never intended to let him live, his current siding with Konoha only deepened Jin's displeasure. With a single step, Jin appeared directly before Uchiha Sasuke, his right hand clamping tightly around the other's throat. Then he flung him violently, smashing him into the ground. With a casual wave of his right hand, 4 black rods followed, closely piercing his limbs and pinning him down. Finally, Jin threw one last black rod, ending his life. Arg, you deserve to die. You killed Sasuke. I'm going to kill you. Naruto nearly lost his sanity. If not for Kurama's warning, he might not have been able to maintain his Six Paths Sage mode much longer. Stubborn fool. Jin held nothing back, sending several black rods from 4 directions to seal off his escape paths. But Minato suddenly appeared and blocked the attack for him. You can dodge once, but can you dodge twice? Using Yamatsu, Hirasaka, Jin appeared behind Naruto and thrust several black rods into his body from head to toe. In such a state, no matter how vigorous one's life force, there was no hope of survival. Deciding not to waste time with these minor foes, Jin turned his gaze to the 9-tailed beasts. Ming, did you memorize the techniques Black Zetsu used? Yes, Lord Jin. Shall we begin now? No, let's deal with the Sage of Six Paths first. In a dream, Naruto and Sasuke once again encountered the Sage of Six Paths. Grandpa Six Paths, I'm sorry, but Uchiha Jin is just too strong. We can't fight him at all. Naruto complained a little, looking at the Sage of Six Paths with hope. Now only the Sage of Six Paths could stop Uchiha Jin. Sasuke, on the other hand, looked dejected. Having just avenged his clan, he was now killed by another Uchiha in a fit of rage. His emotions were tangled. My children, I will lend you more power. I hope you won't let me down. You are the last hope of the ninja world. Just as the Sage of Six Paths was transferring power to them, Jin suddenly barged in. So this is where you communicate. Quite secluded, I almost missed it. Jin walked over slowly, startling Naruto and Sasuke, who were in the middle of receiving power. Hey young man, you are too naive. Do you dare to intrude here? Don't you know this is my domain? As his words fell, an endless tide of souls surged, enveloping Jin. Perfect timing. Shaoin devoured them all. The radiance of the sixth Tomo Rinnegan suddenly shone in, directly absorbing all the surrounding soul power. As Shaoin's lush branches trembled, it also fed back a portion of power to Uchiha Jin. Father, this is some of the purified soul essence I extracted. It will do you great good. Also, could you let me handle the entire Pure Land? The taste of soul power is absolutely wonderful. Jin nodded indulgently and did not refuse. Feeling the series of changes as the soul essence entered his body, Jin couldn't help but marvel at the Six Paths Sage's foresight. Just this essence alone would be enough to save him years of pill cultivation. 6 Tomo Rinnegan. How is that possible? Last time it was just a regular Rinnegan. How did you do it? Jin shook his head without wasting words. Shaoin, controlling the Rinnegan, charged straight in, plunging alone into the Pure Land. Stop. That is not something you should covet. At this moment, the Six Paths Sage was absolutely astounded. Despite all his calculations, he never expected that Uchiha Jin still had a plant capable of absorbing soul power. The Pure Land was his trump card aside from the Six Paths power. How could he stand by and watch his possession be taken over by someone else? Realizing he could not drive them away, the Six Paths Sage immediately commanded all the souls in the Pure Land to charge at Shaoin. With each soul explosion, Shaoin's body would tremble slightly. Shaoin, are you alright? Jin asked worriedly through the virtual space. Father, I'm fine. Although the memories from these soul fragments are chaotic, I can handle them with the 6 Tomo Rinnegan. I remember the giant Rinnegan didn't have this ability, did it? Jin asked in confusion, afraid that Shaoin's overconfidence might lead to being ambushed by the sly old Six Paths. In the face of such a vast torrent of memories, who could guarantee they would remain their original self? I've imported those memories into the Tsukuyami space without absorbing them. Shaoin explained softly. The exploding soul power was completely absorbed by it. The experience was beyond words. Absorb as much as you can and wait for the right moment to strike them with a fatal blow. Although the Six Paths was greatly pained, he still did not give up. After hiding in the Pure Land for so long, wasn't his goal to control the ninja world? Now that an unexpected variable had appeared, how could he tolerate it? He had to sacrifice some benefits to eliminate his enemies. Why isn't it over yet? Hasn't this thing gone mad? Watching the streams of memories pour into the Divine Spirit Tree, the Six Paths showed a doubtful expression. Go now? We can't wait any longer, or my Pure Land will be destroyed sooner or later. This is the key to the reincarnation of all beings in the ninja world. It must not be touched by Uchiha Jin. This high-sounding speech made Naruto and Sasuke believe it without doubt. Having received a third of the Pure Land's power, Naruto and Sasuke now underwent a great transformation. The former mastered the Six Paths Sage mode better, without any trace of previous unfamiliarity. The latter, with this power, awakened the 6 Tomo Rinnegan in both eyes. Every gaze emitted a chilling and intimidating gleam. Shaoin, these two are yours to deal with. Jin looked at the Divine Spirit Tree, which was somewhat bloated from eating, rolled his eyes, and commanded with a hint of exasperation. Okay, father. Leave it to me. Shaoin swung its materialized branches, continuously lashing at the charging Sasuke and Naruto. Every swing left a deep fissure in the dream. Jin saw that the dream world was about to shatter and retreated first. In the dream world, Shaoin, upon noticing Uchiha Jin's departure, became even more unrestrained. Disregarding the surroundings completely, countless branches struck down at once, tearing the entire dream apart. Numerous branches captured the soul bodies of the Six Paths Sage, Naruto and Sasuke. Damn. This thing is even more terrifying than Uchiha Jin. It seems he'll have to use that move. Inside the virtual space, Shaoin complained to Jin in a tearful voice. Boo-hoo, Dad, that old man's Six Paths detonated the entire Pure Land. I got hurt pretty badly too. You have to avenge me. Jin was instantly enraged. He had thought Shaoin could handle it easily, but never expected that old man's Six Paths would rather blow himself up than be absorbed by Shaoin, and even ended up hurting her. Shaoin said, I've already swallowed him along with the souls of those 2 younger ones as well. Jin asked, then how do you expect me to avenge you? Jin asked with a darkened face. Xiaoyin pointed at the shinobi alliance before them, looking somewhat adorably naive as a few strings of drool escaped from the corner of her mouth. Can these guys do? Didn't you just swallow nearly half of the Pure Land? How are you hungry again? Jin set down the girl in his arms with exasperation. Just to change my palate. After all, fresh ones taste better. Alright. I still need these people, Jin said. In that case, I will build you a Pure Land in the future specifically to store the souls of the living beings in the ninja world as your food. How about that? Jin thought of a compromise. Alright, but you can't forget. Don't worry. You go back first. After a pause, Jin looked at the shinobi alliance before him and said, Alright, you can all get the hell out. With his alone, his aura directly overwhelmed them. He continued, from today onward the ninja world will have no more ninja villages or great nations. There will only be one voice, the Tong organization. If anyone dares to defy me, you know the consequences. Then at Jin's signal, Ming fused with the Ten Tails. Jin then threw the corpses of Zhuajubo Run and Pu Shi, who had traveled back from a future time, to the Ten Tails. After swallowing the three, the Ten Tails immediately began its transformation. Soon a divine tree that filled the entire sky appeared before everyone. Shortly after, a giant purple Rinnegan with Tomo appeared in the sky, radiating a faint glow. Infinite Tsukuyami. The moment the Jinjutsu was cast, everyone fell into the Infinite Tsukuyami. Without the aid of the Six-Path Sage and the Rinnegan, no one could escape. As for Heiju, he had long been dealt with by Xian and Ying, and Yu Jibuoban failed to resurrect successfully. As time passed, all chakra was absorbed. Overnight, every living being in the ninja world became an ordinary person without any chakra. As for Jin's organization, under the protection of the Rinnegan, they naturally suffered no effects. Time flew like a white pony racing past a crevice, and years slipped by like a shuttle. Soon a year had passed. Under the rule of Jin's organization, the ninja world was teeming with vitality. Nagato, at Konan's invitation, became the first-generation ruler. The fruit born from the divine tree was refined into a pill by Jin and consumed. His level of existence thus underwent yet another transformation almost imperceptibly. As for the Ten Tails, it had been fully subdued by Jin 10 months ago, serving as the main ingredient for alchemy, to cultivate one powerhouse after another. Lord Jin, the aerial fortress is fully completed. It can fly in space. Jin, looking at Konan, who was heavily pregnant, asked with a smile, Then we can leave. Does Nagato want to come? Konan replied no. He said dying in the ninja world in this lifetime would fulfill Yahiko's dream. Jin said, That's good. Let's go. The ninja world is just the beginning. What lies ahead won't be so easy. Thinking of the Otsutsuki leader, Jin felt a bit more pressure in his heart. Quan seemed to sense Jin's thoughts and took the initiative to hold his hand. Jin said, Don't worry. I'm not that fragile. He smiled faintly, thinking he was being a bit overly paranoid. Starting to back away before even making contact. That wasn't like him. In the eyes of everyone in the Tong organization, he had always been the leader who strategized from behind the